Introduction. In the white night of heavy snow, a betrayer's dagger, and the scalding blood flowing from the chest, I shall live and die here, watching over the long night. Xu Luo awakens to find himself transformed into the deceased Jon Snow. Beneath the tower, the traitors' cries of slaughter echo, while outside the wall, the White Walkers lurk with predatory intent. The small-skinned one clamors to seize his sister, intending to use her skin as bowstrings. Thus the story begins. The Green Prophet, the Three-Eyed Raven, the Night King, the White Walkers, dragons. One hidden answer after another awaits revelation beneath the mists of Westeros. Chapter 1. The Resurrection of the Dead. Xu Luo opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Soon, a thin veil of white mist enveloped the air. He widened his eyes, a mix of terror, confusion, and a glimmer of hopeful joy as he surveyed the unfamiliar room. The dark, ancient walls, the lofty ceiling, and the stag hide hanging on the wall. The flickering firelight danced within the room, ebbing and flowing like a tide. He sat up, his hands bracing against the bed's edge. His arms, abdomen, and neck throbbed faintly with pain. Xu Luo reached to touch his neck, his gaze clouded with confusion. The rough texture revealed a scar. The wound was still fresh, barely healed. The gash was significant, the blood crust thick, indicating serious injury. Yet the true mortal wound lay in his abdomen, a gaping hole that had entirely robbed him of vitality. Even now, Xu Luo could vividly recall the agony felt before death. Within the room, aside from Xu Luo, there was another person crouched by the brazier with her back turned to him. Upon hearing movement, she turned her head. The firelight illuminated her profile, her heart-shaped face pale and translucent. Her lips were as red as blood, her eyes sparkled like stars. Copper-hued locks cascaded like a waterfall, framing her noble and exquisite countenance. She wore a flowing crimson robe, richly gathered on the floor. A heart-shaped ruby glimmered at her throat, catching the firelight. The woman in red? Melisandre? Xu Luo furrowed his brow. What are you doing here? Jon? The priestess of the Lord of Light rose. Her expression was calm, maintaining the dignity and reserve of a priestess, though she could not conceal the glimmer of excitement in her eyes. You have truly been resurrected? Thank the Lord of Light, R'hllor. He has not forsaken us, he has brought you back to us. A bright light flashed through Xu Luo's mind. Memories of the past surged within him. From this moment forth, you are Jon Snow. A cold voice echoed within his heart. But do not forget who you are. Remember your name and your mission. My mission? Xu Luo stared blankly at Melisandre, lost in thought for a time before regaining his senses. Very well, Jon Snow, I find this identity appealing. Xu Luo mused. I shall embody him and live on his behalf. Xu Luo refrained from conversing with the priestess. He approached the table and drank deeply from a cup of cold water. The icy sensation in his stomach made him feel nauseous. Xu Luo walked to the window, pressing against the wall, watching the delicate snowflakes drift outside. Winter is coming, Xu Luo thought. He recalled the recent events that had transpired in Jon Snow's life. Jon had sent the wildling, Varys, to seek out Tormund, negotiating an agreement that allowed the wildlings to inhabit the Night's Watch's gift lands, provided they would aid in defending the wall. Tormund had consented. Thus, Jon had allowed the wildlings to enter the impregnable wall, which even their amassed army of 100,000 could not breach. This action had enraged the brothers of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch had guarded the wall for generations. While their duty was to repel the incursions of the White Walkers, they had not been seen for over 1,000 years. Their greatest enemies had always been the wildlings, who referred to themselves as free folk. The wildlings would scale the wall, raiding for food, livestock, and women. A bitter enmity had festered for millennia. After Jon had read the letter from the Night's Watch's steward, Alliser Thorne, regarding the bastard of Bolton, Ramsay Snow, he resolved to lead the Night's Watch southward to confront Small John Ramsay. This action contravened the Night's Watch's age-old tenet of absolute neutrality, forbidding interference in the political struggles of the Seven Kingdoms. The Night's Watch's first steward, Bowen Marsh, and the first builder, Othel Yarwick, had instigated a rebellion, seizing the opportunity to assassinate Jon Snow. This led to Xu Luo's rebirth as Jon. Xu Luo closed his eyes, clearing his thoughts. He looked toward the red-robed priestess, inquiring, Has anyone come by, Lady Melisandre? Anyone? No, Melisandre replied. Ah, Xu Luo chuckled inwardly. Bowen Marsh certainly moved slowly, or perhaps he was oblivious to the potential dangers. Xu Luo had never been one to rely on luck. He grasped the sword, Longclaw, from the table and approached the door, listening intently. Suddenly, he flung the door open and dashed out. The dimly lit tower was shrouded in shadows, the corridor vacant. Each narrow room was utterly silent, devoid of any signs of life. What happened? Xu Luo returned to the room and closed the door. Melisandre immediately inquired. Xu Luo countered. Do you have any misconceptions about your identity, my lady? Melisandre frowned. What do you mean? You are the priestess of the Lord of Light. Xu Luo chuckled. Bowen Marsh must be concerned about your resurrecting me. Just as he is now. He will send someone to check. If I am alive, he will attempt to kill me again. If I am dead, he will take my body away. Xu Luo returned to the window, leaning against the wall. Melisandre remarked, the giants guard downstairs, and the Night's Watch dare not act rashly. Furthermore, your direwolf, Ghost, is also present. The giant, Wun Wun. Indeed, Xu Luo mused. Sir Patrick, a knight of King Stannis, had attempted to abduct the wildling princess, Varys, from Hardin, only to be torn to pieces by Wun Wun, who stood guard outside the tower. Jon had been killed to quell this chaos. So this is Hardin? Xu Luo inquired. Yes, the priestess affirmed. Xu Luo smirked, saying, the walls of Hardin have not been repaired, leaving a gaping hole. This is something the first builder, Hell, knows just as well as I do. They will circumvent Wun Wun and Ghost. Suddenly, Xu Luo fell silent. He blinked, whispering, they are coming. In the snow, from men clad in black trudged forward. This was the distinctive garb of the Night's Watch. They rubbed their hands together, exhaling white mist, murmuring complaints. Xu Luo could not discern their faces, but the four brothers were robust, their strides steady, all skilled members of the Night's Watch. What shall we do? Melisandre felt as though a hand were tightening around her throat. Must I witness Jon's death once more, merely moments after his resurrection? The beauty of her eyes flickered with unease. She tentatively suggested, perhaps you should hide in another room. Do they know which room I am in? No. The priestess shook her head slightly. Then they will search each room one by one, my lady priestess. What shall we do? Xu Luo did not comprehend Melisandre's anxiety. He raised Longclaw, stating, there is nothing to fear, we have a sword. Longclaw is a Valyrian steel sword, unbreakable, my lady. But you are alone. Alone? Xu Luo replied, puzzled, do I not have you? Melisandre swallowed hard. What can I do for you? Should I shed my priestess robes to appease those Night's Watchmen? A tumult of chaotic images flitted through Melisandre's mind. Wooden towers, high platforms, and a cacophony of voices. Melisandre, number 7, a hoarse and piercing voice called out. Do not dwell on it, forget it. Melisandre reminded herself. Are you not a sorcerer? Xylo tilted his head, perplexed. He casually grasped the flames from the brazier, which danced in his palm like an unshakable mist enveloping his hand. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he shaped the flames into a heart and presented it to Melisandre. Just like this, my lady. Here, a token of gratitude. Melisandre instinctively took a step back. She gazed at the flames in Xylo's hand, her fingers instinctively clutching the ruby at her chest. What is this? She realized her voice had turned hoarse. This is utterly astonishing. Melisandre thought no one can manipulate flames in such a manner. A small gift from the Lord of Light, my lady. Xylo continued, his hand still extended. Please accept it. Is it possible that the priestess of the flame, king, fears fire? Fear not. I have siphoned its power, it shall not scorch your delicate hands. They are approaching. You should hurry. Melisandre accepted the flames. They flickered like a wisp of air, leaping in her palm. Melisandre felt her heart race. She recognized that her emotions surged with the exuberance of a young girl receiving a rose. This is fire, she mused. After serving the Lord of Light for so many years, I have yet to acquire the ability to command flames. She raised her gaze to Xylo, her eyes filled with suspicion and envy. You mean to say this is, indeed, a gift from the Lord of Light, my lady? He has bestowed upon me a modicum of purpose and the requisite abilities to fulfill my task. This statement bore truth and falsehood in equal measure. Xylo indeed carried a mission he was reluctant to disclose, possessing a power incongruous with Westeros. Yet this power did not derive from the Lord of Light, Lawler, but from what mission? Melisandre inquired. Sure, you shall know in due time, my sweet. Xylo grasped Melisandre's hand, temporarily reclaiming his small gift. They are near. Do you hear? Footsteps. They are opening doors to inspect. Allow me to safeguard it for you. Come here, my lady. Xylo led Melisandre to the bedside. Promise me, stand here and do not move. Agreed? Yes. The red-robed priestess nodded, befuddled. She realized she had been entirely manipulated by the man before her. He could do as he pleased with me, Melisandre bitterly thought, just as Lawler had done. With Melisandre's affirmative reply, Xylo revealed a satisfied smile and reclined back onto the bed. He concealed his long claws beneath the nearby covers, placing his hands on his abdomen, as a corpse ought to. Calm, serene, undisturbing to anyone. The door was violently kicked open. 4 men burst in. At the forefront was a gaunt little man, so emaciated he resembled a mere stick. His companions called him Twig. Twig Vick. He exaggeratedly curled his lips into a smile. Ah, so here you are, my lady priestess. Vick spread his hands, his gaze darting toward Xylo on the bed. You've proven elusive. These small rooms are like a maze, leaving us disoriented. Melisandre's expression hardened as she coldly asked, "What do you seek from me?" "Ah, no, we are not looking for you. We are searching for our commander." Twig Vick indicated to Left Hand Lu beside him. Although he has betrayed the Night's Watch, he remains our 98th Lord Commander. We must retrieve his body for burial. Left Hand Lu approached Melisandre, placing her and Xylo apart. Melisandre remained still, recalling Xylo's instructions. "Promise me, stay here and do not move." "Agreed, my sweet." Everything was as Jon had foreseen. Melisandre thought the Night's Watchman sought to reclaim his body. Vick was pleased with Melisandre's compliance. He had no desire to offend King Stannis, who stationed his forces at the wall. The Southerners referred to Stannis as the false king, but it did not hinder him from commanding hundreds of knights, thousands of cavalry, and even more infantry. This power could easily obliterate the fragile Night's Watch. Stannis firmly believed in his Red Priestess. If he were to anger the king by harming Melisandre, there would be no way to resolve the aftermath. Vick whispered, "Go, Shorn. Examine the body of the bastard." "Examine?" The man behind Vick froze in place. "Check for a pulse." "Must I teach you this, fool?" "Yes." Shorn responded. In the Night's Watch, all were equal, yet ranks still existed. Twig Vick had gained the trust of the rebel leader, Chief Officer Bowen Marsh, by being the first to strike Jon Snow. Thus, Vick's words held weight for Shorn. Shorn moved to the bedside. He observed Jon's face, now that of Xylo. This visage was pale as parchment, unnaturally calm for one slain. Poor commander, Shorn thought. He was a good man, but he should not have let wildlings through the wall. Shorn trembled as he extended his hand, hovering it near Xylo's lips. "He has no breath," Shorn declared loudly. "Try with your dagger." Twig Vick commanded coldly. "Give his heart a stab." "At a corpse?" "Yes." Twig Vick's fierce expression left no room for dissent. Shorn feared that should he refuse, Twig would turn on him first. Winter is coming. The world has already changed. Shorn drew his dagger, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. Moments passed. He opened his eyes, only to meet Xylo's piercing, predatory gaze. "Ah!" Shorn gasped. He attempted to turn and flee, but it was too late. Xylo rose, seizing his arm, and thrust the dagger into his abdomen. Shorn was paralyzed with fear, lacking even the will to resist. In the ensuing chaos, it was the man named Alf, standing behind Twig Vick, who first reacted. He immediately drew his sword and lunged at Xylo. The Night's Watch was deemed a haven for criminals, thieves, and bastards. It was a den of scum. Yet even the most inept, after years of combat against wildlings, would possess some degree of acuity and courage. Moreover, Alf was among the more skilled of the rabble. He had kept his hand on the sword hilt, but upon sensing the danger, swiftly unsheathed his sword and struck at Xylo. Xylo had anticipated this, seizing his hidden claws and parrying Alf's initial attack. "Jun!" Left Hand Lu shouted. He drew his sword to confront Xylo. Whether out of anxiety or disdain, Left Hand Lu wholly forgot the presence of Melisandre behind him. Seeing Left Hand Lu threaten Xylo, Melisandre hastily shoved him aside. Left Hand Lu lost his balance, his defenses wide open, and fell prey to Xylo's sword. Alf had not expected Xylo to dispatch 2 men in the blink of an eye. Only 2 remained. Considering their strength, Alf did not believe he and Vick could defeat Jon Snow, who had always excelled in swordsmanship among the Night's Watch. However, retreat was not an option. Even if they could flee now, when Xylo rallied his loyal Night's Watchmen, Alf would be doomed. The situation left no room for Alf to ponder further. Xu Luo's fatal strike against Left Hand Lu presented a fortuitous opportunity for Arf. Positioned to face him, Xu Luo's long claw remained embedded in Left Hand Lu's body, rendering it momentarily unremovable. This was a chance he could not afford to squander. With this thought in mind, Arf lunged at Xu Luo, his sword aimed directly at him, leaving no room for retreat. Xu Luo regarded the approaching iron sword with a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the attack. Too slow. He mused, if the night watchman's swordsmanship was of this caliber, how could they ever hope to combat the others? Arf twisted his wrist, swinging his sword in a broad arc, a sweeping motion meant to fell entire armies. Yet, Xu Luo had already lowered his head a second prior. Arf's sword sliced through empty air. A wave of despair washed over him. Years of combat experience had taught him that each of his strikes had been anticipated by his opponent. The swiftness and reflexes of Xu Luo were beyond his capacity to match. Damn it! A sharp pain surged in Arf's chest. In the blink of an eye, Xu Luo had ghosted into close proximity, his dagger plunging into Arf's torso. Indeed, while he could not extricate his long claw, it did not hinder him from wielding the small dagger. Arf stumbled backward. Seeing the peril, Vick shouted and fled, but Xu Luo did not pursue. A massive shadow descended from above, pinning the frail form of Vick to the ground. Chapter 2002, The Rebellion at Black Castle Eye. We have succeeded. Melisandre's eyes sparkled, her lips curved into a smile, barely concealing her excitement. Seeing the usually stoic Red Priestess display genuine joy, Xu Luo couldn't help but smile in return. You saved me, my lady, he said sincerely. Had you not nudged left-hand Lu, our predicament would have been dire. Melisandre narrowed her eyes, suspicion creeping in. Realization dawned upon her that it was Xu Luo who had positioned her there. In other words, he had foreseen even their movements. Coupled with his earlier nonchalance, she found that the man before her was nothing like the Jon Snow she remembered. Death can indeed bring about transformation. The thought surfaced in Melisandre's mind unbidden. However, Xu Luo said, scratching his chin, his expression turning grim, the matter is far from resolved. This is merely the beginning, perhaps not even that. We cannot afford to relax until the rebel Bowen Malsi is dealt with. It seems impossible, does it not? Xu Luo mumbled to himself, genuinely perplexed by the issue at hand. He slapped his cheeks, regaining his focus, and approached the direwolf. At that moment, the ice wolf had severed Vick's head. Xu Luo crouched down, extending his hand toward the direwolf, attempting to stroke its head. The wolf recoiled, eyes alert, baring its teeth in evident suspicion and anger. White spirit. Xu Luo frowned. The ice wolf, measuring 2 meters in length, was robust, its sleek fur giving it an imposing presence. Its snarl was particularly fearsome. White Spirit growled softly at Xu Luo before turning and darting out of the room. It seems White Spirit no longer recognizes me. Xu Luo mused in confusion. Perhaps it is due to death, Melisandre remarked. Death takes away certain things and alters others. You must learn to adapt to all of this, Jon. It matters not. The issue with the Ice Wolf could wait until after Malsi is dealt with. Once that is resolved, Xu Luo would have ample time to win back Jon's little companion. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Xu Luo instinctively grasped his sword, but relaxed upon recognizing the newcomer. He had almost forgotten that the wildling Princess Vare was also in Hardin Tower. Vare was the sister-in-law of Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. The term wildling princess was merely a playful title. With honey-colored hair cascading down to her ample bosom, she possessed a striking beauty and voluptuous figure. Adorned with the bronze crown forged by Stannis, she appeared even more regal and elegant than a true princess. I heard a commotion and came to investigate, Vare said, tilting her head as she stepped into the room, her gaze sweeping over the corpses on the floor, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She scrutinized Xu Luo, examining him from head to toe, as if attempting to comprehend him fully. Xu Luo felt a wave of embarrassment, akin to standing before Vare clad only in his undergarments. Was it she who resurrected you, Jon? Vare glanced at Melisandre. The tension between the two women was palpable, and Xu Luo could distinctly sense the charged atmosphere. Damn it! I completely failed to grasp the situation. Do they have a conflict? How was I unaware of this? Xu Luo inwardly lamented. After a moment, he realized it was Jon who was oblivious, not himself. I have matters to attend to. Xu Luo made his way towards the door. Next time, I shall regale you with the events of today, princess. You cannot do this, Jon, Melisandre called after him. The voice of the Red Priestess turned icy once more. You cannot face the entire night watch on your own. Of course. Xu Luo nodded. But I believe there are still brothers loyal to me. With their assistance, I shall deal with Malsi. If not, Jon would be in a dire predicament. I can assist you, Vare offered. Assist me? Xu Luo sidestepped, crossing over the corpse and passing there. He placed the dagger into her palm. Keeping yourself safe is the greatest aid you can provide me, princess. Wildlings have no king, thus no true princess. Vere's authority held no greater weight than that of the patched-faced jester before King Stannis' army. Oh, by the way, Xu Luo returned to Melisandre's side, whispering a few words into her ear before asking, "Do you understand now, my lady? This is of utmost importance to us, perhaps a matter of life and death." "Indeed," Melisandre replied, though her brow furrowed in confusion. "How did you come to know of this?" She wondered, but did not voice her inquiry, as Xu Luo had already fled the room. "Very well, the blessings of death." Melisandre reassured herself. The snow was light but persistent. The accumulating snow transformed Black Castle into a blanket of white. The struggling wildlings would find it exceedingly difficult to endure such a frigid night. Xu Luo pondered the progress of the giant slayer torment. He had always felt that this wildling leader was somewhat unreliable, yet Jon had his reasons for dispatching him to aid the struggling wildlings. The wall, the watchtower. In the distance, flickering flames could be discerned. The night watchmen stood vigilant at their posts, keeping watch over the other side of the wall. Grateful for his brother's unwavering commitment to their duty, Xu Luo felt a surge of appreciation. The others thrived in darkness, reveling in the cold. No one knew what they were up to on such a night, guarding the wall, repelling the others. Such was the case tonight, and every night. They had sworn an oath beneath the heart tree. While some may forget their vows, those who do will surely meet death and be forgotten anew. Black Castle stood at the heart of the wall's desolation. It lacked walls, but boasted 6 tall towers flanking the main structure. Xu Luo had just departed from Hardin Tower. The king from Dragonstone in the south, Stannis Baratheon, occupied the king's tower. The command tower had been reduced to ruins in a past calamity. The guard tower was sturdy and secure, housing the fighting forces of the Night Watch, with the Ranger Corps station within. The Longspear Tower was slender yet fragile. The Silent Tower had truly fallen into silence following the decline of the Night Watch. Malsey was most likely to seize these 2 towers. Xu Luo had no intention of embarking alone to assassinate Malsey. He aimed first to gather his loyal brothers in the barracks of the main castle. Before dawn, aside from the black-clad brothers on watch, the others would surely be sound asleep. His arrival would cause a minor stir, but he was confident he could calm his brothers' concerns. "Stop!" Amidst the howling wind and swirling snow, a sharp command pierced the silence. Xu Luo paused in confusion at this hour. One would expect no one to be wandering outside. Winter was approaching, the snow thickening, already covering his ankles. A stroll through the snow would surely leave one's shoes drenched. Who could be so idle as to roam about at such a late hour? "Who are you?" The voice held a hint of youthfulness, sounding unfamiliar to Xu Luo. He slowly turned around. In the midst of the snowstorm stood a dark figure. Xu Luo could not discern the stranger's face, nor could the stranger make out his. While he felt no concern for this solitary wanderer, he preferred not to alert others just yet. "Who are you?" the cloaked figure inquired again, stepping closer to Xu Luo. He remained vigilant, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, though he was merely a novice. Xu Luo pondered that had the individual been an elder, he would have recognized that allowing the other to approach would be more advantageous. Patience is a virtue one must remain unyielding amidst chaos. Otherwise, once he saw the stranger's face, he would find himself in peril. And now, Xu Luo exhaled sharply and lunged toward the figure. Before the cloaked one could utter a sound, he was tackled to the ground. The cold blade pressed against his soft throat. Xu Luo's voice was icy. "Don't move, or you shall die." The cloaked figure nodded. As Xu Luo discerned the stranger's face, surprise washed over him. "Harry?" Harris cautiously moved his head, his expression on the brink of tears. No wonder. Xu Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Harry Harris was a recent recruit in training. Jon had even taken the time to instruct Harris in swordsmanship. Due to his lack of skill, Harry was often bullied during practice. Looking into Harry's eyes, Xu Luo perceived the fear, unease, surprise, as well as delight and warmth. Harry Harris was among those who believed in him and wished to see his resurrection. Xu Luo felt a slight uplift in his spirits. He flashed a smile at Harry, asking, "If I release you, will you not scream?" Harris nodded. Xu Luo slowly sheathed his blade. As long as Harris exhibited even the slightest hint of resistance, the knife would pierce his fragile throat. Fortunately, Harry wisely chose to remain silent. "You are still alive, Commander Snow," Harris remarked, his eyes shimmering with tears. For the time being, Xu Luo replied. Daylight would soon break, and once the brothers began to stir, matters would inevitably grow more complex. He needed to deal with Malsi promptly. We are pressed for time. I ask, you answer. Agreed? Yes, Harry nodded. Where are Malsi and Yak? At the Long Spear Tower. Excellent, just as I had surmised. And the others? Lord Blackjack Bulwer is guarding the tower. The wildlings are at the Silence Tower. Also, Harris hesitated, Malsi has captured your supporters and locked them in the ruins of the command tower. Harris doubted whether this information would prove useful. A rather delightful strategy, Xu Luo commented. This was the best news he had heard all night. If Malsi were not the mastermind, Xu Luo would suspect he was an undercover ally. With Malsi's thoughtful assistance, Xu Luo would not need to search for allies himself. He could understand Malsi's rationale. He was concerned about these individuals being a threat to him, while simultaneously reluctant to eliminate them. Malsi had to consider the thoughts of the chief ranger, Blackjack Bulwer. Blackjack was loyal and brave, devoted to the Night's Watch and his brothers. Though he failed to save Jon, should Malsi dare to harm any other brothers, he would not stand idly by. Blackjack Bulwer, Xu Luo mused. He did not wish to confront Blackjack directly. With the support of other Night's Watch brothers, Xu Luo could address the threat posed by Malsi. Moreover, Blackjack's stance remained uncertain. If this chief ranger harbored animosity towards Xu Luo, he would be walking into a trap. Let's wait a moment, Xu Luo thought. At the base of the command tower, Lame Thor rubbed his hands together, saying, This is the coldest night in years. Having served the Night's Watch for 14 years, Thor was well aware of affairs within and beyond the wall. What are you worried about, old man? Daly asked. There's a fire pit, a fireplace you want freeze to death. Nor will the others or the wildlings. In such weather, these creatures are particularly active. Daly withdrew his hand from the fire pit, exhaling cold air. I wonder how Malsi plans to handle those wildlings. With Snow dead, no one can control them. There are far too many on that day. They outnumbered us tenfold. They won't leave easily, were it not for those hostages. Hostages? Hostages are useless. Thor shook his head. The number of wildling children who died in the snow far exceeds 100. Footsteps echoed from outside the tower. At this late hour, who else could be wandering about? The two were too cold to move, and Daly turned to look. Xu Luo emerged at the door, leading Harry Harris. Snow! 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 Before he could finish, a dagger pierced his throat. Xu Luo withdrew the blade, blood splattering onto Daly's lifeless body. Thor appeared utterly stunned. Xu Luo kicked him down. Find him, Harry! Xu Luo strode up to the second floor. Two Night's Watchmen charged at him. Xu Luo drew his sword, effortlessly parrying their strikes. The skirmish reignited memories of combat within Xu Luo. Jon was undoubtedly the finest swordsman among the Night's Watch. Xu Luo easily deflected their blades, incapacitating both men. He then kicked open a nearby door. With a loud crash, the occupants inside stood up in unison. Standing by the window, Leather regarded Xu Luo with a cold gaze, astonishment etched on his face. You're alive, Jon? He had witnessed Yak and others plunge a dagger into Jon's body. Given such wounds, survival seemed improbable. By the time Malsi's men captured them, Leather had already begun contemplating his own fate. Thanks to you, coach. I never expected you to be alive. Xu Luo observed the people in the room. Roger, Jesse, Telly, Lon Ting, Sodden. All loyal and brave brothers. I'm truly glad to see you, my brothers, Xu Luo silently conveyed. Leather was a wildling, newly inducted into the Night's Watch. Jon had appointed Leather as the training master to demonstrate his impartiality toward both wildlings and Night's Watchmen. Leather sported a wild mane of gray hair, his frame slender and tall, with arms that reached down to his thighs. His face bore a resolute expression, yet his gray eyes were unexpectedly gentle. Malsi loathed wildlings and opposed Jon's appointment. So it was indeed surprising that Malsi had not executed Leather. Thanks to you, Leather replied. Time is of the essence, brothers. Xu Luo scanned the faces of the gathered men. I hope you have not forgotten your oaths. You swore to obey my command. Those who break their vows shall be cursed by the old gods. Bowen Malsi has betrayed me. He attempted to kill me with a dagger meant for dealing with wildlings and others, slashing my throat and piercing my heart. He must pay the price. Now I need you. Tell Mewil you stand with the Night's Watch or with the Oathbreaker. Night's Watch. The new recruit Sodden cried out first. Night's Watch. Night's Watch. Night's Watch. The room erupted in fervor. They began to shout for Bowen Malsi to pay in blood for his treachery. The bloodstains visible on their faces indicated they had endured much suffering for their support of Jon. Excellent. Xu Luo licked his lips. This would be a promising beginning. Bo and Malsey would soon learn the meaning of cruelty. Chapter 3003, The Suppression of the Black Castle, Part 2, Hardin. Go rescue the other brothers. Yes. Hardin patted the shoulder of the person beside him and darted out of the room. He picked up the sword from the ground and raced upstairs, followed closely by a group of more than 10 men. What are your plans now? Asked Leather as he descended from the stone bed. Plans? Once I have dealt with Malsey, I shall know. Leather spoke with conviction. Malsey's forces vastly outnumber ours. With hostages in play, the wildlings will not easily intervene in the Night Watch's internal strife. I have heard that Tommen has already set out for Hardhome. Moreover, Malsey has been in contact with your queen. My queen? Xu Luo was bewildered. The bearded queen in the king's tower. Are you referring to Cerys? Xu Luo frowned. Malsey seeks Cerys' support? That is indeed a wise move. The king's army is far more elite than the Night Watch. After Stannis launched his campaign into the north, Cerys was left with a dozen sworn knights. While they may lack substance, they are well equipped, clad in fine armor, and wielding sharp steel swords. What does he intend to offer in exchange for Cerys' support? Xu Luo inquired. I do not know, Leather replied, but his actions surely indicate some ulterior motive. We must remain vigilant regarding this matter. If Cerys truly sides with Malsey, we stand no chance. We must act swiftly to resolve this conflict before Cerys has a chance to react. I share your thoughts, Leather agreed, though he was uncertain about the course of action to take. The defenses of the command tower were not particularly stringent. Hardin and the others soon rescued the rest. A throng of people crowded the hallway, their voices echoing loudly. Xu Luo wished for their silence, but hesitated to voice his concerns over such trivial matters. A glance revealed around 50 or 60 individuals, their spirits high, clamoring incessantly for the downfall of Bo and Malsey. At that moment, Harris came rushing up the stairs, panting heavily. Commander Harris, he exclaimed. Jon, I know you're in there. Right now, bring your people out of the command tower, or I shall set it ablaze. A greasy voice of Awick resonated from outside. Awick has arrived. Harris straightened up, announcing. Quick actions indeed, Xu Luo scoffed. He truly wished that the people outside exhibited such responsiveness and courage when facing the White Walkers. Burning the tower? I would not step outside until I comprehend the situation beyond. Xu Luo pressed himself against the window and gazed down, not spotting any archers. He boldly leaned out to look. Awick was a corpulent man who had served as the chief craftsman for many years, well liked by the brothers in black. He ranked fourth among the candidates for the commander position. However, he was obstinate, selfish, and lacking in intellect. At that moment, Awick stood beside a dilapidated cart, hands on his hips, directing the rebellious forces. It is evident that the rebels have stacked a considerable amount of firewood beneath the command tower. It appears they are indeed intent on incinerating it. To eliminate me, they are willing to destroy the Black Castle? Xu Luo could not comprehend such a mindset. Who would willingly set their own home ablaze to combat thieves? This only indicates that they do not regard the Black Castle as their own. Cursing the wretched Night's Watch, Xu Luo retreated to his chamber. The occupants within turned their gazes toward him, awaiting his command. Thick smoke began to rise from the first floor. It was then that everyone realized that Awick's threats were not mere bluster. He has gone mad. This is the tower of the Night's Watch. Good heavens! Are we to be burned alive? A cacophony of panic ensued. Xu Luo paid them no heed. What was to be done? Rushing out would be futile. Among the occupants, only a handful bore weapons. The rest were unarmed, ill-equipped to confront the rebels outside. To wait meant certain death by flames. There was no way in or out. Originally, Xu Luo had planned to rescue these individuals and seize the armory to gain the upper hand. However, the rebels' swift actions had disrupted his strategy. After much contemplation, Xu Luo concluded that engaging in open combat was futile, unless divine intervention were to grant them reinforcements. Relying solely on those trapped within the tower left him with but one course of action, to capture the leader. Not all rebels were necessarily opposed to Jon. They may have yielded to Bowen Marsh's threats upon witnessing Jon's demise. If Xu Luo could eliminate Awick, he could turn the tide of the battle and extricate them from their predicament. Yet how could he possibly kill Awick? That rotund figure stood farther away than even the archers. Charging through the crowd to reach him seemed utterly unreliable. The smoke thickened, obscuring the faces of those around him. The burning wood was damp, the smoke laden with acrid impurities, causing intense irritation. The throng in the corridor moved about like headless flies, coughing heavily, cursing, their eyes streaming with tears from the smoke. Some, unable to endure, fainted on the spot. Listen to me, Terry shouted, raising his arm amidst the crowd. The rebels are numerous, and we are unarmed. It is impossible for us to triumph over them. If we wish to survive, we must kill Jon and present his head to Marsh. Join me, and let us eliminate Jon. Upon hearing Terry's words, several members of the Night's Watch visibly wavered. Such was the tradition of the Night's Watch. The previous commander, Old Mormont, had met his end at the hands of rebellious Night's Watchmen. Xu Luo had indeed considered that the individuals within the command tower were not wholly loyal to him, yet he had not anticipated that they would choose this moment to revolt. Caught in their fervor, those who had no intention of rebelling would also opt for silence. Traitors! Leather roared, charging at Terry. In an instant, those who supported Xu Luo and those who sided with Terry clashed in the cramped space, plunging the scene into chaos. Xu Luo retreated to a corner. If this turmoil continued, they would all be doomed to perish in the flames. Xu Luo found himself perplexed by the thoughts swirling within Telly's mind. Yet, it remained his duty as the commander to ensure the survival of everyone. The command tower swayed violently, sending several individuals crashing to the ground. Resolutely, Xu Luo turned and descended the stairs. On the ground floor, the entrance had been completely sealed by flames. The fire crept through the doorway, devouring everything in its vicinity. Tables, chairs, and weapon racks were all consumed by the inferno. The crimson glow of the flames illuminated Xu Luo's face, rendering it calm and indifferent. He strode purposefully toward the blaze. "Commander, what are you doing?" Harris shouted, attempting to halt Xu Luo, but it was too late. "Stop fighting," Harris cried, his voice trembling. "The commander is setting himself ablaze." At the sound of his words, the chaotic crowd miraculously paused. Leather and Sadine were the first to rush down the stairs. Telly stood on the staircase, laughing heartily. "Jon is dead. It's over. Brothers." Telly turned and dashed toward the second floor, positioning himself by the window, shouting down to the crowd. "Jon has set himself on fire. We surrender. Jon has set himself on fire. We surrender." Telly's voice echoed through the snowy expanse. Yet, the crowd below remained oblivious, continuing to feed the flames instead of extinguishing them. "Attention! Do not allow anyone to jump from the upper floors. Anyone who does so must be executed without hesitation." At this command, Telly's face turned ashen. It dawned on him that Vick had never intended to spare any of them from the very beginning. By the fire, Sadine appeared sorrowful, almost on the verge of tears. Leather stroked his chin, gazing pensively at the flames, inquiring, "Have you noticed anything amiss?" There was no response. "Does he not feel pain?" Leather mused aloud, observing the unmoving figure amidst the flames, resembling a statue. Under normal circumstances, one would be screaming and writhing in agony, would they not? Vick stood with his hands on his hips, admiring his handiwork. This fire would illuminate the night like a lighthouse, guiding the path of the Night's Watch. By the time Bowen and Malsey arrived, all that would remain would be a burnt ruin of the tower and a pile of skeletal remains. Jon Snow would be eternally entombed within, never to rise again. "I have saved the Night's Watch," Vick thought triumphantly, "and I have saved Malsey as well." At that moment, old Luke rushed over from the edge of the flames, pointing toward the command tower. "My lord, it appears that Jon Snow truly has set himself ablaze." "Self-immolation?" Vick mused, as if he had encountered a novel term. "I saw a figure moving within the flames." "Are you certain it was Jon?" "No. But those inside the tower are all shouting that. Perhaps you would like to see for yourself?" "There's no harm in that." Vick nodded and followed old Luke. The flames danced erratically, seemingly drawn toward Vick, swirling and coiling around him. As he stood beside the fire, he pulled a Night's Watch cloak to shield himself. Old Luke pointed at a shadow within the blaze, exclaiming, "My lord, look!" Vick squinted, and indeed, it resembled a human figure. The individual writhed, as if attempting to escape the inferno. Inside the tower, chaos erupted, with shouts proclaiming that Jon had set himself ablaze, that the commander had committed suicide in flames. "Ha ha!" Vick could not help but throw back his head in laughter. Who would have thought that the detestable Jon Snow would truly choose to immolate himself? If only he had displayed such wisdom earlier, it could have spared everyone a great deal of trouble. "My lord, shall we release the others?" Old Luke inquired. "Release them?" Vick questioned, perplexed. What purpose would that serve? Those individuals are Jon Snow's most zealous loyalists. They will surely harbor resentment over his demise. Letting them out would only invite further complications. It would be far better to let the flames consume everything entirely, thus alleviating our burdens. Old Luke shivered at the thought. The idea of burning people alive sounded eerily reminiscent of the Mad King Ares. At that moment, old Luke noticed something peculiar. He stared at the bonfire, observing intently, and hesitantly remarked, "My lord, the flames seem to be dwindling." "Dwindling?" Vick was baffled. He narrowed his small eyes and gazed for a while longer. Indeed, the fire was visibly subsiding. Gradually, Vick could discern the silhouette of a figure within the flames. The figure stood silently amidst the fire, as if awaiting something. Vick swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his plump face. Although he could not fathom what was occurring, an indescribable fear gripped his corpulent heart, tightening its hold. Hurry, what are you dawdling for? Add more fuel. Vick shouted incoherently. Old Luke responded, and was about to turn to comply, but it was already too late. Xu Luo emerged from the flames, untouched by the searing blaze. Not even a single strand of his hair had been singed. With a half-smile, Xu Luo regarded Vick and said, I remember the expression on your face when you killed me, Vick. I rather liked it. Vick's lips quivered, rendering him utterly speechless. Was this a specter before him? What manner of being could withstand the flames so completely? The Targaryens, with their dragon blood, immune to fire? Scholar Aemon had long declared that to be a fallacy. Though Aemon bore the purest Targaryen blood, his hands were marred by scars from oil lamps. Don't think Jon is here for the night's watch, Vick retreated, falling to the ground. Oh, is that so? Xu Luo raised the iron sword in his hand. Well, I am as well. Leather, accompanied by the individuals from within the tower, burst forth from the smoldering flames, charging toward the Night's Watch traitors outside. The insurgents, alerted by the commotion, descended upon them. Old Luke gazed at the head rolling at his feet, utterly at a loss. Chapter 4. The Suppression of Black Castle. 3. Gather the men, Leather. Confine the traitors in the command tower, alongside Telly, Xu Luo commanded. This must be executed swiftly. Time is not on our side. What of the others? Leather glanced at Xu Luo, referring to those who had rebelled alongside Telly. Do not concern yourself with them. If loyalty were to be demanded from everyone, Xu Luo would find himself utterly alone. The leather-clad figure nodded and turned away. Soon, the weapons were transferred from the rebels to those who supported Xu Luo. The insurgents were taken and confined in the very room that had once held the Night's Watchman. A group quickly gathered around Xu Luo, their faces flushed with a mixture of fear and anticipation. The people of Westeros were no strangers to magic, yet they often dismissed it as mere tales spun by old crones. Now, witnessing a person emerge unscathed from flames, their emotions surged and stirred within them. The leather-clad figure returned to Xu Luo's side and casually inquired, When you stepped into the fire, we all thought you were doomed. How did you manage such a feat? Was it magic or something else? This is not the time for discussions on the arcane, my friend, Xu Luo replied, averting his gaze to the sky to sidestep the subject. A glimmer of light appeared on the horizon. With such upheaval occurring at the command tower, where could Malsey be? What was he waiting for? There was no time for such musings. Xu Luo commanded the assembled Night's Watchmen to advance towards the Longspear Tower. They circumvented the main fortress, approaching their destination. Along the way, they encountered the rebel forces led by Bowen Malsey. Bright sunlight ascended, illuminating the wall, the Black Castle, Xu Luo below, and the rebels across from him. Bowen Malsey was a tall, lean man clad in tattered leather armor. His hair was a disheveled brown, and he regarded Xu Luo with a sardonic smile, his triangular eyes glinting with malice. He seemed utterly assured. Xu Luo noted the wildlings standing alongside the rebels, a contingent of approximately 100. With nearly 10,000 wildlings having entered the wall, this must merely be one of their factions. Yet, their alliance with Bowen Malsey astonished Xu Luo. Malsey harbored a profound disdain for the wildlings, akin to a raven's aversion to stones. This was indisputable. The wildlings should comprehend that Malsey's victory over Xu Luo would only exacerbate their plight. Ironically, having opposed Jon for allowing wildlings within the wall, Malsey now sought to exploit them. I am sorry, Crows, the breaker of shields, Solon, stood at the forefront of the crowd, wielding a tempered spear. He was a formidable warrior, having fought alongside Jon in the Whispering Canyon, now poised to take a stand against him. They threaten us with hostages. The breaker of shields declared, we must consider the children. Of course, Xu Luo nodded. This was a seed sown by Jon, to ensure the wildlings' loyalty. Jon had demanded hostages from them. This was acceptable, though no one anticipated Malsey's utter shamelessness. Enough of this idle chatter. Malsey impatiently twisted his neck, producing a series of cracks. I barely slept last night. I intended to return and catch up on rest. Xu Luo could not help but smile in response. Why linger in slumber during life, when eternal rest awaits in death? Humph, Malsey replied with a sardonic grin. I hope you die, yet your defiance remains unwavering, Jon. Malsey raised his hand. Behind him, the rebels brandished their weapons. Xu Luo slowly unsheathed his elongated claws, contemplating his desire to conclude the battle and retreat for a brief repose. At that moment, a wildling dashed forth, approaching Xu Luo. Upon recognizing the figure's face, Xu Luo tilted his head in astonishment. What brings you here, princess? He inquired. Did I not instruct you to remain within Hardin Tower? He had deliberately left the giant Wun Wun behind to ensure Veyre's safety, yet she had ventured out on her own. I apologize, Jon. I was unable to persuade them. Vare replied, drawing the dagger Xu Luo had gifted her. But I shall fight alongside you. The free folk have vowed never to raise arms against the Night's Watch. They have betrayed their oath, and the old gods will surely punish them. The wildlings held tradition and oaths in high regard, and Xu Luo sighed inwardly. He did not doubt Vare's combat prowess. Every free person, even the children, understood the art of hunting beasts. Yet, a sense of discomfort lingered within him. Very well, princess. Xu Luo conceded. I trust you comprehend the importance of obedience. The sun rose like a blazing orb, illuminating the Great Wall. In the frigid northern expanse, such a fierce and radiant sun was a rare sight. Were it not for the impending battle, it would be delightful to pause and savor this morning's brilliance. Xu Luo raised his claws and turned to his comrades. Brothers, he declared, his voice resounding. You have sworn to fight for the defense of the wall. Wun Marsh has forsaken his vow. The old gods will not forgive oath-breakers. Thus, we stand here, beneath the Great Wall and the rising sun, prepared to fight for our sacred promise. Grip your swords tightly and follow me. With a fervent roar, the Night's Watchmen surged towards the rebels, akin to untamed stallions, colliding with their foes. Numerically, the rebels, bolstered by wildlings, outnumbered Xu Luo's forces by more than twofold. Yet, under the initial onslaught of the Night's Watch, the rebel formation trembled, retreating a few paces. Breaker of shields. Wun Marsh bellowed, do not think to employ treachery. If I perish here today, your men shall not escape the wall. The breaker of shields, Solon, snarled menacingly at Wun Marsh, his expression one of loathing. However, he was unable to resist Wun Marsh's command. With a mighty shout, the breaker of shields rallied his kin, charging towards Xu Luo. In this clash of hundreds, finesse was forsaken. It was a contest of numbers and valor. The breaker of shields' wave of assault momentarily halted the Night's Watch's advance. Gradually, the rebels' numerical advantage began to manifest. Unbeknownst to them, the rebels stabilized their formation and subtly gained the upper hand. Solon leapt before Xu Luo, his spear thrusting downward with formidable ferocity and unstoppable momentum. Xu Luo retreated, evading the strike. The spear plunged into the snow, sending a flurry of flakes into the air. Xu Luo shifted his sword's trajectory, cautiously fending off Solon's assault while continuing to withdraw. Indeed, Solon's strength and speed were astonishing, affirming his status as one of the most formidable warriors among the free folk. His assault was fierce, akin to that of a hunting cheetah, poised to strike with lethal precision. Particularly commendable was his mastery over the angles and timing of his attacks, which left Xu Luo in silent admiration. Yet, every individual possesses their vulnerabilities. Solon's weakness lay within his weaponry. The wild men were scarcely equipped with iron implements. Their most frequently wielded weapon was the tempered spear. While its length provided an apparent advantage to Solon against Xu Luo, it also concealed inherent risks. For in close combat, Solon would find himself at a disadvantage. The shield breaker typically circumvented this flaw by employing a more ferocious offense, compelling adversaries to maintain their distance. Xu Luo, however, was unfazed by such considerations. Seizing the moment, he deftly evaded the thrust of the shield breaker's spear and closed in. The spear grazed Xu Luo's body, narrowly missing him. Had it been but a fraction slower, it would have pierced his innards. This was also the reason many warriors found themselves unable to contend with Solon. His speed compensated for numerous shortcomings. As Xu Luo drew near, he swiftly thrust his sword towards the shield breaker's chest. The shield breaker attempted to evade, but Xu Luo's blade transformed its trajectory, now aimed at his hand. At this range, the spear posed no threat. He had but two choices: relinquish his spear or risk losing his hand. The shield breaker roared, abruptly planting his spear into the ground and retreating. Xu Luo, perceiving the wild warrior's intent, pursued closely. Solon executed a swift maneuver, evading Xu Luo's strike and re-grasping his spear to create distance. The ensuing onslaught descended upon Xu Luo like a torrential downpour. Yet, Xu Luo remained unperturbed, moving swiftly to evade the barrage and counterattacking with a steady and formidable swordplay, akin to relentless waves crashing upon the shore. Now, Solon bellowed, thrusting his spear towards Xu Luo. Xu Luo smirked, having feigned a vulnerability to draw the shield breaker in. Despite being a battle-hardened warrior, Solon fell prey to such a ruse, revealing the intensity of his desire for victory and the immense pressure Xu Luo exerted upon him. In his fervor, the shield breaker disregarded his own safety and thrust forth his spear. Xu Luo swung his sword, effortlessly severing the shield breaker's spear, then aimed for Solon's chest. Chapter 5. The Rebellion of the Black Castle, Part 4. With an opening laid bare before him, Solon had nowhere to evade. At that moment, a wild man suddenly charged forth, colliding with the shield breaker and using his body to shield him from the blow. Calma. Solon cried out in anguish and fury. He understood the inevitability of casualties in battle, yet the loss of a brother due to his actions inflicted profound pain. Failing to land his strike, Xu Luo withdrew his sword. The tide of battle had shifted unfavorably for him. The disadvantage in numbers could not be compensated for by mere courage. Realizing that retreat was not an option, Xu Luo had initially intended to slay either Solon or Marxi to undermine the enemy's morale and induce their collapse. It now appeared that such a feat was unattainable. The Night Watchers could not withstand the onslaught of the rebels long enough for Xu Luo to address the formidable Solon. Steady your formation. Fall back, Xu Luo commanded loudly. At his words, the Night Watchers followed in his wake, retreating in disarray. Though it was said to maintain formation, the task proved far from simple. Under the relentless pursuit of the enemy, the Night's Watch quickly succumbed to defeat. Some scattered into the shadowy corners of the Black Castle, while the remainder, resembling drenched wild dogs, awkwardly followed Xu Luo. Mousy sneered at the spectacle, his laughter echoing with arrogance. He commanded his insurgents to pursue the fleeing Night's Watchmen. Unbeknownst to Mousy, Xu Luo was retreating towards the guard tower, the encampment of the Rangers. Xu Luo had not yet entertained the thought of surrender. It was not yet time to concede. He instructed Sodden to seek aid from Blackjack Burwell. They were in dire straits. If Blackjack chose to side with Mousy, Xu Luo would have to accept it. Yet, he felt life should not be so cruel. Was the wheel of fate merely beginning to turn, only to halt so soon? Such a notion seemed implausible. What decision would the Chief Ranger make? Xu Luo found himself curious. Stop, Xu Luo commanded with authority. The Night's Watch had languished for centuries, no longer the disciplined legion it once was. Only a meager handful followed Xu Luo's lead, while the rest continued their frantic flight, as if evading this peril would grant them Mousy's mercy. Leather stood beside Xu Luo, trembling and bloodied, a smile etched on his face. It seems we are losing, Commander. Losing? If so, why not flee? Xu Luo replied, glancing at his companion with a wry smile. I hold a conviction. All stories conclude beautifully. If it is not beautiful, then it is not the end. Our tale has only just begun. How can it conclude abruptly? And what do you intend to do? Leather inquired. Mousy will not be so easily swayed by your words. Wait, Leather. Await the wind. Await the sunrise. Await the miracles to unfold. Xu Luo approached the wild princess, Veil. The blood staining her garments rivaled that of Leather, with visible wounds marring her skin. It was hard to imagine the typically noble and gentle Veil fighting with such bravery. Xu Luo knelt, tearing a strip from his own garment to bandage her wounded arm. His technique was remarkably adept, revealing the hands of one accustomed to injury. Veil's beautiful eyes flickered, her lips pressed tightly, remaining silent. Do you regret it, princess? Xu Luo asked. Would it not have been better to stay at Hardin Tower? Veil blinked, her gaze seemingly questioning Xu Luo in return. Regret? Do you? I have no regrets. This is my duty, my mission, the path I must take. As his fingers brushed over her wound, he observed, this scar may remain. Veil furrowed her brow slightly. I am reminded of a story, princess. This is not the time for tales, Jon, Veil interrupted. Have you thought of a solution to our predicament? Well, do you believe there is still a chance in our current situation? I do not know. Veil withdrew her hand from Xu Luo's grasp. But you should know. I trust you will find a way, Jon, she declared. I believe others share my sentiment. Mousy and his men had closed in ominously. Bova Marcy paused, gazing at Xu Luo with keen interest, and remarked, Commander, this is hardly the moment for you to indulge in romantic sentiments. Should you wish to engage with the wildling princess, perhaps it would be wiser to await your demise and explore such entanglements in the afterlife. Xu Luo paid no heed to Marcy's words. He lacked the inclination even to glance in his direction. Words were as fleeting as the wind, incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Xu Luo turned his attention to Val, still adorned with a smile, and began his tale. Once upon a time, there was a man, a bastard child. From a tender age, he admired the conquerors, Aegon, the Dragon King Demon, and Prince Demon, those who achieved remarkable feats. Yet, he was a bastard. In Westeros, bastards were often regarded as wicked, filthy, and inferior. He might never have been deemed worthy even to serve as a squire to Prince Demon. Thus, he joined the Night's Watch. It was a place where all were equal, where everyone had a chance. They safeguarded the entire realm, defending the wall, devoid of honor, yet fighting in the name of honor. The bastard longed for the day he could die valiantly in the battle against the White Walkers, vowing to fight for the wall. This night was no different from countless others. Xu Luo rose, reclaiming Longclaw. Yet, as he devoted everything to the defense of the wall, Betrayal struck, and he was slain. His soul was filled with a profound unwillingness. If only he could relive it all, he would sacrifice everything. And the gods answered his prayer. Xu Luo raised his sword, pointing it at Buvum Marcy, a smile gracing his lips. Try to stop me, Marcy. Do you even think yourself worthy? The cries of battle surged from behind Xu Luo. Elite rangers of the Night's Watch, led by the chief ranger, Blackjack Bulwer, charged forth with a clear target. The wildlings, specifically Buvum Marcy before Xu Luo. The Night's Watch was divided into 3 divisions: craftsmen, officers, and rangers. Each member underwent combat training, yet only the rangers, seasoned by years of fighting the wildlings beyond the wall, had truly endured the trials of battle. In an instant, the officers were routed and fled in disarray. Blackjack Bulwer was a robust man, his limbs thick, his chest bear-like, and his countenance resolute. His ice-blue eyes, reminiscent of ancient glaciers, remained fixed ahead. Approaching Xu Luo, he cast a sidelong glance, saying, "Why didn't you come to me sooner? You could have spared yourself this predicament." "Because I do not trust you," Xu Luo replied with a light laugh. Initially, he believed his own strength sufficient to vanquish Marcy, deeming it unnecessary to risk probing Blackjack's loyalties. However, the appearance of the wildlings had diverted the course of his plans. Observing the crumbling rebel forces, Marcy's expression twisted into a snarl, teetering on madness. He shouted to Blackjack Bulwer, "You promised me you would not interfere in my affairs. Blackjack, you have broken your vow. That was contingent upon Jon's demise." Blackjack Bulwer coldly retorted, "You will regret this," Marcy warned. Marcy spoke with a fierce tone, almost as if casting a curse. "Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Blackjack, you shall pay dearly for your current choice. Do you think that only Jon has reinforcements?" Upon hearing these words, Xu Luo instinctively furrowed his brow. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed, and a large contingent of cavalry emerged on the opposite side of the battlefield. The leader held aloft a crimson banner, adorned with a flaming heart at its center, surrounded by a pale yellow background. At the heart of the emblem, the royal stag of House Baratheon was embroidered. Xu Luo instantly recognized several knights in the vanguard: Sir Naboth grandson, Sir Benazorn Skulls, and the brooding Sir Dalton, each a sworn knight of Queen Cerys. The forces that had arrived on the battlefield were those of Queen Cerys, under the command of Stannis. Chapter 6006. The Rebellion at Black Castle. Sir Grandson rode his fiery steed, circling the battlefield with deliberate slowness. This cavalry, clad in heavy armor, was valiant and battle-hardened. Whichever side they joined would undoubtedly alter the course of the conflict. Ha 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 ha. Marcy laughed maniacally. "Do you regret your decision now, Blackjack? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your life. Otherwise, all who betray me shall meet their end." Marcy had already conspired with Queen Cerys. The letter from the wildlings declared that Stannis had perished in the snow before winter fell, leaving Cerys isolated and vulnerable. Once the Bolton family came knocking, Cerys would be powerless to resist. Thus, Marcy promised Cerys that the Night's Watch would stand by her side in her battle against the Boltons. Marcy had assassinated Jon under the pretense of his allowing wildlings to dwell in the granted lands, thus breaking the Night's Watch's vow of neutrality. Yet he now sought to rely on these very factors to vanquish the resurrected Xu Luo. It was a notion steeped in irony. "Marcy, have you lost your mind?" Xu Luo opened and closed his palms repeatedly. "How do you know they have come to aid you?" Amidst the cavalry, a vivid splash of red appeared. Melisandre strode gracefully through the snow, akin to a blossoming red lotus. "By the command of Queen Cerys, I am here to assist Commander Jon in vanquishing the traitors," Melisandre declared. Her words rendered Marcy's fate a foregone conclusion. The color drained from his face as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding reality. How could Queen Cerys possibly ally herself with a bastard? How could this be? Marcy muttered to himself in confusion. This shift shattered Marcy completely. The scenes flashed before him: the plotting to assassinate Jon, the act of killing Jon, the confrontation with Xu Luo. Marcy could neither understand nor believe that he was on the cusp of defeat. Xu Luo commanded loudly, "Send the order, spare those who surrender." The arrival of the cavalry had irrevocably sealed Marcy's fate. Hearing Xu Luo's words, the traitors dropped their weapons and knelt in submission. Xu Luo approached Marcy, wielding his long claw. "I imagine you are quite perplexed," Xu Luo said with a glance of pity towards Marcy. "In light of your impending demise, allow me to reveal the truth. Ramsay's letter was a forgery. Stannis has achieved a resounding victory outside Winterfell and has breached the city. The Bolton family lies in ruin, retreating to the Dreadfort. Do you comprehend? Melisandre cannot possibly align herself with an oathbreaker. How can you expect her to trust someone who cannot uphold their own vows?" Marcy raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with confusion and madness. Ignoring the words that followed from Xu Luo, he fixed his stare upon him and inquired, "How do you know these things?" This is a question best directed at the stranger. Xu Luo raised his long claws. "Ah, die Jon." Malsi, filled with despair and madness, screamed in defiance, seizing a sword from the ground and lunging at Xu Luo. Yet, his movements were ultimately a fraction too slow. Malsi's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Melisandre approached Xu Luo, the red-robed priestess, not casting a single glance at the corpse, softly asking, "How did you know Justin would arrive this morning?" "I do not know. I only know that Stannis is not dead." "But how do you know that Stannis is alive?" Melisandre's skeptical gaze bore into Xu Luo, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. "I know all things." Xu Luo mused. "I am aware of everything concerning the past of Westeros." "You understand nothing." Ygritte whispered in Xu Luo's ear. "I am striving to learn, Ygritte." Xu Luo silently replied, "It is a prophecy, my lady. The Lord of Light granted me visions." Xu Luo spoke calmly, as though asserting the truth of his words. "I witnessed a crown rising from Winterfell. Thus, I surmised that Stannis must be alive." Visions? The Lord of Light? Death? How much has he truly changed? Melisandre pondered, yearning for answers. "After your departure, I too beheld visions in the flames," Melisandre murmured. "I saw countless bodies in the ocean, a child ensnared by tree roots. I witnessed wolves and corpses traversing the forest. I also saw you, Jon Snow. I beheld you walking upon a land of yellow sand and white bones." Xu Luo paused, taken aback. His so-called visions were merely a fabrication of convenience. He had chosen the explanation most palatable to Melisandre. Yet, her prophecies had proven accurate since her arrival. Save for the assertion that Stannis is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, Xu Luo could not help but contemplate the significance of the visions that Melisandre had recounted. What could those scenes possibly mean? She had foretold the death of Renly, the continuation of the War of the Five Kings, and the demise of Snow. She had seen Daenerys, Bran, and the three-eyed crow in the flames. 1,000 red eyes surged forth from the fire. "He saw me." Beside him, a boy with a wolf's face howled. Why was Bran howling? Melisandre had also prophesied scenes from Hardin, flaming arrows arcing through the air, soaring from wooden walls, while the dead trudged forward in the cold silence. As flames extinguished, skulls lay strewn across the ground. What, then, had Melisandre seen this time? Xu Luo found himself momentarily bewildered. He approached the shield breaker, Solon. In battle, Solon had revealed to Xu Luo his courage and strength. "Shield breaker. I intend to journey to Hardin to rescue the wildlings there." Xu Luo addressed the wild chieftain, expressing that if he still harbored loyalty to the free folk and to his own vows, he hoped they could unite, for he required the strength of his ally. Solon raised his gaze towards Xu Luo, his countenance betraying a hint of arrogance. He failed to comprehend Xu Luo's intent. In the heat of battle, he had assailed Xu Luo, yet it appeared as if Xu Luo remained unfazed. "Do you not intend to slay me?" Solon inquired. "First, answer me." He blinked, casting his eyes back to his kin. The attitude of the Southerners and the Night's Watch towards the wildlings was far from cordial. Solon realized with stark clarity that he needed Xu Luo's protection to safeguard his people. Additionally, it was his duty to venture to Hardin and rescue his fellow free folk. "I am willing," Solon proclaimed, retrieving his spear and laying it at Xu Luo's feet. "You shall possess my lance. I will accompany you to Hardin and protect your safety with my life." The wildling's oath was deemed more trustworthy than that of the Southerners. "Rise. Take your kin back to Stonegate. In 3 days, select 30 of your finest warriors to embark with me." "As you wish." Solon grasped his spear and waved to his people. The wildlings stood and departed in groups. "Is that how easily you let them go?" Melisandre remarked. "To err without punishment? Are you not fearful they might betray you again?" "Only a coward fears betrayal, my lady," he replied. "You have witnessed that the journey to Hardin will be exceedingly arduous. I need every hand capable of battling the White Walkers. The foes at Hardin are not as feeble as Malsi. I hope you are correct. The Queen awaits you at the King's Tower. She wishes to meet with you once this is concluded. I shall go. Do not forget your mission, Jon." With her final words, Melisandre turned and departed with the cavalry, leaving the battlefield. "Where's Clydas?" Xu Luo scanned the surroundings and called out, "Harris, fetch Clydas for me." Yes. During the skirmish, Harris had seemingly taken refuge somewhere, appearing scarcely harmed. Clydas, an officer of the Night's Watch, had been tasked with tending to the Raven's Nest and correspondence after Maester Aemon's departure from the Wall. Given his age, Clydas likely had not participated in the fighting. After a while, Harris arrived with Clydas in tow. Clydas was a balding elder, with small eyes. Though his attire was clean, it always gave an impression of disarray. "Commander, You summon me? Clytus asked, retracting his neck in trepidation. Xu Luo tilted his head, observing Clytus with amusement. He relished both the performance and the palpable fear emanating from him. You know why I sought you, do you not? Xu Luo queried. Clytus recoiled, glancing about in confusion. No, I do not understand. Oh, but you must know. I wouldn't mind aiding your recollection. What of the bastard's letter? Is there anything you wish to share regarding this matter, Clytus? No, Clytus exclaimed, resolute yet pained. You have no choice, Clytus. Xu Luo suddenly raised his voice. Cold and unyielding, this letter had incited chaos within the Night's Watch. It had led to the demise of countless brothers. Yet it was a fabrication. Clytus, I shall never forgive you. Reveal to me the origin of this letter. Clytus trembled, both in body and voice. A raven is but a raven. Speak the truth. Xu Luo lifted Clytus, whose frail form felt as light as a tattered quilt. Though Xu Luo did not wish to treat an elder in such a manner, he was convinced that Clytus held vital information. When Clytus had presented the letter to Jon, he had appeared so fearful. Jon presumed it was the envelope that had frightened him. Yet Jon overlooked the fact that the Night's Watch maintained neutrality. How could the Bolton family intimidate a member of the Night's Watch? You knew the contents of the letter from the very beginning, did you not? Speak the truth. Or else, Xu Luo cast Clytus to the ground, brandishing his longsword. No, Clytus cried, shielding himself with his gnarled hands, as he was on the verge of revealing the truth. Just then, the sound of a piercing wind was heard. An arrow struck from behind, penetrating Clytus' body and interrupting his words. The assailant, skilled in archery, had accurately hit Clytus' neck. Xu Luo rushed forward to support Clytus. Who did this? Clytus, quickly tell me who compelled you to deliver the letter to Jon. In his haste, Xu Luo inadvertently referred to himself as Jon. Clytus' eyes widened, desperate to speak, but blood began to dribble from the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, Clytus was unable to utter a single word, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. Leather, a fellow brother, rushed toward the nearby command tower. Logically, the brothers should have been on the lower floors. No one ought to have been on the top floor. Leather dashed up the stairs, as he had anticipated, only to find it utterly deserted. The assailant had vanished as if into thin air. Chapter 7:007. The Haunted Forest. If at first Xu Luo had merely harbored suspicions, he could now ascertain that Clytus possessed knowledge that eluded him, yet he would never receive the answers he sought from Clytus. After his encounter with Queen Circe, Xu Luo sought out the spokesperson of the Iron Bank, Tycho Nestoris, to further negotiate the terms of their financial dealings. The Iron Bank stood as the greatest financial institution in Braavos, holding wealth unparalleled throughout Westeros. They amassed their fortune by extending loans, continuously accumulating assets. In response to kings and lords who dared to challenge their authority and refused to repay their debts, the Iron Bank's answer was a proliferation of rebellions. The temporary ruler of the South, Queen Circe, had rebuffed the Iron Bank's demands for repayment. Thus, the Iron Bank opted to support Stannis, who sought to declare himself king in the north. On his way to find Stannis, Jon had reached an agreement with Tycho regarding a loan. The Iron Bank would provide a steady stream of funds to ensure the Night's Watch could endure the winter, no matter how prolonged it might be. Tycho assured that the first shipment of food and clothing would arrive at Eastwatch within a fortnight. Xu Luo sent his horse, Harris, to Long Barrow to replace Ainemit. Ainemite serves as the mentor of the Night's Watch, embodying loyalty, courage, and commendable virtues. Xu Luo requires his exceptional skills. The question of whether Harris will be assimilated by the melancholic Eddie, transforming into the anxious Harris, is not a matter for Xu Luo to ponder. After entrusting the affairs of Black Castle to the Chief Ranger, Blackjack, on the third day, the Breaker of Shields, Solon, arrived at Black Castle with his men. Xu Luo, accompanied by the wildlings and members of the Night's Watch, totaling over 60 individuals, set forth towards Hardin, laden with provisions and garments. Two routes lead to Hardin. One departs from Eastwatch, following the coastline of Westeros northward. The giant slayer Tormund traversed this very path. Prior to Tormund's journey, Jon Snow had dispatched 11 ships to Hardin, but the outcome was dismal. The wildling leader, the forest witch, Mormont, harbored distrust towards the captain, Old Craster, refusing to allow children and women to embark. She believed these vessels would sell them into slavery, thus rejecting the journey. According to Old Craster, the waters were also infested with White Walkers. 7 of the 11 ships were damaged, leaving the situation dire. Mormont's followers had begun to resort to cannibalism. If Xu Luo did not arrive swiftly, the consequences would be catastrophic. Commander, must we truly traverse the haunted forest? Xu Luo inquired, mounted on his steed while the leather-clad ranger walked alongside him. The very name Haunted Forest suggested it was no place of comfort. In other tales, Such locales are often rife with unspeakable terrors. Among their ranks, the men understood that this was the domain of the White Walkers. The White Walkers were not as fearsome as one might imagine. Upon hearing Xu Luo's words, both the Night's Watch and the wildlings pricked up their ears, eager for insights. In essence, the White Walkers, too, are a form of life, akin to us. This implies they can indeed be slain. You may have heard the tale of Sam, the White Walker Slayer. Samwell Tarly, the corpulent fellow allied with Jon Snow, was portly and mild-mannered, with a penchant for reading. By chance, Sam utilized the dragonglass dagger gifted by Jon to vanquish a White Walker. Subsequently, Jon sent him south to the center of knowledge and science, Old Town, to seek information regarding the White Walkers. It is well known that dragonglass can kill them. Solon proclaimed, I, too, have slain a White Walker. But the cost was steep. I lost 8 brothers in the process. Xu Luo stroked the Longclaw at his waist, the sword of the former Lord Commander, Mormont, which had been passed to Jon as a token of endorsement. According to Sam, the Valyrian steel from which Longclaw was forged can likewise vanquish the White Walkers. We have no other choice. If we do not traverse the haunted forest, we may very well fail to reach Hardin in time for rescue. You would not wish to witness that grim fate, would you? Rest assured, I am well aware of our course. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the haunted forest. The forest, composed of weirwood and sentinel trees, lay blanketed in a thick layer of snow, silent and solemn. Dismounting, Xu Luo knelt before a weirwood tree. In the legends of the north and beyond the wall, weirwood symbolizes the witness of the divine. However, Xu Luo's intentions lay elsewhere. In contrast to the elusive deities, Xu Luo was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. Bran Stark, the newly appointed three-eyed raven, was presently situated within the haunted woods. Kneeling before the weirwood tree, Xu Luo beseeched, Bran, if you can hear my voice, please guide me along a path that will allow me to evade the onslaught of the White Walkers. After uttering this prayer, he remained in reverent supplication for several minutes. Should Bran be honing his ability to perceive the world through the weirwood, he would surely hear Xu Luo's entreaty. Upon opening his eyes, Xu Luo surveyed his surroundings. Leather and Solon remained vigilant, scanning the environment. Hardin was anxiously rubbing his hands together, exhaling warm breath into his palms. The Night's Watch huddled together, engaged in some hushed discussion. Xu Luo reminded himself of the treachery encountered during the expedition led by Old Bear Mormont, where betrayal had struck twice, culminating in the death of comrades at the hands of traitors. While he had chosen the most loyal of Night's Watchmen, he was not immune to similar fates. Mix your men with the Night's Watch and proceed together, Xu Luo commanded Solon. Solon was taken aback, as it was common knowledge that the Night's Watch and the Free Folk were sworn enemies. Have you heard the tale of the catfish? Sardines perish easily during transport. So to keep them alive, a catfish is placed in the water. The catfish swims energetically, compelling the sardines to do the same, thus reviving them. Solon nodded in understanding, intrigued by this analogy. As the Night's Watch and the Free Folk mingled, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Xu Luo could only pray that no discord would erupt before they emerged from the haunted woods. This was a perilous strategy, on one hand. It isolated the Night's Watch from plotting rebellion. Yet on the other, the inherent conflict between the two factions could spark internal strife. Xu Luo's prayers seemed to yield no change. The snow continued to fall, and the trees stood silent as specters. The mixed company of Night's Watch and Free Folk pulled at the threads of their previous animosities. This time, Xu Luo had brought along 20 oxen and a cart drawn by nagging horses, even bringing his faithful dog, Wun Wun, to carry additional provisions. The journey through the haunted woods was fraught with challenges. One ox stepped into a pit and broke its leg, forcing Xu Luo to order its slaughter and transfer the cargo to the other beasts. A few members of the Night's Watch had strayed, using the pretext of convenience to abscond. The Black Crows are truly unreliable, Solon spat. I just caught another one trying to flee. This forest instills fear in them. Xu Luo argued. They lack the familiarity with these woods that the Free Folk possess. To them, it is a dark and desolate realm, rife with death and shadows. Fortunately, they had not yet encountered any White Walkers. Otherwise, ugh. Solon looked at Xu Luo in confusion. What are you staring at? Spit. Xu Luo urged. Do you not know that words can summon misfortune? Solon laughed awkwardly, reluctantly spitting 3 times. Hardin nimbly dashed back from the front, the only one still able to navigate the snowy terrain. Commander, beads of sweat glistened on Hardin's forehead as he alerted, we have discovered traces of the others ahead. Solon's countenance darkened. Instinctively, he grasped his spear, positioning himself protectively in front of Xu Luo. At that moment, escape was no longer an option. mounted on his steed. Xu Luo caught sight of the undead approaching them. The speed of the others appeared to surpass that of ordinary men, their bodies shimmering with frost like a blooming blue lotus in the snow, exuding an eerie beauty. "Commander, we must retreat. We can still save some of our people." Hardin's expression was heavy, as if a mountain bore down upon him. "I will hold them off, Jon," Solon declared. "Those are not the others, merely a few wights." "There is no need for such alarm." Xu Luo waved his hand dismissively, dismounting with resolve. The others were living beings, whereas wights were merely reanimated corpses, devoid of consciousness and life. Furthermore, these particular foes were old acquaintances. Xu Luo's cheerful voice radiated warmth among the crowd, a beacon of hope. To follow such a commander was indeed a fortune. He consistently uplifted spirits, assuring everyone that there was nothing to fear. Despite the dire circumstances, both the Night's Watch and the wildlings found a surprising calm within. "Is that the short blade? One-armed Orel?" An elder among the Night's Watch quickly recognized the approaching wights. The Night's Watch began to retreat, forming a solid circle of defense. "How did they end up here?" Kenji exclaimed, incredulously. Xu Luo stroked his chin, drawing forth his claw as he advanced toward the wights. Solon and Hardin closely flanked him. Xu Luo too was curious as to why these traitors had appeared. After the expedition led by Commander Mormont had failed, survivors had retreated to the wildlings of Castle Black, who were friendly toward the Night's Watch. There, the short blade and one-armed Orel, these very wights, had betrayed and slain Commander Mormont. As this realization struck Xu Luo, fury surged within him. The memories of Jon Snow imbued Xu Luo with a portion of his emotions. Mormont's care for Snow had fostered a deep respect and affection within the bastard. To slay Mormont was akin to murdering half of Jon Snow's father. Subsequently, Cold Hands had escorted Bran and Mira to seek the Three-Eyed Raven, during which several traitors hiding in Castle Black had been killed. To his astonishment, they had risen as wights, now appearing before him, even in death. "I shall ensure you descend into hell once more," Xu Luo whispered. "Traitors are unforgivable." "Commander," the others called out, attempting to halt Xu Luo as he charged toward the wights. They wished fervently that the wights had not noticed them. None dared to advance as boldly as Xu Luo. Yet, witnessing him engage, Solon and others reluctantly followed suit. The others were formidable due to their powers beyond the ken of mere mortals, possibly even wielding sorcery. Their weapons were indomitable, rendering humanity powerless against them. However, the reanimated corpses, the wights, were considerably weaker. While they retained the formidable strength and near-immortal resilience of their former selves, they lacked any other extraordinary traits. Nonetheless, they remained a terrifying presence to all. In Xu Luo's eyes, they were merely sturdier puppets. Valeria's claws pierced the corpse demon's body, and the creature did not even attempt to evade the strike. In an instant, the magic enveloping the corpse demon began to unravel. Flecks of blue light, reminiscent of delicate ice flowers, flickered momentarily before the corpse demon collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. Chapter 8. Bran's conundrum. Solon stood in astonishment, unable to articulate his thoughts. As Thormund had mentioned, Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, had slain hundreds of wights and corpse demons. Solon had participated in these encounters, yet never had a single individual, not even one of the fiercest warriors among the wildlings. The shield breaker Solon himself, been able to dispatch a corpse demon with such ease. What manner of monster was this? The claws in his hand were as precise and meticulous as a scholar's scalpel, striking at the very heart of the matter. The Night's Watch and the wildlings stood numbly, watching as Xu Luo wielded his claws, felling the corpse demons as effortlessly as one might chop vegetables. The scattered blue lights served as a celestial backdrop, illuminating Xu Luo as if he were a deity descended upon the earth. A figure, the monster, stood calmly at a distance, observing like an indifferent spectator. The sound of hooves echoed in the air. After slaying the last traitor, Xu Luo straightened up, taking a deep breath. He would wait to encounter the wights to gauge their true strength. These corpse demons were far too fragile. Xu Luo turned towards the source of the sound, where two branch-like antlers emerged first. A knight, mounted on an elk, appeared upon the hillside. Clad in the black garb of the Night's Watch, crows circled around him. The distance was too great to discern his features. The Night's Watch and the wildlings grew vigilant once more. Xu Luo waved his hand, reassuring them. "No need to be alarmed. He's one of us." Cold Hands, the mysterious elk-riding knight, was rumored to be Benjen Stark, resurrected as a wight. Others speculated he was the Stone Snake, a brother of the Night's Watch who had vanished in the Whispering Gorge. The only certainty was that Cold Hands was indeed deceased. He had rescued Samwell Tarly and the wildling Gilly. After fleeing from Castle Black and evading the traitors, they had encountered corpse demons. Cold Hands had also escorted Bran to find the three-eyed raven, thereby enabling him to become the Green Seer and acquire the ability to shapeshift. Bran was able to enter the body of the weirwood tree, glimpsing both past and future. As Cold Hands approached, his face was obscured by a black veil, rendering his true visage a mystery. Xu Luo sheathed his claws and inquired, "Are you Benjen Stark?" This question stirred the Night's Watchman. Benjen Stark, once the first ranger, was valiant and approachable, hailing from noble lineage, and held considerable sway within the ranks of the Night's Watch. "Follow me," Cold Hands commanded. "If you do not speak, I shall remain here today." Xu Luo retorted, "Are you my uncle Benjen?" Cold Hands disregarded Xu Luo, guiding his elk up the hillside. Hardin, bewildered, asked, "Should we follow him?" "Of course. What are you waiting for?" Xu Luo replied, harboring a 50% certainty that Cold Hands was sent by Bran. Grateful to the old gods for Jon's extraordinarily capable brother, Xu Luo and his companions followed Cold Hands, enduring several days of arduous travel, ultimately traversing the haunted forest unscathed. Standing at the edge of the Ghost Shadow Forest, Cold Hand proclaimed, "If you travel northeast, you will reach Hardship Village. I shall escort you only this far." Was it truly Bran who summoned you? Xu Luo felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and unveil Cold Hand's veil. After all, Cold Hand's task was complete. His only fear was that he might not be able to overpower Cold Hand. "Are you Uncle Benjen?" Cold Hand remained motionless, an icy statue rooted in place. "Commander, let us depart. Time is of the essence." Leather calmly reminded. "Very well. There will be future opportunities to unveil Cold Hand's veil," Xu Luo replied, gesturing for the Night's Watch and the wildlings to gather their burdens and march into the heavy snowfall. Remarkably, they traversed the Ghost Shadow Forest unscathed. In retrospect, it seemed unfathomable. Had they been in the Black Castle, they would have certainly declared their failure inevitable. This time, as long as they could return, they would possess the merit to boast to their brethren. As the Night's Watch Legion disappeared into the blizzard, Cold Hand lowered his head and silently whispered, "Take care, brother. Are you satisfied?" The king on the throne inquired. He appeared frail and aged, his hair and robes disheveled, yet his eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. His throne was entwined with roots from the fishleaf tree, which penetrated the soil and rock to reach this place, also piercing through his very being. The blood raven, the three-eyed crow, Bran Stark gazed weakly at the young boy not far away. The boy appeared to be in his teens, his features delicately crafted like a porcelain doll, with pure, innocent eyes and soft, chestnut-colored hair that evoked a profound sense of affection. Bran Stark's expression was weary. Not long ago, he had entered Cold Hand's body to assist Jon Snow, also known as Xu Luo, in leading the Night's Watch through the Ghost Shadow Forest. The shapeshifters could inhabit the bodies of other beings. The wildling shapeshifter, Eagle Eye, could soar as an eagle above the Whispering Canyon, only to perish at Jon's hands later. The wild boar, Bolo, had raised a wild boar, now residing in the graveyard of the Black Castle. The six-skinner, Varamir, was a shapeshifter in wolf skin, able to enter the bodies of wolves. Whatever they could achieve, Bran could as well, and he surpassed them in proficiency. Yet for Bran, who was just beginning to learn the art of shapeshifting, remaining in another creature's body for an extended period proved too arduous. "You have sensed the power of the shapeshifters," the blood raven whispered. "If you wish to aid your kin and friends to save this world, you must learn more. Learn to inhabit the bodies of more creatures. The six-skinner is superior to Eagle Eye, for he can command a greater multitude of wolves and eagles." The children of the forest brought forth a paste made from the seeds of the fishleaf tree. Bran accepted it. The paste, resting in a wooden bowl, resembled a glutinous mass, tasting like unyielding coarse grain. Bran suppressed his revulsion and consumed the fishleaf seed paste entirely. He disliked it, yet understood that it would significantly enhance his greenseer abilities, fortifying his strength. Bran nodded in satisfaction, a tender smile emerging on the aged visage of Blood Raven. "Take a moment to rest. For tomorrow, I shall instruct you on how to master the control of more beings. Never fear the darkness, Bran. The strongest trees anchor their roots in the deepest, most obscure abysses of the earth. Darkness shall become your cloak, your shield, and your nurturing essence. It shall fortify you." With that, Brendan closed his eyes. In the silence, Bran's mind wandered, as if detached from his own being. He returned to Winterfell, his home, where chaos reigned. Stannis's men moved about, clashing, cursing, and smashing anything within reach to vent their frustrations. Bran longed for his mother and missed his father, reminiscing about the serene and warm happiness of the past. After escaping the clutches of House Bolton, Bran journeyed north to this place, uncertain of his purpose. It was Jojen Reed, his youthful companion, who had continually encouraged him to press forward. In his dreams, Bran envisioned himself as the three-eyed raven. Jojen's green dreams convinced him that this was the key to saving Winterfell and the world. Jojen had foreseen Winterfell submerged beneath the sea. Bran attempted to warn Ser Roderick, but was unsuccessful. Winterfell subsequently fell to the treacherous Theon and then into the hands of House Bolton. How shall I save my family? Tears welled in Bran's eyes. Do not fear the darkness, Bran. The darkness will become your shield. Bran encouraged himself. Bran. Jojen Reed approached quietly, resembling his sister Mira. A slender figure. Jojen. Bran inquired, where did you go during the day? Jojen hesitated, a look of difficulty crossing his face, and replied, I will tell you later. Bran. Remember who you are. You are not a wolf, nor a cold hand. You are not a White Walker. You are Bran. Bran Stark. After several days of arduous travel, the Night's Watch successfully reached Hardhome. Located at the very tip of the Stonedance Peninsula, it resembled a hook suspended from a bull's horn. Centuries ago, this place was a settlement for wildlings, but a sudden catastrophe obliterated Hardhome, leaving it deserted ever since. The Forest Witch, Mother Mole, proclaimed that the destruction of Hardhome was the fault of the wildlings. Only through penance could they attain redemption. Thousands of wildlings followed Mother Mole, with Tormund estimating their numbers to be around 5,000. The ruins of Hardhome leaned against the coastal mountains, filled with numerous caves and crevices where wildling refugees concealed themselves. Only on the outskirts did Xu Luo observe the presence of thousands of wildlings, even spotting the silhouette of a giant among them. He instructed the Night's Watch and the wildlings to halt on the periphery and regain their strength through sustenance, fearing that the sudden availability of food might incite chaos among the wildlings. Ships from the eastern seas anchored at the shore. The Bay of Hardhome possessed an excellent harbor, capable of accommodating the largest vessels of Westeros. Xu Luo set those ships aside, preparing to seek out Tormund and Mother Mole first. Accompanied by a dozen men, including Solon, Xu Luo traversed the wildlings' midst. In the shadows, the wild man scrutinized the peculiar group with a gaze imbued with curiosity, disdain, and caution. Yet, none dared to intervene. No one had ever encountered Tormund, and when Solon inquired about news, he returned with the information that Mother Mole was halfway up the mountain. Was it possible that Tormund had not yet arrived? Conservatively estimated, Tormund had set off 5 days prior to Xu Luo. Although the path through the Phantom Shadow Forest was significantly shorter than reaching Donghai Wong first, and then heading north, Tormund should have reached by now. Let us seek out Mother Mole first, Xu Luo suggested. Mother Mole had found a flat area on the mountainside to construct a rudimentary altar. During the day, she would perform a 2-hour sacrificial dance at the altar, beseeching the gods. This ancient and peculiar dance resembled a serpent's undulation, suffused with an enchanting, dreamlike aura. Mother Mole's followers knelt reverently beside the altar, occasionally erupting in jubilant cheers or bowing their heads in worship. They shouted incomprehensible words, their expressions fervent and entranced. At the altar's center lay a pile of unlit firewood. Xu Luo found this odd and asked Solon, why do they not ignite the fire? With such heavy snow, it must be difficult to find dry wood. Oh, Xu Luo nodded. Please inform Mother Mole that we have matters to discuss with her. Solon replied awkwardly. Mother Mole cannot be interrupted during her sacrificial rites. It would be deemed disrespectful to the gods. Fortunately, today's ritual is nearing its conclusion. Xu Luo's face flushed. He was unfamiliar with these customs. The group waited at a distance until the ceremony was completely over, at which point Solon brought Mother Mole before Xu Luo. Chapter 9:009. Mother Mole donned a tattered black robe, her appearance disheveled. She was slender and diminutive, with dark skin. The wrinkles on her face were tightly clustered, resembling the skin of a fish. With a suspicious and wary gaze, she scrutinized Xu Luo from head to toe. A kneeling one? Mother Mole rasped, what brings you here? The wild people took pride in their unrestrained way of life, branding themselves as free folk, believing that those from the south were all kneeling subjects. Curiously, they also believed that the wealth of the south rightfully belonged to them, which compelled them to raid southward annually. I have come to save you, Xu Luo declared. Save. Mother Mole's voice rose sharply. You should first save yourself, kneeling one. Were it not for the shield breaker Solon being present, I would have already offered your head as a sacrifice to the gods. Xu Luo did not comprehend how the word save had wounded Mother Mole's pride. Lowering his tone, he said, the lands beyond the wall have become the territory of the others. They may appear at any moment. We have come to take you back to the other side of the Great Wall. To sell us as slaves? Mother Mole retorted. The slave masters and the crows are not allied, Solon interjected. How do you know? What benefits have they bestowed upon you to make you speak in their favor? Shield breaker Solon, have you also forgotten your honor? willing to kneel before the lords and kings of the south. Mother Mole exclaimed. The others may appear here at any moment. Xu Luo declared, my plan is for the women and children to return across the sea to the East Sea. I shall lead our people back along the coastline. I bring you scarce provisions of food and clothing. Do you not trust me? Do you not trust the breaker of shields, Solon? The giant slayer, Tormund, is also on his way here. If only Tormund were present, it would certainly be much better. Tormund, the boastful king, excels in storytelling and would undoubtedly amuse Mother Mole, coaxing her to agree to head south. Mother Mole's gaze wavered uncertainly between Solon and Xu Luo. Tormund, the king beyond the wall, who gathered the remaining wildlings after Mance Rayder was defeated by Stannis. Mother Mole, on the other hand, has come to Hardin with her followers. Most of us have already settled in the south. The crows permit us to dwell on their lands, providing us with food and clothing in exchange for our aid against the White Walkers. Mother Mole, the White Walkers have always been our enemies. Now, we can only survive by allying with the Black Crows. The defenses within Mother Mole began to falter. Xu Luo whispered to Hardin, instructing him to fetch a supply of food and clothing, believing that these provisions would dispel Mother Mole's lingering doubts. However, just as Hardin departed, Mother Mole suddenly shouted, I do not trust you, neither you, the breaker of shields, nor Tormund. I have seen in my visions that you will all perish in flames. You, Tormund, and you. She directed her gaze at Xu Luo, the kneeling one. I have seen you in my prophecies. Skeletons have always surrounded you, never departing. The mention of flames instinctively reminded Xu Luo of Melisandre. He could not ascertain whether Melisandre would incinerate Tormund, but he was certain she would not harm him. Melisandre now believed that Xu Luo was the true savior, Azor Ahai. In Westeros, Xu Luo dared not dismiss prophecies. Every prophecy that emerged on this continent had materialized into reality. No evidence suggested that Mother Mole possessed prophetic abilities, yet there was also no proof to the contrary. Once again, the specter of skeletons loomed. The last time they appeared, Jon Snow was slain by Ollie. If this were true, what fate awaited them this time? Xu Luo recalled Melisandre's prophecy regarding Hardin, ashes rising from below. Flaming arrows arced through the air, soaring from the wooden palisades. The dead moved quietly amidst the cold, their heads beneath a tall gray cliff, where flames burned in hundreds of caverns. At Hardin, Xu Luo found no wooden walls, yet cliffs were abundant. The White Walkers were imminent. Xu Luo clenched and unclenched his palms. The biting sea breeze swept across the gray-blue surface of the water, stirring waves. The vessels moored along the shore swayed with the wind. The gray clouds in the sky remained unbroken, shrouding the light. If you do not retreat, you will all perish here. A fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in Mother Mole's eyes. She tugged at her rigid lips and declared, there will be ships arriving to take us south. Are they not already here? Vessels come and go, yet not these. The ships it sends forth shall traverse the snow, glide upon the ice, and advance through the yellow sands. It brings both light and shadow. It will upend the entire world, ushering in our eternal salvation. A pirate of the Caribbean? Xu Luo felt an overwhelming fatigue. How had he encountered such a madwoman? Her capriciousness and emotional instability seemed a manifestation of intermittent actor syndrome. The others lurked in the shadows, poised to emerge at any moment. Yet he found himself compelled to engage in idle banter with an irksome old woman. Xu Luo remained silent, while Mother Mole also refrained from further speech. Turning her back to them, she made her way towards the cave. Then, Hardin arrived with 4 carts. A flicker of pleasure coursed through Xu Luo. The provisions and garments aboard those carts had originally been intended as gifts for Mother Mole. Now, he intended to leverage these supplies to bypass her and communicate directly with the wildlings. Descending the slope, Xu Luo shared his plan with Solon. Solon shook his head. They will not believe you, Jon. Really? Xu Luo harbored doubts. He unveiled the black cloth obscuring the carts, and the tantalizing aroma of food uncontrollably wafted into the air. Standing beside the carts, he shouted towards the surrounding caves. I have heard that you are bereft of food. This sustenance is brought for you, without any conditions. If you desire it, come forth and take. Aware that some wildlings still employed ancient tongues, he instructed Solon to reiterate his words. Their voices echoed across the desolate terrain. The caves remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Those who had been wandering outside withdrew their heads. I told you, no one will believe you, Solon said. Resigned. Let us depart. When Tormund arrives, we may find another way. Xu Luo was taken aback by the wildlings' palpable fear of Mother Mole. She had already returned. Had they all rushed down to seize the provisions, she would have been oblivious to who participated in the raid. Yet they preferred to endure hunger rather than act. After waiting another quarter of an hour, Xu Luo reluctantly conceded that Solon was right. However, he was not prepared to surrender so easily. He left the food behind, hoping to entice and divide the wildlings. Xu Luo and his companions departed from Hardship Station, making their way to the ship. Upon reaching the vessel, the captains had been waiting for quite some time. They were Captain Old Ruin of the Blackbird, Captain Sir Maynard of the Claw, and Captain Rusbelek of the Stormcrow. The people of Westeros seemed to have an affinity for avian nomenclature. Within their titles, there was the Blood Raven and the ship Stormcrow, while across the Summer Sea, there existed a Stormcrow company. Its leader, Dario Naharis, was the lover of the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys. Lord Jon, the three greeted in unison. There is no need for formality, Xu Luo instructed, as the night's watchman began to load provisions onto the ship. Old Ruin perceptively noted the situation, saying, "My lord, we have failed to complete our mission of bringing the wildlings back to Eastwatch and have lost 7 ships. Please forgive us. This is not your fault." Xu Luo, having endured the presence of Mother Mole, understood just how vexing that old woman could be. "Are we to embark on our journey back, then?" This inquiry immediately captivated the attention of Sir Maynard and Captain Ruth. They had endured the tumult of the storm and the ferocity of the wildlings for over 10 days. Precariously perched on the brink of collapse, the astute Xu Luo cast a glance at the dilapidated vessel and replied, "No." He could not abandon the wildlings of Hardhome. Firstly, the Night's Watch required their assistance to defend the wall, a harsh but unavoidable reality. Secondly, Xu Luo had to consider the sentiments of the Breaker of Shields, Solon, regarding the wildlings who had already crossed the wall. To forsake Hardhome would cast doubt on Xu Luo's sincerity towards the wildlings. Disappointment was etched across Sir Maynard's countenance, and Xu Luo bore him no ill will. Clearing his throat, Xu Luo addressed him. "Sir Maynard, I require your assistance with a matter." "Pray, do continue." Sir Maynard inclined his head respectfully. "You are familiar with Skagos Island?" Sir Maynard's brow furrowed. "The land of the giants. It lies a day's southeast voyage. Yet those waters are fraught with peril, and the nearby channels are exceedingly treacherous. What is your intent?" "The giants possess something I require, dragon glass. I hope you can undertake a journey there. If the giants are amenable, trade with them using provisions. Should they refuse?" Xu Luo hesitated. Officially, Skagos Island is under the dominion of Winterfell, yet for centuries, the giants have been ungoverned. If necessary, eliminate them and retrieve any dragon glass you can find. Throughout the wall, tales circulated of the infamous Samwell Tarly slaying White Walkers with dragon glass. Sir Maynard was acutely aware of Xu Luo's purpose. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "When do you wish for me to depart?" "Immediately," Xu Luo replied. He intended to wait for Tormund at Hardhome for a week. If Tormund did not arrive, Xu Luo would have no choice but to abandon Hardhome and return to Eastwatch, believing that such a course would earn him the wildlings' understanding. In the interim, should the White Walkers appear, possessing dragon glass would bolster Xu Luo's confidence. Chapter 10. The Plight of Hardhome, Part 1. "Commander," Sodden approached. "2 wildlings wish to see you." At Sodden's gesture, Xu Luo noticed 2 wildlings standing in a nearby hollow. "What do they seek?" Xu Luo inquired. "They claim they must speak with you directly," Sodden replied. Pondering for a moment, Xu Luo, accompanied by Solon, approached the 2 wildlings. The one on the left, displaying a sycophantic smile and rubbing his hands together, introduced himself. "I am Boar, known among my kin as the Sea Elephant. This is High One, piping. What do you desire?" Xu Luo asked. "Food," the Sea Elephant Boar replied. "I have heard that you might provide assistance. Our people have been starving for 7 or 8 days. If this continues, we shall all perish. We only require a small amount of sustenance." Solon exhibited a trace of disdain. It appeared that not all wildlings were unyielding, resolutely refusing to bow to their adversaries. If such individuals arose within their own ranks, Xu Luo would be exasperated. Yet, finding such humility among the opposing faction was indeed fortuitous. Xu Luo, unexpectedly taken aback by the rapid division of the Mole Mother's followers, readily acquiesced. "How many of you are there?" "There are over 500 individuals." 500? Xu Luo pondered. "How many wildlings are there?" "We are uncertain, but we estimate there must be at least 3 or 4,000. 5,000. The tall figure of Bull remarked. "I have heard from Mother Mole that there are indeed over 5,000. I shall provide you with provisions sufficient for 2,000. However, I have but one condition. The surplus food must be distributed among your companions. This not only prevents the wildlings from starving, but also serves to sow discord among Mother Mole's followers. Which leader would the wildlings choose? One who cannot provide sustenance, or one willing to share?" 500 will suffice, murmured Bull softly. "Why?" Xu Luo expressed his dissatisfaction. "Within the cave, Mother Mole has many spies. We can only dare to share the food you bestow upon us amongst our own. If Mother Mole learns of it, she will have us killed." Xu Luo found himself perplexed. Why not simply board the ship? The Night's Watch would protect you. Mother Mole proclaims that those who betray her shall lose their chance at redemption, perishing in the harsh settlement. Even if they escape, their survival will be fleeting. The deceased remained eternally in torment. Xu Luo was unsure if he had misunderstood Bull. Was Bull referring to this realm filled with fire and darkness as hell? It is certain that the wildlings, like those of the north, adhere to the old god's belief that all things possess a spirit and everything is divine. In other words, the wildlings do not entertain the notion of an afterlife in hell. It is indeed astonishing that Mother Mole could conjure such a concept. Xu Luo recognized the profound influence the idea of hell held over these people. He acquiesced to Bull's request, providing provisions only for slightly more than 500. Under the cover of night, Bull's companions stealthily transported the food back to the cave. The night was luminous, with an expansive and clear view. Xu Luo stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the cold wind brush past him. The chill invigorated his senses. Memories of his past life flickered through his mind, blurred yet filled with bloodshed, sacrifice, and betrayal. Xu Luo did not know how far he could venture in Westeros. Unlike Melisandre, who could perceive prophecies within the flames, he lacked the ability to glimpse the other side of the coast where Daenerys Targaryen resided. Based on the timeline, she should have returned from the Dothraki Sea and embarked on her journey to Meereen. Daenerys would undoubtedly emerge as Xu Luo's most formidable adversary. In the southern reaches of Westeros, Queen Cersei gasped for breath. Even if she survived the trial by combat, she would not be able to stir significant tides. Peter Baelish and Sansa Stark hid in the Vale, waiting for the moment they could seize power, yet the world would have already been turned upside down. Peter would not be contemplating a facade of legitimacy while secretly plotting to leave the Vale to restore order. Such a notion is unrealistic. The Lannister family, having lost Ser Kevin and the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, lacked anyone to uphold their banner. The Iron Islands posed an insignificant and lamentable adversary. Without naval supremacy, it is difficult to contend with the Ironborn. The Tyrells are fading, and the Martells remain rigid and unyielding. The Tully family has been shattered beyond recognition, and fragmented information swirls in Xu Luo's mind. He waves his hand, casting these thoughts aside. For now, these matters will not affect him. In comparison to distant foes, the imminent threat of the others looms far more dangerously, more perilous than the 6 kingdoms combined. "Jon, Solon is at the bow. He seeks you," Xu Luo hears. He glances at the faint light on the horizon. "Now." Solon nods. "Very well." Xu Luo sighs, wishing for a moment of fanciful contemplation to relax, but finds that another task beckons too soon. In the pitch-black cave, without a fire, he cannot discern the faces of those present. Mother Mole sits upon a stone bed, flanked by 4 formidable wildlings. Their heavy breathing reveals their robust and combative nature. "You mean to say you want me to assist you in rescuing someone?" Xu Luo inquires. Perplexed. "Cannot you send someone else? My people are already quite weakened. They require rest." Mother Mole replies bitterly, her request for assistance weighing heavily on her. "If you bring back those who are besieged, I shall permit them to sail south." "Weakened?" Xu Luo muses, pondering her plea that sounds almost as if he is the one seeking her favor. Nevertheless, this signifies a glimmer of hope for departing from the arduous encampment. "To express my gratitude, here is a chest of gold, a token of my appreciation," she announces, tapping on the stone bed. A wildling steps forward, carrying the chest to Xu Luo. It is not large, merely the size of a dresser drawer. Upon opening it, he finds a haphazard collection of gold adornments. The wildlings are accustomed to using gold for decoration. Due to Jon's borrowing from the Iron Bank, the Night's Watch has remained in a state of indebtedness. This unexpected influx of wealth brings Xu Luo a sense of balance. Even without this money, they would still venture to rescue the besieged wildlings. However, with the gold, their motivation is greatly amplified. Xu Luo agrees. "We shall set out at dawn. Tonight," Mother Mole whispers, "by tomorrow, they may have been slaughtered by the others." "No. The night is too perilous." Xu Luo shakes his head. "The others may be lurking in the shadows. I do not wish to place my people at such risk." He gazes curiously into the darkness, contemplating how Mother Mole might use the reclaimed treasure as leverage against him. Yet she merely replies coldly, "Very well. At dawn, then. You must depart as soon as the sun rises." Her tone is urgent, revealing her deep concern for her people. At first light the following day, Xu Luo, accompanied by Solon and his men, sets forth to the north. Mother Mole informs him that those individuals were ambushed by whites on their journey to the difficult encampment. They managed to escape and bring news of their plight. The location where these wildlings are trapped is less than half a day's journey from the encampment, indicating that the others may be nearby as well. The northern path is fraught with difficulty, even without encountering any attacks. The constant anxiety of the others' imminent appearance weighs heavily on everyone's psyche. By the time they arrive at their destination, it is already noon. We have arrived too late, Solon laments. In the wildling camp, chaos reigned, marked by signs of conflict and destruction. Yet, not a single corpse was in sight. Xu Luo recalled Waymar Royce, the 18-year-old noble who had met his demise at the hands of a White Walker, igniting the icy flames of tragedy. The wildlings' bodies cannot walk. He pondered. No, they can, came the retort. They can rise as whites. Xu Luo scratched his head, a sense of headache overtaking him. He needed to devise a way to account for this to Mama Mole. The deaths of these wildlings did not trouble Xu Luo. Yet Mama Mole might perpetually harbor doubts about the Night's Watch, a situation that would prove futile even when Tormund arrived. Jon and Solon approached, their expressions grave. As they prepared to depart southward, having lived in the wilderness for so long, the wildlings were adept at tracking prey. Solon, a renowned warrior among them, inspired confidence in Xu Luo's judgment. But we didn't encounter any whites on our way here. Xu Luo voiced his concern. That is precisely what troubles me, Solon replied. Chapter 11. The Struggles of Hardhome. Part 2. A brisk wind swept across the shores of Hardhome. A dozen wildlings approached the ship, the leader announcing. Solon sent us to gather provisions. The guards, growing impatient, waved them off with a hint of annoyance. Begone. The wildlings took their share of food but refused to board the ship and leave this cursed place, igniting frustration. The guards reminisced about the warmth of Eastern Sea's hearth and hearty meals, yet the harsh reality was a biting wind and the ever-looming specter of death. Wildlings had come the previous day, and the crew had grown accustomed to their presence. Those already aboard exchanged indifferent glances with their kin, refraining from conversation. Once aboard, the wildling leader surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before giving a subtle nod. The others behind him acknowledged understanding. Splitting into groups to navigate key points of the ship, the wildling leader encountered Russ Balek as he exited the captain's quarters. Having sailed for over a decade, weathering storms and shipwrecks, Russ sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the wildling leader and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The wildling leader chuckled awkwardly, spreading his hands. "I've never seen a ship before and wish to explore." Such wildlings were not uncommon. They scurried about like rats, creating disarray in the hold. "You should leave. This is not your place," Russ stated sternly. The two passed each other, but Russ suddenly recalled a troubling thought and turned back. He was met with the glint of a bone dagger lunging toward him. "No," he cried out in despair, grasping the wildling leader's wrist. The dagger was mere inches from his face. The wildling leader relinquished the weapon, seizing Russ by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick. With a violent throw, the wildling leader slammed Russ against the wall, the impact echoing. Russ slid helplessly to the ground. "In the name of the gods, grant you eternal life," the wildling leader roared, before delivering the fatal blow to Russ. Chaos erupted throughout the ship, the crew caught off guard by this internal assault. The guards frantically scanned their surroundings, witnessing the mayhem unfold. "The wildlings have betrayed us," one guard cried out in despair. "Eliminate all wildlings," shouted a member of the Night's Watch. The ship was engulfed in chaos, as the night watchmen, upon sighting the wild men, resorted to violence. Those loyal to Xu Luo were unjustly attacked, prompting a swift counterattack. To their astonishment, they realized that the wild men were also retaliating against them. The turmoil aboard the Violent Crow was mirrored on several other vessels of the Night Watch. In the lounge, the night watchmen occupied several tables, while the wild men maintained their distance on the opposite side. Leather and Sodden were situated in the center. Leather held a cup of wine, produced by the night watchmen themselves, gazing longingly towards the eastern sea. After several drinks, a profound sense of yearning for home washed over him. As four wild men entered the cabin, Leather was engaged in conversation with Sodden regarding Xu Luo. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the newcomers and sensed that something was amiss. To the night watchman, the wild men appeared to be draped in filthy garments, all resembling one another. However, this was a misconception. The wild men residing in the mountains adorned themselves with feathers. Those from the Ghost Shadow Forest crafted garments from the hides of deer and wolves. The valley dwellers wove clothing from grass stalks and tree fibers. They possessed fundamental craftsmanship, with the people of Solon often donning leather from deer and wolves. Yet those who stepped into the cabin wore garments woven from vines. They were not the people of Solon. "Stop," Leather commanded, rising to his feet. The wild men hesitated in their tracks. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The gazes of both the night watchman and the wild men were drawn to the sudden commotion. The wild men stood silently, not uttering a word. Grasping a spear nearby, Leather was suddenly met with a fierce cry from the wild men's leader. Kill them. 3 wild men lunged towards the night watch. The night watchmen prepared to draw their swords, but a wild man's bone blade plunged mercilessly into one's arm. A cry of agony erupted from the night watchman. With a successful strike, the wild man withdrew his weapon. In an instant, the remaining night watchmen unsheathed their swords, delivering a chilling blow to the wild men. Simultaneously, Leather charged at the wild men's leader, forcefully slamming him against the wall. You traitor! The wild men's leader bared his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage. You are the real traitor. Leather retorted with a cold smirk, displaying a composure that starkly contrasted with the wild men's leader's fury. The leader seized Leather by the waist and, with great force, hurled him into the air, causing him to crash heavily onto the deck. Just as the leader intended to pursue, several wild men surrounded him, encircling him tightly. Leather swiftly rolled over and plunged a dagger into the leader's joint. The wild men's leader grimaced, bending his leg and half kneeling on the ground. The pain radiating from his knee caused him to break out in a cold sweat. The surrounding wild men eyed him intently. Any sign of movement on his part would result in multiple bone blades piercing his body. The leader struggled to rise, but faltered and collapsed onto the deck. This was not how events were meant to unfold. According to the plan, they were to enter the cabin and strike at the night watchman. Subsequently, a fierce clash would ensue, weakening the ship's strength through internal strife. A brilliant strategy devised by Mother Mole. The arrival of too many individuals on board would arouse suspicion, while a smaller number would serve as the optimal means to confront the night watchman. The wild men's leader never anticipated that a single wild man would unravel this scheme. Speak, who are you? Leather inquired coldly. The wild chieftain raised his head. Contempt etched upon his visage, and spat disdainfully upon the ground. Traitor! Leather struck the wild chieftain with a punch, reiterating, Who do you think you are? Who sent you? And what is your purpose? In a bid to rescue the wild men, Xu Luo made grand preparations, deploying 11 ships. He dispatched Hammond and his crew to approach from the land, while he himself led a team through the perilous shadow forest. Leather pondered deeply, questioning whether he would traverse the treacherous shadow forest for the sake of his compatriots. The answer was a resounding no. He was acutely aware of his actions. Fighting for Xu Luo, he harbored no regrets, nor did he mind being labeled a traitor. Kill me, the wild chieftain declared arrogantly. The Mother Mole has granted me eternal life. I shall relish the joy and happiness of everlasting existence in my quest for redemption. Scoundrel! Leather burst forth from the cabin. Flames erupted around the vessels. A mere fleeting glance provided no clarity. Leather felt a pair of hands clutching his heart, twisting it slowly. What if all these ships succumbed? Upon Xu Luo's return to an empty harbor, his disappointment would be profound. The dread of the impending consequences threatened to overwhelm Leather. He wiped his face and returned to the cabin. A few sentinels surrounded him. One man, glaring coldly at Leather, growled, You treacherous wild men. We came here to rescue. And yet you plot against us. The sentinels were mistaken, believing all wild men to be in collusion. Leather struck the man down with a fierce blow, shouting, Can't you see? We are under attack. These are the Mother Mole's people. They seek to seize our ships. The other vessels may already be lost. Hardin stepped forward beside Leather, asserting, Leather is one of us. The commander trusts him implicitly. You need not suspect him of treachery. Though Hardin was merely a rookie and his words lacked authority, the mention of Xu Luo silenced the others. The situation is dire. Now, everyone, tear off your left sleeves. This is to distinguish friend from foe. Leather led the way, tearing off his left sleeve, declaring, Any wild man who resists shall be slain. Do you all understand? A profound silence enveloped them. Answer me, do you all understand? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. A chilling scream echoed from the rear. The wild chieftain slowly crumpled to the ground. The wild man who had struck him wore a look of terror, clearly not intending such a fate. This wild chieftain, preferring death to capture by the sentinels, met his end. Subsequently, Leather earned the moniker Unyielding as a Mountain for his composed demeanor on that fateful day, becoming known among the sentinels as Leather, Unyielding as a Mountain. Prepared, Leather led the sentinels and wild men forth from the cabin. Chapter 12:012 The Siege of Difficult Stockade, Part 3. Xu Luo and his companions, undeterred, scrambled over mountains and slid down slopes, finally reaching Difficult Stockade. They beheld thousands of wild men charging toward the sentinel ships, flames rising from the vessels amidst the chaos. What are they doing? Solon voiced the collective confusion. We must find the Mother Mole, Xu Luo replied. his heart racing at the sight of the turmoil along the coast. He feared that wasting even a single minute would cost another life. Few could remain composed in such dire circumstances. However, anxiety is not an excuse for losing one's judgment. Relying solely on their efforts would not suffice to halt the advancing barbarian horde. Only by consulting Mother Mole for clarity could they devise an appropriate response. They hastily ascended the mountainside, during which Xu Luo envisioned various misunderstandings that might lead to conflict. The most plausible scenario was that his clandestine act of providing food to the wildlings had incited Mother Mole's ire. That would indeed be catastrophic, Xu Luo pondered. Snowflakes cascaded down in a flurry. A throng encircled the altar, with Mother Mole at its center, performing the indescribable dance Xu Luo had witnessed previously. He could distinctly sense that what lay before him was markedly different than before, more fervent, more chaotic, as if it aimed to melt the surrounding snow. Strangely, the more he gazed, the colder he felt to his very core. Two towering wildlings blocked their path. "Stand aside," Xu Luo exclaimed, disregarding the ongoing ritual. "I have urgent matters to discuss with Mother Mole." The wildlings remained unmoving, their indifferent expressions igniting Xu Luo's fury. He pointed towards the sea and demanded, "Can you tell me what transpires there?" "No." "Then get out of my way." The wildling guards cast a condescending glance at Xu Luo, akin to that of an adult regarding a naive child. Their eyes seemed to convey, "You have no comprehension of what is occurring." At that moment, a group surged from the side. The great sea elephant, Bull, led the charge, followed closely by the tall figure of Pip. "We've been deceived." Bull lamented despairingly. "Mother Mole claimed she would save us, but she intends to sacrifice us. She wishes to hand us over to the others. It's over, we're doomed. The others have arrived. We shall perish here." Instinctively, Xu Luo turned his head. In the snow at the edge of the difficult camp, a host of the deceased approached the chaotic crowd in silence. They resembled predatory beasts closing in on their prey, adjusting their breaths and lightening their footsteps. They were still at a distance, remaining undetected until the final strike. Snow swirled down from the dark sky, while ashes rose to meet it from below, intertwining gray and white in midair. Simultaneously, flaming arrows arced from the wooden palisade. The dead moved quietly in the biting cold, their path obscured by a towering gray cliff above them. Then, as the chilling winds swept in, the flames extinguished one after another, leaving only skulls strewn across the ground. Xu Luo could hardly fathom that Melisandre's prophecy would manifest in such a manner. Difficult camp lacked wooden walls, but the ship's planks were indeed made of wood. Those relying on the ship's planks for defense would undoubtedly resort to fire arrows against the others. Without dragging glass, it was their sole means of threatening the dead. The eerie silence of the dead, the gray cliffs, the fierce cold, and Melisandre's precise prophecy caused Xu Luo to tremble uncontrollably. He suddenly comprehended the truth. Mother Mole had consistently evaded boarding the ship, not out of fear that the night's watch would sell them into slavery, but rather in anticipation of the others' arrival. Her instruction for Xu Luo to rescue the wildlings was merely a ruse to draw them away. Thus, the camp lay deserted. Who could have imagined that the so-called eternal redemption promised by Mother Mole referred to the resurrection of the deceased as whites by the others? Indeed, they would possess an everlasting existence, yet they would irrevocably lose their souls. Now, the ships have been overrun, and the others draw ever closer. They find themselves with no escape above or below. Xu Luo swallowed hard, his throat parched as if scorched by fire. His spirits plummeted to the depths of despair. Turning back, Xu Luo swung his stone axe in a graceful arc, aiming for his head. Solon collided with a savage, sending him sprawling. Figures reminiscent of sea elephants and tall, imposing men rushed forward, entangled in a fierce melee with Mother Mole's guards. Xu Luo seized a wild man, stepping onto his back to leap onto the altar. Mother Mole ceased her witchcraft. Her sole purpose was to signal the others to commence their assault. With their arrival, her task was fulfilled. An ominous, malevolent glow emanated from her grotesque visage as she pointed toward the others. "Do you see, kneeling one? My master has arrived. He shall grant us eternal life and redemption, while you shall descend into the depths of hell. You cannot stop this. Do you think you can kill me? My master has revealed to me that you can absorb the power of flames and wield it. But what of the power of ice? My master has bestowed upon me unparalleled magic, solely to vanquish you." Mother Mole began to chant an arcane incantation. The snow beneath Xu Luo's feet melted, only to freeze instantaneously. Ice crystals ascended along his legs, spiraling upward like a white vine that blooms. The crystalline formations burst forth with beautiful thorns, piercing Xu Luo's thigh and drawing forth a cascade of blood. The crimson droplets fell upon the transparent ice, casting a spectral and resplendent glow. Soon, the ice crystals reached his waist. A satisfied smile spread across Mother Mole's face. Her master had not deceived her, for this power was formidable and unstoppable. She felt no regret in offering her kin to her master, for she would receive the promised redemption and formidable immortality. As for others, they were of no concern to her. Mother Mole smirked, revealing a charm that belied her years. Do you have any last words, kneeling one? Xu Luo unsheathed his long claws and took a step toward Mother Mole. You have no idea whom you face. The ice crystals that bound Xu Luo shattered instantly, scattering in all directions. He took his first step forward, his left leg breaking free, causing the surrounding snow to melt into water, which then swiftly froze into ice. This process mirrored Mother Mole's own actions, leaving her in a state of stunned disbelief. Your master does not appear to be as formidable as you imagined. He may possess unparalleled power, yet you are merely a pitiful pawn in his game. Did you truly believe he would bestow his strength upon you? Xu Luo advanced, seizing Mother Mole by the throat and lifting her off the ground. She writhed and struggled, her expression one of agony. The ice crystals spiraled, twisting and climbing into the void, ensnaring her feet. Mother Mole fell still. The crystals then rapidly ascended, gradually encasing her in frost. Did your master not inform you that I can also absorb the power of ice? Fool, Xu Luo whispered to the Mother Mole, now trapped within her icy prison. Descending from the altar, Xu Luo traversed through the tumultuous throng. These wild men were fervent devotees of Mother Mole, and the only mercy Xu Luo could bestow upon them was death. Every mortal is destined to perish, and the many-faced god of bravos is a wise deity. A wave of dizziness washed over Xu Luo. The preceding events had rendered him feeble. It was akin to attempting to empty the ocean with a mere spoon. No matter the effort, the results were negligible. Xu Luo now embodied the figure futilely scooping seawater with a spoon, his vessel far too insignificant. Xu Luo began to comprehend the scene unfolding below. Mother Mole was offering everyone to the others, commanding the wild men to destroy the ships, thereby ensuring that no one could escape difficult taunt. A surge of revulsion and dread surged within Xu Luo's heart. They had come to rescue, only to find death awaiting them. Chapter 13:013, Breaking Out of Difficult Tund, Part 1. At that moment, two ships gradually approached the shores of Difficult Tund. The first vessel, adorned with a flag bearing a colossal claw, lunged towards something concealed in the shadows. It was the claw of Sir Maynard Smallwood. A day prior, Xu Luo had dispatched Sir Maynard to the lands of the Rock, Skagos, in search of dragon glass. Xu Luo was confident that Sir Maynard would not return empty-handed. To his delight, he realized that with dragon glass in hand, they had a chance to vanquish the others and their army of whites. As the ships drew nearer, a swell of hope surged within Xu Luo. He mentally calculated the time until the others would arrive, the number of Night's Watch members, and the balance of combat power. How many could escape? Who must remain? How could those left behind return to Eastwatch? It was possible. This was indeed possible. Xu Luo silently rejoiced. It was not yet time to surrender. They still had an opportunity to alter the dire circumstances and return alive to Eastwatch. Solon dispatched Mother Mole's guards and approached Xu Luo from behind. Is there a way to halt those frenzied wild men? Xu Luo inquired. They will heed Mother Mole's commands. Solon hesitated, but now that Mother Mole had been frozen into crystalline ice, there was no recourse. Words held no power. Xu Luo could not shout loud enough to halt thousands of wild men. It was impossible. No one could stop so many. The sea elephant bull lamented. We are doomed. Everything is possible. Xu Luo flexed his fingers. Initially, he aimed to emulate Jon Snow. Now, Xu Luo had grown accustomed to this gesture. He must find a way to stop the wild men. Otherwise, their madness would destroy the ships and themselves. A spark ignited in Xu Luo's mind as he exclaimed, Surely, there are still some who have been misled by Mother Mole. Locate the leaders among the wild men in the crowd and urge them to restrain their kin. Upon seeing the others, they will stand with us. Solon's eyes also brightened. This is a plan. The wild men's leaders must be near the ships, directing the assault. Board the ships and find them, swiftly. That is implausible, the sea elephant bull pessimistically remarked. There are too many. We are like searching for a needle in the ocean. Before we can locate them, the others will slay us all. To act or to remain here and await death, Xu Luo coldly declared. Bull, the choice is yours. They stood upon elevated ground, affording them a broader view. The others were discernible only as vague silhouettes, at least 3 to 4 miles from the shore, perhaps even further. While 3 to 4 miles could be traversed swiftly, every second counted in their desperate bid to escape before the others arrived at the difficult encampment. The tall figure of Pip was the first to stride forward, sprinting towards the coast, followed closely by Solon, with the others still at a distance. Xu Luo's aspirations were not without hope. It was not until Xu Luo's icy gaze fell upon him that Bold chose to take action. For to 5,000 people may seem a considerable number, yet when clustered together, they occupied only a small corner of the difficult encampment's shoreline. Solon and the tall Pip easily melded into the throng of wildlings, forging ahead. From their vantage point, they observed the Night's Watch steadfastly holding the bows of their ships, ensuring that the vessels had not fallen into the hands of the wildlings. The Night's Watch still controlled at least 5 ships. Xu Luo navigated around the wildlings, making his way to the area where the ship, the Claw, had docked. It was then that he noticed another vessel behind the Claw. It was a medium-sized cargo ship, modest in size, suitable only for transporting goods, and incapable of engaging in naval combat. Xu Luo was unaware of the ship's origins and would have to inquire with Sir Maynard later. The ship gently collided with the soft mud and sand, swaying slightly before coming to a steady halt. Sir Maynard stood at the bow, surprised to see Xu Luo below. "Commander, what is the matter? Where is the dragon glass?" Xu Luo had no time to explain. "The dragon glass is in the hold." With the gangway lowered, Xu Luo boarded the Claw. Maynard hurriedly approached from the bow, leading Xu Luo into the ship's hold. The Night's Watch lit 2 lamps, which Maynard took and hung upon the wall. The soft glow illuminated the hold, revealing 2 chests filled with variously shaped stones. These stones were nearly transparent, in shades of orange-red, blood-red, amber, and most resembling carbon with their deep black hues. This was the dragon glass Xu Luo had only encountered in Jon's memories. The ancestral fist. Jon had gifted a dragon glass dagger to his dear friend Samuel Tarly, who, with it, had slain another, earning the title of Other Slayer. Xu Luo picked up a piece of dragon glass the size of a fist, its crystalline structure refracting the light in a stunning display. "How am I to use this dragon glass to slay the others?" Xu Luo pondered bitterly. "Shall I crush them with it?" The quantity of dragon glass that Maynard had brought back was substantial, yet largely unfit for use. Only the outer layer of some had been processed into tools, while the majority were raw stones, collected in various forms. "Commander?" Sir Maynard inquired. "You have done well, sir," Xu Luo replied, turning to him. This could only be attributed to the misfortune of the Night's Watch, and one could not blame Sir Maynard. He had dutifully executed his task and accomplished it. "Whose ship is that behind?" Xu Luo asked. A look of distaste crossed Sir Maynard's face. "That belongs to the Onion Knight, Davos. Davos Seaworth was once a notorious smuggler and has sold weapons to the wildlings." Being both a knight and a member of the Night's Watch, Maynard naturally held an aversion towards him. "Davos," Xu Luo recalled. "The Onion Knight represents Stannis in persuading Lord Valerion of White Harbor, the rotund knight known as Wyman Manderly, who is unable to mount a horse due to his girth. Lord Manderly agrees to aid Stannis with his fleet on the condition that the Onion Knight ventures to Skagos Island to safely retrieve the Stark boy, Rickon. Rickon had escaped Winterfell alongside Bran, but after Bran's journey to the Wall, Rickon's whereabouts became unknown. Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, is held in high regard by Jon Snow for his loyalty, righteousness, and exceptional sailing skills. Even in Stannis' direst moments, he never forsook his liege. Davos cast the Dragonstone back into the wooden chest, delegating the difficult task of pacifying the wildlings to others, as he too could not afford to abandon hope. Sir Menard instructed his men to process the Dragonstone on-site into long spears. In the haunted forest, Davos had attempted to confront the myth that dragonglass could instantly slay White Walkers, realizing that it must pierce their hearts to be effective. He was convinced that Dragonstone, akin in nature to dragonglass, would behave similarly. Dragonglass, known as Valyrian steel, is a metal forged by the ancient Valyrians, while Dragonstone is a mineral resembling crystal or obsidian, both considered lethal to the White Walkers. "Now," Menard inquired, "did you not see the White Walkers, my lord?" Davos replied bitterly. The two disembarked, where Ser Davos Seaworth awaited them on the shore. Davos, small and unremarkable, resembled a common merchant or thief found throughout King's Landing, with thick hair and a beard concealing bright, glimmering eyes. As Davos's gaze returned from the chaos, he addressed Jon Snow. "You must be Commander Jon Snow. I am grateful for your timely intervention. Had your men not arrived, the stone men would have roasted me alive." His expression dimmed as he recalled that he was the sole survivor of the 4 who had landed with him. "It is my honor, sire," Jon replied. "I have long admired your reputation. Smuggling food into besieged castles is no small feat. Are you referring to the siege of Winterfell?" Davos's smile was a mix of pride and bitterness, having successfully delivered food to the castle at the cost of the first joint of his left hand. A talisman he once cherished, lost during the Battle of Blackwater. "What brings you to Skagos Island?" Jon asked casually, though he harbored little affection for his nominal brother Rickon. Yet he sought to learn of his fate. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Davos's eyes before he replied. I have been informed that a unicorn may be found on Skagos Island. I wish to hunt one as a gift for his majesty. Jon pondered that Davos had neither located Rickon nor wished to divulge the truth, a surprising revelation. Commander, Sir Maynard interjected. Why do they not sail the ship away from the shore? During their descent from the vessel, Xu Luo recounted the events that transpired at Difficult Camp to Sir Maynard. The knight expressed astonishment and concern, yet offered no further commentary. His ship was intact, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Davos proposed a hypothesis. They may have been ambushed without foreknowledge, losing communication among themselves, rendering them incapable of navigating the vessel. Standing alone upon the shore, Davos observed the chaotic scuffle for quite some time. This scene was reminiscent of experiences from his smuggling days. Back then, their ship had anchored along the coastline north of the Great Wall, less than 20 miles south of Difficult Camp, where night watchmen had launched a surprise attack. Before the ship could set sail, their crew had been captured or slain by the watchmen. Xu Luo cast a glance at Davos, surprised by the keen insight in his gaze, an angle he had not considered. At that moment, the wild horde gradually calmed. They resembled scattered beans thrown upon the ground, rolling aimlessly, uncertain of their destination. The fierce arguments and curses were carried by the sea breeze to Xu Luo and his companions, though the specifics were lost to them. It was clear that the wild men were embroiled in infighting. What is happening? Sir Maynard inquired, perplexed. Xu Luo chuckled, realizing this indicated that Solon and his companions had succeeded. Not all within the wild army supported Mother Mole. Upon realizing they had been deceived, the enraged wild men turned their ire upon the staunch loyalists. Under different circumstances, Xu Luo would have set a table, uncorking the treasured Qingting wine aboard their ship, enjoying the company of Davos as they feasted and mocked the wild men's gladiatorial performances. However, in this moment, every wasted second heralded death. Their waiting was akin to playing the harp on a sinking ship, elegant, yet fatal. Chapter 14, Breaking Out of Difficult Camp, Part 2. Let us move, brothers. Xu Luo proclaimed loudly, the women and wine of Donghai await you. A clamor erupted along the coast. Sir Maynard's men began unloading dragon crystals from the ship, crafting spears upon the shore. They shattered the dragon crystals, roughly grinding them before affixing them to sharpened wooden poles. The timber was salvaged from the ship as provisions, intended for emergency repairs. The process was straightforward and swift, yet none could ascertain who would be faster, the others or themselves. The Onion Knight, experienced in weapon crafting, offered friendly suggestions for improvement. Xu Luo ventured alone to the other side of the fray. The battle raged on, with wild men brainwashed by Mother Mole, convinced that the others would bring them salvation, clashing with those among them who wished to survive. All ships had returned to the Night Watchman's control, and Xu Luo boarded, joined by Peel, Solon, and the Sea Elephant. Upon seeing Xu Luo, the Sea Elephant sprang to his feet, the flesh on his face trembling with excitement, exclaiming, "We did it! I cannot believe we truly succeeded. I confess, I had little faith at the outset," Solon remarked. "But we have located 14 wild leaders, chieftains and prophets, 12 of whom stand with us. They are besieging those loyal to Mother Mole. Everyone awaits your command." The walrus, Leather, and the tall MIP bowed their heads. Xu Luo did not comprehend the last words spoken by Solon. Jon's impoverished ancient tongue was insufficient to convey the full meaning of the wildlings. Noticing the look of confusion on Xu Luo's face, Leather softly elucidated, "It refers to a person of respect. The Southerners have another term for it, the king beyond the wall. The wildlings do not have kings. They choose their leaders according to their preferences. Only those who can unite all wildlings through charisma and strength of character earn the title of king beyond the wall. Besides being a title, it confers no rights and is not hereditary." The last to bear the title was Mance Raider, whom the wildlings widely believed to be deceased. Words are like the wind, Xu Luo reminded himself. Such titles often signify not honor, but responsibility. He had rescued the wildlings from the brink of death in nearly impossible circumstances, thus they conferred this title upon him, not earned, but bestowed. Xu Luo was curious about the Night's Watch's opinion on this matter. Mance Raider was also a Night's Watchman known as the King Beyond the Wall. But that was after his defection. A Night's Watchman becoming a king beyond the wall would surely unsettle the brethren. Silence enveloped the ship for several seconds. Xu Luo gazed towards the direction of the others. The dead were perilously close. "What transpired during my absence?" Xu Luo inquired. As commander, he ought to be aware of all circumstances. "We were ambushed by wildlings," Sodden replied. His arm was bound in gray cloth. Had it not been for Leather, they would have perished. "An ambush?" Sir Davos was indeed correct. Xu Luo privately expressed admiration for the Onion Knight. You performed admirably, Leather. Xu Luo's gaze softened as he looked at the calm wildling beside him. Is there something you desire? I wish to bring my brothers home, Leather answered placidly. So do I. The wildlings began to board the ship in succession. Xu Luo commanded the women and children to embark first, while the men waited aside. The Night's Watch and wildlings formed a barricade, standing guard at the ship's ladder. Anyone attempting to force their way aboard would be dealt with ruthlessly. To avoid delays in transportation, Sir Maynard had moved the production of dragonglass nearby. Xu Luo did not permit the wildlings to board the Claw. If they could not hold back the others, it would be their last chance for escape. The others were now less than 100 meters from the shore. Accompanied by their thralls, perhaps over 100 in total. The air had grown palpably tense and agitated. Waves crashed against the shore, producing a deafening roar. The Night's Watch urged the wildlings to board more swiftly. The wildlings, frustrated, shouted in anger. Both sides jostled against each other. Scenes flickered by like a kaleidoscope, appearing almost surreal. The lines of wildlings and Night's Watchmen quickly expanded along the coastline. They bore the responsibility of holding off the dead until all the vessels were filled. Xu Luo mounted the warhorse brought by Hardin, tightened the reins, and galloped across the coalition's defensive line, the sound of hooves splashing snow. The others were but a mere arrow's distance from Xu Luo, and the living could even sense the chill emanating from their forms. Ladies and gentlemen, Xu Luo, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the others, raised his claws high. We are marked by our differences. You hail from the north, while we arise from the south. You cherish freedom, and we uphold order. You possess strength, while we wield intellect. You embody bravery, and we showcase resilience. Yet, we share a singular bond. We once had a common ancestor. We all revel in fine wine and the company of women. We yearn for vibrant, flourishing life. We long to run freely across the fields and return home to see our wives and children. And these aspirations are precisely what our foes, the others, seek to obliterate. We share another bond. We are all men. We bear the honor and responsibilities that come with manhood. So, tighten your grips upon your weapons. Let me behold them. Today, we fight for life. We fight for freedom. We fight for ourselves. Today we may perish here, but our memories shall endure. The world shall remember. Later, this document, known as the Declaration of the Struggle at Hardin, was chronicled by the learned Samwell in his work, The Kings of Westeros. He wrote, as we know, life is the most precious of treasures. Therefore, that which is worthy of our sacrifice is truly what stirs our souls. The clamor from the coast drowned out the roar of the waves. The free folk and the Night's Watch beat their shields, stomped their feet, and clashed their swords, producing a cacophony of sound. Solon stood at the forefront of the throng, his emotions surging. He clenched his teeth, concealing his excitement from the others. Solon was one of the mightiest warriors among the free folk, fully aware of his capabilities. He gripped his spear tightly, his body slightly bent. The others were less than 10 paces away. Solon could hear the rapid heartbeat of those around him, and his own heart raced fiercely. Blood surged through his veins, flushing his face crimson. Kill! Solon raised his spear high and charged towards the others, piercing one with a thrust. The other glanced down, his armor slightly dented. The chill swiftly coalesced around him, restoring his armor and freezing Solon's spear in place. Simultaneously, with no pause, the other swung his long sword towards Solon. The sword shimmered in icy blue, entirely transparent, resembling glass. Yet, its hardness and sharpness surpassed that of any weapon known to man, even that of Valyrian steel. Solon leapt backward, evading the other's attack. However, the longsword continued its relentless assault, cleaving a free folk behind Solon in two. Accustomed to bloodshed, this was not Solon's first encounter with the others. He had long prepared himself for the inevitability of sacrifice. Solon picked up the fallen warrior's spear. All attacks rendered against the others were futile. Only fire and dragonglass could vanquish them. Yet, even under assault, the others' combat prowess could be diminished. They were like a spring. Once stretched, they would eventually return to form. But if pulled continuously, there would come a moment of slack. Solon accurately thrust his spear into the neck of the other. For ordinary individuals, a fatal wound is akin to merely tickling another. The other seized the spear, severed it, and thrust it back towards Solon, who was unable to evade in time. Suddenly, a wildling charged in from the side, positioning himself protectively in front of Solon. For every other I slay, I lose 8 brothers, Solon thought uncontrollably. I have slain over a dozen others. Why am I still alive? Damn it! Solon picked up the iron sword from the ground and struck down fiercely. The other braced against the blow, attempting to counterattack. He helplessly realized that his speed and strength had considerably diminished since their last encounter. Die! Solon showcased his extraordinary combat prowess as a wildling warrior. He maneuvered with the agility of a monkey, evading each attack from the other and landing strikes where it could not defend. At last, the other fell helplessly to the ground, its icy armor shattering, releasing a blue luminescence that dispersed into the air. Solon raised his head, drenched in sweat. It was excruciatingly difficult. Slaying an other was no easy feat. Could we truly triumph over them? Solon pondered. He cast his gaze around, witnessing the chaos. In most places, it was a one-sided massacre of wildlings and Night's Watch by the others. Most horrifying were the fallen warriors, who, moments after death, rose as whites, swinging their swords at their former comrades and brothers. Solon nearly succumbed to despair. At that moment, Xu Luo's lively figure entered his sight. Xu Luo remained mounted, wielding his claws to slash at both others and whites. He wore a calm smile, appearing either disdainful or lost in thought. The black cloak of the Night's Watch billowed in the wind, standing out vividly against the icy landscape and the blue expanse. Brothers, 80 others remain. Think of the fine wine, think of the women. Your wives are watching you. Summon your courage. Hey, don't dawdle. You'll die? Xu Luo shouted continuously, offering different encouragements to various individuals to inspire them to keep fighting. Solon, startled by the admonishment, snapped back to reality. Turning around, he noticed a white stealthily approaching, intent on biting him. Get away from me, Solon roared, furious that not only were the others bullying him, but now the whites sought to do the same. He kicked the white away and lunged at it. Compared to the others, whites were significantly weaker, less armored, less powerful, and lacking vitality. Most importantly, they acted solely on instinct. Solon toyed with the white, ultimately dispatching it. A warmth blossomed in Solon's heart. While Xu Luo fought, he also rallied the others. If he caused more trouble, it would be utterly disgraceful. Solon's sense of honor ignited his courage and confidence. As long as Xu Luo remained alive, and the black cloak continued to flutter, the battle could not be deemed a failure. With a resolute spirit, he charged forth. Kill! Solon clenched his teeth and dashed towards another other. He leaped into the air, utilizing gravity's descent to drive his sword into the other's shoulder. Chapter 15:015, Breaking Through the Difficult Encampment. 3. Hurry! Hurry! As Leather pushed individuals onto the ship, he shouted loudly. The battle on the shore appeared grim. Despite Xu Luo's relentless encouragement for the Allied forces to persevere, the White Walkers maintained their dominance on the battlefield. It was truly remarkable how Xu Luo inspired so many to bravely confront the White Walkers. The mere thought of battling such monstrous beings made Leather tremble involuntarily. However, contemplating Xu Luo's presence would embolden him to charge forward. He did not wish for that individual to perceive him as a coward. The waves crashed against the shore, foaming white. The wildlings' women and children exhibited greater resilience than the Southerners. They neither wept nor complained. Moving to various corners of the ship under the direction of the Night's Watch, mothers held their children or lifted them high above their heads. The crowd dispersed across the vessel. When gathered together and referred to as wildlings, the Night's Watch often viewed them as savage and cruel. Yet, when they stood alone, they were simply women, mothers, and children, indistinguishable from the Southerners. Hurry, move inside and leave room for those behind. The Night's Watch cried hoarsely. The wildlings seemed eager to fill every nook of the ship. They clustered at the bow, in the hold, and along the passageways. They concealed themselves in the dark, cargo storing depths. Each individual held onto the singular belief of survival. Captain Old Broken of the Blackbird stood outside the captain's quarters, his face drawn, shouting, "Stop pretending. Stop pretending. If you keep cramming in, the ship will sink. With so many people, how will we set sail? Don't just stand there. I have space in my cabin. Come inside." "What, do you think my room is filthy?" As Old Broken stated, the draft of the 5 ships of the Night's Watch was exceedingly deep, mired in the mud. Yet, even so, there remained 1,000 or 2,000 wildlings stranded along the coastline. The Night's Watch had lost 7 ships, a devastating blow. Originally, they could have compensated for the losses through 2 round trips, taking all the wildlings away. The appearance of the White Walkers obliterated that possibility. Sir Maynard understood Xu Luo's intentions in leaving him and the Onion Knight's ship behind. Nevertheless, he commanded the Night's Watch and the wildlings to advance towards the Claw. If Xu Luo were to blame him, Maynard would have to offer his own head. To protect the weak was the Knight's vow. Less than a month prior, Maynard had held great disdain for wildlings. It was his sense of honor that compelled him to make this choice. He had left the Onion Knight's vessel, the Mermaid Maiden, for Xu Luo, the Blackbird. A wildling rushed towards the ship's ladder, believing that by ascending, he could remain. Leather seized him by the collar and hurled him to the ground. With his spear pressed against the wildling's throat, he declared, Our time was bought with the lives of those people. If you have the courage, go fight the White Walkers. Do not waste time on a worthless coward like you." The man, face contorted with despair, cried, "My wife is on that ship. I cannot lose her." Among thousands, there would surely be such cowards. Anyone who believed that all wildlings were warriors was woefully naive. Leather kicked the man, threatening, "Get up, leave here like a man. Otherwise, I will kill you." The ship could only carry half of the wildlings. A portion of the wild men's women and children were unable to board the vessel, as there was no space allocated for men on the ship. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, two wild women approached the gangway of the ship, with one reluctantly waving goodbye as she ascended, while the other remained silently on the ground. The Night's Watch brother urged impatiently in a hushed tone, "Hurry. Board the ship and do not obstruct those behind you." "I will not go up," Katina replied. "I am a spearwife." The wild women's participation in combat mirrored that of men, and they were known as spearwives. These women often exhibited greater agility, bravery, and ferocity than their male counterparts, with many Night's Watchmen falling victim to their prowess. The sight of Katina's spear evoked memories of the opposition between the wild men and the Night's Watch, stirring a sense of aversion within him. However, upon gazing at Katina's face, he was momentarily taken aback, marveling, so, the wild men also possess such exquisite women. The impression of wild men often conjured images of roughness and filth, yet Katina appeared unexpectedly pristine, untouched by dust. It was not that she lacked dirt, rather, the radiance she emanated obscured any blemish. Katina sported short, pale golden hair, her complexion fair and delicate, exuding a softness and sweetness. Her azure eyes, however, revealed a fierce determination, resembling two precious sapphires embedded in a mound of white dough. "Those who remain are likely to meet a dire fate," a Night's Watchman remarked kindly. "If you do not board, please leave room for those behind." "Thank you," Katina responded in ancient tongue, turning to walk toward the battlefield. The Night's Watchman regarded the slender, rigid figure of the girl with a mixture of admiration and regret. Set sail," shouted the old, ragged man on the shore, running while calling out. The ships raised their sails, a typical procedure to control direction when departing the coast. Yet, due to excessive weight, they relied solely on the wind's assistance. Fortunately, the gods smiled upon them. Thanks to the winter's ice and snow, the ocean's temperature surpassed that of the shore, with the sea breeze blowing outward. "Row harder, you lazy louts," the old ragged man barked from the bow. The crew in the hold exerted all their strength to paddle, and the ship barely shifted. The vessel's weight was overwhelming. The Blackbird creaked ominously, and the old ragged man, fearing for his beloved ship's imminent fracture, grimaced. He mentally cursed the ancestors of Xu Luo, yet could only shout, "Put your backs into it. Row harder." "This won't do," Sir Davos observed, eyeing the vessel ensnared in the mud with no false hope. He called out loudly to the men and women on the shore, "Quick, help us push. Get the ship out to sea." Hearing this, the people on the shore rushed toward the vessel. They swarmed like ants transporting a carcass, using all their might to push outward. The soft mud along the coast offered little leverage, often requiring 10 parts effort to yield merely 3 parts assistance. Nevertheless, even so, the ship began to move slowly. The adage "many hands make light work" proved true. Push harder." The old ragged man grinned as he felt the Blackbird begin to stir. His prized vessel was about to take flight. As he entered the ocean, the whites found themselves powerless against him. Could they still reach the palace of the drowned god? At that moment, the old ragged man noticed something unusual on the shore, and his complexion suddenly paled. What was that? His eyes widened in alarm. Moments later, he shouted loudly towards the shore, "Be careful. Everyone, be cautious. The corpses have risen." All knew that the whites could resurrect the dead, transforming them into corpses. Yet, in the urgency of the moment, this fact had slipped their minds. On the shore, the hundreds of corpses left behind during the wildlings' assault on the ships, and their internal conflict began to rise within a mere quarter of an hour. Some staggered towards the battlefield, while others wobbled unsteadily towards the water's edge. Witnessing this scene, Leather felt a wave of nausea rise within him. A single corpse staggered back to life less than 3 steps away. The dead wildling had a gaping hole in its throat, blood drained from the severed carotid artery, leaving its face pallid. By the gods, Leather emitted a near-desperate groan. The corpse stumbled into the water, lunging towards the crowd attempting to push the boat. Leather was at a loss for what to do. He could order a counterattack, yet the immobilized vessel would come to a halt. The people on board understood their predicament, and their desperate cries echoed around. Leather remained inactive. He could only allow fate to dictate their course, urging everyone to choose wisely. He charged at the corpse beside him. "Come on, you bastard," He collided forcefully with the white, which merely swayed in response. Leather prayed to the gods as he thrust a spear into the corpse's chest. The spear broke upon impact. The corpse lunged at him, biting down hard on Leather's shoulder. Fortunately, there was no evidence to suggest that the whites would infect like zombies. Otherwise, he would have been lost. Leather forcefully pushed the corpse away, falling to the ground. His shoulder was a mess of blood and flesh. The scent of blood roused the dead, and he threw back his head, laughing. With no throat to produce sound, his laughter echoed like wine through a cavern. Leather picked up a nearby iron sword and drove it forcefully into the corpse's foot. The foot seemed less resilient than the chest, and the sword sank into the earth. The corpse attempted to grasp at Leather, but he nimbly withdrew. Meanwhile, those pushing the boat were wholly absorbed in their task until they realized someone behind them had been bitten to death by a corpse. What is this abomination? By the gods! Save me! Where did they come from? Have we truly lost? Various cries rang out from below deck. Some began to flee from the bottom of the ship, attempting to escape towards the sparse areas of corpses. In an instant, the vessel halted. The people aboard understood their dire situation, weeping and pleading with their companions. Don't run. Help us. Help us. Push the boat. Cowards. What are you doing? Do you think you can escape? Witnessing this, Leather felt a tumult of emotions churning within him. If Xu Luo were here, he would surely find a way to encourage everyone to continue fighting. Leather bitterly mused. Some chose to flee, while others opted to remain. A towering giant roared, bracing himself against the ship as the corpses clawed at his body. He endured the agony, feeling consciousness gradually ebbing from his body. Yet his hands remained firmly clasped to the ship's hull. In the midst of the struggle, 5 towering giants loomed. These beings of ancient lineage, towering over 3 meters, were robust, brawny, and possessed immense strength. With the giants leading the charge, the other wild men began to return. They understood that fleeing would not grant them survival. It was far better to sacrifice their lives to afford their wives and children on the ship a chance at life. The ghastly undead did not hesitate to seize them. Unlike the giants, these men were not as resilient to pain. The dense network of pain receptors transmitted their suffering throughout their bodies. In a primal instinct to protect the host, the brain instinctively issued the command to release their grip. Some fell, sinking beneath the water, yet none dared to let go. Those who chose to relinquish their hold had already fled to the shore. The ship began to move once more. By divine favor, a fierce sea breeze swept through, filling the sails. The speed of the Blackbird surged as it navigated into the depths of the ocean. The sailors in the hold felt an immediate sense of relief and rowed with renewed vigor. The giants roared towards the sea in an ancient tongue. Remember my name, Nagakas. Subsequently, the giant knelt, bowing his head as he sank into the ocean's embrace. O passing travelers, please deliver a message to the Spartans. Tell them we have faithfully fulfilled our promise, resting eternally here. Chapter 16:016, Breaking Free from the Difficult Encampment. Part 4. Xu Luo spurred his horse towards the opposite side of the battlefield. The infighting among the wild men had dragged on for far too long. Xu Luo hoped to liberate those embroiled in conflict, consolidating their strength for the frontal battle. It was then that he beheld the unfolding events along the coast. Several ships of the Night Watch set sail, embarking on their return journey. The mermaid maiden lay alone upon the shore, awaiting. Xu Luo found himself unable to assist those by the coast. Their casualties were grievous. Yet those engaged in battle with the otherworldly foes fared even worse. Xu Luo halted at the battlefield's edge, surveying the chaos. At the center, 2 giants grappled fiercely. One was Wun Wun, a wild man brought by Xu Luo to the difficult encampment. Clearly, these giants were pivotal to the battle, for their presence emboldened the remaining fighters, now less than 100, to continue the fight. Xu Luo dismounted and rushed towards the giants. Wun Wun clung to his foe, and together they crashed to the ground, sending snowflakes swirling. Xu Luo leaped, thrusting his sword downward. The giant sensed his presence and raised a hand to deflect the blow. These giants, typically over 3 meters tall, had arms thicker than Xu Luo's thighs. The long claws pierced the giant's arm, yet it showed little reaction. The giant cast Wun Wun aside, shaking off the snow before rising. Though the giant's movements were slow, appearing as if time were stretched infinitely, none dared to advance to attack as he stood. A collision with his boulder-like body would not end well. The giant seized a wooden club and swung it towards Xu Luo. Xu Luo leapt back to evade. The giant stepped forward, intent on pursuing, but soon discovered that his left leg had become immobile. Lowering his gaze, the giant beheld a mass of ice that had frozen his leg in place. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, his voice resonating like a dragon's. Die! Xu Luo shouted as he leaped onto the giant's knee, striking downward at its head. In the next instant, frost appeared where Xu Luo had stepped, encasing the giant's joints in ice. The giant attempted to stand upright to block the blow, but under immense pressure, the ice cracked with a resounding snap. Yet it was too late. The sharp Valyrian steel sword was indomitable. The long claws swept unceasingly across the giant's skull. Crows, crows, crows. The warriors on the battlefield began to cheer, Giant Slayer, King beyond the wall. Xu Luo landed on the ground, the cheers erupting like an explosion. The victor here would soon be determined. He had no time to linger. Gasping for breath, Xu Luo sprinted towards his warhorse, which had risen from the ground. Gazing mournfully at its fallen kin, whispering ancient words laden with sorrow. Another giant, already scarce, had been lost. Dragon crystal weapons. Spears, daggers, anything that can be wielded. Bring me dragon crystal. Xu Luo darted through Sir Menard's makeshift stronghold. Scattered around were a dozen corpses of the undead, undoubtedly testament to the efficacy of dragon crystal. Some of Sir Menard's men had returned to the Razorback, replacing their weapons with those crafted by the wildlings. The number of participants increased, and efficiency surged. Commander. Sir Menard arrived, his expression grim. I beg your pardon. I took the liberty of ordering the Razorback to leave the coast. Dragon crystal, bring me dragon crystal. Menard. Xu Luo was on the verge of losing his composure. He cared little for the Razorback. The number of the undead was escalating with time, and they required dragon crystal weapons to secure victory in battle. Commander Menard hesitated. Dragon crystal weapons were highly effective. A simple thrust to the heart could slay the undead. Even the others. However, dragon crystal was not as resilient as steel. Often, when thrust against the hard ice armor of the dead, it would shatter under the immense force. We have expended a considerable amount of dragon crystal in our fight against the others. Expended? Xu Luo elongated his tone. How much remains? It was the first time Menard had witnessed Xu Luo in such a state of agitation. He recoiled slightly, saying, We have 40 dragon crystal daggers and 24 spears. Now there are 25. By the gods. Xu Luo felt as if the world was spinning. What impact could such a meager supply of dragon crystal weapons have? Moreover, they were subject to depletion? Who can tell me what depletion means? Xu Luo roared inwardly. Suddenly, a scream jolted him back to his senses. What happened? Xu Luo turned towards the source of the cry. Gray-eyed Parker seemed to have injured his hand. Sir Menard glanced briefly and understood the situation. Xu Luo dismounted and approached Parker. It was more than just an injury. In his haste to craft dragon crystal weapons, Parker had severed his own thumb. The pale, lifeless digit lay on the ground, quickly staining the snow red. A wave of guilt surged within Xu Luo. They were not negligent in their weapon-making. It was not their fault that only these weapons were available. How are you? Xu Luo inquired. I'm fine, Parker replied. He was a youth of 18 or 19. With a hooked nose, disheveled hair, and a face dotted with freckles. He forced a smile for Xu Luo, yet beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Gray-eyed Parker tore a corner of his garment to dress the wound, but blood quickly soaked through the dark fabric. Let me see, Xu Luo said as he pulled aside the black cloth, revealing a relentless flow of blood. Parker lifted his gaze, gritting his teeth, unwilling to confront the extent of his injury. Xu Luo assessed the situation and recognized the urgent need to staunch the bleeding. Bear with it, Xu Luo instructed. It may hurt a bit. Parker nodded through clenched teeth. Xu Luo's palm glided over the wound, a layer of ice crystals enveloping the outer surface like a delicate membrane, effectively encasing the injury. The low temperature and barrier instantly halted the blood flow. Parker let out a cry of pain as the freezing sensation seized the nerve endings. Akin to being seared, a fiery sting coursing through him. He noticed an unfamiliar beauty in his fingers, now encased in the ice crystals. What is this? The bleeding stopped instantly. Parker exclaimed in astonishment. Thank you, Commander. I feel much better. You should rest over there, Xu Luo ordered. He knew Parker had permanently lost his thumb, and all he could do was bandage the wound. Parker's heartfelt gratitude only deepened Xu Luo's unease. How much more must they sacrifice to follow him to this arduous outpost? Xu Luo pondered anxiously. The Onion Knight, Davos, did not board the ship to depart. Despite a disreputable past, he might be one of the most honorable knights in Westeros. He refused to leave before the women and children had departed. Honor is indeed a peculiar thing. Robb Stark, the young wolf, king in the north, executed Lord Rickard for the murder of 2 enemy children, thus losing the cavalry of House Karstark. Was it truly worth it to protect the children of foes while slaughtering one's loyal subordinates? Ser Menard had sworn to fight for the defense of the wall, battling wildlings for over a decade, with countless brothers perishing at their hands. His enmity toward the wildlings was no less than that of any night's watchman. Yet, For the sake of honor, he unreservedly rescued the women and children of the wildlings. Did that not weigh heavily on him? The Onion Knight observed Xu Luo with a cold gaze. Each second felt incredibly precious, with lives lost every moment. Xu Luo seemed to squander time tending to a mere pawn, a decision that appeared unwise. Yet Davos couldn't help but realize that most people in this world were merely pawns. If a commander only cared for nobles and knights, for whom were the pawns fighting? For whom did they battle? Suddenly, Davos comprehended why the Night's Watch had not yet collapsed in such dire circumstances. As long as Xu Luo remained, no one would flee first. Commander Jon, Davos approached Xu Luo. The diminutive Onion Knight stood barely taller than Xu Luo when he was crouching. We have failed. We must retreat. Retreat? Xu Luo seemed to snap back to reality, revealing a grim smile. We cannot retreat, my lord. On the coast, there are still over 1,000 wildlings and brothers of the Night's Watch. Your ship cannot accommodate so many. I once told His Majesty on the Blackwater. We had failed and should retreat in time. I am reluctant to speak ill of my lord behind his back. However, if your majesty is willing to swallow the bitter fruit of failure and refrain from dispatching the remaining troops across the Blackwater River, we may yet be able to hold Dragonstone. Commander Jon, war is not a gamble. The stranger never favors the gambler. Dragonstone is the stronghold and headquarters of Stannis Baratheon. After Stannis marched north to support the wall, Ser Loras Tyrell seized Dragonstone. I am no gambler, my lord. Xu Luo rose. If I cannot bring these Night's Watchmen back, even if the people of Jiangdong pity me, how can I face them? We still have a chance. We have not lost yet. My lord, you should depart first. The difficult situation at the Holdfast does not concern you. You have waited here long enough. Take those you can back to Eastwatch. If I cannot return, please convey to my brothers that I hope Aenys Emmett will be the next commander. Davos stood in place for a long time. You can never persuade a king. The Onion Knight thought bitterly. He offered the 7's blessing to those present and turned towards the ship, the Merling. My lord, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Xu Luo said to Sir Maynard beside him. Now prepare all the dragonglass weapons. We are about to engage in our final battle. Yes, Commander. Maynard was ready to prove his courage and loyalty with his life. Xu Luo mounted his horse and galloped towards the battlefield. The wildling civil war had come to an end. Xu Luo shouted loudly, commanding the wildlings to head to Maynard's stronghold to collect dragonglass weapons for the fight. Xu Luo noticed Wun Wun kneeling, extracting the heart of a fallen comrade. He did not understand Wun Wun's actions and had no time to question them. Accompanied by over 100 wildlings, Xu Luo returned to Maynard's side. The wildlings formed 4 lines, one after another, collecting dragonglass weapons before rushing to the central battlefield. Maynard, find more wildlings. I can never have too many dragonglass weapons. As you wish, Commander. Sir Maynard understood Xu Luo's intent. The production of dragonglass weapons was ongoing. Before these 2 crates were exhausted, they still had hope for victory. Chapter 17:017 Breaking out of the Holdfast, V. Xu Luo rode into the battlefield. His arrival shone like a beacon of light, illuminating the darkness and guiding the way forward. The Night's Watch and wildlings seemed to spring to life, their spirits invigorated on the battlefield. The wildlings, armed with dragonglass weapons, actively joined the fray. The White Walkers could still resist, but the Whites were as fragile as paper before the dragonglass. For each Night's Watchman or wildling they killed, they could add a member to their ranks. Yet now, the White Walkers were astonished to find their numbers dwindling rapidly. Survivors along the coast fled in succession to Maynard's stronghold. Maynard entrusted most of the dragonglass to the wildlings for the battle at the central battlefield, retaining only a small portion to defend against the Whites' assault. The resurrected giant White attempted to destroy the dragonglass manufacturing point. Sir Maynard, along with a dozen men, surrounded the White Giant. The giant's might was formidable. With a mere sweep of its hand, it could send men soaring through the air. Yet Sir Maynard and his comrades, undeterred by the specter of death, bravely surged forth into the fray, driving the dragon crystal deep into the body of the corpse giant. With a resounding crash, the behemoth fell, eliciting jubilant cheers from those near the stronghold. Victory still lay distant, yet Maynard finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. Xu Luo seized Solon, hoisting him onto the horse's back. The breaker of shields was riddled with wounds, yet Solon's agility had spared him from grievous injury, preventing the loss of limbs that would surely have led to his demise in the frigid wilderness. Warriors, send the Whites back to hell, Xu Luo proclaimed, hoisting a fallen White and galloping across the battlefield. This act significantly bolstered the morale of the despondent fighters. Those engaged in the conflict could distinctly feel the weight upon them lighten. The tide of battle began to turn increasingly in their favor. The billowing black cloaks upon the battlefield infused them with boundless confidence. as long as that individual remained standing. This struggle could not be deemed a failure. The whites, too. Since the shifting winds of fate, a few began to converge upon Xu Luo, but lacking steeds, they could not keep pace with his swift gallop. Yet Xu Luo, traversing perilous grounds, was not without risk. Suddenly, a white lunged forth, delivering a powerful blow that sent the horse flying sideways. The steed collapsed, its innards ruptured. Frothing at the mouth, Xu Luo and Solin scrambled in the snow as the white giant approached, swinging a club as thick as a man's arm and striking the ground with ferocity. By the gods! Xu Luo and Solin rolled aside in unison, narrowly evading disaster. Xu Luo extended his hand, causing the ice to melt as crystalline frost climbed up the legs of the corpse giant. With a thunderous roar, the giant bellowed in rage, shattering the ice with a powerful motion. Like the whites, the corpse giants possessed a natural affinity for the cold. Xu Luo surmised that frost would hold no sway over such a creature, a realization that was disheartening despite his anticipation. Suddenly, Wun Wun charged from the side, colliding fiercely with the corpse giant, sending a flurry of snow into the air. The giant staggered, crashing to the ground. Clumsily, Wun Wun pounced upon the giant's torso, unleashing a torrent of furious blows upon its head. He was releasing pent-up anger for the loss of his comrades, and rage against the monstrosity that desecrated their fallen. Blow after blow fell, the giant's skull reduced to a pulpy mass. Yet, the corpse would not succumb to mere physical destruction. Its vitality was so robust that it could endure the loss of limbs, head, or heart without perishing. The corpse giant seized Wun Wun and flung him aside. Just as it regained its footing, a blade pierced through its back. The Valyrian steel, the Longclaw, penetrated its heart without hesitation. Xu Luo withdrew the blade, and the giant collapsed to its knees, crashing to the ground in silence. To Xu Luo's astonishment, the whites and corpse giants began to retreat. These beings, devoid of fear, were choosing to flee before the combined might of the Night's Watch and the wildlings. Lo and behold, even the whites can retreat. A collective realization dawned upon the stunned warriors. We have won. We have triumphed. The alliance of the Night's Watch and the wildlings erupted in thunderous celebration. Some individuals grasp the snow and hurl it towards the heavens, while others lie rigidly upon the ground, unwilling to stir. Solin kneels, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. Only Leather, unwavering as a mountain, stands calmly, gripping his dragon crystal spear, and licks the blood from his lips. They have truly accomplished it, Leather reflects. They have indeed vanquished the others. Is this all but a dream, so illusory and distant? In this frigid expanse, he feels not the biting cold. His heart beats fiercely, a molten reminder that all of this is real. The corpses, like a dark shroud, have enveloped the lands beyond the wall for millennia. Their legends have been wielded to frighten disobedient children, lurking in the shadows to hunt each solitary wildling. Attempts to battle them have often resulted in devastating losses. Yet now, victory is theirs. Former foes flee the battlefield, though this skirmish involves but a minor faction of the others, for the wildlings. The triumph over their enemies elicits an indescribable wave of emotion and astonishment. Kill. Pursue them, brothers. One among them regains his senses, seizing a weapon from the ground and chasing after the others. The remaining wildlings soon follow suit. The call to eradicate these abominations, to root them out completely, rings clear. Why should they allow these lifeless entities to swagger away from their arduous encampment? Thus, a throng of them rearm and pursue. In less than half a day, they have transformed from fear to fervent pursuit. Leather refrains from joining the hunt for the others. Instead, he approaches Xu Luo and sits beside him. The breaker of shields, Solin, lies sprawled on the ground, every inch of his body marred and broken. Leather understands all too well that these changes stem from the man seated on the ground, who tenderly touches the wounds on his face. Leather produces a small piece of flatbread, offering it to Xu Luo. Would you care for a morsel, my lord? Xu Luo accepts it, tearing it into 3 portions. One piece he tosses on his Solin's belly, another he returns to Leather, and the last he hastily swallows whole. He has not tasted food or water for a day, having endured prolonged and intense combat, and he finds himself both famished and parched. The flatbread quickly becomes moist in his mouth, yet his throat remains dry, making it difficult to swallow. Cursing inwardly, Xu Luo forces himself to gulp it down. You appear rather calm, Leather. We have won. Are you not in disbelief? Are you not equally composed? Me? Xu Luo bursts into laughter. I am exhausted. Do you understand? Exhausted. At that moment, a rumble emanates from the hillside. Leather's first instinct is to think it's an avalanche, for such thunderous sounds herald its approach. He lifts his gaze to behold the cave where the wildlings had resided mere days ago, now alight with a blue, otherworldly flame. A colossal figure, hidden in the shadows, emerges from the mountain's peak, hurtling downward. Gods above, what is that? Good heavens! Xu Luo exclaims. The vessel it sends will traverse the snow, glide upon the ice, and advance through the sands. It shall bring light, yet also shadows. It will upend the entire world, granting us the redemption of eternal life. Xu Luo recalls the description from Mother Mole, who spoke of the fleet that would bring salvation. Xu Luo initially thought that Mother Mole was merely indulging in fanciful notions. But to his astonishment, she had indeed constructed a veritable Noah's Arkansas. Rising to his feet, he seized his long claws. Since Mother Mole was situated halfway up the mountain, he neglected to ascend to the summit for a proper view, a grave miscalculation. Above them loomed a towering gray cliff, where flames flickered within the hundreds of caverns scattered across its surface. As he ran, Xu Luo shouted at the top of his lungs, "Get out of the way! Everyone! Clear out!" Yet, the white ships approached with alarming swiftness, descending the slope, gaining speed from the force of gravity. Were they ordinary vessels, such turbulence would likely have shattered them. Instead, the white ships creaked and groaned, resembling jubilant cheers. They navigated over protruding boulders and through sunken fissures, traversing the narrow, winding slopes of the caverns, and surged onto the treacherous beach. The wildlings and Night's Watchmen who could not evade in time were swept beneath the ships. Without pausing, the vessels plunged into the trembling sea. Oh, the gods! Xu Luo stood in a daze, watching the white ship recede into the distance. He beheld the vessel, laden with cold, cerulean corpses. Our fleet, the leather-clad man uttered bitterly. Their target is our fleet. Heavens, the ship is filled with people. What shall they do? Although the Night's Watchmen's ships had departed earlier, they were heavily burdened with both the Night's Watchmen and refugees. The white ships, however, moved with a velocity that defied Newton's second law. They could only rely on fate. Strangely, Xu Luo felt an unexpected calm wash over him. I believe that Sir Davos and Menard will devise a solution. If powerless, he thought, it is better to remain silent and offer blessings than to succumb to panic. Leather turned back, meeting Xu Luo's composed and resolute visage. The expression on his face was taut, with unwavering determination, exuding a profound sense of confidence. He genuinely believed that those individuals could survive. Leather pondered that, despite the situation appearing utterly hopeless, as long as the whites caught up with the Night's Watchmen's ships, overloaded, primarily filled with non-combatant women and children, their fate would be sealed and capsizing. Yet, the light emanating from that trusting face was truly moving. How wonderful it would be if, one day, he too could be granted such trust. Leather glanced towards the nearby broken shield-bearer, Solon, whose expression was vacant and dazed, clearly contemplating the same dire thoughts. Chapter 18. The White Ship, Part 1. The snowy night was exceptionally bright. The night sky resembled a mirror reflecting the moonlight. The illumination, though not intense, was remarkably clear. The winds of the trembling sea carried the scent of fish and salt from the other shore, brushing against Davos Seaworth's face. He is a good commander. Wouldn't you agree? The two stood side by side at the bow for quite some time, before Sir Menard spoke for the first time. Indeed, Davos replied, though perhaps not entirely rational. I heard the wildlings refer to him as the king beyond the wall. Menard remarked, I wonder what our brothers would think of that. Davos paused, puzzled by the implications of Menard's words. Do you believe Jon can return to the East Sea, my lord? Davos countered, masking his true sentiments with a rhetorical question. Aren't you of the same mind, my lord? The Onion Knight serves as the hand of the king to Stannis, the commander of the Narrow Sea Fleet, and the Count of Rainwood, holding a status far superior to that of Maynard. I do not share this sentiment. Of course, Jon has a knack for conjuring miracles. Does he not? Davos remarked. Maynard shifted his gaze forward, returning to his previous discourse. Historically, no one has simultaneously held the titles of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and King Beyond the Wall. Roderick Flint once aspired to achieve this. He attempted to wield the Night's Watch's military might to fulfill his ambitions, nearly bringing ruin to the Brotherhood. Ultimately, the brothers executed him and elected a new Lord Commander. We have fought the free folk for millennia, harboring mutual disdain, and the brothers would undoubtedly harbor doubts about this. You have strayed too far, Davos mused. Yet, the Night's Watch was established to combat the others, not the free folk. I trust that there are still those who remember the ancient traditions. May it be so, Maynard replied. At that moment, the lookout atop the mast sounded an alarm. Sir Maynard and Davos hurried from the bow to the stern. The darkness obscured their vision, and the vast ocean surged with a menacing tide. They beheld nothing. It is the others, Sir Davos intoned gravely. Maynard was about to inquire further when, in the next heartbeat, he too saw it. From the shadows emerged a colossal entity, its size far surpassing that of the Merling Maiden. It glided forward silently, as if floating upon the surface of the water. An aura of eerie cold enveloped its form. Who else could it be but the others? Maynard was aware that the others resided in the depths, yet he had never contemplated that they possessed a vessel. Accelerate. Full speed ahead, Maynard bellowed, his gravelly voice resonating through the night sky, rousing every sailor aboard. Let any who linger in slumber be consigned to an eternal sleep beneath the waves. The dormant Merling Maiden suddenly sprang to life. The entire ship buzzed with activity. The sailors' shouts echoed powerfully from below. The oars moved rhythmically, cutting through the water. The free folk traversed the deck, eager to discern the cause of the commotion. The Night's Watch barked commands, urging everyone to remain still. The clatter of falling buckets, the cries of those who stumbled, and the hurried footsteps melded into a cacophony. The Merling Maiden belonged to Sir Davos, yet he did not impede Maynard. He understood the urgency that coursed through Maynard's veins. However, having departed Hardin for such a duration, the others were still able to pursue them, indicating that their vessel possessed a swiftness far exceeding their own. The Onion Knight estimated, based on experience, that even with an empty hold, the Merling Maiden would struggle to evade the others. Not to mention, it was laden to its limits. Davos harbored no illusions. As the other ship drew ever closer, despair settled heavily upon Davos's heart. Not even when bound to a pyre by the stone men had he felt such hopelessness. The captain is born of the sea and shall return to it. Shall we cast overboard our provisions and other detritus? Sir Maynard mused, his words seeming to be directed at Davos as much as at himself. The impending reality bore down upon Maynard with immense pressure, akin to a sword suspended above his head, constricting his breath. Useless, declared Davos. Even if we were all cast aside, we could not outrun the White Walkers. Is there truly no alternative? Sir Maynard resolved to confront reality. After a brief pause, Davos cast a swift glance at the ground. No, there is indeed one option left. However, I am uncertain of its efficacy, he replied. What is it? I am not familiar with the White Walkers. If they are not particularly astute, could we not release a small vessel and have them follow it to fish? Maynard's eyes brightened at this notion. Yet, if they had fully participated in the Battle of Hardin, they would possess intelligence on par with that of humans. They had ensnared the mother of moles, gathering the wildlings at Hardin as a reserve of population. They orchestrated the diversion of Ser Yora, launching a surprise attack on the Night's Watch's ships, aiming to capture the entire human populace at Hardin. They approached the shore in silence, having constructed a formidable vessel. In short, these were certainly not a mindless horde. A desperate measure, Davos remarked. If fortune favors us, we may yet succeed. Better to fight with all we have than to await our demise. Maynard strode decisively down the ship's bow and onto the deck, where the greatest number of Night's Watchmen and wildlings had gathered. As the commander of the Night's Watch, he possessed the authority to command his subordinates. Yet, Maynard hesitated. Did he truly have the right to order his men to their deaths? They were not merely his subordinates and crew. They were his brothers, his kin. Confused and desperate gazes were fixed upon Maynard. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. Friends, I bear unfortunate news. The wildlings are pursuing us in their boats. A chorus of boos arose from the deck. Our ship cannot match the speed of the White Walkers. In approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they will overtake us. Was it due to being overburdened? Should we cast things overboard? At this moment, the Night's Watchmen disregarded discipline, raising their hands in protest. No, Maynard said, observing the wildlings' expressions of fear and anxiety. Even if we all leap into the water, this vessel cannot outrun the White Walkers. We lack dragonglass and formidable warriors. They sacrificed themselves to protect us, allowing us to escape Hardin while remaining near the coast. Friends, we must rely solely on ourselves. We can either fight with all our might or sit here and await our ship sinking. If the White Walkers were to catch up, Maynard planned to scuttle the ship, the Maid of the Mist, to prevent falling into the hands of the White Walkers and becoming whites. What shall we do? Someone on deck roared. I will not fall into the hands of the White Walkers. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of defiance. Once they had settled again, Maynard spoke. Our plan is as follows. Shortly, we will lower a small boat and halt our vessel. Once we depart, the small boat will head in the opposite direction. If fortune smiles upon us and the White Walkers pursue the small boat, we may yet survive. After Maynard concluded, an unusual silence enveloped the deck. The small boat would also require human power to row. That tiny craft, which could accommodate only 3 or 4 individuals, would tremble upon the churning sea like a leaf. Perhaps even a single wave could capsize it. Under normal circumstances, what type of vessel would be employed to disembark at a small port? And how would one escape a shipwreck? Those who board, even if they exhaust the last vestiges of an old woman's favor and elude the pursuit of otherworldly beings, are almost assuredly doomed to never reach the shore. The waves may overturn them, crashing against the rocks. The probability of encountering a suitable port along the lengthy coastline is exceedingly slim. This implies that those who venture onto the ship are nearly guaranteed to perish. I yearn to join you on the vessel, yet as captain, I bear my own responsibilities. I must coexist with my ship in life and death. I have no authority to command you to face certain doom, yet I shall embark. A wild woman rises, brandishing a spear, her physique robust, her gaze resolute. A spearwoman? Sir Maynard furrows his brow, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Are there others? We require 4 individuals. This number is neither excessive nor burdensome, yet it is sufficient to maximize the small boat's performance. Ideally, one should possess knowledge of rowing. Maynard does not harbor expectations that the wild folk are adept at this, despite their long-standing raids around Seal Bay and the town of Crown. I wish to go, my lord. A brother of the Night's Watch rises timidly. A chorus of hisses erupts from behind him. And I, another wild woman declares. This one possesses lustrous golden hair, her beauty strikingly reminiscent of southerners rather than those accustomed to the harsh life of the wild. I too shall join. Booms a rough voice from a brawny man who pushes aside his companions to step forward. For individuals stand before Maynard, their expressions a blend of calm, pride, fear, and confusion. He did not anticipate finding volunteers so readily. He had expected the process to be fraught with complications. Maynard muses that the arrival of these individuals seems to have instilled a greater willingness among them to sacrifice for one another. Brave souls, please share your names. I am grateful for your courage and your willingness to sacrifice. There is little we can offer you in return, save for remembrance. Only remembrance. Edith, the spearwoman declares. I am proud of you. Edith, Maynard replies, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. I am Carter. The Night's Watch brother speaks in a low, delicate tone. Carter, my lord. Wade, of the Three Sisters Isle, another adds. My name is Dana, the beautiful wild woman states, and I have a request, my lord. Pray speak. Maynard inclines his head, adopting a respectful tone. My sister, Katina, remains in difficult fort. If she survives to gaze upon the eastern sea, indeed, I hope you will deliver this to her. And please, tell her I love her. Dana removes a necklace from around her neck, woven from wild grasses, adorned with a brilliant blue gemstone. Maynard accepts the necklace, placing it against his chest. I swear upon my honor, madam, that I shall deliver this necklace to your sister. Should I fail to return alive, the brother of the Night's Watch shall fulfill your wish in my stead. Thank you, my lord. Dana smiles beautifully. I am not a lady. I am merely a wild woman. The small boat is lowered, creating gentle ripples upon the water. The 4 individuals aboard wave to those above, their smiles radiant. The ship of the others loomed ominously close, its grotesque decorations becoming increasingly distinct. At the prow of this sinister vessel was the massive head of an ice wolf, flanked by the elongated tusks of a mammoth. Set sail, commanded Maynard with a commanding voice. Davos approached Maynard's side and advised, my lord, for the sake of safety, I propose we redirect towards Skagos Island. Maynard comprehended the implications immediately. The waters surrounding Skagos Island were notoriously treacherous. Even seasoned sailors like them could not guarantee safe passage. And what of the others? Should they catch up to the small craft and pursue them, it could spell a chance for survival. After navigating for some time, they were not far from the northernmost tip of Skagos Island, where the waters were most unpredictable. This plan was entirely plausible. Chapter 19, Euro 19. The Ship of the Others, Part 2. The sea breeze caressed the small boat, causing it to sway gently. The young girl, Carter, shivered. Are you cold? He inquired. Dina turned her head. Carter possessed a youthful visage, strikingly beautiful. Dina understood why the others referred to this boy as Lady Carter. They mocked his delicate features and feminine softness. Yet, fragility does not equate to weakness. Oftentimes, the seemingly delicate are far more resilient than brutish appearances suggest. Rowing is not difficult, Ward asserted. As long as you maintain balance and exert the right amount of force, you can maneuver the small boat. A vessel of this size is quite manageable. Hailing from the Isle of the Three Sisters, Ward had been navigating such boats alone since the age of 8. Fishing and shrimping in shallow bays and hidden harbors. The spearwoman, Edith, grasped an oar and, with a token gesture, dipped it into the water. The boat began to spin in place. Had it not been for Ward from the Isle of the Three Sisters steadying it in time, the small craft would have capsized. My apologies, Edith said, awkwardly tossing the oar back into the boat. Rowing is not as easy as the large fellow claimed. No worries, we still have time. Ward reassured them. The others were merely a hair's breadth away. Those aboard the ship could even glimpse the figures of the others standing at the bow, emanating an eerie blue glow in the twilight. Do you truly believe we can return alive from the land of the others? Edith questioned Dina, contemplating the multitude of foes they faced. I pray for it, Dina replied, instinctively reaching for her chest, only to remember she had entrusted her necklace to Sir Maynard. All right, let us move, ladies. Ward's rugged voice resonated across the waters. Do not allow the others to seize us so easily. We must buy more time for those aboard. The mermaid maiden sailed further away, yet the distance to the others diminished. The small boat began to move. After a few breathless moments of chaos, under Ward's experienced guidance, even Edith fell into sync with the rhythm of the oars. Lady Carter was already adept, and Dina, it seemed, possessed the cleverness to learn quickly. The ship of the others positioned itself between the line formed by the mermaid maiden and the small boat. It was closer to the small craft than to the mermaid maiden, yet the number of individuals aboard the mermaid maiden far outnumbered those on the small vessel. After a brief moment, the ship of the others stirred once more, akin to a leaf swept away by the wind, drifting towards the small vessel. They were in pursuit. Those wretched creatures, Ward exclaimed with exasperation. The two wild women aboard the boat, accustomed to a life of savagery and rudeness, felt no sense of alarm. Thank the gods, Dana murmured. The individuals in the small boat paddled with renewed vigor. Their speed was, astonishingly, even swifter than that of the mermaid ship. One could only imagine how many souls were crammed aboard the mermaid vessel. Yet, it was evident that the others were still drawing nearer. The ship of the others halted for a considerable duration, deliberating whether to pursue the mermaid ship or the small boat. They pursued at a leisurely pace, exhibiting no inclination to hasten. They were fully aware that time was on their side. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Dana began to feel fatigued. Not all wildlings were as barbaric as the southerners presumed. With her sister Katina by her side, Dana did not need to exert herself excessively. The robust Rugo, adhering to wildling customs, had taken great care of Dana since abducting her. She participated in hunting and migration alongside her companions. But the hardships she endured were far less than those borne by Edith. Through gritted teeth, Dana pressed on. She had no leisure to glance back. Only hearing Ward incessantly shout, "We've gained some distance. Keep going. We're almost shaking off those wretched creatures." Dana knew this was an impossibility. Yet, a flicker of hope stirred within her. Perhaps they truly had increased the distance from the ship of the others. It was not merely a struggle for survival, but rather a means to delay the others for a little longer. How foolish they are, the maiden Carter remarked, clutching her arms, to pursue us. Row. Stop talking, girl. Ward bellowed. Startled, Carter nearly dropped her or into the water. She gripped the paddle and strained against the water, inwardly grumbling about Ward. Wasn't he the one who kept talking? No, they are not foolish, Dana thought to herself. The truth is always chilling. The others pursued the small boat because they believed that after vanquishing it, they could turn back to chase the mermaid ship. They were determined not to spare any living soul. These loathsome and terrifying beings were driven by greed, not stupidity. A sudden crash. The small vessel was struck, and the occupants were thrown backward. They had been caught up with. Edith, in astonishment, realized that she had thought the ship of the others was still far behind. The small boat swayed, momentarily distancing itself from the ship of the others. As Edith turned to look back, she found herself face to face with one of the others standing at the bow of the ship. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a human. Possessing a human form and head, yet devoid of hair, its face lined with wrinkles, reminiscent of an aged elder. It emitted a chilling blue glow, its icy gaze piercing through Edith's very being. The others had no intention of transforming the four of them. The ship of the others collided with the small boat once again, and the occupants could only scream in terror. The vessel capsized, plunging into the depths of the water. Unless a miracle occurred, they would sink eternally to the ocean floor, destined for the palace of the drowned gods. As Edith watched the endless darkness envelop her, the words of Sir Maynard echoed in her ears. I am proud of you, Edith. Edith is a spear maiden, destined to remain on the treacherous coast of Tuanhai. However, Xu Luo has no time to distinguish between ordinary wild women and spear maidens. A spear maiden, if she so desires, can board the ship just the same. This is the peculiar expression that graced Maynard's face upon his sighting of Edith. They did not pursue us, Sir Maynard remarked. The pitch-black sea lay still and serene. The tension among those on deck gradually eased. Some, overcome by fatigue, unknowingly succumbed to slumber. The speed of the rowing began to diminish. Mortals are creatures of fatigue, incapable of sustaining high-intensity labor indefinitely. For the moment, Davos was not as optimistic as Sir Maynard. The others chasing the small boat indicated that they believed they could still catch up with us. How could that be? Maynard furrowed his brow. Initially, we were all heading towards the Eastern Sea, which is why they followed us. Now we have turned towards Skagos Island. This vast, trembling sea. How could they possibly find us in this dark expanse? The Onion Knight suddenly turned to face Maynard, his eyes glimmering with intensity. What is it? Maynard inquired. Sir, you pose a pertinent question. On such a vast, trembling sea, how could they locate us? This cannot simply be explained by our course towards the Eastern Sea, where at least 4 known routes exist. Do the others possess skilled sailors who know the fastest path we took? What do you mean? Quickly, have the Night's Watch thoroughly search this vessel. A chill coursed through Davos as he exclaimed, I suspect the others have concealed a nail aboard. The mermaid maiden awoke in the dawn's first light. The Night's Watch moved about, roughly rummaging through every nook and cranny of the ship, under the floor, behind wooden barrels, beneath the canvas concealing the cargo, and within the cabin. They scoured repeatedly. The wild men stared wide-eyed, bewildered. The Night's Watch themselves were equally puzzled. The captain had not informed them what to seek, as if they would know upon finding it. Young Oliver withdrew his foot, which had been stepped upon by a member of the Night's Watch. He gazed in confusion at these black-clad figures, attempting to glean their intentions from their actions, but to no avail, for the Night's Watch themselves were in the dark. Oliver felt gratitude towards the black-clad men for rescuing him and permitting him aboard. Yet, he perceived them as rather rude. The Night's Watch shoved the wild men aboard, shouting at them as if they were deaf. They claimed to be genteel folk, yet did not even know to apologize when treading upon another. Oliver mused. Beside Oliver, leaning against the wall, lay an injured member of the Night's Watch. His wounds were severe, bandaged in black cloth around his chest. Since boarding, he had shrunk into this corner, concealing his face beneath his dark cloak. Initially, Oliver did not pay much attention to this companion. Yet, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura emanating from the black-clad man. Surely, he cannot be dead, Oliver thought anxiously. He wished to avoid offending the Night's Watch. Yet curiosity compelled him to reach out and touch the black-clad man, asking, How do you feel? A cold sensation coursed from his fingertips. Startled as if bitten by a serpent, Oliver instantly withdrew his hand. He is dead. Oliver cautiously lifted the black cloak, revealing the countenance of the night watchman. The watchman's visage was pallid, devoid of any color. Hey, are you all right? Oliver speculated that the man might be deceased. Yet, in an effort to muster his courage, he addressed the corpse as though it were alive. Oliver extended his hand to ascertain the watchman's breath. Indeed, there was no sign of life. Suddenly, the watchman jolted awake, his azure eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Ah! Oliver screamed. What is it? The searching watchman turned his head. The undead watchman clamped down on Oliver's hand. Overcome with pain, Oliver cried out and struggled fiercely. The ghastly watchman severed his finger, gnawing contentedly before swallowing it. Intruder! The brothers in black chorused in a prolonged lament. Stop searching. There is a wight here. The brothers in black charged toward the undead watchman. The latter staggered to his feet, his limbs still rigid. One of the brothers plunged a sword into his chest, pinning him against the wall. The undead watchman tilted his head, gazing at his former comrade with hollow and bewildered eyes. He reached out, seizing the brother's shoulder and pulling him closer. The brother emitted a harrowing scream. At that moment, 7 or 8 of the night watchmen rushed in, subduing the undead watchman to the ground. Sir Maynard arrived in haste. Observing the thrashing corpse, he could not help but admire the wisdom and experience of Sir Davos. If not for the fact that all the sailors on this vessel were night watchmen, Maynard would have willingly relinquished command to accompany the 4 as bait. Quickly, Maynard commanded, throw it into the sea. Several watchmen hoisted the corpse and navigated through the crowd. Ascending to the deck, with a splash, the wight plummeted into the water like a stone. Maynard wiped the sweat from his brow, instinctively glancing toward the sea. Blast it! We are too late. The monstrous form of the white ship emerged on the horizon. The morning sun shone brightly, but not fiercely, casting a delicate golden hue upon the clouds. The white ship bore down upon the mermaid's maiden without pause. Set sail! Set sail! Set sail! Shouted Sir Davos from the bow, his beard flapping in the wind. Hard to port, full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. The mermaid's maiden began a desperate flight. The fierce enemy relentlessly pursued the maiden from behind. Ahead, they could already discern the outline of Skagos Island, but it was all too late. They could not outrun the whites. In the tale's conclusion, the frail maiden invariably fell prey to the villain's grasp. Maynard began to regret not having urged the crew to sail at full speed. Had they persevered for just another quarter of an hour the previous night, they might have secured a sliver of survival. Maynard approached the bow. Like all captains, if he were to perish, he wished to sink alongside his ship. As the waters gradually engulfed the mermaid's maiden, He would stand at the prow, watching her fade away, and then accompany her to the end of their shared journey, just as she had accompanied him through the vast expanse of the stars and seas. Davos. Maynard's demeanor turned cold and resolute. Order the ship to be scuttled. Scuttle the ship? Davos Seaworth, the commander of the Narrow Sea Fleet, wore an expression of bewilderment, gripping the ropes tightly with one hand while brandishing a short sword with the other. No, Davos firmly rejected Maynard. Slow down. Hard to starboard. Hard to starboard. Slow down, he commanded loudly. The mermaid girl tilted dramatically towards the water's surface. The crew aboard gasped, leaning precariously to one side. Yet, with remarkable resilience, she righted herself and pressed onward. Had she faltered even slightly, the mermaid's maiden would have capsized under the weight of the impending threat before the whites could seize them. Steady as she goes. Full speed ahead. 10 degrees to port. Full speed. Steady as she goes. Full speed ahead. A flurry of commands ensued. The crew, with no time to ponder the approaching whites, resolutely obeyed Captain Davos's orders. Behind them, the whites were a mere 10 paces away, their grasp seemingly within reach. Davos inhaled deeply, puffing out his chest, and shouted into the air, "Die, bastards!" Maynard remained momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the white ship lurched violently, causing Maynard to freeze. The white vessel had run aground. After a prolonged moment of shock, Maynard finally realized that Davos's command to veer sharply had been a maneuver to avoid the reef. Overwhelmed with tension, he had failed to notice the rocks. He felt a surge of shame for his cowardice. Had he been in command, it would have been the mermaid's maiden now sinking beneath the waves. No matter how unique the white ship may have been, it was still merely a vessel. Perhaps it had been enchanted to sail without crew, light as a feather, yet now, its speed had become the harbinger of its demise. After colliding with the reef, a breach appeared in the ship's hull, large enough for a person to pass through, and water surged into the hold. It was perched upon the rocks like an unfortunate swimmer clinging to a ledge, yet it would ultimately relinquish its grip and slip into the abyss of the deep sea. "You have saved us, my lord," Maynard said with heartfelt gratitude. For him, this moment felt more like a miraculous escape than leaving Hardhome. At Hardhome, he had only glimpsed the whites from afar. Now, he felt as if he could nearly touch the hair on the enemy's legs. "It is you who saved us, my lord," Davos humbly replied. "Were it not for your intervention, I would have perished long ago." The visage of that individual flickered in Davos's mind. Had that person not sent Maynard, he would never have had the chance to be rescued. Davos held a devout belief in the Seven, often attributing all outcomes to divine will. He thought of the crone guiding Jon Snow. 3 days after the mermaid's maiden departed from the waters of Skagos, night fell, and the stars shone brightly. The surface of the water rippled, sending out concentric circles. The first object to emerge was a mast, draped in seaweed and encrusted with barnacles. The elongated mast seemed to pierce the heavens as it appeared in this world. Following it was the ship's hull, with the gash in the white ship's side patched with the shell of a giant tortoise. The dark green tortoise shell seamlessly melded with the vessel, resembling an astonishingly resilient shield. The other stood at the bow of the ship, motionless like a statue, accompanied by a dozen or so corpse walkers. Should an archaeologist take an interest in their identification, they would discover that these corpse walkers were loyal adherents who perished beside the altar. One stepped forward to the front of the ship, lagging half a body length behind the other. "Master," the mole mother hunched her back. "We are prepared to descend southward and shatter the dominion of humankind. We shall obliterate White Harbor, decimate the old town, and allow the sea to engulf Green Pavilion Island, sending the Ironborn to meet their drowned god." The corpse walkers possessed no awareness. They were mere cadavers. Yet, the mole mother astonishingly retained a fragment of her consciousness. She had finally fulfilled her heart's desire, achieving a form of immortality in a certain sense. The other murmured in a tongue incomprehensible to ordinary ears. This was neither an ancient dialect nor a common tongue, but a more peculiar and esoteric language, as if it originated from a realm beyond comprehension. "Indeed, master," the mole mother lowered her form further, "we shall not repeat the same folly. We will make humankind pay for their foolishness today." Surrounding the other's ship, a dozen figures floated effortlessly upon the water's surface. They bore human bodies and faces, yet their ears were gills, their lips thick and purplish, with dead fish eyes and bald scalps devoid of hair. Their lower halves were adorned with hard, scaly fish tails, legendary mermaids. The scholars of the old town steadfastly referred to them as sirens, and in time, people would acknowledge that within the scholar's mind, filled with frenzied notions, there resided a semblance of sanity. At least, in this regard, it was so. Chapter 21:021 Rescue at Stork's Point. Following the arduous battle at Hardship Point, The Night's Watch and the Wildling Coalition lingered along the coast for an additional 2 days. They salvaged food from ships cast ashore and endured the briny flavor of seawater as they ate. Xu Luo commanded them to forge all the dragon crystals into weapons. Adhering to a strategy of elite forces, Xu Luo selected 300 formidable warriors from the Wildlings and the Night's Watch to form the Dragon Crystal Legion. By the time all the Dragon Crystal ore was exhausted, each individual would possess at least 5 Dragon Crystal Spears and 2 Dragon Crystal Daggers. The coalition then set forth on their journey back to East Sea Lookout, advancing along the periphery of the Ghost Shadow Forest, unwilling to step into its depths. Now, the Ghost Shadow Forest had become synonymous with the other. As the coalition's numbers swelled, Xu Luo found it increasingly challenging to persuade them to take this route. In hindsight, leading nearly 2,000 Night's Watch and Wildling Coalition members back home was already a victory. If the Blackbird and the Siren Maiden at sea could also return successfully, this endeavor would undoubtedly be deemed a resounding triumph. Defeating the other and returning to East Sea Lookout was a notion that had once seemed unfathomable. Xu Luo and his companions traveled for 4 days without encountering any disturbances from the other. It appeared that the battle at Hardship Point had inflicted severe losses on the other as well. The other were terrifying but not overwhelmingly powerful. They remained in a very nascent stage of development. If only they could be extinguished during this phase, what a boon that would be. Alas, Xu Luo had no knowledge of where the other originated or where they might be lurking. Before securing sufficient dragon crystal weapons and assembling a formidable army, Xu Luo was reluctant to recklessly search the Ghost Shadow Forest. Who knows what circumstances they might encounter? Be cautious. We are not yet safe, Solon cautioned. Having not seen the whites for several days, the group grew somewhat restless. A wild man laughed heartily and replied, "What is there to fear? Even if the whites come, we shall drive them back into the forest once more." "Is that so?" Solon's warrior, Kaidi, interjected. "Xu Luo, I know you. During the harrowing times, you were so terrified by the whites that you soiled your trousers." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Kaidi's face flushed, and he haughtily raised his chin at those nearby. Retreating into the throng, Pike returned from the front with a sentinel. "There is something of great importance," he said, approaching Xu Luo. "We discovered an injured wild man ahead. It appears he has lain in the snow for quite some time, his consciousness hazy." He uttered but a single word before passing away. "What was it?" Xu Luo halted his steed, signaling the main force to stop. For a moment, only the howling wind remained in the snowy expanse. Xu Luo contemplated several unsettling possibilities. He dismounted and pulled Pike aside. In a hushed tone, Pike revealed, he mentioned a place name, Stod Point. Difficult encampment lies at the tip of a peninsula known as Stod Point. This peninsula features a prominent jut resembling a chin, referred to as Stod Point. What significance does this place name hold? That wild man was one of Tommen's people, Pike added. Tommen, are you suggesting he was trying to tell us that Tommen is at Stod Point? Perhaps. Yet, if that is the case, Pike continued, something must have obstructed Tommen. And that obstruction could only be the whites. This would explain why they had not seen Tommen at Difficult Encampment. However, it appeared to be a trap. Xu Luo recounted the incident where the mole mother deceived them into rescuing the wild man. Pike nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment. Your Majesty, I, Katina, born of the tides, am at your service." Suddenly, the bushes parted, and a golden-haired wild girl emerged. Xu Luo felt a flush rise to his cheeks. It was evident what Katina was doing behind him. Nonetheless, she seemed utterly unfazed by it. "I did not mean to eavesdrop, Your Majesty," Katina explained. "But if Tommen truly is at Stod Point, we cannot simply abandon him. Call me Jon," the warrior Katina of Rugo said, addressing Xu Luo in an ancient tongue, which Xu Luo now comprehended. "I know of you. You exhibited great bravery in the battle at Difficult Encampment. Alone against a corpse white, you defeated it." Katina's cheeks reddened, and the words she intended to speak momentarily escaped her. She had not anticipated that the king beyond the wall, Jon, had witnessed her valor. Her heart raced, and her breath grew uneven. Unaware of the tension, Pike analyzed. "However, the terrain at Stod Point is exceedingly narrow. If we encounter an ambush, we could easily be surrounded by the whites. We cannot bring everyone along. But how many people do we need? 100, 200, or perhaps 1,000? "I shall venture forth first," Katina declared, with her chest held high. "My king can lead the troops to await at the fork in the road. Rugos can all refer to me as the Frostfire Eagle. In but a breath's time, I shall return with vital intelligence. The Frostfire Talon's Falcon." A tribute to Katina's swiftness and bravery, Xu Luo mused. The reconnaissance task could be entrusted to Leather. Yet, upon seeing Katina, Xu Luo was reminded of the fiery kiss that birthed Ygritte, Jon's lover who perished in the Battle of the Black Castle. Xu Luo possessed Jon's memories, allowing him to feel the poignant ache of that profound love that lingered. Go forth, my falcon, bring back the news. I shall await you at the crossroads. If half a day passes without word, I shall dispatch the Dragon Crystal Legion into Stadthorn. Do you comprehend my intent? Yes, my king. Katina departed from the main body, heading towards Stadthorn, nimbly traversing the mountain path. As she had proclaimed, her movements were succinct and swift, akin to an eagle soaring through the heavens. He calls me my falcon, Katina pondered, feeling an odd flutter within her. In Xu Luo's gaze, she discerned a different glimmer. She was unaware that it stemmed from his thoughts of Ygritte. In the valley, Katina encountered several wandering wights. With deftness, she evaded them, pushing deeper into the unknown. Soon, she stumbled upon a large cluster of wights, completely sealing the path ahead. I cannot proceed further, Katina thought. Here, she could see no sign of the ocean beyond Stadthorn, indicating that she was still far from the shore. The presence of wights here likely meant something was being obstructed within. Yet, Katina could not ascertain what it was. Like a pitch-black sealed box, how could one know what lay within? Katina crouched upon a small rise, wary of drawing too close to the wights. There was no evidence to suggest that the wights relied on sight, smell, or sound to perceive the world. If they could sense the proximity of the living, even hiding in the underbrush, being too near would be perilous. Katina was a patient hunter. Time often reveals threads of clues, even answers. If progress was impossible, she chose to wait and observe. Stadthorn was a range of mountains, seldom traversed by human feet, rendering the paths desolate and arduous. This provided Katina with ample opportunity for concealment. The wights were positioned squarely in the center of the road. These mindless creatures showed no inclination to charge forward or retreat. What were they waiting for? Indeed, they were anticipating something. What could it be? From within the valley or from beyond? Judging by their formation, it was difficult to deduce. No, it was from outside the valley. Their vigil was maintained from beyond the veil. If it were from within, the others would not need to station wights outside as sentinels. Katina was taken aback by her realization. Yet, this still did not clarify what they awaited. If there were a sealed black box, how could one know the contents within? Katina recalled a gift her sister had brought her in her childhood. The gift was encased within a box, and Katina was challenged by her sister to guess its contents. If she succeeded, the gift would belong to her. As Katina held the box and shook it, the sound of something jingling emerged from within, devoid of sharp edges. The answer was pearls, her most cherished possession. Born of the tides, the present moment bore an uncanny resemblance to a time gone by. Katina faintly realized that the being trapped in the valley was the giant slayer. Tommen. All she needed to do was shake the box to confirm her suspicions. Katina picked up a stone and hurled it with force. In the stories, stones could divert the guards. The authenticity of such tales eluded her, yet the stone indeed stirred the wights. The wights became agitated, bewilderedly probing left and right to ascertain the source of the noise. They searched in vain, and some among them unleashed their fury upon their companions, tearing and scratching at their fellow wights. More wights are coming. Everyone, be cautious. A warning echoed within the valley, unmistakably uttered in the tone and manner of a wildling. Katina had at least confirmed that there were beings within the valley worth rescuing. She turned to report back. Tommen's iconic booming voice resonated throughout the valley. Let them come. They must be eager to witness my prized treasure. Upon returning to the fork in the path, Katina recounted her findings to Xu Luo in detail. Xu Luo expressed satisfaction with her report. Within the valley, only 30 to 40 wights roamed. When Tommen departed from the Black Castle, he had taken only 50 of his own men. It was entirely reasonable to be halted by 30 to 40 wights without the dragon crystals. Xu Luo prepared to lead 100 dragon crystal warriors into the fray. He instructed leather-clad soldiers to continue onward, promising to pursue them after rescuing Tommen. The situation along the route mirrored Katina's report precisely. After dispatching a few wights, Xu Luo pondered a pressing question. Why had Tommen ventured into Stowe Corner? It was known that the path to Hardship Ridge skirted well clear of Stowe Corner. The answer was singular. Tommen had been driven to Stowe Corner by the others. But why would the others act in such a manner? Chapter 22. The Rescue of Stowe Corner, Part 2. The wandering of Bran the Dragon Crystal Warriors effortlessly pierced through the formation of wights. Xu Luo charged ahead, spotting a throng of wildlings within, armed and watchful. His gaze fell upon Tommen, who stood at the forefront. The giant slayer, Tommen, was short and stout, robust and sturdy, with a pronounced belly and a mane of red hair and beard of considerable length. Upon seeing Xu Luo, Tommen's face lit up, and he burst into hearty laughter. I was just preparing to break free when you showed up, lad. The boastful Tormund lived up to his reputation. You've been preparing for many days, haven't you? Xu Luo inquired earnestly. Tormund, unflustered, approached wielding his axe. It's been over 10 days since we last met. And you've changed quite a bit. Xu Luo replied. And you, old fellow, have changed as well. Tormund was momentarily taken aback. His little black eyes fixed on Xu Luo, swirling with intrigue. Xu Luo mirrored his gaze, both of them caught in a moment of shared observation. A somber voice emerged from the side. Could you two refrain from causing a ruckus until we deal with the whites? I dispatched two with a single swing of my axe. What is there to be concerned about? You boast excessively. One might be led to believe you have vanquished countless whites, Xu Luo retorted. His understanding of Tormund stemmed from Jon's memories. Indeed, he was a rather intriguing wildling. Upon meeting him today, that impression was confirmed. Xu Luo turned to regard the speaker, who stood twice the height of Tormund. With robust limbs and a countenance that suggested someone had defaulted on a considerable sum of gold dragons owed to him. His disheveled hair cascaded down to his chest, and beside him trotted a small-eyed, crimson-hued wild boar, the shapeshifter, or Poro. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Hundreds of whites surged forth from the surrounding thickets and valleys, charging towards the wildlings. Katrina's face drained of color. The terrain of stock was conducive to concealment, yet it also provided the whites with ample cover. This critical information had not been included in her reports. The newly emerged whites outnumbered the dragon crystal warriors significantly. Katrina was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected calamity, her emotions a tumultuous storm. All right, lads, it's time to get to work, Tormund declared, completely unfazed. He hefted his axe and boldly advanced toward the whites. As they lunged at him, Tormund effortlessly swung his axe with one hand, felling a white. He understood well that merely severing a head would not suffice. Unless the heart was destroyed, the white would rise again. Thus, with a flourish, Tormund trampled the white beneath his considerable weight, shattering its spine. Xu Luo approached Katrina, shielding her from the onslaught of the whites. What troubles you, Katrina? He inquired, his tone laced with concern. Be vigilant. Distraction on the battlefield can be fatal. Thank you, my king, Katrina replied, evading Xu Luo's concerned gaze. He did not hold it against her, she mused, yet that did not absolve her of her errors. The threat posed by the whites was not as formidable as Katrina had perceived. In confined spaces, numbers mattered little. The whites were as fragile as parchment before the might of the dragon crystal. Lacking the whites' command and combat support, they posed insufficient threat to Xu Luo's forces. This was also why Xu Luo felt emboldened to jest with Tormund in such dire circumstances. At some point, Poro had vanished from sight. His massive boar, towering over 2 meters, charged into the throng of whites with a resounding roar. With a single swipe of its tusks, several whites were reduced to mangled remnants. The whites closed in, seeking to rend the boar with their teeth, yet the spikes surrounding it provided excellent protection. Is this the power of a shapeshifter? The fusion of human intellect and beastly strength. In the face of such an adversary, ordinary warriors found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Their only recourse was to eliminate the shapeshifter's true form. Engaging with a cunning boar or wolf was a futile endeavor. The two sides clashed unexpectedly, defying the expectations of all the living. With merely a brush, the whites recoiled and turned to flee. The dragon crystal warriors sought to pursue, but Xu Luo halted them. Do not chase a desperate foe. The mountainous terrain is so intricate that stumbling into an ambush would be disastrous. How did you manage to get in here, Tormund? Tormund, gripping his axe, furrowed his brow at the fleeing ghoul, his expression one of bewilderment. Am I truly that formidable? Did I frighten them away so easily? Xu Luo felt an overwhelming urge to kick Tormund. Tormund, jolted back to reality, stared at Xu Luo in astonishment. What are you staring at, kid? Have you been bitten by a ghoul and turned into one yourself? Are you planning to bite me now? I want to kill you. Xu Luo retorted bitterly. You can't blame me for entering here. Tormund shrugged helplessly. I encountered ghouls halfway through, barely made it past, only to find even more ahead. It's a classic case of being caught between a rock and a hard place. They were pursuing me. I had no choice. Indeed, ghouls were chasing Tormund as he entered Stott's corner. But what could be the motive behind their actions? How long have you been here? A day. Wait, a day? You were cornered by ghouls for 7 or 8 days. Ah, not quite. Tormund sheepishly scratched his head, admitting that he had indulged in some drink at East Sea Lookout and inadvertently dozed off, wasting a few days. Xu Luo leaped up. So, while I was struggling in a difficult situation, anxiously awaiting reinforcements, this fellow was napping at East Sea Lookout. Thousands of moles were stranded on the beach. Yet he was sleeping? His audacity is astounding. Xu Luo felt as if he might explode. Hey, what are you doing? Kid, let me tell you. Don't take action. I am a giant slayer. I have slain giants. Do you think you are mightier than a giant? I can't believe you're serious. Hey, hey, don't strike. Look, the ghouls are back. We must focus on dealing with them. Tormund was not using the same old tactics. The ghouls truly rushed back. Did they think Xu Luo was a soft target to be toyed with? Did they believe they could attack and retreat at will? Xu Luo, Tormund, Katina, and the wild boar of Buelo district were all bewildered by the scene. Xu Luo regained his composure. Such ghouls were hardly sufficient to sway him. Tormund had squandered time at East Sea Lookout and then headed north. This meant that when he encountered the ghouls, the battle at the difficult encampment was in full swing. And as he was being driven toward the valley, the ghouls were in retreat, while Xu Luo was heading south. What could this possibly signify? The more Xu Luo pondered, the more perplexed he became. It felt as though a veil of mist enveloped him, with countless twinkling stars, yet he could see nothing clearly. A critical question remained. What was the purpose of the ghouls pursuing Tormund into Stott's Corner? Only by unraveling this mystery could he address the other queries. While Xu Luo was deep in thought, the ghouls turned once more and fled toward the valley. Bran, wake up! Bran! Zhao gently grasped Bran's shoulders and shook him. The prolonged existence beneath the surface had rendered Bran's skin pale. Insufficient sustenance and overwhelming mental exertion had rendered his cheeks gaunt and hollow, plunging him into a state of desolation devoid of vitality. The once adorable Bran Stark, reminiscent of a snow doll, now resembled a desiccated corpse, long abandoned by time. As Bran opened his eyes, his gaze was vacant. He found himself underground, where the intertwining roots of the weirwood tree filled every nook and cranny. Upon seeing Jojen, he perceived him as a mere wisp of air, his mind a blank slate. He blinked, gradually coming to his senses, and inhaled sharply. No! Bran cried out in despair. Jojen stood frozen for a moment, bewildered by Bran's sudden outburst. Stealing a glance at the king seated upon the weirwood throne, the raven, Blood Raven, lay with his head tilted, still in slumber. The raven was of such advanced age that imparting the skills of the three-eyed crow to Bran demanded an immense expenditure of energy. Jojen exhaled in relief. It was precisely during Bloodraven's slumber that he sought out Bran. You cannot continue like this, Bran, Jojen expressed with concern. One day, you will lose yourself within the bodies of other beings, just as you once lost yourself in Summer. Each child of House Stark possessed a dire wolf. Summer was Bran's. You have no comprehension of what you have done. Bran's voice trembled, tears brimming in his eyes. Jon is under siege by the White Walkers. If I do not save him, he will perish. This echoed the strange scene encountered by Shuro and others. The Whites advanced upon Shuro. Bran entered the White, commanding the lifeless horde to flee. Subsequently, Jojen roused Bran, causing the Whites to vanish. Bran, a Stark child, had endured the harrowing Second Battle of Winterfell. Yet he had never stepped onto a battlefield, lacking an understanding of its brutality. Witnessing the multitude fall, blood flowing freely, limbs severed, he mistook the skirmish for sheer savagery. In truth, the battle had only just commenced, akin to a feast that had merely begun with appetizers. Reluctant to inhabit the body of a White, Bran felt compelled to do so for the sake of saving his brother Jon. Jojen stood paralyzed. Bran glared at him with loathing, declaring, if Jon dies, I will never forgive you. Jojen's heart felt as though it had been pierced. He concealed his distress. Bran, you must not enter the bodies of the White Walkers. They are malevolent, frigid beings. Prolonged association with them will lead to your transformation, or perhaps, the transformation has already begun. The Bran of the past would not exhibit such volatility, such fierce resentment. You brought me here, Jojen, Bran retorted. You told me the three-eyed crow could save my family, save Winterfell. You told me that by becoming the Green Seer, I could rise again. You urged me to undertake all of this. And now you wish to tell me I am mistaken? Jojen was rendered speechless by the barrage of questions. Bran was correct. Within the green dreams, the prophetic visions, he had witnessed Bran's ascension to the three-eyed crow. Yet, he had seen only the outcome, not the journey, nor the future. This was the guidance and power of fate, but fate had never favored the mortal realm. Suffering, tragedy, and misfortune are all integral parts of destiny. Jojen had forgotten this truth. He guided Bran to the Wall of Despair, where they encountered Samwell Tarly, who, adhering to the instructions of Cold Hands, led them through the wall. Little did they anticipate that the seemingly amiable and selfless Cold Hands, who had consistently aided them, would turn out to be a White Walker. They ventured into a cave, where they encountered the last Green Seer, the three-eyed raven, Brynden Rivers. They also met the final children of the forest, represented by Leaf and her companions. The Green Seer and the children of the forest enveloped themselves in nature, obscuring their vision. Bran began to learn the techniques of the Green Seer. Why did the green dreams not reveal to me that this path was erroneous? Zhu coughed heavily, spitting blood. Upon witnessing the unusual demeanor of his former companion, Bran's tense expression finally relaxed. Are you all right? Bran inquired. I had already warned you to leave this place. You do not belong to the depths nor to the children of the forest. You had indeed warned me, Zhu replied with a bitter smile. I shall perish. But not today. I am also telling you now. Bran, you must bring an end to all of this and depart. If this continues, you will be, suddenly. A figure emerged behind Zhu, lifting him up. The children of the forest were diminutive and frail. Yet the stature of the man from the lands beyond was not imposing either. Well then, the speech is concluded. Bryndon's languid, aged voice resonated from the throne. Leaf, Snow. Take this child away. That loathsome frog. I do not wish to see him again. The two children of the forest carried Zhu, making their way into the dark cave. Remember, you are Bran, not a White Walker. Bran, remember your name. Zhu shouted desperately. Bran's expression remained unchanged. He recalled that the children of the forest had informed him that the caves beneath were unfathomably deep. They had dwelled there for thousands of years, and even these beings, as ancient as nature itself, had not discovered the depth's end. What do you intend to do with him? Bran challenged the king. Jon is not dead, child. He is more resilient than you think, the king replied. But in your current state, you cannot assist your brother. You must become stronger. Do you understand? Bran remained silent, seemingly having forgotten Zhu. Your third eye is finally opened. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Bran, your enemies are now poised to destroy Winterfell. To slay Ser Roderick, Maester Luwin, and that blacksmith known as Mikken, who are in the Dreadfort. You are aware of its location, correct? The time for vengeance has arrived. Bran, this will be your final lesson. Let me witness your courage and wisdom, child. The future belongs to you. In the shadows, Mira Reed, Zhu's sister, trembled as she observed everything unfold. Chapter 23. The Tears of Katina. Upon the wall, a multitude gathered to welcome the survivors returning from the land. It was a miraculous impossibility. The Night's Watchmen and wildlings stationed at Hardin were acutely aware of the dire circumstances. In such a situation, their return to life was nothing short of miraculous. Cheers resounded endlessly along the wall. The long rope was lowered, with a basket hanging below. The wall, known as the Wall of Absolute Despair, towers over 100 feet high and stands as one of the 7 wonders of the world. The people of Westeros today can hardly fathom how this monumental structure was erected. Behind the wall lies a chain of 19 fortresses belonging to the Night's Watch, with only the central Black Castle having breached the wall to create a gate. A month ago, Tormund led a band of wildlings through that very entrance. At the easternmost edge of the wall, Eastwatch by the Sea is moored with all the ships of the Night's Watch. Their duties extend beyond merely thwarting wildling and White Walker incursions. They must also remain vigilant against smugglers from various regions attempting to sell iron goods to the wildlings. Eastwatch lacks a gate that penetrates the wall. Typically, the brothers of the Night's Watch descend in a basket to enter and exit the wall. Most days, when only a dozen or so venture out, this process is manageable. However, with nearly 2,000 wildlings now waiting for a basket that accommodates only 8, the pace has become painfully slow. Commander Cotter Pike sent ships around the wall to retrieve the majority of the wildlings, returning them to the opposite side of the wall. Jon Snow was the last to ascend, and by the time all were secure, night had fallen. That evening, the wildlings held a bonfire celebration. With warmth radiating from the central blaze, people gathered in concentric circles, singing and dancing. They performed both wild and gentle dances, united in songs of sorrowful valor while others strummed harps, offering melancholic melodies. The giant slayer Tormund consumed half a barrel of ale alone, mumbling tales. Do you know how the White Walkers came about? He raised his cup, swaying slightly as he loudly inquired. Do you know? Jon asked with a burp, squinting his eyes as he leaned against the giant Wun Wun, adopting a lazy posture. Since his first taste of wine, Wun Wun had developed a fondness for the intoxicating sensation. Jon feared that Wun Wun might cause trouble if he became too inebriated, thus forbidding the Night's Watch from giving him any drink. On such a festive night, Jon wished to keep Wun Wun in good spirits. That was 100 years ago, on a dark and stormy night. The snow fell for 30 consecutive days, and the chill was akin to today's. I awoke in the middle of the night to relieve myself and, in my drowsy state, spotted a shadow around the corner. I didn't mind him watching, but I thought, in such frigid weather, who would linger outside a cave? Wouldn't they freeze solid? I pulled up my trousers and approached him. Hey lad, are you done? I shouted. The man remained unresponsive. I intended to drag him out for a beating, but as I drew nearer, I noticed his striking blue eyes glowing in the darkness. Ouch, why did you kick me? Tormund yelped after Jon nudged him. You keep talking? But was that 100 years ago? Jon swallowed his drink. Were you even born 100 years ago? You're just a boastful braggart, Tormund. Tormund's face turned crimson. Whether from the drink or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. He straightened his neck and retorted, that was 40 years ago. No, 30 years ago. What, lad? Do you think I would lie in front of so many? You should ask around. Who wouldn't he say that I, Tormund the Giant Slayer, am a man of my word? My words are as true as my second, Xu Luo asserted, rising as if to strike him. Tormund pointed at Xu Luo, his expression clearly conveying that any attempt to retaliate would be met with resistance. Listen here, lad. Don't think I fear you just because they've chosen you as their king beyond the wall. The shield breaker, Solon, the frost snow eagle, Katina, the boar, Borok, and the steadfast leather, right? Impressive indeed. If you have the guts, face me one by one in a duel. Solon stood up abruptly, while Borok, with a sullen expression, took a swig of his drink, clearly dismissing Tormund's bravado. Leather smirked coldly. He had grown accustomed to the antics of both Tormund and Xu Luo throughout their journey. Across from him, Katina, born from the tide, replied icily, I will kill you, Tormund. Borok slammed his jug down heavily, muttering, some of Tormund's words hold truth. The shapeshifter Hagen once told me that over a century ago, the others reappeared beyond the wall. Hagen, having lived for over 300 years, knows these matters better than anyone. Hagen was a shapeshifter mentor, and many wild shapeshifters were his disciples. When a shapeshifter's own body ages and dies, they can retreat into the body of their shape-shifted animal to continue living. Later, the sixth shifter Valamir stole the wolf Hagen had prepared, leading to Hagen's demise. Xu Luo narrowed his eyes. Was there something significant about this date over a century ago? What events transpired during that time to awaken these long-dormant cold beings? Xu Luo resolved to journey to the Crow's Nest to seek out relevant historical accounts. The Crow's Nest was the residence of the scholars, who likely recorded pertinent information. Sir Maynard was not far from Tormund. Upon hearing Katina's name, he sat up abruptly, his body tense. He slowly touched the sapphire at his chest, a pang of sorrow hitting him. He had not anticipated encountering Katina so soon. Stealing a glance towards her direction, he noted the young woman speaking was quite beautiful, resembling her sister to a notable degree. Her light golden hair shone vibrantly in the firelight. Maynard stood and circled around to approach Katina from behind. Are you Lady Katina? Katina turned in surprise to face him. I am not a lady, she replied, and I do not know you, sir. What is it that you seek? Maynard produced a sapphire necklace and extended it towards her. This was given to me by your sister. She asked me to pass it on to you. Katina felt a buzzing in her head, the effects of her inebriation intensifying her disorientation. Hesitantly, she reached for the sapphire, quickly clutching it in her palm. What has happened to my sister? Katina inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping in, though she clung to a glimmer of hope. Your sister sacrificed herself to save the crew of the mermaid vessel, Maynard replied. Katina's grip on the necklace tightened. At this news, the necklace did not slip from her fingers. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she tilted her head back, forcing a polite smile. Could you kindly recount what transpired? Sir? Maynard struggled to maintain a stoic facade, concealing his own vulnerability. Maynard recounted the events that transpired aboard the mermaid maiden to Katina. He was unaware of what had occurred after the small vessel departed, and could only say, they delayed the others for a considerable time, allowing us to reach Skagos Island. Without their efforts, our safe return would have been impossible. You have a queenly sister. At that moment, Xu Luo appeared by their side. Katina's sister, named Dana, shared her name with the former King Mance Raider's wife. Xu Luo's words bore a double meaning, praising Dana for her self-sacrificial nature, noble like that of a queen. To Queen Dana, Xu Luo raised his goblet in salute. To Queen Dana, cried Leather, Solon, and others, lifting their own cups in homage. Though she was not the king's wife, she was indeed the queen of the wildlings, for only a queen could perpetually care for her people, suffering, taking pride, and sacrificing for them. In stark contrast, the southern queen, Circe, who incessantly brought calamity upon her subjects, was utterly deplorable. To the king beyond the wall, Tormund belched, chuckling as he raised a barrel, pouring the contents into his mouth with gusto. Chapter 24, 024, The Iron Vault and the Wrath of Cotter Pike in the Darkness. Cotter Pike, the commander of Eastwatch, approached the gathering with 2 Night's Watchmen. Unlike Mance or Awick, he bore no animosity toward the wildlings. Yet the sight of their revelry darkened his expression. Commander, Cotter Pike called out. Hearing this, Xu Luo turned, handing the weeping wildling girl to Maynard for care, and rose to his feet. What is it? The Iron Vault's Tidos has arrived. Their ship has docked at Eastwatch, Cotter Pike informed him. Tytos mentioned he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Cotter Pike's gaze swept across the merrymaking wildlings, his indifference morphing into disdain. With a hint of sarcasm, he remarked, "Am I interrupting your revelry, King Beyond the Wall? If it is inconvenient, I can have Tytos return tomorrow morning." "Not necessary. I shall meet him shortly," Xu Luo replied, feeling discomfort at Cotter Pike's tone. "My brothers are displeased with my actions," Xu Luo mused, and rightly so. "However, to mock me before this assembly is hardly prudent." "Tytos awaits you in the hall," Cotter Pike said. He then shifted his tone, adding, "Furthermore, I hope you remember this, Commander. In the harsh encampment, we lost 68 brothers. They donned the black cloak of the Night's Watch at different times, fighting for the Night's Watch Legion. I shall begin my vigil henceforth, tonight and every night. Yet, they perished for your ambition, your grace. I hope you remember that your laughter will forever accompany their loyal souls." Cotter Pike's words grew increasingly fervent, causing his entire being to tremble with emotion. His remarks had become overly harsh, and Xu Luo's countenance hardened. To unleash such unrestrained fury before so many was a provocation to Xu Luo's authority. This was perhaps the gravest of offenses for one in power. "Do you need me to deal with him for you, lad?" Tormund swayed as he stood. "Take care of yourself, Tormund," Xu Luo said coldly, casting another glance at Commander Carter. "I will remember your words, Commander Carter. We have 68 brothers who lie eternally in the icy wilderness. Yet, they did not perish for my sake. Until their last breath, they firmly believed that their sacrifices were for the enduring existence of the Night's Watch, for the perpetual survival of all Westeros, for their loved ones, friends, and the brothers in black. Not for me, Carter. You have insulted their faith, and I feel shame on your behalf." Carter regarded Xu Luo with arrogance, his jaw clenched, momentarily at a loss for words to retort. He stood there for a moment in silence before turning away in a huff, his final fury uncertain whether it was directed at Xu Luo or himself. "Are you truly letting him walk away, lad?" Tormund raised an eyebrow. "Are you not afraid he might stab you in the dark like those fellows?" Those fellows referred to the traitorous brothers of the Night's Watch, Bowen Marsh and his accomplice, Othel Yarwick, who, dissatisfied with Jon's strategy towards the wildlings, had assassinated Jon on a snowy night. "Do not doubt the loyalty of the Night's Watch brothers, Tormund. They are not worse than the wildlings," Xu Luo replied, opening and closing his fingers. "Those who can point out your flaws to your face are far more trustworthy than those who would stab you in the back." Xu Luo was not easily swayed. Words were like the wind. He listened and judged, but did not take them to heart. Had he not found some agreement with Carter's words, he would not have felt sorrow. 68 brothers had perished beyond the wall, yielding over 3,000 wildlings. Such a cost seemed insignificant. Yet, Xu Luo could not assert that their deaths were justified. He bid farewell to the wildlings and made his way to Eastwatch. In time, this incident spread among the crowd. Though no one recalled what Commander Carter had accused Xu Luo of, they only remembered that Xu Luo had graciously forgiven Carter's recklessness. Tycho awaited him in the hall. Throughout his journey, Xu Luo pondered what urgency prompted Tycho to seek him out. He brushed off the gloom brought by Carter and entered the hall with a smile, embracing Tycho. "Long time no see, old friend." "Indeed, long time no see." Tycho clasped his hands together. Tycho Nestoris had a long, slender, pale face adorned with a few uneven strands of gray beard. He stood there like a collection of bamboo poles, topped with a comically long square hat. Yet, Xu Luo did not dare to laugh. This man represented the Iron Bank of Bravos, embodying gold, armies, and power. "I heard from Carter that you were urgently seeking me," Xu Luo said, pulling Tycho to sit at the long table. Usually, the brothers of the Night's Watch dined here, and the table bore the marks of grease. "What is the matter?" Tycho lowered his head, revealing a sorrowful expression. "I am very sorry, Jon." "Sorry? For what?" "The Iron Bank intends to refuse your loan." "Damn it." Xu Luo's smile froze on his face. He fell into a prolonged silence, unable to utter a single word. Tycho dared not meet his gaze, remaining silent with his head bowed. Xu Luo felt as if he could not breathe. He returned with 3,000 wildlings, and combined with the previous 3,000. There were at least 7,000 wildlings stranded behind the Great Wall. His reliance lay in the loans from the Iron Bank. He intended to use these funds to procure food, clothing, and equipment. Without sustenance, the wildlings could easily devolve into bandits. "Why? Surely, you jest. You have already transported the first batch of provisions and garments." "How could that be?" "I regret to inform you that it is indeed true, Jon. As your friend, I wish to assist you, but the officials believe the Night's Watch lacks sufficient assets to repay the debt. They have denied my request." Taichu's face contorted in frustration. The food and clothing aboard these 3 ships were the Iron Bank's apology. "By the way, the ship I lent you will also be taken back when I depart." "Truly." A case of grain returning to its store, Xu Luo thought. As Xu Luo reclined in his chair, he felt considerably more at ease upon hearing Taichu's resolute words. The Iron Bank's gesture was indeed generous, Xu Luo remarked. Would they mind extending their apologies further by providing me with another vessel? Taichu glanced at Xu Luo, curious if he was in earnest. This supply would suffice for your black-clad brothers and the wildlings to endure the next 3 months. If fortune smiles upon you, by spring, you need not worry about food shortages. The gods do not favor fools. Taichu, we both understand that this winter will be exceedingly long. In truth, there exists another avenue. Jon, Taichu proposed. If you could ascend to the throne of the north, the loan would cease to be an issue. 3 months is ample time for you to accomplish much. The Iron Bank cannot refuse a king's request. Is this proposal official or merely personal? Purely personal. I offer this counsel out of friendship. Having worked at the Iron Bank for 40 years, I possess considerable experience in this regard. Xu Luo slapped himself twice across the face. Stannis had once suggested that Jon become the king of the north, contingent upon marrying Val and pledging allegiance to Stannis. Jon had declined. Now, with Winterfell in Stannis' grasp, would Xu Luo find himself begging Stannis to restore the title of king in the north? Thank you, Taichu. To speak candidly, in the context of an organization like the Iron Bank, you are a good man. Your words fill me with shame. I have been unable to do anything for you. Upon saying this, Taichu felt a pang in his heart. So, would you like to do something for me? Xu Luo wore a mischievous grin, as if he had just executed a cunning plan. Taichu felt like a lamb caught in a wolf's den. Hesitating, he asked, what do you desire? Xu Luo snapped his fingers. I want you. Me? Taichu furrowed his brow. Commander, I am no longer young. I have no taste for handsome men and suffer from constipation. What are you thinking? I wish for you to remain and manage the accounts of the Night's Watch for me. You must understand how vital an excellent property manager is. When Peter Baelish served as the master of coin in King's Landing, despite King Robert's extravagance, the Baratheon royal assets remained in normal operation. When the Imp Tyrion was present, the situation in King's Landing was also stable. As the tumultuous events unfolded in King's Landing, Xu Luo did not know who had ascended to the position of Chancellor of the Exchequer. The treasury of the realm crumbled under the weight of mismanagement. The Iron Bank dispatched emissaries to reclaim debts, and the foolish Cersei chose to obstinately refuse their demands. This prompted Tycho Nestoris to journey northward in search of Stannis. I am grateful for your regard, Jon. However, I have grown weary and wish to avoid further tumult. The Iron Bank has been benevolent towards me, and I do not wish to sever ties. You speak at length only to refuse me? Not at all, Xu Luo replied, though I do not necessarily require your assistance. Surely you possess a trusted subordinate whom you intend to groom as a successor, whom you could lend to me. Am I correct? Lend? Tycho mused. Is it a case of borrowing without the intent to return? Upon meeting Xu Luo's eager gaze, Tycho sighed inwardly. I have a servant named Aramo, hailing from the Summer Isles. He possesses a keen acumen for gold and is a financial prodigy. If you require assistance, I could arrange for him to accompany you. The Summer Isles, a southern archipelago, are inhabited by individuals with skin as dark as coal, smooth and radiant, often referred to derogatorily as black monkeys. You shall forever be a friend of the Night's Watch. Tycho. Xu Luo rose and embraced him. I must trouble you further. Upon your return, please continue to advocate on my behalf with the Iron Bank, should you require it. You may invoke the names of the King Beyond the Wall, the Commander of the Night's Watch, the Giant Slayer, the White Walker Slayer, the Unburnt, and Jon Snow, the Bastard King of the North. Chapter 25. Sam's Letter and the History of Westeros. That night, Xu Luo slept fitfully, plagued by a peculiar dream. Initially, he found himself amidst a vast desert, the air thick with heat, and the scorching sand searing his soles, almost painfully vivid. Xu Luo pressed onward, yearning to escape to the wall. He sensed the distance was great, yet his spirit remained hopeful. The dream shifted. Xu Luo stepped into a realm enveloped in impenetrable darkness. The world around him was shrouded in murky fog. He felt presences brushing past him, but could not discern their forms. He wished to cry out, yet his voice failed him. A deep-rooted fear gripped him, an anxiety that resonated from the depths of his soul. He suppressed it and continued forward. The dream transformed once more, and he found himself in the haunted woods beyond the wall. At last, I have returned, Xu Luo thought. Before him stood a man of towering stature, erect and proud, his countenance exuding an air of arrogance. A mere glance revealed that he belonged to noble lineage, bearing an attitude that was beyond that of common folk. Xu Luo felt a tremor of fear in the man's presence, yet they conversed as if they were old friends. Upon awakening, Xu Luo lay in bed, desperately trying to recall the man's visage and the essence of their dialogue, but to no avail. He rose and seated himself at his desk, where lay a tome borrowed from the Crow's Nest, titled The Decline of House Targaryen, chronicling significant events from the Dance of the Dragons to the War of the Usurper. Additionally, there was a letter from Samwell Tarly, sent from Old Town. Jon had dispatched Sam with Maester Aemon, wildling Gilly, and Mance Rayder's child to Old Town, seeking refuge from Melisandre. Due to the charming Red Woman's attempt to incinerate Mance Rayder's son in pursuit of the king's blood for the sacrificial rites to the Lord of Light, Melisandre harbored the belief that this act could reverse the waning fortunes of the Wall. Maester Aemon met his demise en route, succumbing in Braavos. Sam subsequently escorted Gilly to Horn Hill, his ancestral home. By the way, Samwell Tarly's father is the illustrious and renowned general, Lord Randall Tarly of Horn Hill. From Sam's weak and pitiable demeanor, one would find it hard to discern this lineage. The commander referred to him as Fat Sam. Our situation is quite favorable now. I have sent Gilly to Horn Hill, where my mother has taken a liking to her. I have heard that my father and brother, Dickon, are in King's Landing, and that Dickon has wed Lady Eleanor of House Mullen. I am not concerned with your family's affairs, Sam, thought Jon. Upon arriving in Old Town, we were met with a warm reception. I made the acquaintance of several new friends, Larissa, Peter, and Leo Tilly. Leo is quite an insufferable fellow, yet not devoid of kindness. Maester Marwyn has set forth to Slaver's Bay in search of Queen Daenerys and her dragons. He has entrusted me with the urgency of completing my studies and returning to the Wall. I have diligently scoured for information related to the White Walkers, yet my findings have yielded little. A tome entitled Tales of the Dawn claims that the White Walkers are creations of the children of the forest. To combat the First Men, the children employed magic to conjure them. However, I harbor doubts regarding the authenticity of this account. If the children of the forest indeed created the White Walkers, why would they then ally with the First Men against their own creations? I shall endeavor to learn swiftly and return to assist you, Jon, concluded the letter, signed by Samwell Tarly. After reading this missive, Jon felt it necessary to promptly respond to Sam. He requested that the Citadel send Larissa to the Wall to fill the void left by Maester Aemon's departure. He cautioned the scholars that the number of wildlings beyond the Wall was increasing, and he needed Larissa. Otherwise, the responsibility for the Wall's fall would rest upon their shoulders. Jon penned this message with urgency. Larissa had forged a chain representing the fields of astronomy, medicine, and raven studies, sufficient for the Wall's needs. Jon found it challenging to place his trust in other maesters. Jon harbored a desire to summon Sam back. Yet the intelligence provided by Sam suggested that his continued studies at the Citadel would be more advantageous. The notion that the children of the forest created the White Walkers is indeed a fascinating hypothesis. However, as Sam pointed out, the question of why the children would ally with the First Men against the White Walkers remains another matter entirely. Lord Ned did not treat Jon Snow poorly due to his status as a bastard. Jon learned the arts of swordsmanship, heraldry, etiquette, languages, and rhetoric. Growing up much like any other noble boy, possessing Jon's memories, Jon was adept at crafting eloquent prose. Jon also cautioned Sam to be wary of the swineherd, Peter. The true Peter had long since perished, and the one now masquerading as him is the faceless man, Jaqen H'ghar. The faceless men constitute an assassin's guild from Braavos. There is no need to confront Jaqen. It is best to maintain distance from him. For Jon, Sam's well-being was of far greater significance than any knowledge regarding dragons or dragon eggs. After finishing the letter, Xu Luo set it aside to dry and opened the tome The History of the Targaryen Decline. Why did the White Walkers re-emerge over a century ago? In which specific year did this occur? What significant events transpired during that period? In the year 101 Aegon, Belron Targaryen, the son of King Jaehaerys I, passed away. Otto Hightower succeeded the deceased Prince Belron as the new hand of the king. In 103 Aegon, Jaehaerys I also departed from this world, and Viserys I ascended the throne. Until the year 130 Aegon, a span devoid of notable occurrences ensued. The chronicles merely recorded the marriages, births, divorces, and deaths of the royal lineage. The year 120 Aegon was dubbed the Red Spring, as the number of deaths that year was particularly high. This seemingly barren period laid the groundwork for the bloody dance of dragons in 130 Aegon. In an alternate timeline of Westeros, Daenerys, the mother of dragons, met her demise at the hands of Jon Snow, serving as a pale imitation of the Dance of Dragons' emptiness. The history of the Dance of Dragons is immensely intricate. Princes and princesses vying for the throne each claimed their legitimacy, dividing Westeros into two factions and igniting a series of wars. The scales of victory oscillated between the two sides. Ultimately, Princess Rhaenyra triumphed over her brother Aegon, entering King's Landing and ascending to the Iron Throne. However, she was swiftly assassinated by her loyal followers due to her tyranny, leading to her son Aegon III's ascension. Xu Luo harbored little interest in the Targaryen power struggles. What intrigued him was a phenomenon documented within. The Dance of Dragons witnessed the highest number of dragons in history, resulting in the complete severance of their lineage. During Aegon III's reign, the last dragon perished, earning him the epithet Dragonbane. Henceforth, dragons vanished from Westeros, and magic dissipated from the realm. Westeros endured a prolonged winter lasting 6 years. Some believe that the increasing chill of Westeros was a consequence of the dragon's departure. Xu Luo was inclined to believe that the White Walkers resurfaced during this time beyond the Wall. Was there a direct connection between dragons and the White Walkers? He inscribed this question onto the drying letter, requesting Sam to uncover the answer. In 131 Aegon, the Dance of Dragons concluded. In 135 Aegon, the 6-year winter came to an end. In 143 Aegon, Viserys II was appointed as Hand of the King. On the last day of 153 Aegon, Daeron II was born. During Daeron II's reign, another significant event unfolded, the Blackfyre Rebellion. The bastards of Blackfyre challenged Daeron II for the throne, ultimately failing. The last dragon, after laying 5 eggs, succumbed that year. Xu Luo closed the book. Why do some people harbor a disdain for history? Perhaps it is because the timelines appear excessively mundane. Xu Luo rubbed his temples. Dawn had broken outside, illuminating the world. Tyrion Lannister, the imp, discovered the skeletal remains of 19 dragons in the depths of Dragonstone, the last of which was particularly diminutive and deformed. He surmised that this dragon was the final one. Xu Luo inhaled the frigid air, refreshing his senses, and then inserted the letter into the envelope. He entrusted the envelope to Bachelor Hammond of Donghai, urging him to dispatch it immediately. Xu Luo strolled out of the crow's nest, where the wild men were preparing to embark towards the newly granted land. Still feeling somewhat dazed, Xu Luo chose to ignore their activity. He ascended the Great Wall via the lift. Chapter 26. A conversation with the Onion Knight upon reaching the ramparts. Xu Luo was unexpectedly greeted by Sir Davos Seaworth. He approached Davos and stood shoulder to shoulder with the Onion Knight. Davos's gaze was fixed upon the wild men, who were loading food, clothing, and other supplies onto carts, preparing to transport them to the granted land. The long procession had already set off, and they would soon establish their settlement south of the Great Wall. How do you intend to settle them, Commander? Davos inquired, turning to Xu Luo. They will settle in the granted land. The Brothers of the Black Cloak and the local populace will teach them construction, agriculture, and sowing. The land is fertile, ideal for orchards and fields. Ein Emmett will oversee this endeavor. I've heard that the Iron Bank has declined your loan request. You have a knack for striking where it hurts, sir, Xu Luo replied with a smirk. The Iron Bank provided 3 months' worth of supplies at no cost, of course. Before the arrival of the wild men, I have asked Tycho to reapply, hoping for a favorable outcome. Do you have any sage advice on this matter, sir? Advice? A means to profit. The smuggler's mind immediately conjured a scheme that promised swift returns with minimal investment. Yes, the Onion Knight said, shaking his head, but no. That won't do. Xu Luo scrutinized Davos's expression, his thoughts racing as he deciphered the Onion Knight's intent. Davos deemed the venture unseemly, and thus refrained from divulging it to Xu Luo. Are you suggesting smuggling? Xu Luo queried. Davos grimaced and shook his head. No. I mean robbery. You imply piracy? Indeed. Please forget this matter, Commander. It was merely an instinctive thought. Such endeavors do not befit your stature. Yet, piracy can indeed yield quick riches. Salladhor-san, you are aware, is it not? The expenses of his fleet in a month could sustain the Night's Watch and the Wild Men for half a year. Salladhor-san, a baron of the Isles of Lys and a mercenary captain, wore many hats: smuggler, merchant, banker, and infamous pirate. He was also a close confidant of Davos Seaworth. Their friendship had blossomed during Davos's days as a smuggler. I sense you are deliberately tempting me, my lord, Xu Luo remarked with intrigue. If you were inclined to be my pirate commander, I would gladly construct such a fleet. I speak sincerely, sir, Davos gently rebuffed. To serve His Majesty Stannis is my honor. I have long grown weary of the tumultuous life at sea, Commander. Davos urged Xu Luo to forget this notion. Yet the idea burgeoned fervently in his own heart. The trade city-states of Westeros and the lands beyond the narrow sea engage in frequent commercial exchanges. With a formidable fleet at their disposal, they could either resort to piracy, undermining the rule of the Southern Kings, or transform into a legitimate army to defend against the looming threats from the east and counter the incursions of the Ironborn. Much like the Vikings, the Ironborn, who thrive on plunder, have long been a source of distress for the coastal inhabitants. The fall of Winterfell has also incurred a debt that the Ironborn must repay. What intrigues Xu Luo further is that he has an excellent candidate in mind for the position of commander. Davos turned and walked towards the other side of the wall. Less than 300 meters from the wall lies the sprawling and dense haunted forest. The haunted forest is vast, perhaps several times larger than the Wolfswood outside Winterfell. The relentless snow of recent days blanketed the woods, leaving only a pristine expanse of white, merging seamlessly with the snow-capped mountains. Can you tell me, what does death feel like, Jon? Death. Perhaps it is an endless darkness. Xu Luo approached Davos from behind. You should ask Jon Snow that question. He knows the answer better than I do, Xu Luo mused. Perhaps, influenced by the snowy landscape, Sir Davos's tone grew melancholic. Lately, I have been confronted by the specter of death. It looms like a shadow approaching me, and every attempt to evade it only draws me deeper into its gloom. Every mortal must face death, Xu Luo recited a famous saying of the many-faced god. Every mortal must face death, Davos echoed. The stranger will take those whose time has come. The Southerners believe their deity is the one true god, manifesting in 7 forms, known as the Seven. The stranger symbolizes death. It is said that news of your demise has circulated in White Harbor. Xu Luo attempted to steer the conversation towards Rickon, Jon's brother. Yet here you stand, alive and well. Mortals cannot foresee death, my lord. Those who believe themselves eternal often meet their end by assassination the very next day. Does the wall also receive news from White Harbor? Davos sought to divert the topic. Smugglers and merchants travel north from White Harbor. I heard that last night. Commander Catelyn provoked you at the banquet, and you forgave him without reservation? Xu Luo sighed inwardly, aware that Davos would not divulge any news regarding Rickon. Words are like the wind. Xu Luo brushed the snow off the wall. Catelyn possesses a spirit of adventure and is unafraid of making mistakes, but his temperament is overly reckless. I do not doubt his loyalty to the Night's Watch and to me. Are you not concerned that Catelyn's actions might undermine your authority? Xu Luo smirked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. They do not follow me merely because everyone praises me, my lord. Davos gazed deeply at Xu Luo, unable to help but wonder how Stannis would handle such a situation. Stannis would cast his sword before that man and slay him in a duel. Were it Robert, he would simply execute him on the spot. The young Joffrey would not even allow the other to finish speaking before condemning him to death for treason. Davos had to concede that the man standing before him might possess the broadest heart among those who consider themselves kings, though he is merely the nominal king of the wildlings. Tomorrow morning, I shall set forth for Winterfell, awaiting my assignment. Sir Davos inquired if there were any messages you wished me to convey to his grace, Stannis. Not at this moment, sir, Sir Jorah replied, shaking his head. I am preparing to journey to Skagos Island to resume the extraction of dragonglass. I require your company as my guide. At present, only you and Sir Maynard possess knowledge of Skagos Island. It has been 3 centuries since a Stark has ventured to that desolate isle. Before departing the wall, Ser Jorah reassigned Lord Karstark and his loyal men to guard the Ice Crystal Gate. He could overlook Lord Karstark's transgressions without imposing any penalties. However, he was unwilling to allow Eastwatch, the Night's Watch's sole good harbor, to fall into the hands of one opposed to him. Sir Maynard was appointed as commander of Eastwatch and admiral of the Eastwatch fleet. Ser Tycon accompanied them on their voyage, entrusting Aramo to Ser Jorah, with a plea for his careful stewardship. Tycon truly cared for the boy. Aramo, a lad of 18 or 19, bore an innocent gaze, his skin dark as coal. His hair was short and curly, and his large eyes were striking. Ser Jorah instructed Hardin to escort Aramo to the Black Castle. After attending to the Night's Watch accounts at Black Castle, Aramo would hasten to the Gift, the newly established village of the free folk, to assist Aenys in helping them survive. Katina was dispatched to Long Barrow, a fortress of the Night's Watch occupied solely by spearwives. The Frost Snow Eagle, Katina, had proven her courage and wisdom at Cape Sto. Ser Jorah promised that should Katina conquer her spearwife sisters, she would ascend as their leader. Additionally, upon reaching Black Castle, Hardin was tasked with relaying a message to Melisandre. Ser Jorah sought the release of Theon Greyjoy, the hostage prince from the Iron Islands and the nominal brother of Jon Snow. Chapter 27:027. The Skin Changer without the need to confront the others. The crew aboard the ship felt an air of ease. Even the weather had transformed into a clear and bright expanse. Snowflakes continued to fall, yet the biting chill was dispelled. This time, Ser Jorah brought along over 20 brothers of the Night's Watch and nearly 200 free folk raiders. Among the free folk, those tasked with southern raids were known as raiders, the most elite warriors among them. Furthermore, Ser Jorah kept the boar, Bulo, close at hand. Upon returning from Cape Sto, Bulo had promised to teach Ser Jorah the art of skin changing. The number of skin changers was scarce, their power and peculiarity evoking fear in others. Thus, skin changers often found camaraderie among themselves. First, you must establish a connection with the wolf, Bolo murmured in the cabin, sitting cross-legged on the floor, his hair obscuring part of his face, lending him a particularly sinister air. Then, you must become one with the wolf. Feel its heartbeat, its breath, and discern its desires. Finally, enter its body, and you shall become the wolf. Bolo's explanation was remarkably straightforward. Ser Yora comprehended the words, yet wore a puzzled expression. How does one establish this connection? The connection exists already, Bolo replied. Only a skin changer can forge such a bond. Connecting beasts and humans, the passage exists. Yet Xu Luo saw nothing. Undoubtedly, he possessed a formidable wolf spirit talent. He could not help but wonder if his own intellect was lacking. One must feel with intention. Its existence is exceedingly elusive. Even shapeshifters can only discern it under rare circumstances. In truth, most shapeshifters embark on their learning only after establishing a connection. Take for instance the shapeshifter Valamir. Before becoming a shapeshifter, he was known as Little Tumor. He entered the body of 3 dogs and savagely killed his own brother, Little Swell. Upon discovering this, his father sent Valamir to study under the shapeshifter Hagen. Jon, with his ice-field wolf spirit, white spirit, harmonized with his own consciousness. Yet why did he not naturally transform into a wolf spirit? Could it be that Jon's so-called exceptional talent pales in comparison to the cruel Valamir? In the Burrow district, Xu Luo remained, confronting the solitary wolf in its cage while learning to establish a connection. He noted that since Burrow district first tasted the homemade wine from Donghai Wang, it had become infatuated, often indulging in self-serving libations. Even the seasoned drinker Tommen could no longer bear to witness this, particularly as Burrow had pilfered his alcohol. Xu Luo stretched his neck, gazing at the wolf in the cage like an orphan. The wolf, barely over a meter in height and still quite young, bore a disheveled gray coat, far inferior to the sleek and dense fur of white spirit. It curled up, its green eyes filled with fear as it looked at Xu Luo, lacking any ferocity. It emitted soft whines, yet Xu Luo could not comprehend its expression. The passage was there. Xu Luo envisioned a line connecting him to the wolf, binding them closely. Gradually, everything around him became blurred, leaving only he and the wolf in this confined space. Xu Luo realized he could sense the wolf's breath and heartbeat, the trembling of its nostrils from fear. The wolf glanced around, seeking the source of its unease, filled with terror and apprehension. Xu Luo slowly and gently aligned his heartbeat, breath, and thoughts to match that of the wolf. Then, it was time to enter the wolf's body. With a snap, it was as if the string of a kite had snapped. Everything suddenly vanished without a trace. That sensation of becoming one with the wolf dissipated instantaneously, akin to a kite soaring into the clouds, lost from sight. Xu Luo attempted to establish a connection with the wolf once more, but found himself utterly devoid of sensation. It's all right, he reassured himself. Progress has been made. Perhaps next time will yield success. He ascended to the deck, inhaling deeply. The air outside was significantly fresher. The crew on deck was either busy or engaged in light-hearted banter. The atmosphere relaxed. Sir Davos stood at the bow, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the now visible outline of Skagos Island. What are you doing here alone? Xu Luo approached Davos. After their lengthy conversation yesterday, their relationship had grown considerably closer. Davos smiled, his gray eyes twinkling as he remarked, "Behold the sea." The sea? It is only in solitude that one can truly appreciate the vastness of the ocean. It feels as though the entire world is an expanse of azure, with nothing but the wind whispering past your ears. You sense that the entire ocean belongs to you. There is a tale of a fisherman who once told the mad King Ares, "You reign over a meager land, while I am the sovereign of the boundless sea." As Xu Luo reveled in this grand sentiment, Sir Davos continued, the mad king ordered the fisherman to be burned alive. Xu Luo felt as though he were being mocked by the Onion Knight. He smirked and said, "I must admit, among smugglers, you are a good man. The same can be said among nobles." Davos, oblivious to the underlying sarcasm, earnestly replied, "It was His Majesty Stannis who shaped me." Curiosity sparked within Xu Luo. He leaned in slightly, chuckling as he posed a rather audacious question. "Do you truly believe, sir, that Stannis is the reincarnation of Azor Ahai?" In truth, this inquiry was directed at Davos, questioning whether he genuinely believed Stannis could ascend to the Iron Throne of Westeros. Were Xu Luo to pose such a question to another lord, it might be seen as rather distasteful. However, Davos Seaworth was a man of practicality. He valued truth over hollow fame and pretense. Davos removed his left glove, revealing several bare knuckles, marks left by Stannis' punishment for his smuggling transgressions. There were 4 of us who ascended to Skagos Island. I am the only one who survived to await Sir Maynard's rescue. Do you know why? Xu Luo, puzzled, asked why. Because the customs of the islanders dictate that they sever fingers to express their anger. They saw my mutilated fingers and deemed me a fearsome figure, too terrifying to consume. This was the fortune bestowed upon me by His Majesty Stannis, though I regret losing them in the Blackwater. Xu Luo fell silent. The vessel safely reached the shores of Skagos Island. In the tongue of the ancestors, Skagos means stone. The island is dotted with hills and rocky outcrops, with only the coastal areas flourishing with dense fishwood and sentinel trees. Elsewhere, vegetation is remarkably sparse. The inhabitants of Skagos are known as the Islanders, descendants of the forebears who shared lineage with the Northmen. They migrated to Skagos before the arrival of the Undulls, initially maintaining contact with the North, though their ties gradually weakened. The Northmen disdainfully regarded the Islanders as no different from wildlings. Tormund, wielding an axe, boisterously declared his intent to descend and slay the Islanders, only to slip and tumble straight into the water. Leather, Solon, and Borrow, unfazed, followed him overboard. Sir Davos cast a perplexed glance at Xu Luo, who shrugged in response, indicating his lack of a solution. Sir Maynard remained aboard, awaiting their return. Crows, Tormund yelled from the water, directing his shout toward Maynard above. Next time, fix your ladder properly. The king of the Outlands, Tormund, has met his demise. Soon you shall be roasted alive by the savages. Maynard cast a cold glance at Tormund before turning towards the bow of the ship. He had not forgotten that just days prior, they had evaded the pursuit of the others on this very island. Though no evidence suggested an imminent threat, Maynard remained ever vigilant. Tormund, cursing under his breath, strode towards the shore. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. An arrow pierced the atmosphere, flying directly between Tormund's legs and embedding itself in the sand. Momentarily caught off guard, Tormund stumbled, his stout frame tilting awkwardly as he fell onto the beach, landing in a most undignified manner. This spectacle was indeed alarming. Yet Xu Luo could not suppress a chuckle. Enemy attack. We are under siege. Solon, the breaker of shields, shouted, crouching low as he scanned the dense, foreboding jungle. Another volley of arrows rained down. Those standing on the periphery collapsed instantly, blood choking their throats. The arrows were undoubtedly poisoned. Xu Luo's laughter ceased. Get down, everyone. Lie flat. Upon hearing the command, the group immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. The sentinels aboard the ship swiftly nocked their arrows, unleashing a barrage towards the underbrush. Their aim was not to kill, but merely to suppress the assailants. Chapter 28. The Clan of Crowl, Part 1, Kill. The adversaries, realizing their hidden arrows had proven ineffective, burst forth from their concealment in the jungle. Upon a cursory glance, one could discern approximately 30 to 40 rock dwellers. Their bare arms, thighs, and faces were smeared with green sap, rendering them difficult to distinguish amidst the foliage. Follow me. Xu Luo unsheathed his long claws and charged towards the rock dwellers. The confrontation ensued along the coastline. The savages, having endured years in the frost-bitten expanse, where resources were scarce and they battled beasts, others, and Night's Watch, had become remarkably resilient. In contrast, the rock dwellers, long distanced from the mainland, had lost the combative prowess their ancestors had possessed 3 centuries prior, having hunted only goats and vultures devoid of survival pressure. With Xu Luo's larger force and the savages' ferocity, they swiftly gained the upper hand. It became evident that the rock dwellers had severely miscalculated the strength and numbers of the landing party. The battle collapsed shortly after it began. The surviving rock dwellers turned to flee back into the jungle, only to find themselves encircled by Maynard's Night's Watch. The skirmish concluded rapidly. With over 30 rock dwellers reduced to 3, disarmed, the remaining 3 had no choice but to surrender reluctantly. From the onset of the ambush to the cessation of hostilities, no more than half an hour had elapsed, leaving behind a grim scene of more than 30 corpses. The 3 rock dwellers knelt on the ground, hands clasped behind their backs, heads bowed in despair. As Xu Luo strode past them, he could not comprehend what had driven these rock dwellers to launch a frenzied attack on the fleet. Nonetheless, this presented Xu Luo with an advantageous opportunity, sparing him the need to seek out the rock dwellers' dwelling places. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "You are utterly reckless, aren't you? Did you all fancy yourselves as others, capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly?" The leftmost individual suddenly lifted his head, glaring at Xu Luo with fury. Solon promptly kicked him to the ground. "Behave yourself. Now, you are presented with an opportunity, unlike your companions who lie here cold and lifeless." Xu Luo's icy gaze swept across the faces of the 3, declaring, "I need to see your magna." Who among you is willing to guide me? Magnus signifies the leader. Bah! Yin Zhong spat contemptuously on the ground. Having lost to you, we have no face to return to the Magna. If you possess the courage, then kill me. Dream on if you think I will lead you to our settlement. I admire such bravery, Xu Luo remarked. A vague sense of unease gnawed at him. He could not pinpoint its source, merely sensing something was amiss. Temporarily setting aside his suspicions, he addressed the 3 rock people. I have heard that the flesh of warriors is particularly delectable. Thus, I shall begin from the left and inquire one by one. Whoever is willing to lead me to your Magna shall be spared. Those who refuse shall find their hearts, livers, and kidneys gracing my dinner plate tonight. The rock people trembled at his words. The Skags people are known to consume human flesh. Aware of the taste of their own kind, they were naturally reluctant to be devoured. Xu Luo whispered a few words to Solon before stepping up to the leftmost rock person. You? The rock person sneered coldly. Gazing haughtily at Xu Luo's eyes hardened. Kill him. Tommen raised his axe, and with a swift motion, it fell. Xu Luo then approached the second rock person, who stared wide-eyed in horror, exclaiming, "What are you going to do?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Tommen swung the axe toward him. At that moment, a rustle in the dense forest caught Xu Luo's attention. His gaze darted past the third individual, catching sight of a figure darting swiftly through the underbrush. Obscured from clear view, as Xu Luo had suspected, there were indeed others in the forest, silently observing, eager to learn the fate of their compatriots. Upon witnessing their demise, the onlookers in the woods quickly departed. Xu Luo's earlier whisper to Solon had been a directive to circle around from behind and stealthily follow the rock people. Whether Solon could locate their gathering point would depend on his tracking prowess. Find them and hand them over to Maynard. Perhaps he can extract some information. Xu Luo had merely intended to intimidate those lurking in the forest with his order. In truth, Tommen had only rendered them unconscious with the back of his axe. All 3 remained alive. Xu Luo held little faith in the interrogation process. Sir Maynard placed too much emphasis on the chivalric code and lacked the skills necessary for effective questioning. Xu Luo was more concerned about alleviating Maynard's boredom aboard the ship and providing him with some amusement. When the group escorting the captives returned from the vessel, Xu Luo commanded, "Let us pursue as well." They ventured into the forest. The woodland of Skaggs Island was relatively small. Within a quarter of an hour, they had traversed the entire expanse. Behind them lay undulating hills and valleys, the terrain intricate and peculiar. Following the marks left by Solon, Xu Luo chased on for half an hour, only to find himself unable to discern his location. Were it not for the continuous tracks, he would have considered ordering a retreat to the shore. To plunge into the territory of others without understanding the circumstances would be exceedingly perilous. Throughout this journey, Xu Luo pondered the motivations behind the rock creature's reckless assault on the fleet. Was it for wealth, sustenance, or perhaps something else entirely? Could it be that the rock creatures had, as Tommen had suggested, succumbed to starvation-driven madness? The relentless snow blanketed much of the north and west Eros, yet Skagos Island, nestled in the sea, remained relatively unscathed. It was still early winter. Food shortages should not have been an issue. Xu Luo found himself at a loss. They finally caught up with the shield breaker in a secluded valley. Solon stood at the center of a clearing, gripping his spear with a vigilant demeanor. Upon hearing movement, Solon turned to face them. Xu Luo and his companions descended the slope, and Solon approached Xu Luo. "Is this the place?" Xu Luo surveyed the surroundings. The valley was deep and towering, with only a sliver of sky visible above. Had Solon not pursued the surviving rock creatures, it would have taken them weeks to locate this hidden spot. The cliffs on either side had been carved with doorways, forming semi-subterranean abodes. Such dwellings provided security and stability, shielding their inhabitants from wild beasts. However, they suffered from poor lighting and ventilation, rendering them damp during the rainy season. Thousands of years ago, the North had transitioned from underground to above ground, yet it seemed that the Skagosi still adhered to this ancient tradition. Upon arrival, Xu Luo found the doors of the subterranean houses ajar, the interiors empty and echoing with the howling wind. Without stepping inside, he sensed the absence of life. By the time I arrived, the inhabitants had departed. I witnessed a rock creature kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably, likely unaware that the gathering point had been abandoned. However, it soon made its way in the direction Solon indicated, towards the opposite side of the valley. "Why did you not follow?" Xu Luo inquired, perplexed. "There was no need." Solon explained. The rock creature left marks on the ground and the walls. He approached a stone wall, pointing to a tadpole-shaped symbol leading into the valley. Upon seeing this mark, that individual turned from despair to hope and pursued it. "This must be a signpost left for those returning." Solon paused and added, "Moreover, we are unfamiliar with the terrain here. Recklessly pursuing them could easily lead us into an ambush. How many rock creatures are there? What weaponry do they possess? We know nothing of them. Thus, I halted and awaited your command. An exceptional warrior often possesses remarkable tactical insight. You have performed admirably, Solon, Xu Luo affirmed. The rock creatures, trading in dragon crystals, would unlikely leave any behind. Still harboring a flicker of hope, he ordered a search of the stone houses flanking them. The outcome was predictably fruitless. The rock creatures had not only taken the dragon crystals, but, in fact, left no tile behind. To have removed such a multitude of items, they must have required considerable preparation. What compelled them to depart? Xu Luo ruled himself out. The Skagosi could not possibly have known of his arrival. Furthermore, he had not come with the intent to incite war. My king, do you not find this situation eerily reminiscent of the White Walkers? The unflappable pile leather remarked calmly. Indeed, came the consensus. The complete exodus of all individuals bore striking similarities to the handiwork of the White Walkers. However, the others do not take away possessions. Wealth and resources hold no value for them, Xu Luo countered, noting the absence of any signs of a struggle. What I mean is that they were expelled by some force, explained Pyle. For instance, nearby tribes? There are 3 clans on Skagos Island: the Crowl, the Stern, and the Magna. Magna referred to the clan and its leader with the term chieftain. This seems most plausible. Xu Luo wished to remain uninvolved in the tribal conflicts of Skagos Island, yet he desired the dragon crystal, if necessary. He would not hesitate to intervene in the island's affairs, much like the ancestors of House Stark did 3 centuries ago. Let us proceed, Xu Luo resolved firmly. Chapter 29:029, The Crowl Clan, Part 2. They followed the markers left by the rock-kind and ventured into the valley behind. Within the valley lay a labyrinthine stone forest. At each intersection, 4 or 5 paths often diverged. Some of these paths would converge again at the next corner, rendering them pointless. However, the multitude of paths still made one's scalp tingle. Without the guidance of the rock-kind's markers, they surely would have lost their way. Solon discovered remnants left by the rock-kind, primarily an assortment of bowls and other items, likely abandoned due to their burden. This provided reassurance to the group, indicating they were on the right track. They continued their pursuit for quite some time. In such a labyrinth, it was all too easy to lose track of time and direction. Xu Luo was unsure how long they had been walking, only feeling a dizzying sensation, likely shared by the others as well. Let me tell you a tale. Torment's booming voice resounded once more. Keep your voice down, Torment. You'll frighten the rock-kind. Buelo murmured. Such a solemn storyteller is the most fearsome of all. Low laughter rippled through the crowd, lifting the atmosphere considerably. Bah, it would be best to scare them to death, lest the wild man King Torment take action. The story goes like this. In the Age of Heroes, Skagos Island was once home to many people. They constructed a labyrinth upon the island. The labyrinth had but one entrance and no exit. Anyone who ventured more than 50 steps inside would never return. At that time, House Stark still proclaimed itself as the Kings of the North. One Stark, upon hearing this tale, journeyed to Skagos Island. He entered the labyrinth. With his courage and extraordinary perseverance, he reached the labyrinth's deepest depths. There, he encountered a terrifying beast, Torment. Xu Luo interjected with a frown. We are currently on Skagos Island. Let us refrain from telling ghost stories. Xu Luo was concerned that Torment's tale might instill psychological dread in the others. He did not believe that each of the over 100 individuals present were resolute warriors. Hush! The shieldbreaker Solon made a shushing motion, beckoning Xu Luo. Xu Luo raised his hand to halt those behind him and approached Solon. At Solon's gesture, Xu Luo cautiously peered around the corner, where several shadows lingered and flitted. The others. Xu Luo's heart skipped a beat. The appearance of the others here was entirely unexpected for Xu Luo. How could the others manifest in this realm? It is quite easy to deduce the reasons from the outcomes. The others seek to expand their dominion. After their arduous defeat had done, they turned their gaze towards the desolate, isolated Skagos Island. Xu Luo was a step behind the others, and this sensation was as unpleasant as consuming a slug. Furthermore, he lacked the dragon crystals and was uncertain how to engage the others in combat. Xu Luo comprehended the frantic desperation of the rock beings as they recklessly attacked the fleet. They had no alternative. To battle the others was akin to facing a one-sided slaughter. Engaging the fleet, however, presented a glimmer of hope for survival. It was no wonder that the rock being lamented his inability to return to Magna. Without seizing a ship, they had forfeited their chance at life. The premature arrival of the others compelled Magna to order the tribe to migrate to another settlement. All the confusion upon landing was now elucidated. Yet Xu Luo found no joy in this revelation. Beyond the corner, the number of others was scant, 3 others and a dozen whites. However, they represented an unknown army of others, heralding the potential annihilation of Skagga's island. There existed a peculiar connection among the others. To evade encirclement, it was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. Xu Luo issued a low command. I will confront one of the others. Buelo, you are tasked with disrupting their formation using the wild boars. Solon, you and 10 others will flank the rear of the others through this path. Understood, came Bolo's muffled response. Xu Luo's strategy was clear, leveraging their numerical superiority and the element of surprise to encircle and annihilate this small detachment of others in a brief span. The enemy would receive word of his arrival, yet remain ignorant of his precise location. Xu Luo drew forth his Longclaw, the metal emitting a hissing resonance as he took a deep breath and charged from his cover. The others turned their heads, hesitating for a moment before lunging towards Xu Luo. As the others emerged from the narrow passage into the expansive clearing, Bolo's wild boars charged, snorting foul breath as they barreled into the others. The boars kicked up dust and debris, ferociously penetrating the heart of the others' formation, and with a swift thrust of their tusks, sent 2 whites flying. The others uttered something in their strange tongue before lunging at the wild boars. Unlike the whites, the others could not breach the boars' defenses. The chilling blue ice swords sliced through the boar's flesh, leaving ghastly wounds. Both the boar and Bolo roared in unison. The boar twisted and collided with another. Although the others possessed formidable strength, it paled in comparison to the ferocity of this beast-like war machine. The others were sent sprawling backwards, crashing violently against the stone wall. Xu Luo surged forward, driving his sword into the heart of another. The other's head tilted, and its form rapidly began to dissolve. The wild men and night watchmen surged in behind the wild boar, breaking into the disordered formation of the others. 5 or 6 against 1, an absolute advantage in numbers. In the absence of dragon crystals, this superiority rendered their combat prowess on par with, if not slightly more formidable than, that of the others. Solon and his group flanked the rear of the others. This time, their escape would not be as effortless as it had been at dawn. Xu Luo plunged into the fray, deflecting the ice sword of another. The wrinkled face of the other turned towards Xu Luo, its icy gaze fixed upon him, brimming with hostility. Die! The other bellowed in an ancient tongue. Xu Luo was taken aback. This creature could articulate ancient language. He scarcely had time to ponder the implications of this revelation as he steadied himself and swung his sword, deflecting the other's icy blade. A tremendous force surged through its elongated claws, sending waves of pain coursing through his arm. Xu Luo lost his balance and staggered backward. Seeking death, he declared, regaining his composure as flames erupted around the claws. The blazing fire compelled the other to retreat. Cornered against the wall, it roared, intent on counterattacking. Xu Luo deftly dodged its assault and severed its leg. Long before Jon Snow's demise, a belief circulated among the Night's Watch atop the wall that Jon was the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. After Xu Luo's resurrection, he tested the flames and earned the moniker of the Unburnt, further solidifying this notion. Observing Xu Luo wielding fire magic, neither the Night's Watch nor the wildlings displayed surprise. Perhaps they concealed their astonishment deep within. This small cadre of others was swiftly dispatched. Let us tend to our wounds and depart from this place post-haste, Xu Luo urged, his gaze darting to several entrances. He was engulfed by fear that reinforcements might suddenly emerge from the shadows. The arduous battle had already claimed the lives of many, with 4,000 wildlings facing a mere 100 others. Now, with only 100 remaining and no dragon glass in their possession, Xu Luo was unwilling to be encircled. The wildlings and Night's Watchmen sat in silence on either side, quickly binding their wounds. Xu Luo noticed the Night's Watchmen actively bandaging a wildling's injuries, while a wildling applied their own herbs to a Night's Watchman's wounds. This is a promising start, Xu Luo thought. The breaker of shields, Solon, approached Xu Luo and inquired, "What course shall we take next, my king?" Many eyes turned towards Xu Luo, seeking direction. Should they advance deeper into the unknown or retreat to their vessels and prepare for another attempt? Xu Luo observed their gazes, curiosity devoid of fear. They believed in his ability to lead them to victory, he mused. Yet, in truth, Xu Luo himself was enveloped in a shroud of uncertainty. The presence of the others indicated a misstep in their path. The rocky folk had altered their course upon detecting the others, and they had followed the scouts to this location. Xu Luo scanned the faces before him. We can withdraw now, return to the ships, and prepare for another venture. However, in a few days, Skagga's island may be reduced to ruins. Those transformed into whites will battle us beneath the wall. Warriors, we must forge ahead, one by one. The Night's Watch and wildlings rose in silence, following the breaker of shields deeper into the stone forest. Xu Luo instructed the white-eyed Kenji to relay news of the other's appearance to Sir Maynard, ensuring he would be prepared. Torment, lumbering with his axe at the rear of the group, grumbled to himself, "This is no ghost story." In Tales, the Stark slays the monster and rescues the princess from its clutches, and they all live happily ever after. How is this a ghost story? The story unfolds with the beleaguered giant slayer, Torment, lost in thought. Chapter 30, The Craster People, Part 3. As the White Walkers traversed the terrain, they left behind traces of frost upon the ground. Xu Luo and his companions followed the path taken by the specters, winding through the stone forest for an extended period before finally emerging into the open expanse. Torment, wide-eyed, gazed at the vast world beyond, murmuring in muted frustration. Why can those dead things find their way, yet the king of the wildlings cannot? Xu Luo cast a quick glance at Torment. Indeed, why do the White Walkers always seem to possess knowledge that eludes them? Upon exiting the stone forest, the surroundings suddenly opened up. Standing atop a hillside, one could glimpse the boundless, shimmering sea, its gray-blue waves rolling towards the shores of Skagos Island. The slope descended gently, revealing a vast, flat expanse scattered with rugged stones that rose high above, appearing as if they were mere flatlands. Occasionally, trees punctuated the landscape, resembling errant tufts of hair atop a balding head, lending it a humorous touch. It was here that Xu Luo encountered it for the first time. At the summit of the hill stood a lush oak tree, its branches extending outward to form a verdant canopy. Beneath this tree stood a unicorn, its head bowed as it grazed. Occasionally, it used its hooves to scratch at the grass. The creature possessed a distinctly goat-like head, pale gray in hue, devoid of a beard. From its forehead sprouted a spiraled horn, black in color, adorned with an array of fantastical and imaginative runes. Its neck was nearly non-existent, and its body was long and flat, cloaked in dense fur that cascaded down to its belly. The tail resembled that of a scorpion, segmented and gleaming with a sinister green sheen, indicating its deadly nature. The unicorn, a symbol of life and death, had not been seen by human eyes for millennia. While remnants of dragons lingered in the collective memory of mankind, the unicorns had long since faded from the minds of people. The sight of the unicorn left Xu Luo and his companions speechless. Even Torment, who usually reveled in jest, stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for what felt like an eternity. The unicorn seemed to perceive the presence of onlookers, raising its head in pride and emitting a series of melodic calls that resonated like a blend of sheep and horse, clear and elongated. "Is this truly a unicorn?" Xu Luo inquired uncertainly of those nearby. "I have never seen one, my king," Solon replied. "Never mind, let the king of the wildlings, Torment, enlighten you, lad." Torment, snapping back to reality, transformed once more into the boastful Torment. "This is a unicorn, an unequivocal unicorn. It has been thousands of years. To witness it is a privilege beyond measure. Alas, the black crow aboard the ship. What a pity he missed this momentous occasion, a sight worthy of a lifetime of boasting." At this juncture, Torment could not resist mentioning Sir Maynard. "I find myself curious," Solon remarked, surveying the faces of his companions. "Has no one considered capturing it and bringing it back? And how would one accomplish that?" Torment retorted. "Legend has it that this creature symbolizes life and death. Approaching within 3 steps would surely invite a plague leading to certain death. Even if one were to escape, there would be no remedy." However, Solon countered Torment's assertion. Yet, the trees surrounding it appear quite unharmed. "As I gazed upon the grass, I wondered why it had not withered or succumbed to poison." Tommen mused aloud, suggesting that perhaps its effects were only potent against humans. Xu Luo speculated that it might selectively infect those afflicted by the plague. Though such notions were posited, none dared to truly approach and test whether the unicorn could indeed be lethal to them. Furthermore, could a mere human, relying solely on 2 legs, truly catch up to a unicorn that gallops on 4? Would archery not imply that the unicorn had chosen the archer as the potential host for the contagion? Xu Luo shifted his gaze towards Baroque. "Can you control it?" he inquired. Xu Luo longed to take matters into his own hands. Yet he refrained from showcasing his shape-shifting abilities, which had proven ineffective thus far. "I do not know," Baroque replied, his head bowed, his eyes fixed intently on the unicorn. "There has never been an instance of a shapeshifter entering a unicorn, at least not to my knowledge." "Bah, a bunch of cowards. Such matters should be entrusted to the wild man king, Tommen." Tommen bellowed, confidently brandishing a bundle of hemp rope he had procured from an unknown source. The rope was formed into a loop at one end, which he swung about, exclaiming, "Watch closely, lads. Do not startle it." "Too late," Xu Luo commanded. But it was in vain as Tommen had already released the lasso. In the wilds, such techniques were used to capture swift but non-aggressive creatures. It was evident that Tommen possessed some skill to have risen to the position of tribal leader. The lasso landed accurately upon the unicorn's horn, causing the onlookers to gasp collectively, their eyes fixated on the rope. Tommen gradually pulled the lasso tighter, and with a sudden force, it ensnared the unicorn's horn. The spiraled ridges made it difficult for the unicorn to free itself. Tommen rose in triumph, eager to boast of his feat, but a sudden flash of black light erupted, and the rope instantaneously carbonized, as if scorched by an invisible flame. In an instant, it transformed into a black powder, hurtling towards Tommen. He cried out and relinquished the hemp rope, which fell to the ground, leaving behind traces of corrosion. "By the gods!" exclaimed Tommen, clicking his tongue. "This creature is quite formidable. Give it a try, Xu Luo commanded. "If it fails, we shall abandon this folly. The unicorn was never meant to be ours." "Yes, my king," Xu acknowledged, stepping forth from the crowd and kneeling upon the grass. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with intensity, fixed on the unicorn. The crowd behind him could not discern his expression or grasp his intentions. At that moment, they noticed the unicorn turning its gaze towards them. Despite Tommen's earlier attempt to ensnare it, the unicorn had not acknowledged him. Instead, it focused on the kneeling Xu. "Surely it cannot be caught by this fellow," Tommen remarked enviously. Just then, Xu let out a muffled grunt and fell backward to the ground. Xu Luo rushed to assist him. Xu turned his head towards Xu Luo, sighing, "It is futile, my king. Its soul is far too powerful. I cannot penetrate it. The shapeshifter possesses the ability to enter the bodies of other living beings, yet is restricted solely to those devoid of intelligence. There is no record of a shapeshifter ever entering the form of a human, dragon, or unicorn, which underscores this limitation. Bran Stark was able to inhabit the body of Hardin, following him through the essence of his horse, due to Hardin's impaired intellect stemming from a childhood incident. However, Bran was incapable of entering the bodies of Jojen or Mira. Shapeshifters utilize the bodies of animals to prolong their existence. But there has never been a notion of entering a human body or the concept of reanimation through necromancy. "Are you all right?" Xu Luo inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy," came the reply. "That's good," Xu Luo remarked, casting a glance toward the unicorn, feeling a twinge of regret. "My king, why not give it a try?" Boro urged. "You possess a wolf spirit talent far beyond my own. I cannot do it. Perhaps you can?" Xu Luo wanted to express that he couldn't even establish a connection, yet he felt the weight of many hopeful gazes upon him. Damn it, Xu Luo cursed inwardly. If he outright refused, he would be perceived as weak. In comparison, the provocation from Karthpike would scarcely dent his reputation. "They believe I am capable of anything," Xu Luo thought helplessly, "but this is merely an illusion. Even gods have their limitations." He feared that should he fail, he would become the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, he knelt in the same spot where Boro had been moments ago. The first step was to establish a connection with the animal, Xu Luo told himself. Focusing intently on the unicorn, yearning to feel its breath, its heartbeat, its fur, its gaze. What was it observing? What thoughts occupied its mind? Was it joyful or lonely? In various legends, the unicorn is glorified as a holy creature, resplendent in pure white with an angelic horn. Wherever it treads, blessings follow, granting longevity to the elderly and healing to the wounded. Even those afflicted with terminal illnesses find solace in its presence. Yet, that is not its essence. Others have distorted its image, branding it a nightmare. Where it wanders, the ground bears scorched marks. Its eyes blaze with hellfire, driving those who meet its gaze to madness. Anyone who glimpses it is destined to endure tormenting dreams by night. Yet in truth, the unicorn and the nightmare are not of the same ilk. It embodies both life and death, a harbinger of destruction as well as a redeemer. Its path can be lush with verdant grass or marred by decay. Its foes are both the living and the otherworldly. Xu Luo realized he was lost in thought. He returned to his senses, striving to comprehend the world around him, only to find it surreal. Where were Tormund, Sorin, Boro, and the others? Even the giant baby Tormund had ceased to cry. Turning his head, he discovered them standing across from him, their eyes filled with awe and fear as they gazed at the unicorn. Xu Luo attempted to call out to them, but found himself letting out a long, plaintive cry. He froze, realizing he was now within the unicorn's being. The techniques imparted by Boro were flawed. He had referred to the bond between shapeshifters and beasts as a connection, but to Xu Luo, it felt more akin to soul-capturing magic. The channel serves as a mutual connection between both parties, yet Xu Luo has only unilaterally entered the body of the unicorn, unable to perceive the presence of its consciousness. Doubt clouds his senses, as he fears being expelled by the unicorn at any moment. He attempts to soothe the creature, conveying his goodwill while making his way towards the crowd. Tamund and Solon firmly position themselves in front of Xu Luo. Observing his own body from this perspective is indeed comical. The unicorn halts. Xu Luo rises, calming the onlookers and pushing them aside. Approaching the unicorn, he kneels on one knee, gently stroking its forehead and horn. This enigmatic being closes its eyes obediently, its nostrils quivering as it emits a soothing groan. By the gods! Lad, you truly surpass me, Tamund exclaims. I concede defeat. Henceforth, I shall no longer declare myself the king of the wild. My king. Solon kneels, followed by Boro. As the wild men kneel one by one before Xu Luo, even the ever-unyielding free folk of the north, while pledging their allegiance to Xu Luo, do not bow their knees. They kneel before the unicorn, this unparalleled creation of divine artistry. Chapter 31. The Claw Clan, Part 4. The unicorn possesses an intimate knowledge of Skag's Island, understanding every inch of land, every tree, and even the rise and fall of each blade of grass. It is the cherished guardian of the island. Under the unicorn's guidance, Xu Luo discovers the settlement of the Claw clan. Magna, the leader of the Claw people, Robert Claw, consents to meet with Xu Luo. Xu Luo leaves the majority of his forces outside, bringing only a dozen companions into the settlement. The Claw settlement is triangular in shape, wide at the perimeter and narrowing inward. The warriors of the Claw observe these uninvited guests with indifference, while their women sit beneath the eaves, crafting long robes from goat skins for the winter. Robert Claw's dwelling lies at the deepest part of the settlement. Xu Luo presents the Longclaw and enters the house. Inside, a multitude of torches illuminate the space. By the flickering light, Xu Luo sees Magna seated at the table. Robert Claw is a rotund figure, his girth reminiscent of a sow. His thinning hair crowns a face laden with excess flesh, obscuring his eyes. His chin droops to his chest, concealing his neck. With his thick fingers interlaced, he gruffly inquires, "Is it you who wish to see me?" "Yes, Magna." Xu Luo is displeased by the man's arrogance, yet intrigued by the dragon crystal he possesses. "We are the Night Watchers, arriving from EC Lookout. We hope to negotiate for the dragon crystal in your possession." "EC Lookout, I am familiar with it." "No, he does not know," Xu Luo muses inwardly. Since Balon Stark's conquest of Skag's Island 3 centuries ago, the rock type has not left this isle. What could he possibly know? EC Lookout has ships. "You arrived by sea, did you not?" "Yes." "What was it you said? You seek the dragon crystal?" Robert muses, stroking his fingers. "What do you intend to do with the dragon crystal?" "The dragon crystal is capable of slaying the others," Xu Luo patiently explains. "We require the dragon crystal to guard the wall, preventing the others from advancing southward." "Very well. The dragon crystal, of course," Robert mutters to himself. Standing behind him was Gru, his son, casting a doubtful glance in his direction. The Crow people were bereft of dragon crystals, having lost them all. Before the White Walkers launched a full-scale invasion of Skag's Island, they stealthily infiltrated the mountains and valleys, almost as if they had prior knowledge of the crystal's whereabouts. Prior to the onset of war, they had seized all the dragon crystals. Had there been any crystals left, the Crow would not have retreated before the White Walkers. Gru shot a sidelong glance at Xu Luo, thinking these outsiders lacked intelligence. They should have anticipated this. "I can provide you with dragon crystals," Robert declared. "As long as you can transport us away from this island. You shall receive all the dragon crystals of the Crow clan and my friendship." Upon hearing Robert's proposition, Xu Luo understood the implications. The rock folk were faltering under the onslaught of the White Walkers, with almost all the land succumbing to the cold. They were left with no option but to flee. In truth, even if Robert had not made the offer, Xu Luo would have taken them away. "Very well," Xu Luo replied, unwilling to turn the Crow people into fodder for the White Walkers. However, Robert, elongating his tone, asked with confusion, "How can I trust that you possess the capability to take us away? The island is teeming with White Walkers. If I follow you, it may endanger my people." "What then?" Xu Luo felt discomfort but managed a smile, inquiring, "What do you propose?" "Not far from here lies one of our dragon crystal caches, now in the hands of the White Walkers. If you can reclaim the cache, the crystals within shall be yours, serving as the first payment for my services." Robert snapped his fingers, adding, "The remainder I will provide before we board the ship." Xu Luo cursed silently within, deeming Robert a cunning, greedy, and miserly scoundrel. He expected them to retrieve the crystals, yet branded it as compensation for their efforts. For heaven's sake, even a mole mother would have the decency to offer her treasure. This man was more miserly than a thrall of the White Walkers. Xu Luo found some solace in the fact that he had intended to take them aboard regardless. It was akin to informing a bandit that treasure lay hidden in a cave, guarded solely by a giant. The bandit would undoubtedly slay the giant without hesitation to seize the treasure. Xu Luo was now that bandit, and his treasure was the dragon crystals. With Skagga's island having fallen, they could encounter the White Walkers at any moment. Small groups of White Walkers were manageable, but what about the larger forces? They needed the dragon crystals to possess any hope of fighting back. Xu Luo despised the feeling of perpetual flight. He assured Robert, "We shall retrieve the dragon crystals. You prepare the remaining payment. I will verify it before we depart." Xu Luo remained wary, contemplating the possibility that upon reaching the ship, Robert might demand they reclaim the crystals once more, which would be utterly absurd. "Of course," Robert replied. Just then, a rock folk burst in, whispering into Robert's ear. The arrogance on Robert's face transformed into astonishment in an instant. He turned to Xu Luo, his eyes wide. "You captured a unicorn?" he exclaimed, astonished and speechless. Xu Luo was taken aback. Hours later, the joy of capturing the unicorn was beginning to fade. Initially, he did not grasp the reason for Robert's astonishment. Calmly nodding and replying, "Yes. Oh gods." The faith of the rock folk, akin to that of the Northmen, venerates the old gods. Believing in the animism that imbues all things with spirit, Robert squeezed past the chair, dragging his corpulent form towards the exit, with Xu Luo and the others hastily following in his wake. They reclaimed their weapons from the hands of the Kraul guards and surged into the throng of people, heading towards the makeshift encampment of the Night's Watch and the Free Folk. Armed with spears, both the Night's Watch and the Free Folk stood sentinel, deterring any rock folk who dared to approach. A Kraul man reached out, yearning to touch the unicorn, which danced nervously on its hooves, anxious to flee. A distant Kraul man knelt, bowing repeatedly, offering fervent prayers to the unicorn. The legend of the unicorn had coursed through the tales of Skagga's island for millennia. However, most rock folk had never beheld a genuine unicorn, let alone possessed such a wondrous creature. For the rock folk, the unicorn held significance akin to that of dragons for House Targaryen, having woven itself into the very fabric of their identity. What did the unicorn represent for the rock folk? Wealth? Power? Glory? Perhaps all of the above. Gru, towering above his kin, stood out conspicuously among the rock folk. Arriving late, he found himself unable to approach the unicorn, yet he did not kneel. Instead, he leaned against a tree, leveraging his height to gaze upon the magnificent creature with clarity. What a splendid being it was, Gru mused. How delightful it would be to possess a unicorn. Robert, utilizing his stature as a magna, successfully maneuvered to the forefront. He reached out, attempting to touch the unicorn, but Xu Luo grasped his arm firmly. "It would kill you." "Magna," Xu Luo cautioned. Robert withdrew his hand, clasping it to his chest, his gaze fixed on the unicorn, filled with both desire and trepidation. "We encountered it outside the stone forest. Fortuitously, it did not shun us, and so I brought it down." Xu Luo anticipated Robert's curiosity regarding the unicorn's origins and took the initiative to elaborate. "Is that so?" Robert appeared entranced. After a brief pause, he turned to Xu Luo and declared, "My son Gru is the pride of the Kraul. He will lead 100 Kraul warriors to guide you to the dragon crystal cache. Should you require assistance, seek him out." Xu Luo furrowed his brow in skepticism. What sort of maneuver was this, demanding Xu Luo to prove himself while simultaneously dispatching aid? He attributed it to the unicorn's influence and offered a slight bow. "Thank you, Robert Magna." Under Gru's leadership, Xu Luo and the others swiftly located the dragon crystal cache Robert had mentioned. The cache was a cave nestled on a hillside, guarded by a dozen whites who, under the command of a White Walker, were hauling boxes filled with dragon crystals out of the cavern. What purpose did the White Walker have in transporting dragon crystals? Was it merely to prevent the men from acquiring them? The unicorn was ill-suited for combat in such confined quarters, so Xu Luo left it amidst the thicket. He caressed the unicorn's head, whispering soothingly to alleviate its anxiety. In tribute to the deceased lover of Jon Snow, Ygritte, Xu Luo named the unicorn Firekiss. "You know nothing." He could still sense the lingering sorrow. Shaking off the melancholic emotions, he issued the command to advance. Solon led their forces to encircle from the rear, ensuring that not a single white would escape, while the rest charged forward from the front. They possess an overwhelming numerical advantage, rendering tactical considerations unnecessary. The men of Gruul professed their intent to assist in the battle, yet they merely concealed themselves behind trees, failing to act. They had witnessed the horrifying sight of the others storming into settlements, slaughtering villagers mercilessly. The Kraul ignited bonfires in an attempt to deter the others, who lingered ominously at the periphery of the settlement. Their dark silhouettes, frigid bodies, and ruthless methods left an indelible mark on the minds of the Kraul. Mere sighting of the others would evoke terrifying memories, let alone engaging them in combat. Xu Luo and his companions swiftly eliminated the others and their undead servants both within and outside the cave. The cavern extended far, and upon turning a corner, they discovered dragon crystals piled within boxes against the wall, including those left outside. There were a total of 7 boxes of dragon crystals that the others had not managed to transport. Xu Luo opened the boxes, revealing them filled to the brim with dragon crystals. With these crystals, Xu Luo felt he had accomplished his mission on Skagger's Isle. These dragon crystals were sufficient to equip a legion of 2,000, he mused, and with the others currently weakened, such a force would enable him to sweep through the Wraithwood. I shall seek them out and obliterate them. Xu Luo closed the box with a resounding thud. Accompanying this noise came a rumbling from outside. Xu Luo paused momentarily before darting around the corner, only to witness a stone door steadily descending. Good heavens! The wild men flanking the door scrambled to avoid being crushed into a pulp. Once the occupants of the cave regained their senses, they began to curse and shout, demanding to be released. They remained oblivious to the situation outside and the identity of the one who had lowered the stone door. The rockfolk were highly suspect in this matter. Xu Luo had considered that they might resort to some trickery, but had not anticipated the construction of a stone door outside the cave. It was rather amusing that such intellectually deficient beings could engineer a mechanism capable of moving such a massive stone. Everyone, quiet down, Xu Luo's calm voice resonated. Peel and Buelo are still outside. They will open the door. His words served as a soothing balm, and most individuals settled down, taking a seat. The remaining few paced anxiously, yet they refrained from further calling out. Chapter 32:033. The ship in the night. Maynard was unaware that Xu Luo had entrusted these 3 individuals to him merely to pass the time. He earnestly and sincerely conducted the interrogation. Regrettably, Sir Maynard's sense of honor forbade him from employing those sordid, twisted, and perverse methods of interrogation. As darkness enveloped the sky, he had yet to glean any fruitful information. Why did the rockfolk attack the fleet? Did they possess any other companions? What were their names? Of these 3 inquiries, Maynard only discovered the answer to the last. The trio were known as Tall Tekin, Short Pippin, and Fat Aussie, names of his own invention. Maynard abhorred the thought of whipping his own crew. However, as an experienced captain, he was acutely aware that navigating the boundless ocean could render sailors restless and anxious. Thus, he also acknowledged the efficacy of the whip and the Qingting wine. Maynard commanded that the 3 be suspended, mercilessly lashed until their skin was raw. Yin Zhong gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to divulge a single word. Maynard was perplexed. If the objective of these 3 was indeed a secret that must not be revealed, then why were they also unwilling to disclose their names? The trio endured with an extraordinary will. Ultimately, the Tall Tykin could no longer contain himself and erupted. Bastard! If you have the guts, kill me. Don't think that if I die, you will survive. Maynard halted his whipping. The sea breeze gently tousled his hair, while the sound of waves crashing against the shore resonated thunderously. An inexplicable unease washed over Maynard. Most individuals who fell into the hands of their enemies would curse their torturers, venting their fury. Yet, in Taken's tone, there was an unutterable sense of certainty. He was convinced Maynard would perish, as if his words possessed some arcane power. Why was this so? This thought left Sir Maynard bewildered. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the pallid-eyed Kenji hastily ascending the deck. Kenji approached Maynard directly, breathless. Sir, the commander bids me inform you that the others have appeared on the island. You must prepare yourself. The others? A chill swept through Maynard, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Was their conviction derived from this? Sir Maynard could clearly recall the scene of the other ship being gradually submerged by the sea. Were the dead bound to another vessel? Or had they swiftly constructed a new ship, traversing the vast ocean to reach Skag's Island? Did the commander say anything else? Maynard inquired. He said to let you determine how to proceed, Kenji replied. Maynard understood Xu Luo's arrangement. Xu Luo, situated miles away in the valley, could not possibly keep abreast of events on the coast in real time. It was likely that by the time Kenji arrived, the others had already made landfall. Xu Luo was incapable of making the next decision. Maynard surveyed the surrounding sea. At any moment, the others could emerge from any direction. He realized the weighty responsibility resting upon his shoulders. Should these 2 ships fall into the hands of the others, Xu Luo on the isolated island would become merely a caged dog. Regardless of how loudly he called, as long as the others chose not to listen, there would be no trouble. It could be said that the fate of the entire night's watch now lay in his hands. Sir Maynard trembled slightly. What should he do? He ascended to the bow of the ship, clenching his fists. Unlike Xu Luo, he lacked extensive experience in combating the others, daring to confront them head-on. Had the others discovered their vessels? How many would reach the shore? Were they coming from the land or the sea? Too many questions awaited answers. If only the commander were here, Menard thought, I would merely need to execute his orders in full to achieve victory. Two choices lay before Menard. The first was to depart the waters surrounding Skaggs Island, in the vast expanse of the ocean. Even the most seasoned captains can merely speculate about the location of their adversaries. They seek confrontation with their foes by attacking ports that compel defense and controlling vital waterways. As long as they venture into the trembling sea, the White Walkers will be unable to locate the claw. However, this course of action would mean abandoning Xu Luo. Xu Luo and his companions would return to shore, likely facing danger from both sides without a ship to assist them. Alternatively, they could remain stationary and wait. Perhaps the White Walkers had not even detected the Night Watch's vessel, or they might have underestimated the claw, dispatching only a handful of whites to assault it. Yet, this would essentially place their fate in the mercy of the White Walkers. Should fortune favor them, Xu Luo would return, and together they could embark on the ship and depart from Skaggs Island. Conversely, if misfortune struck, both the claw and the fish would succumb, along with their crew, becoming part of the White Walker Legion. Menard was not fond of waiting. Both options bore their own advantages and disadvantages, but overall, the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Damn it, Menard muttered under his breath. What would Sir Davos Seaworth do if he were here? Menard recalled the day when Davos resolutely uttered the word no to him. He admired and respected Sir Davos, whose bravery, wisdom, and unwavering composure in the face of adversity inspired loyalty from all his crew. A sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Menard's mind. Eureka! He clenched his fists and smiled. This idea was audacious, perilous, and fraught with potential loss. Yet, it was the most advantageous and suitable for their current predicament. Had it been a different commander, Menard would not have dared to pursue such a course. The loss of a ship would certainly invite severe punishment. Nevertheless, Menard was resolute. He could think of no better plan, and time did not permit further contemplation. Menard's strategy was as follows. He would scuttle the fish, creating the illusion that it had run aground and sunk. He hoped that the White Walkers would be satisfied upon seeing the wreck. Subsequently, they would create traces along the coast to suggest their landing and movement inland, enticing the White Walkers to follow the ruse. If luck were on their side, Xu Luo would return before the White Walkers arrived, and they might still repair the fish. If fortune turned against them, the Night Watch would lose one of the remaining 6 ships. The commander will likely execute me, Menard chuckled. If we manage to survive this desolate island. The crew quickly sprang into action. Xu Luo had left Menard with around 60 warriors to fend off rock-kind attacks, while the remaining crew, approximately 40 capable of wielding weapons, were transferred from the fish to the claw. He ordered a portion of the fish's supplies to be moved to the claw, intending to reinforce the White Walkers' impression of their incursion inland, as survivors would surely take time to transport provisions for their survival. Subsequently, the fish was pushed to the shore, and its hull was breached. Menard then commanded Long-Legged Green, the solitary Elon, and 2 others to disembark. Each individual carried 2 pairs of shoes, using both hands and feet, as they set off along the coast towards the valley, diverging from Xu Luo and his companions' route. Once they accomplished this task, they would retrace their steps. If one were to undertake such a disguise alone, they would need to tread back upon their own footprints. However, a group could merely return haphazardly, and their footprints would be confused with those of others, thus masking their trail. After completing this endeavor, the ship, Claw, gradually departed from the shore. During the interrogation of the rocky formations, Maynard remained industrious. He commanded the crew to survey the nearby terrain and discovered a concealed cove not far away, where Claw could take refuge. This was surely a favor from the warriors. Maynard mused. From their hiding place, they could faintly observe the shoreline. It would be exceedingly difficult for the enemy to detect them. The lush greenery would effectively conceal the vessel and its occupants. Maynard exerted his utmost efforts. The remainder was left to silent prayers to the Heavenly Father. As twilight descended, Xu Luo had yet to return. Maynard instructed the crew to take a brief rest, for they might need to sail through the night. Unable to find slumber himself, he donned a dark cloak and stood at the bow, vigilantly watching the beach. They all anticipated the moment the others would arrive. Yet it was not until the night had fully enveloped the land that the ship of the others finally appeared. Chapter 33, The Ship in the Night, Part 2, By the Gods, Maynard cursed, if not for an affliction of his eyes or the illusions cast by the night. What lay before him was undeniably the ship of the others that had sunk days prior. Maynard struggled to comprehend the phenomenon. The gaping hole at the bow was patched with the shell of an ancient sea turtle, augmented by 2 elongated tusks. The ship of the others made landfall. The mother mole was the second to disembark, closely following her other master. The chill of death alleviated her affliction of gout, propelling her forward in haste. This other, known as Scanna, was notoriously arrogant and tempestuous. Scattered upon the shore were the corpses of the rocky formations. Initially, unaware of the existence of the others, Sir Maynard had refrained from ordering the disposal of the rocky bodies, believing the sea and wild beasts would take care of them. By the time he resolved to clean up, it was too late. Time was of the essence, and dragging the bodies would leave a trail. Scanna stood amidst the corpses, arms raised high. Specks of blue light emanated from his body, casting a resplendent yet dim glow in the air. The blue light merged with the corpses, and in a moment, the dead began to rise, swaying unsteadily, awaiting Scanna's command. Maynard could only observe from a distance the events unfolding along the shore. He clenched his teeth in frustration, lamenting his failure to dispose of the bodies sooner, which had now bolstered the other's strength. The thought that his brothers might perish at the hands of these undead sent a pang of sorrow through him. Gradually, the undead approached the ship of the others. Maynard could not discern the specifics of their actions, but could vaguely make out Scanna gesturing toward the footprints on the ground. Would the lifeless beings believe in the ruse he had crafted? Maynard's heart raced. These marks were left by the night's watch. Scanna spoke in his strange tongue, indicating that their ship had run aground and had been attacked upon landing. After a brief respite, they ventured towards the valley. Behold, there lay no corpses of the night watchers upon the ground. Our master is wise, the humble mother mole chimed in. We have arrived too late. All is lost here. No, Scanna shook his head. If the others could laugh, this grating sound would surely be their mirth. They crafted these traces to deceive us. They have not gone far at all. Mother Mole, perplexed, surveyed her surroundings. Where could they be? Take a guess. Scanna relished her confusion, gesturing around. They are here, nearby? Less than a mile away. You can scent the sea breeze. Their foul stench lingers, though I forget, you lack the sense of smell. A pity, indeed. When I shared you, you were nearing death. The master commanded me to grant you life equal to my own, and I have betrayed his trust. As Scanna pointed towards the ship, the breath of Maynard faltered. Has he discovered us? I see them not. Mother Mole replied. Our master is merciful. Can you tell me where they are? They are right here. Scanna directed towards the beached ship, the sea fish. They presumed we would overlook the grounded vessel and depart. How naive. To attempt such a ruse on me is sheer folly. Mother Mole gazed at the sea fish, bewildered. The ship did not appear inhabited. Yet, upon closer inspection, she sensed subtle vibrations of life within. Let us investigate, Scanna urged, leading the way to the sea fish. As the whites maneuvered the ship's ladder, Scanna ascended to the deck step by step. He pointed at the scattered supplies on the ground. Look, they cast some provisions into the sea, allowing the currents to carry them away, crafting an illusion of transporting goods into the mountains. Yet, footprints abound along the shore, with no signs of dragged materials. They think that the most perilous places are the safest. How foolish. Scanna guided Mother Mole and a cadre of whites into the ship's hold. Deep within the cargo bay, they discovered 3 rock species huddled amongst the planks. The air fell silent for several seconds before erupting. Curse it. Scanna realized he had been deceived. Stamping his foot against the deck and creating a hole, he felt insulted. There were indeed inhabitants present, but they were not the night watchers. Take them back to the bone ship, Scanna commanded sharply. The bone ship was the name he had conferred upon the vessel of the others. Fuming, Scanna returned to the deck, scanning the surroundings. The night sea rippled gently, illuminated by a faint blue glow. If the night watchers were neither in the hold nor ventured into the mountains, where could they be? Could these creatures truly vanish into thin air? The whites dispersed, fanning outwards in search of the night watchers and any evidence of their presence. Mother Mole twitched her nose, feeling no air flow towards her body. The dead do not breathe, and thus require no air. A sudden nostalgia for the essence of life washed over her. Had death stripped her of consciousness, like other undead, she might have found solace in it. Yet, this state of half-life, existing without purpose, left her feeling disheartened. Mother Mole opened her mouth in a sigh and disembarked from the vessel. Standing at the edge of the boat, she sensed an intangible presence watching her from the darkness. Initially, she presumed it was the omnipotent, all-seeing Lord of the Dead. However, she soon recognized that the Lord of the Dead had no inclination to concern himself with someone so insignificant as her. Mother Mole gazed towards the direction of the claw. A vague sensation urged her that something resided there. She proceeded towards the hidden cove of the claw. Good heavens! White-eyed Kenji muttered an oath. Is that ghastly thing approaching us? Indeed, that undead creature was making its way towards them, Maynard affirmed in his mind. The directness of its trajectory ruled out any other destination. Maynard's cheeks tightened as he fixed his gaze intently on Mother Mole. Unbeknownst to him, It was precisely the weight of his stare that alerted her to the unusual circumstance. Yet, even if she were aware, it would be a challenge to divert their gaze. Mother Mole traversed nearly half the distance. With just 20 or 30 more paces, she would be able to discern the claw amidst the darkness. Maynard felt breathless. By the gods! He hastily descended the ship's bow, instructing others to rouse the drowsy sailors and alert the watchmen to prepare for combat. Maynard had done all he could. Even if the gods turned a blind eye, he would fight for survival. "Wait, sir," wide-eyed Kenji called as he hastened down. "You must come see." Perplexed, Maynard allowed himself to be pulled to the ship's bow. There, they beheld the undead creature standing still, bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. Moments later, it turned and made its way towards the shore. The claw had narrowly escaped disaster. Maynard felt a sense of confusion, yet relief washed over him. It appeared that the gods still favored them. On the shore, the whites divided into 3 factions. The first group returned to their ghostly ship, setting sail northward. The second, under the guidance of Scanna, ventured into the valley. Notably, they did not take the path Maynard had hoped to lead them down, but rather the very route traversed by Xu Luo and his companions. Sir Maynard could only silently pray for Xu Luo's safety. For reasons unknown, a smile flickered upon Maynard's lips. The thought of Xu Luo being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the whites filled him with a peculiar anticipation. "Forgive me," Maynard prayed, "O warriors, grant protection, may my brethren remain unscathed." The third faction of whites, led by Mother Mole, remained to repair the sea fish. A total of 12 undead pushed the vessel into the ocean. The whites boarded the deck, and the sea fish slowly sailed towards the endless depths. Maynard lingered in the harbor for 3 more days. Xu Luo had yet to return with his men. A sense of worry crept in. Had they encountered misfortune? He could not wait indefinitely. Maynard resolved that after 2 more days, if Xu Luo did not return cautiously, he would personally lead a search party to the island in pursuit of Xu Luo. The island of Skagos, rife with others, has become a hellish realm. Yet the Night's Watch cannot function without a commander, nor can the wildlings exist without a king. Who shall assume the grave responsibility of confronting the others in Xu Luo's stead? Maynard finds himself devoid of answers. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting a shimmering light upon the surface of the water. Most of the Night's Watch and wildlings have succumbed to slumber, while Maynard remains at the bow of the ship, awaiting the moment Xu Luo might appear upon the shore. Suddenly, the sea heaves, and the mast of the sea fish emerges from the depths, followed by the entire vessel breaking the surface. The sea fish appears more ominous and fierce than before. Mother Mole stands at the helm, promptly dispatching a white ashore to investigate the cove that she was unable to probe 3 days prior. With Scanna absent, Mother Mole has taken command. Though Scanna can command her return, he cannot compel her to forget. In the wildling clans, doubts can be voiced, even if mistaken. Mother Mole reflects on how the cold gradually erodes her memories, rendering her thoughts indistinct. She remains uncertain if there is truly something lurking in that corner. Even if there is, the Night's Watch may have long departed after 3 days. Yet, she is compelled to seek the truth and validate her suspicions. The white sways as it approaches the claw. Maynard rises abruptly. He cannot beseech the favor of the 7 gods twice. He disembarks, replicating his actions from 3 days prior, rousing everyone for battle. He then returns to the bow. The white does not pause. A group in the darkness fixates on the white, too fearful to breathe freely. They silently pray to their deities for the white to veer in another direction. Nevertheless, the white continues its advance. Maynard's face tightens. He closes his eyes and inhales deeply. If this is the will of the gods, he must quietly acquiesce. Upon reopening his eyes, he locks gazes with the white. It sees me, this lifeless creature, Maynard thinks. Chapter 34:035, Clan Crow, 6. In the darkness, the Night's Watch and wildlings huddle together, seeking warmth in each other's embrace. As Xu Luo prepares for the return journey, a shield breaker from the vanguard collides with another emerging from the stone forest. Unsure of the number of others and fearful of detection, Xu Luo is compelled to alter their course and take a longer route. They find a cave to rest briefly, to avoid drawing the attention of the others. Xu Luo forbids the lighting of a fire. Once slumber overtakes them, the cold encroaches silently, threatening to freeze their very minds. The shield breaker, Solon, stealthily approaches Xu Luo, tapping his shoulder to awaken him. As soon as Solon makes contact, Xu Luo sits up, his eyes alight with urgency. "What is it?" he inquires. Xu Luo instructs the shield breakers and leatherworkers to take turns keeping watch, for Solon must have discerned something significant to rouse him. "There are others, my king," Solon whispers. Xu Luo blinks in surprise. If others have appeared, why did Solon awaken him alone? Are they not coming for us? Xu Luo questions. Come and see, Solon replies, his expression laden with complexity. The two slip from the cave, concealing themselves behind a rock. Two wildlings lie nearby, vigilantly observing the terrain below. Xu Luo exhaled softly, rubbing his palms together, and cautiously peered out. Below on the mountain path, several hundred figures advanced northward. The dim light of the moon allowed only a vague glimpse of their silhouettes. However, the unsteady and rigid gait was unmistakably that of the whites. Xu Luo, perplexed, uttered a quiet inquiry to Solon beside him. Are those living beings in the center? The breaker of shields nodded. They were spotted by the timid caddy as they passed the mountaintop. It was clearer then. Those are the Rockborn. I thought they had all perished. Xu Luo mused aloud. What do the whites intend to do with the living? Are they to be rescued? Solon queried. The whites, along with the corpse whites, rendered it difficult to discern their numbers. Xu Luo estimated approximately 200 humans, while the whites and corpse whites numbered no more than 30. Although the enemy's numbers were few, a greater presence of whites combined with a lesser number of corpse whites could lead to a precarious battle. Sacrificing oneself for the sake of rescue seemed unwise. Yet, on the other hand, whatever the whites sought to accomplish, Xu Luo felt compelled to thwart them. Regardless of their intentions, even if they merely sought to lie in wait, Xu Luo would ensure they found no peace. Gather everyone. Sometimes, taking risks is worthwhile. We may need to travel through the night. The whites moved in front and behind, with the corpse whites flanking the sides, effectively trapping the Krellorans in between. With such a scant number, they were outnumbered by their captors, yet the whites exhibited neither anxiety nor vigilance. The Krellorans trudged along, despondent, resembling mere shadows of themselves. Bound together by grass ropes like grasshoppers strung on a line, uncertain of their fate, which surely loomed grim and despairing, the women and children wept as they walked, with the whites displaying no inclination to silence their cries. These creatures seemed utterly ignorant of what it meant to feel annoyance. Xu Luo stealthily descended the slope. Before he could draw near, the whites reacted. A cacophony of shouts erupted, plunging the escort into chaos. Xu Luo cursed, drawing forth his long claws, and mounted his unicorn, charging toward the whites. Flames enveloped the claws, illuminating the darkness like sunlight. The searing heat repelled the approaching corpse whites. Xu Luo lunged at the whites, employing the corrosive abilities of the unicorn to strike them down beneath his steed. In the face of the unicorn's corrosive prowess, a solitary white posed no greater threat than a corpse white. However, Xu Luo soon realized that the unicorn's corrosive effects were hampered by the white's icy armor, preventing its full efficacy. The whites cried out in alarm, evidently unaware of the impending attack. In a swift motion, a white dispatched several Krellorans nearby, causing them to revive and stagger toward the encroaching wildlings and night watchers. What on earth? Xu Luo had not anticipated that among the whites, there were those with cunning intentions. He urged his unicorn forward, charging directly at one of the whites. The unicorn raised its front hooves high, leveraging the force of its descent. Xu Luo struck, shattering the white's icy sword, and his claws pierced through the white's heart. A Krelloran woman shielded her child beneath her, akin to a hen protecting her chicks. The icy spray unleashed by the white drenched her back. The woman of the Crow clan was taken aback, unable to fathom that someone would come to their rescue. She glanced up at Xu Luo with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Her eyes, a gentle blue reminiscent of the sea, were strikingly beautiful. Xu Luo performed a knightly bow and proclaimed with fervor, "Protect your children, madam." He then galloped towards another group of whites. The battle between the wildlings and the Night's Watch against the whites was fiercely contested. With the aid of dragonglass, they managed to suppress the corpses. Yet, when faced with their masters, the whites, they still felt a sense of fatigue. Only formidable warriors like the Shieldbreaker, empowered by dragonglass, could barely hold their ground against the whites. The whites soon took notice of Xu Luo, who was charging through the battlefield like a flame. They encircled him, attempting to trap him in their midst. Xu Luo maneuvered left and right, seeking to break free from their grip. The unicorn let out a pained cry as a white tore out a tuft of its mane, and Xu Luo, in tune with the creature, felt its agony deeply. Fire Kiss howled in despair, unleashing an invisible black plague that spread indiscriminately around them. The corpses fell in droves, and the whites visibly faltered. After accomplishing this, the unicorn grew weak. Xu Luo dismounted and caressed Fire Kiss's head. "Be good," he whispered softly. "Rest over there. I will come for you shortly." He gave the unicorn a gentle pat on its rear, sending it away from the battlefield. At this moment, the Night's Watch and the wildlings had seized control of the situation. Solon approached from behind. He had originally been assigned by Xu Luo to prevent the whites from escaping, But this time the whites fought to the last man. Were the crow people truly so vital that they would sacrifice several whites to take them away? The Night's Watch and the wildlings lit torches, gathering the crow people in the center. As Xu Luo passed by them, he could see faces marked by fear, trepidation, confusion, and unease. He called out, "Where's Rob?" No one responded. "I shall ask once more." Xu Luo's voice grew stern. "Where's Rob?" The Night's Watch would not tolerate betrayal. Xu Luo would not spare Rob Crow for attempting to take his life. "Rob is not here," a trembling voice finally spoke. Xu Luo turned to see an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, with a face lined with wrinkles, a hunched back, and a gaunt figure. Xu Luo furrowed his brow and approached the man, inquiring, "Who are you?" The old man, Yoren, dared not meet Xu Luo's gaze. When the whites appeared, "Rob fled with the clan's warriors," he said. "He claimed it was to preserve the clan's bloodline." "That scoundrel," Xu Luo thought. "He was clearly afraid and abandoned us to save himself." The wildlings searched among the crowd, finding no trace of Rob or any of the crow warriors. Where could Rob have gone? Where would they be? Xu Luo momentarily set aside the question of Rob. "You know nothing, Jon," Yoren said. "But the whites know everything. They could arrive at any moment." "Yoren, who is in command here?" Xu Luo asked softly. "I am," Yoren replied. "Very well," Xu Luo said. "The whites will soon realize our presence. If you wish to survive, have your people match our pace. We must make haste." The arrival of the Growler people significantly impeded the progress of the Night's Watch and the wildlings. By noon the following day, the White Walkers caught up with them. The undead launched a fierce assault on the leather-clad vanguard. By the time Xu Luo returned with reinforcements, the White Walkers had already retreated. Their numbers were few, comprising only a handful of White Walkers and about 30 whites. Like ravenous hounds, they seized the opportunity when Xu Luo was unguarded, sinking their teeth into him. When Xu Luo brandished his club to discipline them, they had already fled. This situation persisted for 2 days. At night, they would draw closer, lurking in the darkness, gazing intently at the living. Under the unyielding gaze of the undead, most were unable to find rest, compounded by days of relentless travel, leaving the group increasingly fatigued. Xu Luo found himself exasperated. At this rate, they would collapse before the White Walkers even charged. Moreover, Xu Luo noticed something amiss. The number of White Walkers was far fewer than he had anticipated. After the annihilation of the Growler and Magna clans, their ranks should have swelled to at least 4,000 or 5,000. Yet, the whites that had appeared before Xu Luo had never exceeded 30. He was baffled by this discrepancy. There lies a narrow valley ahead. Everyone, tread cautiously. Xu Luo cautioned Solon beside him. "I shall lead a reconnaissance. Once we pass this point, the journey ahead will be considerably easier." "Yes, my king," Solon acknowledged and withdrew, armed with the fire-kissed confidence. Xu Luo ventured into the valley first, reassured that even if confronted by whites, he could swiftly retreat. The valley was deep and foreboding, with steep slopes rising increasingly on both sides, littered with jagged rocks and treacherous debris. The wind howled ominously, and the trees seemed to bristle with unease. As Xu Luo surveyed his surroundings, an unsettling feeling crept over him. He wished to be less cautious, yet once they crossed this threshold, they would soon return to the coast. It was prudent to exercise caution. A single misstep could lead to ruin. Just then, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted behind him without warning. Xu Luo turned to see a cascade of stones tumbling down from the valley walls, blocking the path ahead. Fire-Kissed reared its front hooves and whinnied in alarm. From behind came the chaotic cries of confusion. "What is happening?" Just as Xu Luo was about to inquire, an arrow whistled through the air, striking him in the shoulder and knocking him from his mount. Struggling to rise, Xu Luo caught sight of Robert Growler, the Magna of the Growler clan, emerging from behind a boulder. Suddenly, the falling stones severed the connection between Xu Luo's vanguard and the rear forces, trapping several wildlings beneath the rubble. Seizing the opportunity, the White Walkers charged forward with howls of excitement. "Commander! My king!" Cries echoed from the other side of the stone pile. The shield breaker Solon remained silent, swiftly scaling the debris. The pile was not high, and he quickly reached its summit. A flurry of arrows flew toward him, aimed at his head. Instinctively, Solon ducked, narrowly evading the deadly projectiles. Leather shouted commands, urging the Night's Watch and wildlings to converge into a circular formation, halting the White Walkers' advance. The Growler people were thrown into disarray, wailing amidst the tumult. The giant slayer, Tommen, bellowed in discontent, demanding the demise of the obstructive rock creatures. The scene descended into utter chaos. The shield breaker, Solon, peered out once more, witnessing 60 or 70 rock beings charging towards the beleaguered Xu Luo below. The wild warriors formed a tight circle around the injured Xu Luo, yet their numbers were significantly fewer. With no time to ponder, Solon leapt over the stone pile and dashed downwards. Claw descended the slope, advancing toward Xu Luo. Beside him, Claw warriors rushed to engage the wild men, and a fierce melee ensued. Although the Claw fighters lacked the ferocity of the wild men, their sheer numbers partially compensated for their inferior quality. One by one, the wild defenders of Xu Luo fell, and he struggled to rise, only to find his body weary and feeble. Stop struggling, Rob sneered with a triumphant grin. This arrow is laced with poison. Command your warriors to cease their futile sacrifice. Xu Luo, propping himself up with his long claws, inquired, if I were to kill you, would your men stand down? Kill me? You? Huh, how amusing. Rob laughed, his flesh quivering with mirth as he fixated on Xu Luo, his gaze rare and penetrating. Do you comprehend the lengths I have gone to for this moment? I have lost my son, my kin, nearly everything. Yes, I acknowledge that your warriors are stronger, but I am willing to wait. I understand this island far better than you. I know I can find my opportunity, and it is now. No, you do not know Skagos Island better than I do. You are merely more despicable, more shameless, and more revolting than I could have imagined, Xu Luo retorted, his teeth clenched. A rock creature attempted to strike him, but was repelled by a wild warrior. I never anticipated you would stand by while your kin were seized by the others. Had it not been for the Claw's interference, I would have reached the coast a day ago. If the Claw had possessed combat prowess, I could have led the wild men and the Night's Watch coalition straight through, avoiding the peril of being cut in two. Xu Luo surmised that an ambush awaited him in this valley, yet he did not expect the ambushers to be from the Claw clan. Rob approached the unicorn, his rotund face illuminated with avarice. His eyes gleamed as he caressed the unicorn's back, akin to a lover's gentle touch. Behold this magnificent creature, Rob murmured. In the annals of Skagos, only the unicorn king, Lawrence Stern, has ever captured one. But then the Northmen invaded and slaughtered that unicorn. Since then, no one has ever captured another. This enigmatic spirit, you, cloaked one, have no inkling of the immense power it possesses. Rob turned away from the unicorn, his gaze icy. The unicorn's power belongs to me, and you shall atone for the death of my son, Gru. He thundered. Atone. You shall descend to hell to beg forgiveness from Gru. I will display your head for the vultures and maggots to devour. I shall cast your body into the sea, your ashes scattered in the gorge. Cloaked one, your death is inconsequential. All of you attack. Kill him. Slay him, and you will share in my power. Rob howled in madness, having lost all reason. Several rock creatures surged toward Xu Luo. Xu Luo drew his sword, stumbling backward. Upon witnessing this, Rob furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, what brings you to smile? Xu Luo's lips slowly curled into a smirk as he replied, I find amusement in the impending doom that awaits you, Rob. Suddenly, Xu Luo's expression darkened. Die, you scoundrel. You dare to kill me? Rob, still grappling with the situation, was abruptly seized by a searing pain in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a small segment of a unicorn's horn protruding from his rotund body. This revelation widened his eyes in trepidation and alarm. Rob could not have fathomed that Xu Luo was a shapeshifter. Even if he had known, he would never have believed that Xu Luo could penetrate the unicorn's form. After merely capturing the unicorn for a few days, Xu Luo could not have tamed it. Thus, Rob assumed that Fire Kiss would remain neutral in this confrontation. His grave miscalculation sealed his fate. Xu Luo withdrew the horn from Rob's body, allowing the corpulent figure to collapse to the ground. Ironically, both Rob and Gru perished for the same reason, at the same moment. Xu Luo refrained from commanding Fire Kiss to attack Rob, fearing that the stone creatures would retaliate against Fire Kiss. The unicorn might evade capture, but would surely be slain. The wildlings had brought a helmet crafted from unicorn horn as a gift for Jon Snow, and the unicorn's dwindling numbers were significantly tied to the relentless hunting by the stone creatures over millennia. The Breaker of Shields, Solon, charged in from the side, wielding his spear to slay a stone creature that approached Xu Luo. He kept a vigilant eye on those around him, baring his teeth and hissing, harm our king, and you shall face no mercy. The stone creatures recoiled in fear. Rob is dead, Xu Luo proclaimed. Spare those who surrender. Spare those who surrender. Spare those who surrender. Wildling warriors began to scramble over the rocky slope to support their comrades. It must be acknowledged that Rob had meticulously considered every detail, even accounting for the potential aid of the White Walkers. Without the White Walkers, the wildling warriors could have hastened their support to Xu Luo. A fool may ponder 1,000 thoughts, yet one will prove fruitful. A wise man may contemplate 1,000 matters, yet one will inevitably falter. And in this instance, the cost of that error was substantial. Rob had merely underestimated Xu Luo's prowess as a shapeshifter, leading to his own demise. Once Rob's loyal followers were vanquished, the remaining Crow warriors cast down their weapons in surrender. Xu Luo, at last, could no longer maintain his stance and fell backward. Solon caught him, shouting, "Someone, quickly come." The Night's Watch's healers were scholars by trade, while the wildlings relied on witches for healing. Neither of these was present in Xu Luo's ranks. Should anyone sustain injuries, they could only hastily bandage their wounds and pray to the gods for survival. Yuren of the Crow clan hurried to Xu Luo's side. The elder tore open Xu Luo's dark robe to glimpse the wound, his complexion paling. "What is amiss?" Solon anxiously inquired, gripping his collar. "It is the feather of an eagle's tail." Yuren trembled as he spoke. Legend has it, when an eagle soars through the sky, its tail feathers will naturally shed. The eagle's tail feathers signifies those poisoned, akin to feathers drifting from the sky, enduring prolonged torment before succumbing to death. Thus, it bears this name. This poison is beyond cure. You speak nonsense. Solon cast Yuren to the ground. Beside him, the faces of leather-clad Tormund, Davos the Onion Knight, and others turned ashen. The news that the others had breached the wall was more shocking than they could fathom. Was Xu Luo truly destined to perish here? They dared not contemplate it. Should Xu Luo fall here, they would be lost, uncertain of the path ahead. Tormund seized Yuren as if he were a mere chick, compelling him to kneel. Tormund roared, "If Jon dies, you all shall accompany him in death." Yuren trembled, collapsing to the earth. From the rear, the cries of Craster's women and children echoed in despair. Yuren crawled before Xu Luo, pleading, "My lord, we truly had no knowledge of this. It is entirely Robert's fault, unrelated to us. We are innocent. Robert abandoned us to the mercy of the others." Xu Luo coughed lightly. "Do not frighten them, Tormund. My injury is not as grave as this old fool claims." With a swift motion, Xu Luo withdrew the arrow and cast it aside. The arrow, devoid of barbs, caused only mild discomfort. Blood flowed steadily from the wound, quickly soaking through his black attire. He effortlessly encased the wound in ice. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, their unease palpable. Solon, Tormund, and the others, seasoned warriors capable of traversing great distances despite injuries, found themselves unsettled at the sight of Xu Luo's wound. The others could arrive at any moment. "We must depart at once," Xu Luo commanded, retracting his claws. At that moment, the unicorn approached Xu Luo, snorting softly. It bowed its head gently, its long horn brushing against Xu Luo's chest. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the searing sensation from the eagle's feather vanished. Even the wound visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Firekiss trembled slightly, as if struggling to maintain its stance. It was then that the others realized the source of Xu Luo's fearless demeanor. They had forgotten the unicorn's presence. A chorus of cheers erupted from the group. The Craster men gradually knelt, venerating the unicorn. Their divine beast had saved their lives. The march resumed. Yuren, trembling, returned to his kin, recognizing that Xu Luo had become their talisman. Should Xu Luo perish, the savage, bloodthirsty wildlings would rend them to pieces. "Pray for him," Yuren silently urged those behind him. "Pray that he lives longer than we do, my dear girls." Chapter 36:037, A Fight to the Death, Part 1. The next day, the survivors finally reached the coast. They could smell the briny scent of the sea and the tang of salt in the air. The wildling warriors, with taut voices, sang a tune heralding the arrival of spring. The Night's Watch brothers reminisced about the warm beds and coarse wine of the East Sea. A child of the Craster people caressed his mother's cheek, his innocent voice asking, "Mother, are we leaving?" The mother, holding her child, smiled bittersweetly, nodding slightly. Sir Davos frequently glanced towards Xu Luo. Originally, Xu Luo had led him here, but the assault on the rocky coast had disrupted everything. Sir Davos, possessing little combat prowess, felt increasingly irrelevant over these past days. Unlike the others, he was not so optimistic. If the others were to attack them, they might also strike Sir Menard's fleet. They may not be able to leave this desolate island unscathed. The group unconsciously quickened their pace, stepping onto the sandy beach. The wind rustled through the trees, producing a soft, eerie sound. Suddenly, the air fell silent. The first person began to sprint towards the shore, and gradually, the second person lagged behind. One after another, they raced towards the coastline. The first to reach the water knelt in the surf, gazing around in bewilderment, allowing the waves to soak his garments. It was all so empty. Time and again, he searched, yet there was no sight of the ships, the claw, and the sea fish. How could such massive vessels possibly be invisible? Where are the ships? Where are they? One, then two voices shouted, as if questioning themselves, yet also addressing those beside them. Xu Luo galloped to the shore. Scanning the horizon, the sea glimmered a deep azure. He had anticipated that the others would assault the Night's Watch vessels, or that they might approach from the coast, forcing Sir Maynard away from the beach. However, witnessing the vacant shore firsthand, Xu could not help but frown. The timid caddy knelt upon the sand, burying his hands in it, his gaze hollow as he scanned the surroundings. "They have abandoned us," Caddy cried in despair. "They left us on this forsaken island. Left us to the others. Curse it. Let the others take them." Tears streamed down Caddy's cheeks. "Silence, Caddy," Xu Luo admonished. "Sir Maynard would never forsake us." Caddy, too fearful to contradict Xu, bit his lip tightly, clutching the fine cloth in his hands. The stoic leather approached, pointing at the footprints nearby. "Commander, did they perhaps retreat into the mountains?" Those footprints were fabricated by Maynard's men. After days of relentless waves, most had become indistinct. "No," Xu Luo replied, shaking his head after a glance. "These prints are mere deception. Observe closely, they are too dense and narrow. They could not have been made by 100 men. Unless, of course, Sir Maynard's forces were reduced to a mere handful, fleeing in panic." The bodies of the fallen had vanished from the beach, entirely cleaned away. This was not the work of waves or beasts. The others had come and taken the corpses. "Where is Sir Maynard?" Xu scanned the surroundings. Where could the claw be? His gaze lingered in the direction opposite the fabricated footprints. The purpose of creating a false impression is to safeguard oneself. If the footprints lead towards the mountains, those seeking refuge must be in the opposite direction. Xu urged Firekiss towards the concealed cove. The breaker Soren pursued closely behind. Leather remained behind to comfort the despairing and frightened crowd. Without a ship, they could not escape Skagos Island. All would perish. Xu halted at the water's edge and dismounted. The claw had once lingered here, but now it had vanished without a trace. Xu discovered a bird's leg, uneaten, on the shore. Its flesh remained abundant, under normal circumstances. The brothers would have left it for another meal. Clearly, the situation had been dire, prompting someone to discard it hastily. What had transpired? Xu contemplated several scenarios. Yet, none could elucidate the scene that lay before him. The situation is undoubtedly intricate and illogical. However, one indisputable fact remains. Sir Maynard's vessel has not been sunk. This small bay does not permit ships to come and go freely. Should the others discover it, the claw would be trapped within. Xu Luo rejoined his companions, acutely aware that the others could appear at any moment. The immediate priority is to rekindle hope for the future among them. As long as Sir Maynard is alive and the claw remains afloat, he will return it to Xu Luo. This conviction burns within him. Yet he struggles to impart this belief to others. "Esteemed friends, I have discovered traces of the ship in the woods over there." Xu Luo surged forward, raising the bird leg high above his head, exclaiming, "This was left by someone aboard the ship." The others do not consume bird legs, do they? The scattered individuals along the beach turned their gazes towards Xu Luo, their expressions mingling confusion with a flicker of hope. Xu Luo retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, elevating it for all to see. "I have also found this. It is a letter from Sir Maynard." He opened it, revealing dense notes chronicling the appearance of dragons and the others. Clearing his throat, he read aloud, "Commander, we have encountered the others. I have temporarily steered the ship into the ocean to evade them. If necessary, light a beacon, and I shall return within a day." The message was succinct, designed for clarity. The ship would indeed return. Cheers erupted along the beach. Leather gazed at Xu Luo in bewilderment. The bird leg does not definitively prove that Sir Maynard had lingered there. It could have been discarded by surviving rockfolk. As for the letter, Leather doubted that Sir Maynard would leave behind such a message. A person who wishes to conceal themselves surely believes they will not be discovered. Why then would they leave a note for those seeking them? Yet, human beings possess an innate ability to convince themselves. The surrounding individuals visibly rallied. For as long as there is hope, life can endure. Through the letter, Xu Luo bestowed upon them a glimmer of hope. Satisfied with their reaction, he called out, "However, the others may arrive at any moment. Before Sir Maynard arrives, we must hold our ground on the beach until the ship docks. Leather, ascend that hillside and ignite the beacon. Tommen, go chop wood and assist the Night's Watch in constructing fortifications." "Very well, lad." Tommen, the woodcutter, hefted his axe and made his way toward the nearby woods. "Boys, follow me. If you wish to avoid a beating, move swiftly. Others, gather around me. Women and children in the center, men on the periphery. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The beach soon buzzed with activity. In the thickets, trees could be seen falling intermittently. Sturdy trunks were dragged from the forest. Xu Luo's group had no time to erect robust defenses. Their objective was merely to establish a rudimentary encampment. The trunks were cleaved, sharpened at both ends, and positioned in a triangular structure. A horizontal trunk was laid, secured with wooden pegs. Such fortifications could be completed in a matter of hours. Meanwhile, the remaining Crawl, wildlings, and knights watched tirelessly crafted dragon crystals into weapons. The elderly man who had once fought alongside Xu Luo in the arduous Tun knew all too well this sense of urgency. With practiced hands, they crafted weapons while regaling newcomers with crude jokes. The Craggle women, unable to partake in the laborious tasks, engaged in preliminary processing or the creation of dragon crystal daggers. Everyone was engrossed in their respective tasks, momentarily forgetting the passage of time. The others had no intention of allowing the living to prepare before re-emerging. Soon, a horde of others appeared from the west. At this moment, there were still fixed steps to be completed with the horses. Xu Luo dispatched Soren with a group to thwart the others' advance. The number of others was considerably greater than before, 2 to 3 times that of the living. Some advanced towards Xu Luo, while others turned to assault the leather on the hillside. The bonfire was ignited. The flames during the day were less conspicuous. The leather had enabled the savages to gather enough firewood to burn for a day, accumulating a substantial amount of rubble. Skagga's Island, aptly named for its rocks, had an abundance of stones. The leather gazed out toward the sea. The sky was white and the sea blue, with solitary birds flying, yet no ship was in sight. Had Sir Maynard been within sight of the bonfire, the claw would have been discovered by the others. Conversely, if the claw lay in the deep sea, lighting this bonfire would be futile, as those aboard could not see it. The leather did not believe Xu Luo's words regarding Sir Maynard. Surely, Sir Maynard would not abandon them. Yet the leather could not fathom how the claw would escape the clutches of the others once they reached the shore. The leather was unaware of what Xu Luo awaited. He simply trusted Xu Luo. Brothers, prepare for battle. The leather commanded loudly. The others were far more formidable than anticipated, with at least a third of the corpses advancing toward them. Fortunately, they had stockpiled sufficient dragon crystal. If it were merely corpse creatures, the threat would not be lethal. As the others reached the base of the slope, the leather and his companions, positioned above, began hurling stones downward. They were at a height of 3 to 4 dozen feet. Even a small stone could prove deadly. Moreover, they were casting stones the size of watermelons. The stones struck the dense mass of corpses, toppling several. Yet the sheer number of corpses was overwhelming, lacking fear or pain. The survivors simply rose and continued their ascent. The leather seized a dragon crystal spear, piercing the corpse creature that drew near. The tip of the spear shattered upon impact. The fragility of dragon crystal, coupled with its excessive wear, had long been a source of vexation for Xu Luo. The number of corpse creatures climbing the slope increased. The savages began to abandon their stone throwing and resorted to attacking with dragon crystal spears. Soon, they were entirely surrounded by concentric rings of corpses. The leather swallowed hard, sensing the shadow of death. With such a multitude of corpses, even attempting to support them was exceedingly difficult. The leather understood that he might very well perish on this slope. However, before that happened, the flames would not be extinguished. The leather was acutely aware that Xu Luo had ignited this bonfire not to lure Sir Maynard back with his ship, but to offer a glimmer of hope to those on the beach. As long as the flames remain alight, there exists a glimmer of hope for survival. Leather was acutely aware that the lizard would not be summoned back by the bonfire. He derived no solace from the flames. Yet, the commander and the king represented his hope. As long as Xu Luo endured, as long as Xu Luo lived, a miracle would surely unfold, even if he was presently oblivious to its whereabouts. Chapter 37, A Desperate Stand, Part 2. Tomand, take your men to support Leather, Xu Luo commanded. With the army of the others still at a distance, Tomand crossed the barricade and marched towards the hillside. At that moment, the barricade was fully constructed, with Xu Luo arranging it in a trapezoidal formation, utilizing the sea as a shield. The adept woodcutter Tomand, however, had not excelled in mathematics, resulting in an excess section of the barricade. To avoid excessive internal space that would waste manpower, Xu Luo had no choice but to discard it. Additionally, the Allied forces had ignited bonfires outside the barricade to repel the corpses, yet they lacked sufficient firewood to sustain the flames. Xu Luo realized that while the barricade served as an effective barrier against the corpses, it was of little consequence against the others. The icy swords of the others could sever the swords of men with ease and could just as easily cleave through his barricade. Xu Luo summoned the Night's Watch archer, Eagle-Eyed Green, along with the drunken Tautuan, the savage Hunter Grim, and the fortunate Didi, among a dozen others, instructing them to accurately strike the others. They wielded rudimentary dragon crystal arrows, crafted with primitive techniques akin to bone arrowheads, which offered little in terms of precision or efficacy, merely better than nothing. Yorn of the Crow clan approached with a handful of companions. My lord, commander, our king, Yoren hesitated over Xu Luo's title. Xu Luo chuckled softly. You may call me Jon, Yoren. Lord Jon, Yoren bowed respectfully. We wish to join the fight. Xu Luo gazed intently at Yoren for several seconds, noting his trembling. He pondered that the Crow people were quaking with fear, unlike the brothers of the Night's Watch and the Wildlings, most of whom had experience battling the others. The Night's Watch and the Wildlings understood the formidable nature of the others, knowing that the undead were not invincible. The Crow clan, however, had yet to grasp this truth. Xu Luo was curious about the sincerity of Yoren's intentions. Very well, Yoren, Xu Luo nodded. You shall have what you desire. However, your men must be under my command. Yes, my lord, Yoren responded. Xu Luo then called out loudly, Ser Davos, please provide dragon crystal weapons for Yoren's men. The Onion Knight, unable to engage in battle, had temporarily assumed the role of logistics officer. The Crow clan, having been captured by the others, along with the surrendered subordinates following Robert's death, amounted to a formidable force of 4 to 5 dozen. Yoren pushed 4 individuals forward, stating, Lord Jon, these are our clan's finest archers. They can strike a goat's eye from 100 paces. I hope they can be of assistance. Yoren encouraged each of them with a pat on the shoulder, urging them to fight bravely. At that moment, the third individual shrugged off Yoren's hand and shouted in anger. Get away, Yoren. I refuse to be your offering to please the crows. It was Raynor. Yoren's expression darkened slightly. Renaud was still a mere adolescent, appearing no older than 16 or 17, with an air of youthful naivety. He lifted his head, glaring at Xu Luo with a mix of arrogance and fury, proclaiming, Intruder, you have slain my Magnar. You shall forever be my enemy. Do not expect my loyalty. However, Xu Luo's attention remained fixated on the whites. They had collided with the defenses, which were deeply entrenched in the sand, halting their advance. The Wildlings, Night's Watchmen, and even the Crow men brandished their spears, plunging them into the bodies of the whites, which then collapsed to the ground. Kill, bellowed one of the Crow men. I have slain a white. Did you see that, Haibo? I have slain a white. Others shouted in excitement. I avenged you, Sarah, with tears streaming down their faces. The Crow men had endured the torment of the others for far too long. From the onset of their encounters, they had been in constant retreat, witnessing their homes being ravaged and their kin slaughtered, all while they continued to flee, driven by Robert Magnar's words that they must preserve the hope of survival to strike back. It was not until the last stronghold was obliterated and Robert led them away that they realized it was nothing but the coward's despicable lie. Why could the Wildlings and Night's Watchmen confront the others? Why did the whites dare only to pursue from behind, never charging forth? The men of the Crow were valiant warriors, yearning to die for their honor and the families they sought to protect. Yet, the reality they faced was one of perpetual loss and defeat. Xu Luo withdrew his gaze and addressed Renaud. If you do not wish to fight, you may return to your mother, child. She, like me, is concerned for your safety and does not desire your involvement in this battle. But I must tell you, your true enemy lies beyond. Those walking corpses, that is death itself. Look behind you. Those people are your mother, your sisters, your elders, and your brothers. They are the ones worthy of your life as protection, not some meaningless Magnar. Renaud and Xu Luo held each other's gaze for what felt like an eternity before he finally lowered his head. The men of Yoren joined the fray to defend the stronghold, and with the fortification in place, their struggle became significantly easier. Renaud turned away and walked back to the Crow women, who were still tirelessly crafting dragonglass weapons. Xu Luo refrained from joining the combat. Instead, he rode his unicorn back and forth, providing support and healing to the wounded. In the siege, a judicious approach entails concentrating one's forces to assault a singular point. The whites were evidently aware of this strategy, as evidenced by the number of others congregating in the direction under the most pressure. For those on the defensive, the role of supporters was paramount. Defending was akin to maintaining a dam. Any small breach could lead to a catastrophic collapse. Xu Luo needed to swiftly mend this vulnerability. Unbeknownst to him, darkness enveloped the sky. Healing the injured drained the unicorn's stamina, compelling Xu Luo to dismount and proceed on foot. The campfire outside the stronghold had long since extinguished. The whites advanced, trampling over the ashes. The corpses of the whites outside the stronghold piled high, nearly reaching the level of the defenses, forcing the warriors to use their weapons to shove the bodies aside. In a desperate attempt to prevent the corpses from rising among the crowd, they were forced to cast aside their comrades and loved ones who had fought alongside them. The battle raged on, fraught with tension, as though a tightly wound string might snap at any moment. The bonfire on the hillside still flickered, a testament to the vitality of leather. For leather, Xu Luo could only offer his prayers at this moment. Turning his gaze towards the ocean, he beheld the dark waves rolling ominously, still devoid of any sign of the vessel, the Claw. Xu Luo was not entirely convinced that Sir Maynard would return, yet the notion of giving up was utterly inconceivable. At that moment, several dark figures emerged from the sea. Gradually approaching the shore, they rose from the water's surface. From a distance, they bore human faces, yet entirely lacked any semblance of humanity. What the devil? Xu Luo furrowed his brow. Sir Davos stood by the fire, his mouth agape in astonishment. Mermaids? As the mermaids drew nearer, their lifeless, fish-like eyes, thick lips, gill-like ears, and scaled tails became visible. They silently gazed at the people on the shore, and then the mermaid leader raised the trident in her hand. A wave surged forth, crashing onto the shore. The mermaids behind her lifted their tridents, pointing towards the moonlit horizon. A series of waves relentlessly pounded the coastline. Sir Davos, standing at the water's edge, was drenched. The flames extinguished. A woman from the crowd rose in alarm. Initially, Xu Luo had placed them at the rear for their protection, but now they became the harbingers of their doom. The receding waves engulfed the Crow women, dragging them back towards the ocean. Blast it! What are they doing? Xu Luo sprinted towards the shoreline, the waves soaking him thoroughly, threatening to topple him. Then, he glimpsed the flickering blue light of the otherworldly spirits within the mermaid's lifeless eyes. These mermaids had been transformed into wraiths. Xu Luo's heart sank like a stone. Quick! Retreat to the shore. Sir Davos commanded the Crow women, urging them back to the barricade. The Crow people abandoned their dragon crystals and raced towards the shore. Yet, the incoming waves knocked them down, pulling them back into the depths. The air was filled with cries and wails of despair. Xu Luo wiped the seawater from his face and shouted, Sir Davos, do mermaids have any weaknesses? Indeed. Sir Davos replied loudly. What is it? They cannot come ashore. Chapter 38, A Desperate Stand, Part 3. A wave crashed over them, toppling the unicorn and Xu Luo to the ground. The unicorn struggled to rise, shaking off the water. It appeared that Firekiss truly detested water. Xu Luo pondered what it meant that they could not come ashore. He did not grasp the significance of such a weakness. The assault by the corpses finally breached the barricade as the undead began to swarm over it, lunging towards the people within. Commander, I understand, Sir Davos exclaimed with delight. The barricade. The barricade. We can use it to block the shoreline. Xu Luo paused for a moment. Then comprehension dawned upon him. The barricade could indeed block the outsiders, as well as those within. Conveniently, Tommen had constructed an additional section of the barricade that could be placed along the shore. The waves would still affect the coalition forces, but it could mitigate the number of people swept into the sea. Solon, quickly, move the barricade to the shoreline. Xu Luo commanded loudly. At that moment, an inexplicable chill enveloped Xu Luo from behind, akin to a prickling sensation, as if a sharp icicle had pierced his back. He swiftly turned around, locking gazes with the youthful yet malevolent face of Raynor. Die, invader, Raynor hissed, his dagger aimed at Xu Luo. I avenge you, Robert Magner. It was only at the last moment that Xu Luo discerned the dagger's trajectory, managing to deflect it to the side, yet not before it pierced his arm. With a surge of pain, Xu Luo retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Raynor crashing to the ground. His long claws poised threateningly at Raynor's throat. Raynor lay sprawled on the earth, gazing up at Xu Luo with a haughty demeanor, his lips pressed tightly together. Even the crawliers were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Xu Luo, with a swift motion, withdrew the dagger and cast it aside. Under normal circumstances, Raynor might have had a chance to escape with his life. He was but a child, blindly loyal to his Magner. However, in the pressing urgency of the moment, Xu Luo had no time to spare for Raynor. You do not seek revenge for Robert, Xu Luo stated coldly. My father, Ned Stark, taught that when you execute a sentence, you must look into the eyes of the condemned to ensure your conscience is clear. In Raynor's eyes, confusion and fear mingled, yet there was no sign of remorse. You simply feel that I have slighted you, diminished your worth. You seek to kill me for your pitiful pride and vanity. It is your selfish weakness and cruelty that drives you to this. By the old gods above, in the name of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, I hereby sentence you to death. The long claws pierced Raynor's body. The unicorn lifted him and cast him into the ocean. Solon and others, carrying the siege, rushed towards the shore. The waves repeatedly knocked them down, yet they rose again. Xu Luo mourned the loss of two valiant warriors. This debt, he vowed, would be remembered by the merfolk. The White Walkers and Whites surged over the siege, clashing with the coalition soldiers. Xu Luo witnessed yet another wave of white soldiers arriving. Turning to gaze at the ocean, all he saw were the relentless crashing waves. Menard, where are you? A surge of hatred unexpectedly welled up within Xu Luo. He has betrayed my trust. No. Xu Luo shook off the thought. Sir Menard must have done his utmost. I cannot blame him for his failures. The enemy he faced was far mightier than he. Xu Luo prayed for Menard as he mounted Firekiss. The mighty steed sensed Xu Luo's intent, emitting a mournful whinny. Oh, come on, Firekiss, Xu Luo whispered to the unicorn. We must do what we must. Firekiss galloped forth, soaring high over the siege, plunging into the fray of whites and white walkers. The realm of death unfolded as whites fell in droves. The white walkers struggled to approach Firekiss, and Xu Luo descended to the ground, his long claws sweeping through the ranks, dispatching these feeble remnants of the dead. In a moment, a clear space emerged on the beach. The pressure on the coalition from behind visibly lessened, as two fronts once again pushed the line back beyond the siege. Firekiss, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. Xu Luo knelt beside her, wielding his long claws, scratching her head, while simultaneously keeping a vigilant watch on the encroaching dead. At that moment, a cheer rose up from the distance. The sound was utterly astonishing, akin to a rebirth after calamity. Xu Luo presumed it was Sir Maynard arriving, lifting his gaze only to find an emptiness. The followers of Maine, with fervent eyes, gazed towards the hillside. There, thousands of rock creatures surged like unbridled stallions, charging downward. They soon collided with the rear ranks of the corpse ghouls, unleashing a fierce melee. These rock beings appeared to wield dragon crystals, and their sheer numbers overwhelmed the ghouls, who scarcely mounted a formidable resistance. It was the stern people. We are saved. Thank the gods. The survivors from Maine erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet Xu Luo's expression turned frigid, his heart plummeting into despair. The stern people. How could he have forgotten? There was a clan named Stern on Skaggs Island. A chill of fear gripped Xu Luo, pulling him into an endless abyss. Until the arrival of the Stern, he had harbored the hope of enduring. This new wave of reinforcements shattered his illusions completely. Oh gods! Xu Luo lamented skyward. He now comprehended why the number of whites he had encountered in recent days was consistently low. The reason was simple. A more formidable foe had drawn the whites away, leaving Xu Luo's small band of 100 largely unscathed. But now, the stern people stood before them, which meant the whites they had been battling would soon follow. How many ghouls could possibly exist on a fallen Skaggs Island? 3,000? Or 4,000? Xu Luo felt the world spinning around him. There must be a way. There must be a way. Anyone could abandon hope, but not I. Xu Luo rose, steadying Firekiss. Once more, he gazed toward the sea, still finding it void. At that moment, he could harbor no more illusions. Xu Luo tightened his grip on his long claw, striking down the nearest ghoul. I have given them hope. I will lead them back to East Siwang. The bonfires on the hillside still blazed. Hope remained alive. Perhaps the leather-clad figure had not anticipated that the one he deemed a source of survival would draw strength from him in return. Solon, gather everyone and retreat towards the stone forest. Xu Luo rushed back to the encampment, commanding loudly. By now, the ghouls along the shore had nearly been vanquished. They could not thwart the coalition's movement. Solon, perplexed, noted Xu Luo's anxious demeanor and refrained from questioning, instead moving to organize the others. The encampment was pushed aside, and a group of bewildered individuals emerged, making their way toward the stone forest. Xu Luo waved at them, urging, hurry, move quickly towards the stone forest. Yet merely this was insufficient. Xu Luo's strategy hinged on leveraging the intricate terrain of the stone forest to engage the ghouls in urban warfare. The landscape could diminish the numerical advantage of the whites, rendering victory conceivable. However, relying solely on his own forces would not suffice. He required the participation of the stern people to achieve numerical parity. At this juncture, Xu Luo faced a daunting challenge: how to persuade Magna of the Stern within 5 minutes. In the realm of Stern, a wild goat knight approached at full gallop towards them. This individual might very well be Stern's Magna. Xu Luo mounted his steed, Firekiss, and hastened to the side of the wildlings, the Night's Watch, and the Crowfolk. He commanded them to join him in a resounding call. Subsequently, Xu Luo unleashed Firekiss, urging the steed to race towards the stone forest. Follow the unicorn, Xu Luo shouted loudly. The crowd, perplexed yet compelled, echoed his call. Follow the unicorn. Follow the unicorn. The stern warriors halted, momentarily flustered and agitated, like ants on a hot skillet. The coalition pursued Firekiss, and soon, a number of stern warriors began to turn and run in the direction of Firekiss. Perhaps they themselves were unaware of their actions. Yet the allure of the unicorn was so profound that the stern fighters abandoned their Magna and raced towards the stone forest. The unicorn blazed like a flame in the darkness, guiding the throng. The fervor of the rock folk for the unicorn rekindled Xu Luo's understanding. At least half of the stern warriors shifted towards Fire Kiss. Chapter 39. The Counterattack of the Stone Forest, Part 1. Xu Luo utilized the presence of Fire Kiss to lure a considerable number of stern warriors towards the stone forest. Thus, the stern warriors would subconsciously feel compelled to venture into the forest, while the Magner of the Stern might reject Xu Luo's proposal. Such a decision would undoubtedly come after careful consideration. Why do you say this? The Goat Knight halted beside Xu Luo. Most of the coalition had already concealed themselves within the dense woods, with half of the stern warriors in pursuit. The remaining individuals lingered, perplexed about their next course of action. Because we are going to die, Xu Luo replied. The Goat Knight furrowed his brow. Xu Luo's words evoked a mixture of astonishment, confusion, unease, and caution within him. I am Talon, son of Cameron, Magner of the Stern clan. I have never seen you before, stranger. Who are you? Why do you claim we are nearing death? Talon Stern possessed a face as resolute as rock, known as the Grey Giant. His weapon was a hefty warhammer, and he donned a pelt of cheetah, showcasing his solid, sinewy muscles. His voice was deep and steady, exuding no hint of anxiety or panic. Xu Luo instantly took a liking to this individual, thinking he would make a commendable ally. I am Jon Snow, Xu Luo responded, a bastard of the north. As for why we are close to death, merely answer a few questions, and you will comprehend, Magner Talon. Talon remained silent. He turned to summon his second-in-command, the cheetah Mythos, instructing him to gather their kin. With the corpses of the whites nearly depleted, there was no longer a necessity for them to linger. Once the departing kin were retrieved, Talon intended to leave Xu Luo behind. However, before that, he would listen attentively to what this fellow had to say. Magner Talon, have you engaged the others in direct combat? I have. How was the battle? Xu Luo inquired with a light chuckle. The cold, indifferent gaze of the Grey Giant Talon swept over Xu Luo, who candidly reported, the losses are catastrophic. Upon the realization of the existence of the others, the Stern clan has lost all its dragon crystals. Without these crystals, we are incapable of combating the others. Talon decisively led his warriors to launch a fierce assault on the dragon crystal storage site, enduring nearly 100 casualties. Once the others perished, no one could resurrect those fallen. Talon ordered their complete incineration. Subsequently, he shifted his strategy to engage in guerrilla warfare against the others, concentrating his forces to strike at the enemy's vulnerabilities. It is precisely for this reason that the Stern clan found itself in this predicament. Talon's scouts informed him that small groups of whites were steadily advancing toward the coastline. Believing he could ambush them and seize an advantage, he grew increasingly elated as he pursued them to the shore. Do you still wish to confront the others head-on? Xu Luo inquired with a smile. No, Talon replied coldly. Then, Talon Magner, I must inform you that we are encircled by a number of others far exceeding our own. Xu Luo challenged. You are compelled to engage in a direct confrontation with them. What are your thoughts? Damn it, Talon exclaimed. That is impossible. Nothing is impossible, Xu Luo countered. They know everything. Xu Luo pointed toward another valley where hundreds of whites were staggering toward them. Talon's expression stiffened as he clung to a glimmer of hope, asserting, perhaps this is merely a small contingent, akin to those we encountered before. Perhaps, Xu Luo replied, but this army of others has come for you, Talon Magner. Do you believe they would remain indifferent after you've consistently harassed them? Talon remained silent for an extended moment. The number of whites emerging from the valley continued to swell, the proportion of others exceeding anything Talon had witnessed in the past. What is your plan? Talon inquired, observing Xu Luo's demeanor, which suggested prior foresight. The stone forest. Xu Luo responded. Conversing with an equally adept commander has its ease. Lengthy explanations are unnecessary. With just 2 words, Talon comprehended. The terrain of the stone forest is exceedingly complex. If ambushes are strategically placed, it is simple for some whites to become lost while others find themselves surrounded. By repeatedly exploiting such advantages, they could diminish the forces of the others. Talon, resolute and swift in his decision, chose not to look back. He hastened toward his lieutenant, Cheetah Midas, commanding him to lead the warriors into the stone forest before the others arrived. Midas expressed confusion. But there are still whites on the beach that have not been dealt with. Forget about those small fry, Talon bellowed. Hurry and execute the order. The discipline of the stern warriors far surpassed that of the Chlorians, and they quickly assembled to retreat toward the stone forest. Xu Luo accompanied Talon, advancing swiftly. As commanders, they had to establish the battlefield. As Xu Luo glanced back, he saw the campfires still steadfast on the hillside. He could only pray for the safety of Leather and the others, hoping the others would not focus their attention on them. As long as Xu Luo achieved victory in the stone forest, they would have a chance to survive. A substantial number of others emerged from the valley, with Skarn as their commander. The army of wights and corpses comprised at least 500 members, exceeding even Tyrone's expectations. Skarn cast a glance at the hillside, where the bonfire at the summit continued to burn, surprising him. Yet, that flickering flame seemed as fragile as a breath of wind that could extinguish it at any moment. Skarn paid little heed to it, confident that the wights besieging the slope would vanquish the enemy. He traversed the beach, returning to this place, and recalled the night of a few days prior. He had intended to conduct a thorough search of the vicinity to locate the night watchman, but the anxious summons of the Lord of the Dead had compelled him to hasten inland. Thus, Skarn was forced to call back all the wights. Sir Maynard believed it was the 7 gods watching over him, but the truth was that his commander had saved his life. Coincidences exist in this world, yet miracles are a rarity. The bodies upon the beach indicated the grievous losses suffered by the enemy's forces. Skarn resurrected the fallen corpses. The wights staggered to their feet and approached him unsteadily. The enemy fled towards the valley, unaware that the paths in the vicinity had been completely sealed off by the White Legion. This place had become a trap, and even if the enemy sprouted wings, they could not escape Skagga's Island. I have searched for him for 4 days, Skarn mused. It is finally time for an end. Observing the enemy's panicked retreat, he let out a piercing laugh. Unhurried, he pursued them upwards, much like a noble hunting in his private estate, utterly unconcerned that the prey might retaliate or flee. The legion of wights moved through the dense forest and across the valley, arriving at the outskirts of the stone forest. The anxious voice of the Lord of the Dead echoed in Skarn's mind once more. Hurry, Skarn, find him. Kill him. Yes, my lord, Skarn replied with utmost reverence. With a wave of his hand, the wights and corpses streamed in, filling the wide entrance. Skarn strode confidently behind his subordinates into the stone forest. The terrain of this forest was intricate and winding, yet Skarn possessed knowledge of several essential passages. He believed that here would be the site of their final confrontation. Thus he chose the widest and most direct route. They brushed against the jagged stones, navigating around several corners. At last, Skarn beheld his target ahead, leaning against the sword of the Wicked One, wearing a sardonic smile. Kill him, Skarn shouted in his peculiar tongue. The enemy's mirth faded as they turned to flee into the deeper darkness. You have nowhere left to run, Skarn roared inwardly, immediately pursuing them. In a secluded corner of the stone forest, Urin of the Kral clan trembled against the wall, clutching a dragon crystal dagger. The boar-like Borok scowled, saying, Old man, the wights are drawing near, stop shaking. I am not shaking, Urin replied, abruptly realizing his voice was alarmingly loud. If you are afraid, you may leave. There is no need to put on a brave face. Our king will not blame you for retreating. I am not afraid, Urin encouraged himself, summoning his courage. He recalled his youth when he had been a renowned hunter in the clan. The women of the clan regarded marrying him as a privilege. In the end, he married Matina of House Tago, who possessed a glorious mane of golden hair. For over 30 years, disputes had arisen between them. Yet, Urin had never regretted his initial decision when the others took Matina's life, and he was unable to save her. I am unafraid, Urin gripped the dragon crystal dagger. I have faced a leopard alone and slain it. Why should the others instill such dread within me? The wight staggered forward. Borzu advanced with determination. The wight let out a ghastly roar and lunged at Borzu. The wild boar, Borzu, seized the wight's head with one hand while constricting its neck with the other. The wight struggled to claw at Borzu. With a mighty heave, Borzu slammed the wight against the wall. Then, with relentless force, he brought down his hammer-like blows upon the wight's skull, causing its head to cave in. Borzu discarded it onto the ground. The wight's primary strength lay in its tenacious vitality and power surpassing that of ordinary men. However, before a savage beast like Borzu, the wight's strength was but a trifling matter. Its formidable life force merely rendered it a more enduring target. Even without its head, the wight persisted in its struggle to rise. Borzu crushed its heart beneath his foot. Urin stood by, utterly astonished. He had not realized there existed such a method of combating wights. Borzu did not pause, striding purposefully toward another wight. At that moment, an other silently approached Borzu from behind, raising its icy blue sword. Be brave, Urin, he urged himself. He shouted his fear aloud, charging at the other, plunging the dragon crystal dagger into its heart. The other staggered and swiftly transformed into a puddle of icy water. I can still accurately locate the heart. Urin collapsed to the ground. I have avenged you, Matina. Borzu, as if lifting a chick, hoisted Urin up. You will summon every wight in the vicinity, you old fool. With Urin in tow, Borzu marched away. Along the way, Yurin witnessed numerous comrades engaged in battle with whites, the wildlings, the Night's Watch, the Starks, and the Crannogmen. Yurin spotted the horse-faced Raven, his body rent asunder by a white. The slumbering Cag lay slumped at the roadside, barely clinging to life. Beside Cag, 3 white corpses lay lifeless. Yurin recognized many familiar faces. Some still lived, while others had succumbed, transforming into whites and attacking their former allies. Borzu deposited Yurin in a shadowed corner, admonishing, "Stay here, old man. Don't wander about recklessly." Yurin stared blankly, trembling in fear. Borzu turned and departed, having spoken more in that moment than he had in the past month. Once Borzu's figure vanished from sight, Yurin realized he had not comprehended a word he had said. Shaking, Yurin crawled out from the corner, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to slay another. Chapter 40. The Battle of the Stone Forest, Part 2. Xu Luo's tactics had yielded considerable success. Novices often fall prey to such mistakes. They control combat units far superior to their enemies, believing that merely deploying soldiers onto the battlefield guarantees victory. They stood motionless, their gaze fixed upon the battlefield, observing the clash between the two factions without offering any command. It was only when their own forces had dwindled to a mere handful that they finally reacted, hastily attempting to control the remaining units and flee the scene. The coalition, utilizing the terrain to their advantage, effectively dispersed the ranks of the corpses. Though the undead had attempted to regroup, the coalition vanished into the shadows whenever they did so. The narrow stone forest did not permit them to cluster together. Thus, the coalition struck at their vanguard and rearguard, retreating swiftly before the undead could respond. Reluctant to accept defeat, the corpses pursued, only to be met by more daggers hidden in the darkness. Cheetah mites had been keenly observing Solon. Solon was robust and agile, wielding his spear with remarkable skill, adeptly gauging distance, resilience, and angles of attack. He consistently found unique and exceptional methods to vanquish the undead, emerging victorious each time. As a renowned warrior of the Stern clan and the deputy to Magnar, Mites felt a surge of competitive spirit within him. He began to measure his prowess against Solon, counting the number of corpses each had dispatched. 6, 7. Yet, from the corner of his eye, Mites noted that Solon had already slain at least 8 corpses, along with one of the otherworldly foes. If Mites had devoted his full attention to the adversaries, he would not have fared much worse than Solon. However, his desire to prove himself superior to Solon clouded his judgment. In a sense, this competition mirrored the struggle between the Stern clan and the outsiders, Tyrone Magnar, and the Wild King Xu Luo. Mites was determined not to be outdone by Solon. Mites deftly evaded an attack from the otherworldly foe and thrust his spear toward its chest. He compelled himself to concentrate, but once the strike was executed, he realized he had hesitated for a fatal second. Often, even when the opponent is oblivious, one is acutely aware that such a moment can prove catastrophic. The otherworldly foe seized Mites' spear and cleaved it asunder. Mites retreated, creating distance between himself and the enemy. Steadying his resolve, he drew a second spear from his back. In battle, the temporarily disadvantaged party often succumbs to despair, as the enemy exploits their fleeting advantage to force them into unfavorable terrain and angles of attack. At that moment, Mites found himself ensnared in such a predicament. The narrow confines hindered his spear's effectiveness. He attempted to thrust, but the dragon crystal shattered against the foe's chest. Discarding the spear, Mites switched to a dragon crystal dagger and lunged at the otherworldly creature. This was a perilous endeavor. Close-quarters combat invariably favors the stronger party. Yet the otherworldly foe had weakened from Mites' previous assault. Mites believed he possessed sufficient agility to conclude the conflict before the adversary could react. He was mistaken. A corpse lunged at him from the side, disrupting his advance. Mites swiftly eliminated the corpse. Yet, waves of attacks from the otherworldly foe surged forth. A pang of despair pierced Mites' heart as he realized he might perish here. The prospect, unforeseen and fearsome, filled him with dread. Be careful. At that moment, the shield breaker Solon leaped to Mites' side, deflecting the otherworldly foe's assault with his spear. The foe swung its icy blade at Solon, who nimbly maneuvered and pierced its heart from the side. "Are you all right?" Solon raised Mythos, "and I observed your battle. I did not expect such a formidable warrior to emerge from the Rock clan. I hope that one day I can engage in combat with you." Mythos flushed with embarrassment. To the islanders of Skags, the term Rock clan is a derogatory label, insinuating that the Rock clan was vanquished by Stark and humiliated to remain on Skags Island. Yet, Mythos felt no anger within. He expressed his gratitude and respectfully replied, "Likewise." Scanna caught up with Xu Luo and Talon deep within the stone forest. Upon realizing that their diversion had succeeded in luring the whites, Xu Luo and Talon halted. Scanna was accompanied by 2 whites, and a fierce struggle ensued. Both Xu Luo and Talon were powerful warriors, yet facing 3 adversaries with only 2 of them provided little advantage. Their combat stalemated for an extended period until they finally dispatched the other 2 whites. It was then they discerned that the remaining white was unlike the others. Scanna connected to the corpses of the whites, sensed their presence. Yet, like a gambler at a casino, he continued to wager chips until he realized he was left with nothing. It was only after a significant reduction in the number of corpses that Scanna recognized something was amiss. They were hunting the living. Yet the living were hunting them in return? Xu Luo knocked Scanna down and approached him, inquiring, "Do you speak the common tongue? A few days ago, I encountered a white that could." Scanna uttered a few words in his peculiar language, which Xu Luo could not comprehend. At that moment, the voice of the Master of the Dead echoed in Scanna's mind. He felt the Master's wrath. Their victory had seemed assured until Scanna's blunder ruined everything. The Master commanded him to retreat immediately towards the sea. Scanna let out a sharp roar at the 2 living beings and turned to flee from the stone forest. Scanna sensed the 2 pursuers hot on his trail. Guided by the Master, he skillfully evaded the chaotic battle within the stone forest and escaped its confines. A gentle breeze caressed him as he beheld a ship anchored by the distant shore, with several whites and corpses already aboard, preparing to depart. Scanna sprinted towards the vessel. But at that moment, a wild boar from the boar district suddenly charged at him, knocking him down. "Damn this boar," Scanna cursed inwardly. Using the momentum from the boar's collision, he rolled down the slope, leaving his pursuers far behind. 2 tribal leaders, along with their followers, emerged from the stone forest in pursuit. Xu Luo caught sight of Scanna rushing below, and the ship moored at the coastline. "What the hell?" Xu Luo exclaimed in despair. He had initially intended to eradicate the whites entirely, to eliminate as many of their living forces as possible on this island. They could not afford to disregard falls and injuries, simply charging forward as Scanna had done. Xu Luo understood that he could not catch up to Scanna, for he had no vessel to pursue him into the sea. They could only watch helplessly as their quarry sailed away. Just then, another ship appeared on the horizon. Xu Luo's heart sank further into despair. Yet, as he recognized the familiar banner, a claw reaching into the void, he realized it was the claw of Sir Maynard. By the gods! Xu Luo was both astonished and elated. He could not fathom why Maynard had appeared in this place. The emergence of the claw was pivotal. Like an eagle retracting its wings to dive, the claw struck fiercely against the docked sea fish. The sea fish tilted to one side, and chaos erupted between the 2 vessels. The sea fish then veered away, heading towards the turbulent sea, leaving the Unsullied, the White Walkers, and Skarner stranded on the shore. "Excellent! Marvelous!" Cheers erupted around Xu Luo. "Pursue!" he commanded with a resounding voice. The group charged down the slope like wild stallions, racing toward the coastline and the fleeing undead. Skarner too realized that without a vessel, he was but a dog trapped on Skagos Island. He halted his retreat, turned, and awaited Xu Luo and Talon's approach. The frantic escape had shattered Skarner's icy armor, rendering his already grotesque visage even more hideous. Xu Luo approached with a playful grin, mockingly taunting, "Running away? Weren't you quite the sprinter? Why have you stopped? Just days ago, you chased me like a rabid dog. Aren't you formidable? Oh, I forgot, you cannot comprehend human speech." Talon charged at Skarner, who deftly evaded Talon's warhammer and retaliated with a thrust aimed at Talon's chest. Xu Luo advanced from the opposite side, his claws deftly deflecting Skarner's icy sword. Talon's hammer then collided with Skarner's chest, causing him to stagger backward. With no will to fight left, Skarner had lost all desire for retaliation. Talon pursued him, shattering Skarner's icy heart with a single blow. As he fell, Skarner uttered in an ancient tongue, "I am pleased to see you so strong and brave, child." Talon halted, his hammer poised mid-air, frozen in place. "What's wrong?" Xu Luo inquired. "Did you hear what he just said?" Talon replied. "I did," Xu Luo scoffed, "but I cannot comprehend it." He spoke of freedom being paramount. "Centuries ago, my ancestors uttered this phrase while resisting Stark's invasion, and it has endured through time. It is the motto of our clan. In Westeros, only the great houses possess such mottos. For instance, the Stark family's motto is, 'Winter is coming.'" Talon was perplexed, unsure of its significance. A vague, transcendental connection tethered him to the deceased White Walker. For Skarner's name would soon be lost to the sands of time. It is worth noting that Skarner in ancient tongue means son of Skagos. "Are you all right, lad?" Tormund approached Leather and sat beside him. Leather sat up from the pile of corpses, glancing nervously at the dwindling fire behind him. The flames had diminished to a mere flicker. A smile crept over Leather's face, relief washing over him. It had not extinguished after all. He reached for the nearby dragon glass spear, only to discover it had been spent. How many did we bring? 100 or 200? Stop looking, the White Walkers have departed, Tormund replied. Xu Luo had ordered him to assist Leather. But he only managed to reach Leather's side after the White Walkers had retreated. Have they left? Leather gazed toward the sea. The ethereal army of the others swayed aboard the colossal ship, the Bone Ship. Leather and Tormund lacked both the capacity and strength to thwart their advance. A unicorn ascended the slope, halting beside Leather. It lowered its head, its sharp horn grazing Leather's body. As Leather stirred, his wounds healed completely, though the pain had subsided. A weary smile graced his lips. He felt utterly exhausted. I shall rest for a while. Call me when the commander returns. The unicorn tilted its head, gazing at the bone ship by the shore, laden with others, whites, and the living. What purpose could they have for the living? Watching the bone ship navigate towards the arduous encampment, Xu Luo was engulfed in confusion. The retreat of the others was not born of defeat, but rather a desire to conserve their strength. An instinct whispered to Xu Luo that the others were preparing for a grand feast. Winter is coming. Chapter 41:042, The Tale of Maynard as night deepened. The Allied forces ignited a bonfire along the coast to commemorate their hard-won victory and honor the valiant warriors who had perished in battle. Sir Maynard emerged as a beacon of heroism, his unexpected arrival shattering the others' hopes of escape. Although the bone ship departed heavily laden, the survivors felt a profound sense of satisfaction at having left behind so many whites. Maynard recounted his experiences to those gathered by the fire. When he spoke of how he deceived the others, the Onion Knight, Davos, exclaimed, "Remarkable wit, sir. Few would dare undertake such a bold decision." Maynard inclined his head slightly, raising his goblet toward Davos. The admiration from one he held in high esteem filled Maynard with joy. He continued, "When that white locked eyes with me, I realized it could see me. I believed my end was nigh. The claw was struggling to navigate the shallow bay, and even if I ventured into the ocean, the others would cling to me fiercely. Yet, in that moment, it turned away." "Why?" Tormund interjected, jesting about the rock-type goat wine he was drinking. "You boast more than the wildling king, Tormund, you black crow." Maynard disregarded Tormund's jests and pressed on, "I too am curious. Why? Do the gods bestow their favor upon me twice? I consider myself a devout man, yet I cannot fathom why a warrior would aid another without cause." Then it dawned on me, something of utmost importance must have captivated the others' attention. This matter far outweighed my own significance. Initially, I believed their target was the commander. It was only upon reaching the opposite shore that I understood they were eager to depart this island. Once the seahorse departed, Maynard promptly commanded a pursuit. The seahorse outpaced the claw significantly. Maynard clung tightly to the chase, yet he found himself lagging behind. Ultimately, he caught up with the stationary seahorse along the coast. The very scene Xu Luo and the others witnessed from the hillside. "A remarkable choice, Maynard," Xu Luo declared, raising his goblet. "You possess a heart of the sea, sir. Let us toast to Sir Maynard." The crowd lifted their goblets in unison. Xu Luo took a swig from his cup, muttering, "They call it goat wine, but it resembles goat urine more closely." Xu Luo once believed that the wine from Donghai Wang was the pinnacle of spirits, unbearable in its taste. Little did he know that there existed a gray goat with a flavor akin to leaves steeped in seawater. What an eye-opener this was. Subsequently, Sir Maynard earned the title of Heart of the Sea due to the Battle of Skaggs Island. In later reflections, Maynard confessed that he himself was unaware of the rationale behind his decisions. The departure of the others left him with a sense of having reclaimed a life. Yet, when he realized the peril faced by his commander, he unhesitatingly chose to issue the order to pursue. Maynard understood that a misjudgment on his part would spell doom not only for himself, but also for the Night's Watch and the coalition of wildlings. He acknowledged that if given another chance, he might not act in the same manner. Even a slight increase in information at that time would have compelled him to remain and await Xu Luo's return. At the break of dawn the next day, Sir Maynard, accompanied by a portion of his men, set forth to return. 3 days later, he would arrive again at Skaggs Island with the ships of the Night's Watch, to ferry the remaining individuals back to Donghai Wang. During this interval, the coalition scoured the island for dragon crystal deposits and unearthed 14 remaining boxes of the precious substance. Xu Luo had long believed that Skaggs Island harbored a dragon crystal mine. However, according to the gray giant Tyran, the dragon crystals on the island had been plundered by their ancestors a millennium ago. At this juncture, Tyran recalled the others he had slain. Freedom was paramount above all else. It seemed that the forebears had anticipated the eventual return of the others, preparing dragon crystals long in advance. Regrettably, they failed to utilize them effectively. After the bonfire gathering, Xu Luo and Tyran strolled along the beach side by side. Upon hearing Tyron's tales, Xu Luo developed a profound admiration for this proud Stark man. In contrast to the vain and greedy Robert Crowell, who abandoned his kin, the gray giant Tyron was brave, robust, and loyal, an epitome of a true Stark. The waves rolled in rhythmically upon the shore, while most of the Night's Watch and wildlings had already succumbed to slumber. The world around them was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. What do you plan to do next? Xu Luo inquired. Tyron paused momentarily and replied, with dragon crystals. We are still no match for the others. Skag's island has become uninhabitable. Recalling the harmonious atmosphere of the bonfire gathering warmed his heart. He turned to Xu Luo and declared, if you would be willing to take us in, I can pledge my loyalty to you. This notion had lingered in Tyron's mind for quite some time. He was acutely aware that Skag's island had transformed into a playground for the others. The prospect of venturing into Westeros, a land untouched for centuries, filled Tyron with unease. As a Stark, he bore the responsibility of securing a stable future for his people. Xu Luo represented an excellent choice in this regard. In Tyron's eyes, Xu Luo embodied courage, integrity, sincerity, and kindness. The mere fact that so many exceptional individuals were eager to follow Xu Luo confirmed the validity of his judgment. Tyron believed that swearing loyalty to Xu Luo was a commendable decision. They had once pledged allegiance to the king in the north a millennium ago. Why not now turn to the king of the wildlings? I am neither a king nor a lord, and thus cannot accept your fealty, Tyrone Magna. Tyron's directness took Xu Luo by surprise. To be fair, Xu Luo was indeed eager for the warriors of House Stern to join their ranks, having demonstrated their bravery and martial prowess in the Battle of the Stone Forest. However, as a Night's Watchman, I vowed beneath the heart tree that I shall not take a wife, nor hold lands, nor father children. I shall not don a crown, nor seek glory. Accepting Tyrone's loyalty would violate the sacred oath I have taken as a member of the Night's Watch. What Xu Luo valued was not the promise made by Jon, but rather the understanding that accepting Tyrone's fealty would lead to his abandonment by his brothers of the Night's Watch. Xu Luo communicated this to Tyrone, while also elucidating the plight of the free folk. Tyrone shook his head. The Sterns were not akin to the wildlings. They required land of their own. The thought of an uncertain and transient future filled Tyrone with dread. He wished for his kin not to become refugees, wandering and relying on the charity of others, subject to their disdain. Without a piece of land to call their own, the Sterns would prefer to remain on Skagos Island. The others could return at any moment. Tyrone resolutely declared, we shall fight until the last man. Both he and the wildlings valued freedom above all else. The wildlings sought the autonomy to shape their own destinies, while the Sterns held fast to their refusal to yield to tyranny. Very well, Xu Luo conceded. I promise you that you shall receive land of your own in the north. However, I cannot accept your loyalty. I hope you can understand. Xu Luo believed he could petition Stannis for a parcel of land. Following the downfall of House Bolton, the Wolf's Den, near the Terror Castle, had become unclaimed territory. That land had once belonged to House Hood, but with no heirs remaining, House Bolton had incorporated it into their domain. Tyrone knelt before Xu Luo, offering his iron hammer. As you wish, my lord. Chapter 42. A trial for recommendations. This weekend marks the commencement of a trial for recommendations, continuing from Sunday to the following Sunday. As seasoned readers, you are familiar with what a trial for recommendations entails. Nonetheless, allow me to elucidate. The number of recommendation slots on the website is fixed, while the number of books far exceeds these slots. Books that perform well are granted favorable recommendations, while those of average performance receive lesser ones. Poorly performing books may simply fade into obscurity. What does this imply regarding the author's ability to complete a book? Many books you have encountered that are abandoned or forcibly concluded are not due to poor data, but rather a lack of recommendations. When performance is lacking and subscriptions dwindle, the absence of recommendations can shatter one's morale. I do not belong to that category of individuals whose spirits are easily broken. Personally, I harbor no exceedingly high expectations. The genre and style of this book limit its audience. With just a handful of supporters, I am content. Yet, who would not desire better prospects if given the chance? Thus, to those who appreciate this work and wish to see it completed, I implore you to cast your recommendations and collections my way in these coming days. You may have other favorite authors, and I do not wish to impose upon your usual recommendations. However, these days are of utmost significance. All I can offer is my gratitude, prayers, and an increase in my efforts. Chapter 43, 043. Winter is Coming, Part 1. Upon returning to East Sea Watch, Xu Luo indulged in a comfortable bath and subsequently received a report on Hardin's recent activities. Hardin, the Night's Watch steward, was responsible for Xu Luo's personal affairs. As the weather grew increasingly frigid, returning to East Sea Watch did little to ease Xu Luo's apprehension. The tidings shot in brought were mixed. The Inamet brothers had adeptly managed the affairs concerning the grant of land. The wildling settlement had laid down a preliminary foundation, preparing to commence the construction of homes and the cultivation of fields. Xu Luo had dispatched Pijia to lead the Stern clan to the granted land, with arrangements being made by Inamet in advance. The request to Stannis for a land grant could be postponed. The wall remained precarious, and Xu Luo needed to address the issues within the Night's Watch. The unfavorable news was that, upon hearing of Xu Luo's election as the king beyond the wall, the wildling outlaws Haud and Old Man Eugen had refused to acknowledge his authority. The two had defected with their clans, fleeing beyond the wall. The chief ranger, Blackjack Bulwer, inquired whether it was necessary to pursue their capture. Blackjack displayed little interest. Had he deemed it essential, he would have already set out. Xu Luo had anticipated such opposition. Where there are supporters, dissenters inevitably arise. The wildlings inherently belonged beyond the wall, and their retreat felt quite natural. Xu Luo only worried for their safety and whether the others might transform them into whites. He deemed it necessary to conduct an inspection of the wall to ensure that the Night's Watch remained under his command. There was precedent for such actions. Maegor III, known as the minstrel king of the Targaryen dynasty, had traversed various regions of Westeros to uphold the stability of the realm. The following day, Xu Luo embarked on his journey. The snowstorm was fierce, casting a pall over the spirits of all. Winter was indeed approaching. Xu Luo flexed his fingers. From Hardin to Skagos Island, the signs indicated that the others were preparing for an invasion of the south. As the others expanded their reach, Xu Luo was at a loss for what actions to take. If one were to ride from the western end of the wall at Last Hearth to East Sea Watch in the east, a swift horse could make the journey in less than a day. Xu Luo, accompanied by dozens of men, had to inspect each castle along the way, which considerably slowed their pace. The signal towers remained abandoned. At Last Hearth, Xu Luo encountered the Frost Snow Eagle, Katina. Katina had successfully gained the trust of the Spearwives at Last Hearth. As promised, Xu Luo allowed her to establish a clan centered around the Spearwives. Katina named the clan Spear Maidens, a term that, in ancient tongue, sounded like Luo Si, whimsical and charming. The Spear Maidens wore black veils, and Katina explained that this served as a warning to others. Strangers, keep your distance. Katina requested that the Spearwives serve as Xu Luo's personal guard in the war against the others. Xu Luo declined, citing the necessity for them to remain stationed at Last Hearth. Nevertheless, Katina still provided Xu Luo with 11 Spearwives, assuring him that new sisters would only be sent to his side in the event of sacrifices among them. Xu Luo met with Carter Pike, the former commander of East Sea Watch, at the Ice Crystal Gate. Carter expressed his deep remorse for having once insulted Xu Luo and sought his forgiveness in hopes of returning to East Sea Watch. Xu Luo kept a watchful eye on Carter's behavior, although his ulterior motive was to have a witness during his time at Long Night Castle. He left Tormund and the others at Black Castle and made his way directly to Long Night Castle for the night. Long Night Castle, situated to the west of Black Castle, serves as the third fortress of the Night's Watch. Jon Snow entrusted it to Stannis as his place of residence. After several months of renovations, it had become habitable. The unique significance of Long Night Castle lies in its possession of a black gate that leads from the depths below to outside the wall. This gate, located at the end of the kitchen well, is adorned with a visage of a fish-like face, pale and ancient, marked by deep wrinkles and an aura of despair. Its mouth is tightly sealed, eyes closed, cheeks sunken, and forehead gaunt. The Night's Watch manual documents that when approached, the face opens its eyes and inquires, "Who are you?" Upon hearing part of the oath from the Night's Watch, "I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the wall, the shield that guards the realms of men." The mouth of the face gradually widens until it forms a doorway. This passage leads directly outside the wall. Samwell Tarly, after fleeing from the First Men at the Fist of the First Men, entered the wall through this very gate. It was also through this black door that Bran Stark and his companions were sent beyond the wall. Xu Luo's plan was to invoke the pretense of repairs to this door. Should his oath hold true, any skeptical brothers of the Night's Watch would be unable to accuse him of forsaking their vows. Conversely, if the oath proved ineffective, he would assert that the door was malfunctioning and request Lady Melisandre to attend to its repair. While traversing the corridors of Long Night Castle, Xu Luo encountered Melisandre. After a few days apart, she appeared even more beautiful, though he knew this was an impossibility. Melisandre had used magic to preserve her appearance, rendering it impervious to the ravages of time. She paused on the staircase, resting a hand against the wall, and remarked, "I have heard you have brought back another group of wildlings." Your news travels swiftly, my lady, Xu Luo replied, but they are not wildlings. The free folk were once vassals of the north 1,000 years ago, sworn to the Stark family. Melisandre's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the distinction. I have seen prophecies in the flames, she continued, descending the stairs. The cold has frozen the wall. A lethal chill, one not of snow or ice, but a desolate and profound cold, devoid of any trace of life. Xu Luo pondered the meaning behind the Red Woman's words and recalled the prophecy she had imparted to him at Black Castle. In the ocean lie countless corpses. A child ensnared by tree roots. I saw wolves and bodies traversing the forest. I also beheld you, Jon Snow, upon a land of yellow sand and white bones. In the present light, the corpses in the ocean refer to the corpse-like merfolk, who nearly brought about Xu Luo's demise. The wolves and the corpses traversing the forest suggest that Cold Hands is guiding them through the haunted woods. However, it appears to be one corpse accompanied by a wolf. As Melisandre described, it resembles a multitude of corpses alongside a lone wolf. Xu Luo pondered whether this was a grammatical misstep. The land of yellow sands and white bones alludes to Skagos, causing a wave of nausea to rise in Xu Luo's stomach. Melisandre had warned me. Yet I dismissed her counsel. Had I ventured to Skagos with the dragon glass, perhaps my predicament would have been less dire. Xu Luo recalled Melisandre's prophecies regarding the hardships of the settlements, all of which had materialized. Magic is indeed reawakening in Westeros. Thus, what does Melisandre's current assertion, that the cold will freeze the wall, imply? Are you suggesting, my lady, that the wall will fall into the hands of the White Walkers? Xu Luo inquired anxiously. Mortal beings possess their own interpretations. The Lord of Light acts according to his will, Melisandre responded. The two walked side by side into the snow. The temperature dropped once more. Snowflakes settled upon Melisandre's shoulders, only to vanish in an instant. It was as if a protective barrier surrounded her, isolating her from the frigid world of ice and snow. From her exquisitely cold visage, one could hardly discern that she inhabited the coldest reaches of human society in Westeros. I have seen your sister, Jon, Melisandre remarked. She rides a near-death, emaciated horse, hastening towards the wall. She has fled from a wedding to seek refuge with you. Sister? Arya? No, it was the steward's daughter, Janie Poole, who escaped Winterfell alongside Theon. Melisandre must be as aware of this as Xu Luo was. Another? Sansa? At this moment, she should be in the Vale, skillfully maneuvering alongside Peter Baelish to stabilize the region. Could it be that Sansa, unwilling to wed Harold Hardin, has escaped? How would she reach the wall? By ship from Seagull Town to White Harbor, then under the protection of Ser Wyman Manderly? Why not seek refuge with Lord Manderly? He is loyal to House Stark, as the Weirwood tree attests. I hope she has not fallen into the clutches of House Bolton. Otherwise, no one knows whether Littlefinger would first take her maidenhood or flay her alive. Xu Luo swallowed hard and commanded the attendant behind him. Have Solon and his men go to Crown's Landing to retrieve her. Regardless of her identity, ensure her safe arrival at the Night's Watch. Yes, Commander. The attendant turned and dashed away. Lady Melisandre, would you care to join me in visiting the Black Gate? Xu Luo inquired, gazing at Melisandre. The Black Gate. The Magic of the Night's Watch. Chapter 44. Winter is Coming. Part 2. A group braved the heavy snowfall towards the kitchen. Katina's spearwomen insisted on scouting the well's safety first. Xu Luo found it impossible to reason with women, especially a cadre armed with weapons. Tormund dared not defy my orders. Xu Luo mused, yet they could. Xu Luo personally escorted Melisandre to the bottom of the well. Accompanying them were 11 spearwomen from Katina and Commander Carter Pike of the Ice Crystal Gate. After handing over the long cart to Katina, Xu Luo returned with his comrade. The melancholic Eddie. Eddie, with his gray hair and slender build, appeared rather despondent and was perpetually grumbling. While Mater Harris consistently associated matters with failure, Eddie never entertained the notion of success. The spearwomen ignited their torches. It is exceedingly cold here, Eddie lamented, colder than the surface, Commander. We shall freeze to death in this place. What do you wish to do? Carter Pike inquired. My brothers, perhaps you have forgotten. In the ancient tradition of the Night's Watch, there exists a door at Long Night Castle that leads beyond the wall. This door is as ancient as the wall itself. We refer to it as the Black Gate. Xu Luo, torch in hand, led the way. The bottom of the well was paved with stone bricks, sealed tight. The gaps in the walls were so narrow that not even a hair could fit through. The people of the Age of Heroes had maintained vigilance even in such minutiae. Thus, thousands of years later, this passage remained as sturdy as ever. At the end of the well, a visage of Fish Liangmu was painted on the wall. The first to cry out was not one of the spearwomen, but the melancholic Eddie. That is a painting, Commander. It appeared suddenly and startled me. Xu Luo felt a slight headache at this. As the group approached the face of Fish Liangmu, its eyes suddenly opened. Eddie screamed once more. Commander. The face opened its mouth and asked, "Who are you?" Xu Luo ignored Eddie, who was on the verge of panic. Though his expression remained tranquil, he secretly worried whether his oath still held any power. How would his brothers perceive him if it did not? With unease, Xu Luo rubbed his hands together, breathing warmth into them. The warmth transformed into mist in the air. He turned to Melisandre and asked, "This door can only be opened if a brother of the Night's Watch speaks the oath. Lady Melisandre, would you care to try first?" Melisandre furrowed her brow. As a priestess of Lawlor, she did not believe in any extraordinary forces beyond her own deity. Approaching the door, she proclaimed, "I am the sword in the darkness. The watcher on the wall, the shield that guards the realms of men against the cold flames, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield that protects the kingdom." Having resided at the wall for so long, she was able to recite these words. Her clear voice echoed at the bottom of the well. To ensure her words possessed magical potency, Melisandre infused them with a touch of enchantment, stirring the hearts of those who listened. Yet, the face of Fish Liangmu remained utterly unmoved. Turning to Xu Luo, Melisandre asked, "Are you jesting with me, Commander Jon? I sense no magic in this. This is not a magical door at all." Xu Luo did not respond. Instead, he calmly reiterated the oath. "I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the wall, the shield that guards the realms of men against the cold flames, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the steadfast shield that protects the kingdom." The face hesitated momentarily before uttering, "Go." It then opened its mouth wide, increasingly expanding until it formed a portal before the gathered assembly. Carter Peak's expression fluctuated between apprehension and resolve. Xu Luo's words stirred memories within him. This portal indeed existed. In the past, brothers would traverse this gateway into the wall. The oath of Jon Snow remained intact. Carter Peak thought uneasily, and I had recklessly accused him. Xu Luo handed the torch to the spearwoman and flashed a triumphant smile at Melisandre, declaring, "Months ago, there was a white walker that attempted to breach this door. The purpose of our patrol is to inspect the wall's defenses. Hence, I descended to take a look. All is well, let us return." Xu Luo himself exhaled in relief. The vow was made by Jon Snow, not by him, Xu Luo. He felt a surprising joy at the efficacy of the oath. The White Walker to which Xu Luo referred was Cold Hands, who had brought Samwell Tarly and Gilly to the Black Gate, assisting them in passing through this entrance to the wall. Upon reaching the surface, Xu Luo mounted his steed and hurried towards the Black Castle. The unicorn fire-kist had been left at the Black Castle, where the Night's Watch craftsman, Abed, forged him a bespoke suit of armor and horseshoes. As Xu Luo entered the study of the Black Castle, the girl who had her back to him turned around. She was tall and graceful, possessing gray eyes and braided chestnut hair. "But have I seen you before, miss?" Xu Luo inquired curiously. "Alice, brother," the girl replied. "Alice, Arya?" Xu Luo's memory had to delve far back to retrieve the image of Arya Stark. "You were only 6 when your father brought you to Winterfell. My father wished to marry me to Robb. Poor Lord Rickard. His ideal son-in-law was executed for slaying 2 Lannister children. I thought we came south to kill the Lannisters. Things are not so simple. Rickard Stark, in vengeance for his 2 sons who perished in the Whispering Woods, ruthlessly executed 2 captured Lannister children. They were yet to reach maturity, merely attending to Jaime Lannister as companions and cupbearers. In Westeros, it is customary to place one's children in the service of those of high standing to cultivate them into knights, ensuring their future security. Who cares? Arya blinked. Robb was slain by the Freys at the Twins. We share no blood feud, do we, brother? The Night's Watch, from the moment of their sworn allegiance, belonged to no family, Xu Luo replied, wishing to convey to Arya that, in a certain light, he was not truly her brother. "What brings you to the wall, Arya?" "To seek your protection, brother." "Protection?" "My cousin Kragan attempts to coerce me into marriage. This would grant him control over Caho Castle." Arya bit her lip. "And once I bear him a son, I would be of no further use. He has already buried 2 wives. Forced marriages are a common political stratagem among the nobility. Little Ramsay Bolton abducted Lady Hood during her return to her estate. Ramsay forced Lady Hood to marry him, subsequently claiming the lands of House Hood. This act, though a transgression, bore an air of legitimacy in a twisted sense. Zuro was poised to demand the territory belonging to House Hood from Stannis, intending to hand it over to House Stern. Yet, with winter approaching, he was reluctant to become embroiled in the nobles' quarrels. "Perhaps you should seek your king. Castle Caho has sworn fealty to Stannis. The rights of marriage are matters of the crown." "The dying king," Arya scoffed. My uncle Alf pledged allegiance to Stannis merely to facilitate the Lannisters in slaying Harion at the Well of Women. My poor brother. Thus, Alf could rightfully seize Castle Cow. In truth, Alf has already allied with the Boltons, plotting to take your king's head. Xu Luo instinctively clenched his fists. He harbored no fondness for Stannis. Yet it was only Stannis who had come to aid them in their time of peril at the Wall. The Night's Watch fortresses, Castle Black, Ice Mark, and Long Night Keep, were still manned by Stannis's men. He may not be a great king, but he was certainly a good man. The North under Stannis' control was far preferable to falling into Bolton hands. The Boltons would strike from behind, indifferent to the presence of whites beyond the Wall. Meanwhile, the southern expanse offered no defenses to safeguard against invasion. Xu Luo realized he must write a letter post-haste, conveying these developments to Stannis. He returned his focus to Arya Stark. Contemplating the affairs of House Stark, a solution swiftly emerged in his mind. I can assist you, Arya. However, to legitimize my actions, you must wed one of my men. Cragan could request his niece from Xu Luo, but he could not demand his wife from anyone. A brother of the Night's Watch? No, a wildling. Ser Magnar of the Vens. A robust young man, maybe brash and coarse, yet he has always exhibited remarkable gentleness towards women. Xu Luo replied, The brothers of the Night's Watch have sworn to take no wives and father no children. If you are amenable, I shall arrange your wedding at once. When Lord Cragan arrives, I shall send for him to officiate. Arya gracefully curtsied. Arranging my marriage is your prerogative, brother. Departing the study, Xu Luo made his way to the hall where Sir Davos Seaworth was partaking of his midday meal. Xu Luo drew the Onion Knight aside into a corner. Commander? Sir Davos queried. Puzzled. Listen to me, sir. You must depart at once for Winterfell. Your king is in peril. Alf Stark has allied with the Boltons, plotting to assassinate Stannis. I implore you to arrive in time. Sir Davos's expression turned grave. He believed Xu Luo's words, understanding the dire implications they carried. Thank you for the warning, Commander. I shall set forth immediately. Without awaiting further discourse from Xu Luo, Sir Davos braved the heavy snowfall as he exited the door. To ensure Sir Davos's safety, Xu Luo had arranged for a few brothers of the Night's Watch to wait outside, holding the horses. Xu Luo penned another letter, entrusting it to Shading, with the hope that the Raven would arrive at Winterfell before Sir Davos. In this harsh winter season, the unpredictability of events loomed large. Having completed these tasks, Xu Luo experienced a sudden sense of emptiness. He found himself unable to depart from the Wall. Whatever transpired in the north was of no concern to him. Should the Bolton family succeed, so be it. The Boltons had their army, and Xu Luo had his own wildlings. Preparations for Arya's wedding required additional time. Xu Luo intended to utilize this interval to carry out his inspections. To address any unforeseen incidents during the inspections, he summoned Enes Emmett back, assigning him to temporarily guard the Black Castle. During lunch in the hall, Xu Luo overheard discussions regarding his opening of the Black Gate. It appeared that Karstark had already disseminated this information. This was advantageous, as it would help bolster the morale of the Night's Watch. Chapter 45, The Prelude to Winter. A white wedding. Xu Luo hastened towards the Shadow Tower. Both the Night's Watch and the wildlings lamented the lack of manpower, firewood, and food. These issues were beyond Xu Luo's immediate resolution. While manpower could be drawn from the wildlings, he could not conjure bread or golden dragons out of thin air. Sir Denys Mallister, the commander of the Shadow Tower, accompanied Xu Luo across the Skull Bridge towards the West Watch. Following the battle at the Skull Bridge, Jon Snow had commanded Sir Denys to dispatch a small contingent of the Night's Watch for garrison duty. West Watch evoked memories of climbing the steepest peaks. It served as the anchor point for the construction of the Skull Bridge, with the Tower of West Watch at the bridge's end. Below the tower lay massive, natural boulders, with only a narrow path for ascent and descent. A stone, controlled by a winch and lever, guarded this path. Once lowered, it fitted snugly against the boulders below. Even the rumored peril of Moondor Castle in the valley paled in comparison to Westwatch. Across the gorge, numerous shadows were discernible. As they walked, Sir Denys remarked, "We suspect the White Walkers intend to traverse the route taken by the wildlings to assault the Shadow Tower." The melancholic Eddie clutched the chains tightly, exclaiming, "We will all plummet to our deaths, Commander." Xu Luo gazed from the bridge, the ghostly forest and the great gorge obscuring his view. Yet he harbored no doubt regarding Sir Denys's words. Xu Luo had also pondered why the White Walkers did not enter the wall through the gorge. There, they could bypass the Night's Watch with ease. Furthermore, why did they not sail around Eastwatch to reach the Stormlands directly? Countless corpses awaited their revival there. "I will send you reinforcements," Xu Luo promised, along with dragon glass and provisions. Upon ascending the Tower of Westwatch, Xu Luo beheld the shadows that Sir Denys had spoken of. They writhed in the darkness, poised to pounce. A vague sense of unease settled within Xu Luo, yet it was imperative to bolster the Shadow Tower's defenses. While at the base, the anxious Eddie was terrified, but upon reaching the summit, he found himself exhilarated. "Commander, look! That is the Great Gorge. Should one embark on a vessel, one may directly enter the summer sea. This evokes memories of my homeland, where towering mountains and rolling hills abound." The melancholic Eddie, whose full name is Edison Torret, belongs to the Torret family of Grey Valley in the Vale of Aelin. Due to its mountainous terrain, the Vale is aptly named. With arms outstretched, the melancholic Eddie inhaled the crisp air deeply and remarked, "It has been a long time since I felt so invigorated. Just the other day, your Katina had quite a bit of fun at my expense. Had you not arrived in the nick of time, that band of savages would have claimed my life." Xu Luo responded, "I thought that having more company would bring you joy." A line of poetry came to mind, and the melancholic Eddie turned to Xu Luo with excitement glimmering in his eyes. "May death connect us with all legends. May there come a day when we battle alongside dragons amidst the Emerald Mountains." Xu Luo sensed a slight awkwardness in the air. He chuckled and said, "I had no idea you were a poet, Eddie." Quoting Yeats, the bard from the era of the ruthless King Meeg, Eddie replied, "I hail from a humble family. My father urged me to practice swordsmanship and study heraldry from a young age. As for me, I have always enjoyed poetry, though I have never shared this with anyone. Please, keep it to yourself, Commander. Oh, you will undoubtedly tell others." Indeed, Eddie's melancholic disposition resembled that of a poet. Xu Luo smiled assuredly, promising to keep it a secret. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Eddie, I have a task for you. Go south, to the homes of those lords and kings, and inform them that winter is coming, urging them to send gold and men to the wall." "They shall not," replied the melancholic Eddie. "They would rather count every copper penny hidden in their boots. Then sing them a tune, recite poetry, charm their wives and daughters like a true bard. I need to know what transpires in the south, Eddie. Relay your findings to me through the Raven." The mere thought of daily travel made Eddie's expression sour. "No," he elongated his tone, "I cannot do it. You must. The assassin Sam once told me the same, yet he is now in Old Town, acquiring knowledge for our brothers and seeking information about the others. If necessary, so can you." Xu Luo patted Eddie on the shoulder as he descended the tower. "For the brothers, Eddie, you must do this." Upon returning to Black Castle, the wedding of Alika Stark and Ser Magnar of Saigon proceeded as planned. Outside and within the wall, snow fell in abundance, growing ever heavier. The hearth inside blazed with warmth. Tommen took a swig of the snow wine brought from the north and remarked, "Solon, had you not spurned that maiden years ago, your daughter would be of this young lass's age by now." Gripping his cup tightly, Solon's countenance darkened. "Silence, Tommen. I do not wish to fight you today. TSK. Lacking ability yet forbidding others to speak, Tommen retorted as he stood, raising his cup, and staggered toward the newlyweds at the front of the hall. Tommen clapped his hands and began to sing a cheerful little tune. "Spring has arrived, flowers bloom, my little sister comes from the mountains. I bring her back to my home, where happiness knows no bounds." Laughter echoed all around, and on this day, everyone was filled with joy. The crackling fire illuminated Tommen's flushed face. With his eyes closed, he merrily continued, "My sister entered my room, and I led her to my bedside, placing my hands upon her shoulders, a life of happiness that knows no end." Today, Aerie's appearance was exquisite. Unable to find a wedding gown for the bride atop the Great Wall, they had fashioned a temporary one from Lady Melisandre's red robe. She draped herself in a woolen cloak of the Night's Watch, embroidered with the white sunburst of House Stark. Her cheeks were rosy, reminiscent of apples kissed by snow. Aerie playfully tugged at Tommen's beard, teasingly threatening, "If you sing like that again, Tommen, I shall cut off your beard." The groom, Saigon, pulled Aerie protectively behind him. Before the sturdy groom, the bride resembled a delicate little bird. Saigon was tall and robust, yet still youthful. They were destined to have many children. He firmly shielded Aerie and declared to Tommen, "You shall not bully her, you giant infant. Do you dare threaten me, son of Styr? I am Tommen, king of the wildlings." Tommen proclaimed, his face stern as he boomed, "From this day forth, cherish this lady well, ensuring she suffers no slight." Another wave of joyous laughter erupted, and Aerie shyly nestled into Saigon's embrace. Magna Tyran of the Starks approached the newlyweds, presenting a goat's horn. "This is my gift. From Magna of the Starks. It is believed that hanging a ewe's horn above your bed will bless you with many sons." "Thank you, Tyran Magna," Aerie said gratefully as she accepted the gift. She had anticipated a cold and dull wedding, yet was overwhelmed by the warmth of so many blessings. After all these years, Aerie felt such joy for the first time. Her gaze drifted dreamily towards Saigon, who was strong yet gentle, surpassing any noble son of the north. "This is my gift, Miss Airy," offered Katina, presenting a string of magnificent pearls. "A modest token, I hope you accept it." From leather, she received a bow crafted from fishwood, said to be favored by the children of the forest. "This is my gift," Solon added, offering a complete cheetah skin. The giant slayer Tommen, looking dismayed, exclaimed, "Didn't we agree not to give gifts? Am I the only one who truly came empty-handed? Are you all conspiring to make me look foolish before the newlyweds?" "Your song is our finest gift," Tommen, Airy comforted him. "I was merely jesting, little one. How could the king of the wildlings come without a gift?" Tommen reached into his cloak and produced a crown. "Do not let its modest appearance deceive you, dear one. This crown once belonged to the wife of King Jormungand. I followed Mance Rayder and unearthed it from the depths of the earth. Now, allow me to place it upon your head." Ari bent down as Tormund adorned her with a dimly glowing bronze crown. Tears shimmered in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. "Thank you all. I am overwhelmed with joy." Outside, the snow fell ever heavier. If it continued like this, the Night's Watch would be buried without the need for an attack from the White Walkers. Xu Luo felt a lingering unease, though he could not quite discern its source. Melisandre stood beside him, her brow equally furrowed. "Have you discerned the meaning of the prophecy, my lady?" Xu Luo inquired, as the cold threatened to freeze the wall. "What does it signify?" "Not yet," Melisandre admitted, sharing Xu Luo's dread of the portent. The Lord of Light attempted to warn her, yet all she could perceive was an endless void. At the end of the darkness lay something familiar, though she could not grasp it at that moment. The brothers of the Night's Watch patrolled the wall and Castle Black, ever vigilant against potential threats. Xu Luo sighed. "The time has come. Let us proceed." Melisandre ascended to the dais, surveying the newlyweds below and the guests standing behind them. Xu Luo, as the bride Ari's kin, stood protectively behind her. Tormund, representing Saigon's family, accompanied Saran's Magnar. Infusing her voice with magic, Melisandre softly intoned, "The long night stretches ahead. We are born in solitude, we die in loneliness. This path is long, yet we walk it together, supporting and aiding one another. We draw strength from each other and from you, O Lord of Light. Now, who stands before me?" "The son of Styr, Magnar of Saran, Saigon. The daughter of House Stark, Ari, Saigon. The long night stretches ahead, fraught with peril. Do you pledge your life to protect this woman beside you? To cherish her, love her, and guard her, forsaking all others until death?" "I do," Saigon replied earnestly. "Ari, the long night stretches ahead, the road is arduous. Do you vow to accompany this man for the rest of your days? To comfort him, encourage him, and follow him, never betraying him, steadfast and true?" "I do," Ari answered softly. "Today, before the Lord of Light, I declare you united in marriage." At that moment, Xu Luo caught a glimpse of Sodden squeezing into the hall, an expression of alarm etched on his face. "What has transpired?" Melisandre was still speaking, and Xu Luo, feeling increasingly anxious, could no longer hear her words clearly. By the time he regained his focus, Melisandre had finished her speech. "Thank you, brother," Ari said earnestly, embracing him. "Go, and may you find lifelong happiness." Xu Luo wondered if his smile appeared stiff as he placed Ari's hand in Saigon's and stepped back from the crowd with a smile. Sodden waited in the corner, and upon seeing Xu Luo, he sprang up. "Commander, a White Walker has appeared beyond the wall." "A White Walker? How many?" "Only one," Sodden replied. "But it carries a horn." "A horn?" Xu Luo turned his gaze forward, where a throng had gathered to extend their congratulations. An interrupted wedding would be deemed an omen of misfortune. "Do not disturb them just yet. I shall ascend the Great Wall momentarily." Xu Luo departed from the Shield Hall, taking the lift to reach the Great Wall. Chapter 46. The Prelude to Winter, Part 2, The Horn of Winter. The brothers atop the Great Wall turned, their expressions grave and stern. Xu Luo approached the edge of the wall. Not far below, a shadow lingered. As dusk approached, only the figure of a man became vaguely discernible. He was mounted upon a moose, surrounded by a few crows in flight. Cold Hand. What brings him here? Xu Luo pondered with curiosity. Beside Cold Hand, Xu Luo beheld the horn described by shading. The horn was lengthy, nearly the same length as the moose, and appeared more pronounced than Cold Hand himself. Xu Luo's heart seized suddenly. The Horn of Winter. This term surely reverberated in the minds of all upon the Great Wall. Any Night's Watchman would be well acquainted with the legends surrounding the Horn of Winter. In the Age of Heroes, the Night's Watch commander, the Night King, was infatuated with a woman resembling a White Walker. The Night King sought to render the Night's Watch independent. Subsequently, the Liberator Brandon and the King Beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder, united to shatter the Night King's dominion. According to the legend, Mance sounded his horn, awakening the giants from their slumber beneath the earth, causing the wall to collapse, and thus triumphing over the Night King. If Cold Hand truly possessed the Horn of Winter, what was his purpose for coming to the wall? To deliver the horn? Or to sound it? From such a distance, Xu Luo could not inquire. Cold Hand seemed to sense Xu Luo's thoughts. He removed the horn and slowly raised it to his lips. This action appeared to be played in slow motion. The Night's Watchmen on the wall held their breath, fixated on Cold Hand's movements. Surely, he does not intend to blow it? Regardless of the horn's authenticity, Xu Luo wished to avert such an event. Prepare the hoist. Quickly. The hoist. Xu Luo's urgent call jolted the others back to awareness. Soon, the hoist was lowered from the Great Wall. Several Night's Watchmen followed Xu Luo as they climbed into the hoist. Xu Luo continued to watch Cold Hand's actions intently. What in the world is this fellow doing? It seemed as though Cold Hand was awaiting something. His movements came to a halt. After a moment, he slowly lowered the horn, resting it upon the ground. Cold Hand must have seen Xu Luo and the others descending, yet he showed no sign of acknowledgement, neither moving nor speaking. As Xu Luo landed, he noticed Cold Hand had not yet sounded the horn, and he exhaled in relief. He hurried towards Cold Hand. At that moment, Cold Hand lowered his veil, revealing the visage of a White Walker. The face bore deep wrinkles, and his ice-blue eyes emitted a luminous glow in the twilight. However, the most striking feature was his nose. Cold Hand's nose was sunken, as if it had been shattered from a blow, resembling a stone sculpture marred by time. Such a nose upon a face so wrinkled appeared distinctly uncanny. Cold Hand raised the horn, lifting it skyward. Whoa, a sound, signaling the return of brothers. Whoa twice, signaling the approach of wildlings. Whoa, 3 times, signaling the emergence of White Walkers. The entire Black Castle trembled. The wedding of Ygritte and Saigon had reached its culmination, and a banquet was underway. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, the crowd tilted their heads, leaning towards the direction from which the sound emanated. What does this mean? Tommen asked, his expression one of innocence. The others, Leather exclaimed, rising to his feet and rushing outside. The others are upon us. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Various shouts echoed within the wall, the rough voices of the brothers resembling the roars of wild beasts. The brothers hurriedly ascended the wall, their confused gazes fixed upon the outside, where only a single knight on a moose and a few Night's Watch brothers could be seen. Good grief. Xu Luo scrambled up from the snow and glanced back. The wall was crowded with Night's Watch brothers. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the wall did not come crashing down. It seemed that Jormungand's horn lacked the legendary power to bring down the wall. Or perhaps, the horn in Cold Hand's possession was simply a counterfeit? Cold Hand spurred his moose forward towards Xu Luo. Noticing the ice sword raised high, Xu Luo did not believe Cold Hand's intended to greet him. The two brushed past each other, and Cold Hand's, leveraging the momentum of the moose, collided heavily with Xu Luo. Though Xu Luo blocked the impact with his long claws, the immense force felt akin to being struck head-on by a bison. The long claws slipped from his grasp, and Xu Luo rolled several times before landing in the snow. Again, Cold Hands charged at him on the moose. Several brothers from the Night's Watch surrounded him, swinging their long swords at Cold Hands. He sidestepped one blow and simultaneously thrust his sword through the heart of a Night's Watchman. The remaining 2 struck him, yet their blows were superficial. The fallen Night's Watchman promptly rose, retrieving a sword from the ground, and joined the fray with his brothers. Xu Luo, regaining his footing, put an end to the life of a wight. At that moment, Tommen, Solon, and others descended from the wall. As more Night's Watchmen gathered, Cold Hands, seeing the situation, turned his moose away from the battlefield. Xu Luo pursued relentlessly, but slipped and fell. When he got back up, Cold Hands had vanished into the dense forest. On the long table, the Horn of Winter lay quietly. Flames flickered occasionally, casting golden light that danced along the horn's engravings. This horn is a fake, declared Tommen, the giant slayer. The others could not possibly locate the true Horn of Jormungand. Is that so? Then why did they come to sound it at the wall? What was their intent? Merely to frighten us? A sense of unease crept into Xu Luo's mind. The cold would freeze the wall. Lady Melisandre's prophecies had never been erroneous. And then there was Cold Hands. He had saved Sam, rescued Bran, and had guided Xu Luo and others through the haunted forest. Xu Luo had believed him to be a friend, yet he sought to kill him. For now, Xu Luo categorized Cold Hands as a dangerous entity. Leather spoke calmly. Indeed, the wall did not collapse. Perhaps the others merely believed this to be the true horn. Upon realizing they had been deceived, they would flee. This explanation possessed far greater persuasive power. Yet Xu Luo remained unconvinced. The cold would freeze the wall. What did the others truly desire? If this horn were a counterfeit, why would they come to sound it? And if the horn were genuine, why had nothing transpired? Good grief. Xu Luo felt as if his mind was on the verge of exploding. He went over the thoughts repeatedly, yet his brain became even more muddled. Truly? Or false? Xu Luo turned to Melisandre and inquired, "My lady, what is your perspective? Is this horn genuine?" A look of confusion graced Melisandre's beautiful cheeks. "Undoubtedly. It exudes some form of power," she replied, "but that does not necessarily signify it is the Horn of Winter. The Horn of Winter is a malevolent object. Yet I do not sense any trace of the cold and evil associated with the others. Perhaps the Lord of Light knows the answer? One can only hope." Melisandre understood Xu Luo's implication. She rose and approached the hearth, where the flames danced and flickered. The Lord of Light, R'hllor, would reveal the truth within the flames, providing Melisandre with the answers she sought. She knelt down, fervently whispering a prayer as the flames extinguished. Melisandre could not conceal her astonishment. "Is it truly this cold?" Tormund asked foolishly. No, not because of the chill. Her beautiful eyes were filled with awe and fear. After arriving at the wall, her powers had gradually begun to revive. Even without relying on the deceits of alchemy, Melisandre could perform some basic spells. This was the first time the Lord of Light had rejected her prayer, and in such a furious manner. Melisandre felt as though a pair of hands were tightening around her throat. "What is the matter, Lady Melisandre?" Xu Luo inquired, still bewildered by the unfolding events. "Do you require assistance in reigniting it?" "No." "Yes," Melisandre replied. She was determined to uncover the truth, even if this action would anger the Lord of Light. The flames began to flicker once more in the brazier. Melisandre whispered her prayer. An endless darkness surged forth from the flames, spreading across the floor, flowing towards the table, enveloping the entire hall. Melisandre gasped, stumbling backward, and Xu Luo rushed to support her. She blinked, and everything appeared to return to normal. The oil lamp flickered. The hearth blazed warmly and calmly. Darkness. Endless darkness. What could this signify? In the previous illusion bestowed by the Lord of Light, Melisandre had also witnessed this darkness, but never before had it felt so intense and wild. What message did the Lord of Light wish to convey to me? Mortals have their interpretations, and the Lord of Light has his own methods. Melisandre could not discern the true intentions of the Lord of Light. She relayed her findings to Xu Luo, who fell into contemplation. Darkness holds many meanings. It may represent a void or signify evil. In certain cults, darkness is regarded as a blessing, for humanity itself emerged from the womb of darkness to behold the light. Xu Luo rose and departed the hall. The frigid air aided his thoughts. The towering wall, indeed, still stood resolutely behind the Black Castle, steadfastly guarding Westeros. It was not so easily toppled, even by the forces of magic. No matter how many times he scrutinized it, the outcome remained the same. It still stood. In his heart, Xu Luo leaned towards believing that the horn was a fabrication. As Tormund aptly stated, the true horn is not so easily located. Mance raiders scoured the lands beyond the wall, yet failed to catch even a glimpse of it. Perhaps it is because the White Walkers possessed it from the very beginning? Xu Luo dispatched the keen-eyed Kenji and the swift Gale to explore the condition of the wall from opposite ends. Should any issues arise, they were to return promptly with reports. He also arranged for individuals to visit Maester Aemon's study to consult the records regarding the Horn of Winter, seeking to ascertain its authenticity. The tomes contained a wealth of memories and knowledge. Sam the Fat informed Jon Snow that dragonglass and Valyrian steel could vanquish the White Walkers. He also conveyed to Xu Luo the unsettling possibility that the White Walkers were creations of the children of the forest. This knowledge was derived from books, not conjured from thin air. What lay ahead, before the truth was unveiled, would be a protracted wait. Xu Luo yearned for a sip of wine to soothe his nerves. The cold would soon encase the wall in ice. The first to return was Kenji, who had ventured towards the direction of Eastwatch. He reported that he encountered no unusual occurrences along the way. Were it not for the haunting sound of the horn, Kenji might have regarded this journey as just another routine patrol. He had entered every stronghold to inquire, and no one had noticed any anomalies. In fact, even the distant castles had not heard the horn's call. This revelation brought Xu Luo a sense of solace. Chapter 47. The Prelude to Winter, Part 3. Endless darkness. After hastily finishing dinner, it was not long before Gale returned to the Black Castle. He rushed into the hall, where everyone awaited his arrival. "Commander," Gale exclaimed, "the Shadow Tower has been attacked by the White Walkers and urgently requires assistance. Sir Dennis's men can no longer withstand the onslaught. They number in the thousands. By the gods, I have never seen so many corpses. Thousands." Xu Luo sprang to his feet. So it was thus. The White Walkers aimed to ensnare him with the horn, then assault the Skull Bridge. A wave of bitterness surged from his stomach. Bowen Marsh had previously fallen for a similar ruse, lured to the Skull Bridge by the wildlings, resulting in the Black Castle's ambush. Now, he had been deceived by the White Walkers, left behind at the Black Castle, jeopardizing the Skull Bridge. Upon his return, Xu Luo dispatched reinforcements and supplies to the Shadow Tower, uncertain of how long they could endure. Had he truly become a fool akin to Bowen Marsh? Shaking off this thought, he commanded, "Gather the men. We shall proceed to the Shadow Tower. Pigar, take 300 Dragonglass warriors to remain here at the Black Castle until our return." "Yes, Commander," Pigar replied. Sodden hurriedly approached from outside. "Commander," a brother reports, citing members of House Stark on King S Road. At that moment, Xu Luo had no inclination to address this matter. "Send Saigon with some men to handle it. Instruct him to leave no survivors. No one must escape back to Castle Black." "Yes, Commander." Sodden gazed at the hurried Xu Luo in astonishment before stepping aside. The square was alive with the chaotic movement of men and horses. Xu Luo stood by the unicorn, awaiting the gathering of his brothers. Varl hurriedly emerged from the crow's nest, momentarily taken aback by the throng in the square. She approached Xu Luo, her face alight with excitement. "Jon, I have discovered some intriguing information that you will surely find captivating." "What is it?" Xu Luo furrowed his brow. "Follow me," she urged. "We cannot discuss it here, Your Highness." Val is also one of those involved in the search for information at the Night's Watch. Xu Luo had not assigned her. Val had volunteered. In fact, during Xu Luo's absence from the Black Castle, Val had spent considerable time at the Night's Watch, seemingly enamored with the vast collection of tomes. "I cannot retain so much knowledge," Val remarked, "and without evidence. If I simply tell you, you may not believe me." Xu Luo glanced at the gathering of his brothers. "Very well," he conceded, "but we have less than a quarter of an hour." He too was keen to discover what might pique his interest. The two hurried back to the Night's Watch. In the room, there were 4 or 5 individuals, some known to Xu Luo, others not. Val emerged from the stacks of books, cradling several volumes, which she placed before Xu Luo. Opening the first book, she directed his attention. "Look here. Perhaps you should just tell me directly, Princess." "Just take a glance," Val insisted, her brow furrowing. "This book is titled The 13 Commanders of the Night's Watch." She flipped to the last page. "Do you know what is peculiar? This book recounts the 12 commanders preceding the Night King, but conspicuously omits him. What does that imply?" After discovering that the Night King had sacrificed to the White Walkers, the Night's Watch obliterated all records pertaining to him. Now, turn your attention to this one. The Chronicles of the Wall. The author is the renowned historian, Tynamenesi. He posits that the Night King is a mere fabrication of the Night's Watch. Xu Luo scoffed. "This Tynamenesi also believes that White Walkers do not exist, Princess." "And this one?" Xu Luo interrupted impatiently. "What exactly are you trying to convey, Princess?" Val glared at him in displeasure, then exhaled deeply, relenting. "I align with Tynamenesi's perspective. The Night King does not exist. Secrets of the Night's Watch records that after the 12th commander, Marna, perished, the position remained vacant. A scholar's journal indicates that during this time, the king in the north, Brandon Stark, sought to assume the role of commander, resulting in this vacancy. Brandon ultimately failed, leading the Stark family to fabricate the existence of the Night King to mask Brandon's ambitions. "That is implausible," Xu Luo waved his hand dismissively. "The Stark family had no need to do so. On the contrary, they did," Val insisted. "Surely you have heard the tale. The Night King fell in love with a woman resembling a White Walker. After his downfall, it was revealed that he had made sacrifices to the White Walkers. Perhaps the Starks could candidly acknowledge their ancestors' ambitions, but they would undoubtedly hesitate to admit that their forebear had consorted with the White Walkers. If Brandon Stark was indeed the Night King, they had both motive and means to forge such a narrative." Xu Luo conceded that Val's argument had merit. However, at that moment, his mind was preoccupied with the looming crisis at Shadow Tower, leaving him little patience to further entertain Val's discourse. The brothers may have gathered, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the Supreme Commander. The Shadow Tower is under siege by the White Walkers, and he must return to the square with urgency. "Let us get straight to the point, Princess," Xu Luo earnestly implores. "Our time is limited." The tale of the Night King's demise at the hands of the Liberator Brandon and the King beyond the wall, Jorman, is but a fabrication. Why would Jorman assist Brandon in vanquishing the Night King? What relevance do the Night's Watch and the Free Folk hold in this saga? Let us not forget that the revelation of the Night King's sacrificial offerings to the White Walkers emerged only after his defeat. I suspect the truth may be that Jorman, in his southern raids, inadvertently thwarted Brandon's ambitions to assume the mantle of Supreme Commander. Valley perceives Xu Luo's growing impatience and promptly bypasses the intermediary details, stating, "How did Jorman breach the wall and dismantle Brandon's plans?" The answer lies in the horn of winter he wields. Thus, the horn of Jormung in your possession is indeed authentic. At last, having spoken her piece, Valley feels a sense of relief, her countenance brightening with joy. Do you comprehend? She inquires, noticing an odd expression on Xu Luo's face. My battlefield lies within the Shadow Tower, yet here I am, listening to a woman's ramblings, Xu Luo thinks. If that is all you had to convey, I understand. Xu Luo declares, I must return now, princess. My brothers await. Do you not grasp the significance? Valley exclaims anxiously. The horn of winter is genuine. And so what if it is? Xu Luo retorts. A truth is merely a truth. I apologize, princess, but I must take my leave. I shall discuss the horn of winter with you upon my return, though I suspect it may be of little consequence. Stepping back in disbelief, Valley gazes at Xu Luo's frigid and unyielding expression. After devoting so much time to seeking answers for him, she is met with nothing but his icy and brusque response. Biting her lip, she casts a haughty glance at Xu Luo before turning away. Observing Valley's retreating figure, Xu Luo quickly realizes that he has irked her. He could wait until this matter passes to seek her forgiveness. However, he remembers that it was also for his sake that Valley had been scouring the crow's nest. The task of verifying the authenticity of the Horn of Winter was a directive Xu Luo had given to others. Yet, he now feels that it bears little significance. Apologizing to her would take mere moments. Xu Luo reminds himself, I was in the wrong. I should extend my apologies. Gritting his teeth, he pursues her. Valley stands just outside the door, seemingly anticipating his pursuit. Upon seeing Xu Luo, the fleeting smile at the corner of her mouth vanishes. Xu Luo approaches her and says, I am sorry, princess. I was too hasty earlier. With the White Walkers currently assaulting the Shadow Tower, my anxiety got the better of me, and I became somewhat irritable. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 48. Winter has arrived. Valley rolls her eyes and glances at Xu Luo. In truth, she had forgiven him the moment he chased after her. Yet, she wishes to tease him a little. I may forgive you, but tell me what I just shared with you. Xu Luo chuckles. Very well, he muses. The narrative we currently understand is that the commander of the Night's Watch, the Night King, sought independence. In the north, King Brandon and King Jomon of the Outlands united to vanquish the Night King. However, you believe that the Night King is a figment of imagination and that Brandon himself embodies the Night King. For Jomon to launch an offensive against the wall, he must possess the Horn of Winter. Thus, the Horn of Winter must indeed be real, correct? Var's reasoning holds merit. The Night's Watch is in a state of decline, and Mance Raider has yet to breach the wall. In Jomon's era, the forces of the Free Folk and the Night's Watch were likely evenly matched. Without the Horn of Winter, Jomon cannot defeat the Night King. Var pursed her lips and remarked, I thought you weren't paying attention. I had no idea you remembered. If your thoughts weren't so disjointed, I wouldn't be in such a rush, Xu Luo mused. If the Horn of Winter is genuine. Xu Luo's inquiry arises. Why has nothing transpired? What is the purpose of the Horn of Winter? As he pondered, he said to Var, I must take my leave, princess. Upon my return from the Shadow Tower, we shall discuss the Night King and Brandon further. Var shrugged, saying, why the hurry? The others cannot scale the wall. Xu Luo, with his back turned to Var, froze. A bolt of realization struck his mind. He turned back to her and asked, Princess, what did you just say? I mentioned that the others cannot scale the wall. By the gods. So that's it. I understand now, Xu Luo exclaimed in enlightenment. He embraced Var and kissed her forehead. Thank you for your insight, princess. You cannot fathom the greatness of what you have done. My gratitude is beyond expression. Var touched her flushed cheeks, looking perplexed. Xu Luo hurried back to the square, where both the Night's Watch and the Free Folk had assembled. He mounted his unicorn and commanded, to Long Night Castle. Aren't we headed to the Shadow Tower? Thorin queried, bewildered. Leather will handle matters at the Shadow Tower. We are bound for Long Night Castle. The Horn of Winter is indeed real. Yet, it won't destroy the wall. Rather, it will shatter the magic that protects the wall, preventing the others from advancing south. This explains why the others did not traverse by ship or descend from the Skull Bridge. Their attack on the Shadow Tower serves to divert the Night's Watch's attention, compelling them to concentrate their forces there. Their true objective lies beneath Long Night Castle, at the Black Gate. Once the magic guarding the wall dissipates, Long Night Castle will stand open, awaiting the arrival of the others. The others will not scale the wall. Indeed, princess, they will enter directly. Upon arriving at Long Night Castle, Xu Luo swiftly dismounted and rushed inside. The silent depths of the well echoed with emptiness. Xu Luo unsheathed Longclaw. Inching closer to the Black Gate with caution, a strange chill permeated the air. As he approached the Black Gate, he raised his hand, conjuring a flame that flickered in his palm. As anticipated, the visage of the fishbone tree vanished, leaving the black gate ajar. Frosty traces marked the ground. Evidence of the others' passage. They have arrived late. Xu Luo lifted the flame, illuminating a face riddled with wrinkles at the edge of the light. By the gods, there are others at the bottom of the well. Xu Luo was unaware of how many others lurked within. He hastily extinguished the flame and retreated towards the well's exit. The whites relentlessly pursued him from behind. Xu Luo hurried to the well's edge, where Solon awaited above. Quick, pull me up. Xu Luo leaped into the bucket, which immediately ascended. The whites lunged at him, but he thrust his sword and felled one. As he emerged from the well and glanced down, he was met with a gruesome sight. An overwhelming mass of whites and corpses had accumulated at the bottom. The dead were desperately seeking a way to climb up through the crevices of the well's walls, stacking upon one another like demons striving to escape from the depths of hell, driven by an indescribable fervor and malevolence. By the gods, block the well. Hurry, Xu Luo urged, intent on aiding the Shadow Tower, accompanied by dragon crystal warriors. Armed with spears, they pushed the whites back down into the well. Xu Luo and his companions stormed into Long Night Fortress, searching for something to seal the well. Those who entered the main fortress gasped in shock. Time within the fortress seemed to have lingered for centuries, permeated with the weight of ages. Tables and chairs lay scattered, fragments littering the ground. The walls bore deep scratches, a testament to the fierce battles that had transpired there. Blood and remnants stained the filthy ground and stone slabs, revealing how swiftly the fortress had been ravaged by the whites. Quick, find something, Xu Luo bellowed, rousing the others from their stupor. The Night's Watch and wildlings sprang into action, seizing fragments of furniture, pottery, anything they could grab, and rushed toward the well. The dragon crystal warriors utilized the terrain to maintain a defensive advantage, but as the whites multiplied, their intention to emerge from the well became increasingly evident. Tommen swung his axe, severing a white's fingers, sending it tumbling back into the depths. Various items were hastily tossed into the well, striking the whites below. Their anguished cries and curses echoed as they attempted to ascend. Someone retrieved a shovel from the kitchen and began to fill the well with dirt. Each scoop of soil cascaded down, and gradually, the well fell silent. After a while, the earth had completely filled the well, muffling the desperate and hateful roars of the whites and corpses below. The giant slayer Tommen brought a massive stone to rest atop the well, clapping his hands and grinning. That scared me. Facing the whites directly isn't even this frightening. What kind of place is this, filled with so many unholy things? Solon turned back to glance at the fortress. Wake up! Wake up! Xu Luo, snap out of it. Xu Luo ascended the staircase to the main fortress, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silence. The whites had breached the wall, advancing southward. The cold would soon freeze the wall. Melisandre's prophecies had never been wrong. Winter had arrived. It's not as dire as you think, Xu Luo reassured himself. The Horn of Winter had merely opened 2 new routes for the whites. The Eastern Sea posed a greater threat, as it was challenging to intercept the whites' vessels. As long as the southward whites were dealt with, the situation would remain as it had been a few hours prior. Xu Luo heard faint sounds emanating from the master bedroom. Gripping his claws tightly, he cautiously approached the room. Compared to the chaos outside, this chamber appeared relatively intact. The bare skin draped over the bed had been hastily thrown aside. The dressing table lay in disarray, the stool overturned. Xu Luo approached the cabinet, and suddenly, the door swung open. A figure lunged into Xu Luo's embrace. As he discerned the face before him, he recognized the affliction of ichthyosis that obscured half of her cheek. Princess Sherlin. She clung tightly to Xu Luo, as if he were her beloved doll, weeping inconsolably. Xu Luo searched the room for any signs of others, but found none. He lifted Sherlin and descended the stairs. Torment and his companions awaited outside, prepared for action. Is the well filled? I placed a stone atop it. Torment remained oblivious to the turmoil, his mood starkly contrasting with Xu Luo's despondency. While Xu Luo felt utterly defeated, Torment believed they had triumphed over the White Walkers. Very well, Xu Luo commanded. Torment, take 1,000 dragon crystal warriors to support the Shadow Tower. Soren, you lead 100 dragon crystal knights to scour the Great Wall for signs of the White Walkers. Investigate whether other castles have been attacked. Yes, my king. Torment and Soren replied, departing to fulfill their orders. In truth, there was no need to send anyone to the Shadow Tower after the White Walkers breached the Great Wall. The famed assault on the Shadow Tower lost its significance. The White Walkers would not squander their strength needlessly and would soon retreat. Xu Luo merely sought assurance, unwilling to let the White Walkers turn a ruse into reality. As for himself, he intended to return to Black Castle to gather reinforcements in preparation for their southward advance. Chapter 49. The Call of the Shield Hall. The Shield Hall belonged to the older sections of Black Castle, where, during the night watch's zenith, knights dined. The shields of fallen knights were removed and placed here, adorned with the emblems of dragons and griffins, moose and lions, eagles and fish, towers and the blazing sun, the sigils of the seven kingdoms. However, in time, the commanders of the Night Watch attempted to assert independence, breaking their vow of neutrality. With wars raging in the south, the knights seldom glimpsed the Great Wall. Once the remaining knights could no longer dine together, the Shield Hall fell into disuse. Xu Luo placed Shirlin at the head of the long table, her designated seat. Accustomed to being surrounded by many, the young princess displayed no signs of unease. They killed Sir Grandison, Sir Benizon, Sir Dalton, the portly Tenno with the patched face, and my mother, Shirlin recounted in fragmented sentences, her voice punctuated by soft sobs that tugged at the heartstrings. Finally, after mustering the strength to finish her tale, she turned and buried her face in Xu Luo's arms. Weeping uncontrollably, Xu Luo did not deter her. Shirlin had been afflicted with ichthyosis since childhood, fortunate to have survived, yet half of her face was cloaked in thick, hardened skin. At first glance, it was difficult not to feel a pang of distress. Yet this did not overshadow the fact that she remained a sweet and kind-hearted girl. Such a child, having endured misfortune in her youth, now faced the loss of her mother. Her tears would surely resonate deeply with the brothers and wildlings present. This was a game of hearts. Xu Luo could not forget that it was here Jon Snow had rallied everyone to march south, only to encounter the assassination by Mance Rayder. Xu Luo observed many tightening their fists, the pale-masked Morona, the sea elephant bull, and the tall piping. Then there were the Night's Watch brothers, Eamon, the Kingsguard's Ulmer, and Benjen, their faces flushed with indignation. Segan sat to the left of Xu Luo, returning from Crown's Landing. Grievously wounded, his upper body swathed in bandages. Clearing his throat, Segan spoke. I journeyed south for my wife, to eliminate those who sought to take her from me. We encountered 300, perhaps 500, whites, with only a handful of corpses among them. My men and I concealed ourselves in the thickets, yet we were still discovered. They moved swiftly, with only a few armored corpses pursuing us. My comrades perished, and I alone escaped to deliver this grim news. At the mention of the armored corpses, Shireen wept anew. Xu Luo entrusted her to Lady Melisandre. In truth, Val was a better choice, yet Val held no affection for Shireen. Val firmly believed that Shireen's survival was due to the whites assuming she was already dead. She is an ill-fated child, Jon, Val asserted. She perished when she contracted grayscale. Gathered around the long table were the most pivotal figures among the free folk in the Night's Watch, summoned back from the wall by Xu Luo. They exchanged glances. Acutely aware of the dire struggle at Hardin, where 100 whites nearly left 4,000 free folk stranded upon the shore. And now, 300. Or was it 500? Winter had come. The north was on the precipice of calamity. I have gathered you here to discuss the whites advancing south, Xu Luo continued. The whites are our common adversary. If we allow them to ravage the north unchecked, an unstoppable army of death will obliterate all of Westeros, annihilating our tribes and families, and slaying our kin and friends until we become one of them. We vowed never to venture south and engage in the conflicts of the realm. But now, winter has arrived, my friends. Oaths cannot reopen the Black Gate, nor can they summon the weirwood to respond to our prayers. We must rely on ourselves and the swords in our hands. Southward we go, to eradicate the whites. Who among you will join me? Xu Luo clenched his fist and slammed it upon the table. The shield hall erupted in cheers. They struck their long swords against their shields, pounded the tables, and stomped their feet to express their resolve. Initially, only the free folk shouted for Xu Luo, but after a moment's hesitation, the Night's Watch joined in. Xu Luo had intended that if the Night's Watch declined, he would proceed south with only the free folk. He did not wish to incite a mutiny by breaking his oath. During the assembly, Xu Luo appointed Enis Imit as the Lord of Black Castle. The former Commander Mormont had previously bestowed the title upon Malsis during his personal expedition beyond the wall, indicating Xu Luo's support for Enis Imit. If Xu Luo were to perish in the north, his brothers would, out of affection for him, choose Enis Imit as the next commander. As the shield hall began to disperse, the giant, Tormund, approached Val. Princess Val, he said. You may simply call me Val. Val was taken aback. She had little connection with Tormund. You are well-read and must possess considerable knowledge of Westerosi history, Tormund said. I have a question I would like to pose to you. With most of the hall's occupants having departed, Val felt her cheeks flush at Tormund's words. She followed her brother-in-law, the former king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, to learn the art of writing. However, the majority of her knowledge was acquired only recently. Your words evoke a sense of shame within me. I shall endeavor to address your inquiries, though I implore you not to harbor excessive expectations. Tyrion's countenance was grave, clearly signifying the significance he attributed to this matter. He murmured, "You know, throughout the annals of Skagos, has there ever been a Skagosi who ventured to the continent of Westeros? Or even resided there for an extended period?" Varys blinked, observing that Jon Snow was engaged in intimate discourse with Melisandre. A peculiar discomfort stirred within Varys. "I am not well versed in the history of Westeros," Varys replied. "But I happen to know the answer you seek. Lawrence Stark, Magnar. After his defeat at the hands of Brandon Stark, he was dispatched to the Wall. Subsequently, the Crows chose him as the Lord Commander." "King Lawrence?" Tyrion exclaimed, eyes narrowing in disbelief. "Oh, for the love of the gods." He closed his eyes. "What troubles you?" Varys inquired, perplexed. "Nothing, thank you, your highness. I extend my utmost respect to you." Tyrion's countenance was bittersweet as he turned to join the throng, leaving the shield hall. "Lawrence Stark," Tyrion recalled the White Walker he had slain. "Freedom above all. I am delighted that you have grown brave and formidable. Could it be that the White Walkers are not an alien race from the lands of always winter, but rather monstrosities birthed by humanity?" Tyrion dared not pursue that thought further. He silently buried the notion in his heart, praying his instincts were mistaken. The following day, the army set forth. Jon Snow led 2,000 Dragonglass warriors, accompanied by 1,000 Stark soldiers. Even if the White Walkers truly numbered 500, 2,000 Dragonglass warriors should suffice to confront them. Jon instructed Aenys to retain 1,000 Dragonglass warriors and tasked him with forging the remaining Dragonglass into weapons. Jon dispatched 100 Dragonglass warriors as sentinels, forming a dense network to search to the south. The White Walkers seemed to have vanished into thin air. There were no reports of villages under attack, nor any witnesses to the advance of the White Walker army. The north was vast, encompassing half of Westeros. One could walk 3 miles before encountering another soul. The 500-strong army of White Walkers concealed itself within some thicket or valley. As long as they remained hidden, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for Jon to locate them. Jon feared the White Walkers might launch a surprise attack on Castle Black. Hence he lingered an additional day at the last hearth. All remained tranquil. Even at the unguarded last hearth, there were no signs of White Walker incursions. What could the White Walkers possibly desire? Jon couldn't help but wonder. Instead of the White Walkers, he was met by Laressa, the apprentice scholar he had summoned from the Citadel. Chapter 50:050 Southward. Laressa was tall and slender, yet possessed sinewy strength. He bore a golden heart would bow upon his back, rendering him more akin to an archer than a scholar. This bow was a specialty of the Summer Isles, its range only surpassed by the dragonbone bow. Around his neck hung a necklace signifying his mastery in the disciplines of raven lore, medicine, and astronomy, crafted from black iron, silver, and bronze. Each metal represented his attainment of the corresponding scholarly rank. "The night of the bachelor delayed me for a day." Laressa expressed her apologies, saying, "I am sorry to have kept you waiting, my lord. I am not a lord." Larissa's voice bore a richness, reminiscent of the wind rustling through a dense grove of fish-leaf trees. His hair was short and curly, quite similar to Ollie's. His dark skin lent him an air of strength and vitality. By the way, Ollie performed exceptionally well in the Wildman village. He assisted Ian Emmett in establishing the village, and Xu Luo found his accounts concise and thorough. Despite being exceedingly busy, Xu Luo managed to review them with ease. "You should head to the Black Castle instead of coming here," Xu Luo remarked. "I heard you were going to hunt the others," Laressa said with a sly wink. "I thought you might require a scholar to accompany you, to delve into the legends of those fabled undead." "Scholar? Did you not hear me? I have already celebrated the night of the bachelor and have officially become a scholar." "Very well," Xu Luo conceded. He had merely sought someone to deliver ravens and compose letters. Hardin was diligent and attentive, yet lacked any knowledge of linguistics, a significant drawback. Perhaps Laressa could indeed prove useful, aiding him in some research. Xu Luo and the others soon arrived at Keho City, the stronghold of House Karstark. Before they could approach, a throng of Karstark soldiers surged atop the battlements. Arya Karstark emerged amongst them, shouting toward the walls, "The daughter of Ricard, the rightful heir of Keho City. Lady Arya returns. Open the gates." Arya's commanding presence was impressive, yet her words bore little fruit. Lannister, son of Asher, stood upon the walls, laughing heartily. "If you have the gall, then come and take it. Arya, I assure you, your men will meet their end beneath these walls." He taunted. "How did you rally this band of wildlings? Do you spend your nights with one of them?" "Ha ha ha." Saigon, seething with anger, removed his battle axe. Xu Luo halted him, saying, "Arya, come back." He had presumed that the members of House Karstark had all gone to Winterfell, allowing Arya to easily command the gates to be opened. Instead, Lannister had remained. Alf Karstark, Arya's great-uncle, was the one intent on seizing Keho City from her. The slain Kragan, who had met his demise at Saigon's hand, was Alf's son, while Lannister, atop the walls, was Kragan's nephew and Alf's grandson. It seemed unreasonable to expect him to willingly surrender the city. Arya, where's my uncle? Lannister bellowed. He promised to bring you back on a horse's rear. Did you happen to miss him? Ha! You are fortunate. Had you met my uncle, you would not be standing here. Did this fool not realize how foolish he sounded? Xu Luo mused curiously. He turned to Saigon and inquired, where is Kragan buried? He was taken by the others. Oh, never mind my question. Xu Luo, guiding Fire Kiss, circled around Keho City. The fortress was not exceedingly formidable, yet without siege engines. Breaching the high-walled Keho City would prove a daunting task. Lanel, I grant you one final opportunity. Surrender the city, and you may yet live to see Arlf. Lanel's laughter echoed. Just wait until my grandfather returns from Winterfell with the head of your false king, the wildling of Aelia. That shall be the moment your head meets the ground. Xu Luo rejoined the group, a dull ache pulsing through his head. The clandestine collusion between the Stark family and the Bolton clan remained a well-guarded secret. Lanel's confidence in the Duke of Bolton's victory was evident as he brazenly proclaimed it before all. His pretty little head seemed filled with nonsense, as Larissa remarked. Voicing Xu Luo's own thoughts, Lanel's reasoning was beyond the grasp of ordinary logic. Sever his head, Larissa, Xu Luo instructed softly. Me? The scholar queried. Indeed you. As you wish, my lord. Larissa obediently unslung the longbow from her back, knocking an arrow and aiming at Lanel atop the city walls. Her stance was exquisitely poised, drawing the bowstring back with the grace of a dancer, stretching her form, natural and fluid. To maintain the proper angle toward the wall, Larissa gradually elevated her bow, adopting a posture reminiscent of a sunward archer. The spear maiden beside Xu Luo watched, captivated. Whispers fluttered among those on the wall. To avoid being ambushed, Xu Luo had ordered the company to halt just beyond an arrow's reach of Keho City. The enemy deemed their distance secure, but they were gravely mistaken. By the time they realized Larissa wielded a golden heartwood bow, it was too late. The arrow soared, piercing Lanel and pinning him to the battlements. Larissa's archery skills could strike a soaring apple. Standing brazenly atop the wall, Lanel was nothing less than a living target. Fool, Aelia chuckled, muttering under her breath. She rode forward, declaring, Now, who holds authority upon the wall? If the gates remain closed, I shall order an assault. A flurry of chaos erupted atop the ramparts. The inhabitants of Keho City were thrown into disarray by Lanel's demise. Soon, someone rushed down from the walls, and the gates slowly opened to Xu Luo and his company. The snow fell heavier, blanketing Winterfell. Stannis was compelled to dispatch men to regularly clear the accumulating snow, preventing the castle from being buried beneath it. Lord Arlf, along with his son and grandson, knelt beneath the sacred trees. Snow piled high on the fish-leaping wood, and even the slightest footfall would send it cascading down. Stannis had not intentionally chosen this location. Other areas were thronged with remnants of the former faction, while this place remained relatively undisturbed. Ser Davos arrived earlier than Xu Luo's raven, hastily passing through the Hunter's Gate to meet Stannis, who was preparing to launch an assault on the Terror Fortress. The atmosphere was serene as a spring lake, yet beneath the surface, tumult brewed. Stannis summoned the members of House Stark under the pretense of breakfast. Unaware of the impending trap, Lord Arlf entered the hall, only to be seized by Stannis's knights. In the ensuing struggle, Lord Arlf's grandson, Jon, was slain. Stannis possesses a towering stature, standing amidst the snow like an imposing black iron sword. His hair is cropped short, his visage stern and aloof, and his gaze unwavering, exuding an indubitable cold light. Stannis is an exceptional commander. He steadfastly defended Storm's End for a year and conquered Dragonstone. During the direst moments at the wall, he salvaged the Night's Watch. However, he is not particularly endearing, for Stannis believes that all individuals should act within the confines of rules, a notion that many do not share. Following the siege of Storm's End, he severed the finger of Davos, despite the latter having provided him with sustenance during the siege. Outside Winterfell, Stannis stationed his troops in a village nestled between two lakes, effectively creating a land bridge. He commanded his men to breach the frozen lakes, to fish, and to await the assault from House Frey. The cavalry of House Frey attempted to encircle Stannis from both flanks. However, the overhacked ice could not bear the weight of the cavalry, causing some to plunge into the frigid waters. Count Wyman Manderly of White Harbor chose to align with Stannis, ordering his cavalry to attack the erstwhile allies, the Freys. Surrounded by the knights of House Manderley and Stannis' forces, the Frey army, which had ventured onto the narrow land bridge, was utterly shattered. Subsequently, Count Wyman hastened back to Winterfell, calling for the gates to be opened. The cavalry surged forth. Duke Roose Bolton, accompanied by the still loyal Dustin and Rain forces, fled Winterfell. Stannis emerged victorious. The reality diverged significantly from the contents of the wildling's letter. Ramsay informed Jon that he had slain Stannis and captured the disguised Mance Raider along with the Spearwife. Yet, Ramsay had only accomplished the latter. Upon reaching Winterfell, Stannis beheld the corpses of Mance Raider and the Spearwife displayed upon the castle walls. Wyman Manderley later confirmed that the girl claiming to be Arya was an impostor, her true identity being that of the steward's daughter, Jane Poole. Consequently, Stannis abandoned his intention to send Arya to the wall. In Chapter 51, Feast for Crows, Lord Alf is presented with a final chance. Should he divulge Roose Bolton's plans, he could secure mercy for his son and grandson, granting them passage to the wall. Snow blankets Stannis' shoulders and hair, yet he remains unmoved. He steadies his great sword, Lightbringer, which can ignite into brilliant flames during battle. Melisandre bestowed this sword upon Stannis to affirm his identity as the fabled prince, Azor Ahai. The portly Lord Alf shifts his stance, gazing up at Stannis, resolutely uttering 2 words, "No way." "You would do well to reconsider," Stannis replies in a tone both calm and indifferent. "I offer mercy purely out of compassion for your family. You have but one chance. Do not presume that I require the information you possess to vanquish Roose Bolton." Stannis draws Lightbringer and approaches Carl, who appears to be in his mid-20s, his face still marred by acne. After receiving a firm affirmation from Alf, Stannis swung the Lightbringer and severed Carl's head without a moment's hesitation or pause. The skull rolled away with a dull thud. The onlooker, Theon Greyjoy, instinctively turned his head aside. Having escaped the torments of Winterfell and Ramsay, Theon appeared considerably improved, clad in clean, tidy attire befitting his station. Faint traces of his former handsome visage could still be discerned. Yet the indelible marks left by prolonged cruelty remained, not merely in the form of severed fingers, but also in the haunting dread that lingered within. Long ago, Theon, as the ward of Lord Ned Stark, had witnessed an execution alongside the Stark children. Lord Ned had beheaded the Night's Watch deserter, Will, with the Valyrian steel sword, Ice, the severed head rolling at Theon's feet. Bran had turned pale with fear, unable even to look away. Yet Theon had laughed, kicking the bloodied head aside. The past was now but a distant, blurred memory. He was now merely Reek, Ramsay's Reek. Reek, the more foul, the better. No, this was wrong. Theon regained his senses. He was Theon Greyjoy. He was safe now. Had it not been for the brothers of the Night's Watch and Jon's letter, Theon would have been kneeling in the snow, side by side with the Stark family. Jon Snow had saved his life. Stannis was mistaken in believing Theon had murdered Bran and Rickon, intending to execute him to curry favor with the Lords of the North. He had not killed Rickon or Bran, just as Stannis was mistaken now. Stannis should not be contemplating the execution of Lord Alf. Theon surmised that Stannis likely believed it was a necessary punishment for a traitor. However, this was ill-timed. Stannis ought to promise to forgive Alf's transgressions. Lord Alf valued his life above that of his children. Once Alf revealed the plan, the manner of its execution would depend solely on Stannis' inclination to act with integrity and righteousness. That was the essence of Stannis. Stannis had slain Alf's son, Asher. They referred to him as Arthur, a kind-hearted and affable fellow. He could drink, play cards, and boast. Overall, not a bad sort. In his final moments, Arthur had cried out, "Father, save me." Lord Alf merely shifted his corpulent form aside to avoid his son's blood splattering on himself. The Onion Knight, Davos, stepped forward. If he did not intervene, matters would spiral beyond repair. "Your Grace," the Onion Knight implored, "spare Lord Alf. We could grant him a small parcel of land, allowing him to live with his grandson." "Rhaegar, this poses no detriment or threat to us." A prudent suggestion, Theon admired internally. "We need not compromise with him, Davos," Stannis replied, yet he lowered the Lightbringer. An open assault is easily dodged, yet a hidden strike is hard to evade. "Your Grace." Stannis bore his great sword, and no one could discern his thoughts from his expression. His somber visage resembled that of a statue, silent and unmoving. After a moment, Stannis parted his tightly pressed lips and said, "Very well. Alf, for Sir Davos's sake, I shall spare your life. Now tell me of your conspiracy with Roose Bolton. You shall receive a parcel of land as a gift, and your grandson, Lannel, will also be sent there." Lord Alf twisted his rotund body to evade the blood of his son and proclaimed, "Swear by the old gods, Stannis." "I swear by the Lord of Light," came the response. Very well, Alf continued. The Duke of Bolton and I have agreed that he will be informed in advance when you prepare to assault the Terror Keep. Subsequently, the Duke of Bolton will lie in ambush at the Bloodbone Mountain, awaiting your arrival, with the forces of both the Duke and myself converging upon you. Your defeat is inevitable. Bloodbone Mountain is the Duke of Bolton's domain, situated before the Terror Keep. Legend has it that in the days when Stark was the king in the north, the ancestors of House Bolton skinned their captives alive and cast their corpses into the valley, thus bestowing the mountain with its grim name. It is indeed a remarkable plan. The Terror Keep is easily defensible, yet difficult to assault. Lord Roose Bolton is presently lacking in forces, making the defense of the Terror Keep a more advantageous choice. Stannis would never suspect that he would dare to venture forth into an ambush, and the rebellion of Alf's army against House Stark would ensure the success of Roose's stratagem. Very well, Alf, you shall receive what I have promised you. Now, write to Roose Bolton, informing him that I shall launch my attack on the Terror Keep in 7 days. Several stepped forward to untie Alf. Theon followed the dispersing crowd towards the library. Ramsay Bolton would reduce Winterfell to ruins, and Stannis' attempts at restoration had yielded little success thus far. The inhabitants of the castle would find refuge in any sheltered corner within Winterfell. Davos accompanied Stannis back to the keep. Winterfell was constructed around an underground hot spring, making the interior considerably warmer than the exterior. Your Majesty, is it not too hasty to depart in 7 days? Sir Davos inquired. It would be wiser to wait for Jon to arrive, so that we may assault the Terror Keep together. Fear not, Davos, we shall emerge victorious, Stannis replied, sitting in a chair with his fingers interlaced, speaking with calm resolve. My plan is thus. Let Bolton lie in ambush at Bloodbone Mountain while we entice him with a small contingent of troops. Once they charge forth, we shall overwhelm them. A single cavalry unit circumventing their position will ensure Roose Bolton's demise. I am not concerned about the Duke of Bolton, Davos stated. What then do you worry about? You have seen Jon's letter. The White Walkers have sounded the horn of winter and are descending south of the wall. My counsel is to await Jon's arrival before we embark. For those ephemeral specters? Stannis rubbed his forehead. A vassal should wait upon his king, not the other way around. I do not require Jon's wildlings. With the blade in my hand and my valiant knights, we shall vanquish the White Walkers. Write to Jon, instructing him to await me at the Terror Keep. If fortune smiles upon us, he may enter the city alongside us. Stannis is not a man of blind arrogance. It is Melisandre who has led him to believe he is Azor Ahai, the fabled prince destined to drive away the cold god. If Stannis possessed the Lightbringer, why would he fear the White Walkers? Yet Melisandre is a deceiver, your Majesty. Davos harbored a profound bitterness within. He was but a duplicitous alchemist. Presently, Stannis had unified the north. Should he conquer the Terror's bastion, the entirety of the north would fall under his dominion. At that juncture, the great host would march southward, and the Riverlands would undoubtedly side with Stannis. Stannis had lingered too long at the wall. He was eager to return to King's Landing and oust the wanton Cersei and her incestuous progeny from the Iron Throne. Davos grasped this reality, and it was precisely this understanding that filled him with bitterness and helplessness. Stannis dismissed the others as mere ephemeral phantoms, yet Davos had witnessed their dread presence. They were tangible, frigid, and heralds of death. What calamity might ensue should they encounter the others on their march? Davos could scarcely fathom. He knew he could not sway Stannis on this matter. He could only pray to the old woman that the others would wander elsewhere. The cold gnawed at his severed knuckles, causing them to ache with pain. Davos took his leave from his king, stepping deliberately into the snowy expanse. He had once deceived Stannis by secretly ferrying Edric Storm across the narrow sea to Lys, to spare Edric from being burned by Melisandre. Now, he was compelled to deceive his king once more. With his unscathed hand, Davos penned a letter to Jon, imploring him to hasten to Winterfell rather than linger at Terror's bastion. He dispatched the missive post-haste, fervently wishing that the winter's snow would not freeze the raven's wings. Ensuring the letter arrived swiftly. It must reach Jon before Stannis set forth. Should his Majesty perish, the recently unified North would once again fragment into disarray. The Boltons would seize the opportunity to dominate Winterfell, eclipsing the Northern Lords. His Majesty must survive. Davos silently clenched his fists. Chapter 52, A Feast for Crows, Part 2. The heavy snowfall finally relented for 2 days, yet the air remained frigid. Stannis' grand army departed punctually. Having unified the North, Stannis acquired the forces he sought. Now, he commanded 3,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry. However, the numbers of House Bolton would not be far behind. Stannis' advantage lay in his greater complement of knights and cavalry, while the Boltons relied predominantly on infantry. This scenario was, in truth, disadvantageous for a siege. Fear not, Davos, Stannis proclaimed, astride his steed, his posture unwavering. Even in the event of a siege, we shall hold the advantage. The resources of the Iron Vault will flow unceasingly from White Harbor. What does Roose Bolton possess? A foolish and malevolent bastard? You know I am not concerned about the Boltons, your majesty, Davos replied, adjusting his wolf fur. The chill outside seemed to intensify. Had the others summoned this cold? Or had the cold summoned the others? Where was Jon? Davos was unaware that Jon had already marched southward. He had sent a letter to the Night's Watch, yet it had been delayed as Maester Aemon forwarded it to Jon. Time was slipping away. Ser Godric of House Farringdon, having slain a fleeing giant during the battle to rescue the wall, had earned the title of Giant Slayer. He laughed heartily, addressing Davos, my lord. Mark my words. We shall vanquish the Boltons utterly. Are they not more fearsome than giants? Ha ha ha. Do not fret. Once we breach Terror's bastion, you shall feel warmth by their blood. Sir Richard Hoppa, serving as Stannis' deputy, was more akin to a guardian than a mere aide. Davos had heard that Sir Hoppa once aspired to become a Kingsguard to ensure the king's safety. Cersei whispered slanders into Robert's ear, leading him to revoke Sir Hoppa's qualifications. Davos did not consider Cersei's words mere calumny, for Sir Hoppa indeed relished in bloodshed. He dismissed the thoughts of the others. Discussing them within the ranks would only incite panic. Your Majesty, Davos said, do you truly find Lord Althoff credible? I have always harbored a sense of unease. I witnessed with my own eyes the letters he penned. Stannis replied that he had no objection to Davos addressing such unpleasant matters, for he had promoted Davos precisely because of his candor. Davos could illuminate areas Stannis might have overlooked. Sir Godfrey Faring returned with an upbeat tone, my lord, you worry too much. If we can vanquish the Boltons at Winterfell, we can also crush them at Terror's Keep. Just then, an arrow suddenly soared through the air, striking Sir Godfrey squarely in the chest. He staggered and fell from his horse. Davos quickly glanced to the right. A hail of arrows was raining down upon them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sir Richard Hoppa shouted, bending low. The marching army descended into chaos. The vanguard halted, while the rear pressed onward. Sandwiched in between, soldiers burst apart like overripe melons. Hidden archers emerged from the dense woods, their chests emblazoned with the sigil of the Bolton flayers. The archers formed a precise line, their steps unerring. They had awaited this moment for a long time. How is this possible? Davos shrank his neck, striving to draw closer to his king. Stannis sat upright, exuding a calmness akin to facing a torrential downpour. Your Majesty, Davos called, but the cacophony of chaos drowned him out. The Bolton army should not have been present here. Davos and his men were less than 3 miles from Winterfell, having barely exited the surrounding woods. How could the Boltons have laid an ambush right under their noses? The word traitor surged into Davos's mind. Someone had learned of their plans and relayed them to Roose Bolton. Thus, the Bolton family had shifted their ambush from the Weeping Mountain to the woods. How could this be? Few were privy to this plan. Those in the Godswood had been Stannis' most trusted, Sir Richard Hoppa, the Giant Slayer Sir Godfrey Faring, Ser Courtenay Penrose, Davos himself, and Theon Greyjoy. Could a captured Ironborn truly be a Bolton spy? Davos dared not contemplate it, yet it was a possibility. Having evaded Bolton's grasp for so long, even to this day, Davos could see the fear in Theon's eyes. Stannis had originally planned to execute Theon. After receiving a letter from Shireen, he had promised to spare Theon's life. However, to serve as a warning, Stannis had made Theon witness the trial of Lord Karstark. Perhaps Jon should not have rescued him, Davos thought. Stannis appeared wholly unaffected by the rain of arrows. He sat impassively upon his steed, his spine perfectly straight. A lifetime of warfare has rendered him all too familiar with such scenes. He witnessed the army of Glover retreating towards Winterfell, while the brave soldiers of House Mormont fell one by one. The archers, regaining their composure, gradually organized to mount a counterattack, but were swiftly suppressed by the enemy. Do not panic. Do not panic. Stannis drew the Lightbringer, a flame rising slowly in the snowy expanse. Infantry charge to the flanks. Archers assemble. Infantry advance to the sides. Archers gather. The chaos that ensued following the ambush stemmed from the inability to relay commands. The soldiers, unsure of their next move, could only cower and await their fate. Stannis' Lightbringer proved invaluable, guiding his men like a flame in the darkness. The king's forces began to charge to the sides, and the archers gradually formed their offensive. Soon, these seasoned veterans recognized their numbers surpassed those of the enemy, emboldening their shots with newfound confidence and steadiness. Ser Godric Faring rose, snapped an arrow shaft, remounted, and charged alongside the infantry towards the foe. He immediately spotted Ramsay Bolton emerging from the woods, clad in a heavy cloak, surrounded by several men. Standing out among a group of shivering archers, Ramsay, gaunt and wrapped in the cloak, appeared almost skeletal. His sunken cheeks and hollow features exuded an aura of malevolence. He was the first to seize the opportunity, abducting Lady Hornwood on her return to her lands amidst the North's desolation. Ramsay forced her into marriage, thus claiming the title of Earl of Hornwood, only to subsequently starve her to death. Ramsay's gaze fell upon Ser Godric Faring, a cruel smile curling his lips. The anguished cries and desperate roars of soldiers on the battlefield were insufficient to satiate his ears. The bastard, a rather spiteful lad, helped Ramsay shed his cloak. Ramsay took a longbow from the hands of the dancer, Damon. With skilled and nimble hands, he drew the bow and nocked an arrow. It is said that those with dark and malevolent hearts favor ranged weaponry, and Ramsay's actions lent credence to this assertion. He released the bowstring, the arrow striking Ser Godric Faring's leg with precision. Godric cried out in pain as his steed stumbled across the uneven terrain, causing the arrow to quiver and further exacerbate the wound. Yet the giant slayer could not dismount to tend to his injury. He could only endure the agony and press on. Ramsay swiftly loosed a second arrow, striking Godric's other leg. His marksmanship was deliberate, clearly avoiding vital areas such as the chest and head, thereby intensifying Godric's suffering. The giant slayer recognized this intent, fueling his rage even further. "Bastard!" he roared. "Die!" At these words, a cruel smile spread across Ramsay's face as he nocked a third arrow. Where would this one fly? Godric realized it was aimed at his head. At this moment, he was less than 20 paces from Ramsay, his horse galloping towards him in an instant. The giant slayer had no time for contemplation. He could only pray that he was swifter than Ramsay's arrow. Yet, such hope was futile. Ramsay released his grip, and the arrow soared forth. Gendry awkwardly hunched down, the projectile barely grazing his scalp as it sped by. He straightened up, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Illegitimate spawn, it is now your turn." Confusion and unease flickered in Ramsay's eyes as Gendry rushed towards him, attempting to nock another arrow, a task fraught with impossibility. His loyal companions surged forth, striving to intercept the frenzied warhorse, only to be knocked down in a flurry. "Die!" Gendry roared. At that moment, Ramsay yawned. Before Gendry could react, several shadows emerged from the side, toppling him from his mount. Bone, lurking behind the trees, shrugged and remarked, "Apologies, my lord. This rope is quite challenging to untangle." Their laughter echoed, twisted and repugnant. Ramsay glanced at the flailing Sir Gendry on the ground, grinning malevolently as he uttered, "Good girl," and turned his gaze away from the hounds savagely tearing at the giant slayer. It was rumored that Ramsay had commanded Bone to train these hounds to attack wolves, and there was likely some truth to it. "Let them all out," Ramsay Bolton ordered. Chapter 53, The Feast of the Dead, Part 3, The sound of horns blared, and the Bolton infantry, hidden within the dense thicket, surged forth. Taking advantage of the terrain, they descended upon the king's forces from a height. Like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, an unstoppable force. Stannis had certainly anticipated an ambush of Bolton infantry, yet he had underestimated the cruelty of Little Theon. He had not foreseen that Little Theon would use archers as bait. At that moment, the king's infantry was on the verge of overwhelming the Bolton archers, entangled in fierce combat with the enemy. The relentless advance of the infantry placed them in a precarious position. The sudden onslaught of Bolton soldiers completely disrupted their offensive. "Retreat, your grace," Sir Davos urged, surveying the chaotic battlefield. "Retreat? To where?" During the Battle of Blackwater, Davos had advised Stannis to withdraw, a suggestion that was disregarded, resulting in the near annihilation of his fleet and infantry. Yet even now, Stannis was resolute in his refusal to heed counsel. The king's mindset was distinct from that of his subjects. As long as the king remained, his followers believed they could rise again. However, for the king, he bore the weight of responsibility for his knights and soldiers. Stannis turned to Sir Richard Hope, commanding, "Sir Hope, concentrate the cavalry. We shall charge through the front." At once, Sir Hope rode away. Stannis raised his beacon of light, its brilliant flame stark against the snowy ground. "Follow me, warriors. Charge forth." Stannis was the first to rush towards the woods. Davos, filled with despair, could do little but follow the king. Soon, the loyal army, steadfast to Stannis, trailed behind his warhorse, beginning to break through towards the woods. The soldiers of House Bolton clung to them like parasites, relentlessly sapping their strength. Ahead, a contingent of Bolton infantry blocked their path. They raised their long spears and lifted their droplet-shaped shields. These shields, of moderate weight and limited defensive capability, were sufficient to protect the majority of a foot soldier's body, representing standard equipment for the infantry of the north. As the long spears advanced towards him, Stannis exhibited not a trace of fear. "Charge!" he commanded, brandishing the Lightbringer as he spurred his horse into a leap. Although the Bolton infantry appeared daunting, they were, in reality, quite thinly layered. Stannis plunged into the throng, swinging his sword to fell his adversaries. Before the Bolton soldiers could mount an assault on Stannis, a relentless wave of cavalry plunged into their ranks with reckless abandon. The leading cavalrymen were halted by spears and shields, tumbling from their mounts. Those behind maneuvered around the fallen bodies, continuing their onslaught against the Bolton infantry. In mere moments, the king's forces had torn a breach in the enemy's formation, allowing them to flee. Little Theon observed the panicking crowd with a furrowed brow. He had anticipated that Stannis would make a desperate breakout. Nevertheless, he stationed heavy troops towards Winterfell to cut off Stannis's retreat, as the probability of the latter was far greater. Breaking through the encirclement did not guarantee victory. Stannis would suffer continual losses amidst his flight, and the harsh winter of the north would claim the remaining souls. During the first Dorne conquest, Duke Aerys had met with an ambush from the Dornish while retreating, leading him to failure. Ramsay Bolton mounted the warhorse Blood, led by his good friend, and pursued Stannis. As Ramsay had predicted, Stannis incurred heavy losses during his retreat, particularly among the infantry he had brought from the south, who struggled to flee through the snow and were quickly overtaken by the Bolton soldiers. The bodies lining the path served as grim markers, the snow saturated with crimson. They exited the territory of the Wolfswood, racing into broader expanses of snow. Stannis's army gradually halted before a series of unnamed hills. To Ramsay's surprise, Stannis was gathering his forces, attempting to mount a final stand. How intriguing! Little Theon revealed a cruel smile, yet it was ultimately futile. They came to a stop, and Little Theon turned to Bone and remarked that Stannis still believed he could turn the tide. "He underestimated my father, Lord Bolton." "Indeed," Bone, slender in build and bowing his head with a smirk, inquired. "Shall we signal now? What else is there to wait for?" Ramsay gestured, and Blood sounded the horn. The prolonged call echoed far across the snowy terrain. In the originally tranquil hilly landscape, a vast army adorned with the sigil of the flayed men emerged. This was also why Ramsay was untroubled by Stannis's escape. Duke Roose Bolton led another formidable Bolton force, concealed within the hills. It must be said that Stannis had a keen sense of awareness. Had he recklessly charged into the hills, he would have spared Ramsay considerable effort. Stannis, with an indifferent gaze, observed the approaching Bolton infantry. He remained patient, awaiting the slow assembly of his own troops. Upon seeing the ambushers, Stannis exhibited no panic. This was all within his expectations. Stannis commanded his loyal yet ruthless knight, Ser Clayton Senge, to lead 1,000 men to intercept the approaching Bolton soldiers. The flight was not lengthy, yet it was fraught with severe losses. Stannis, leading 13,000 soldiers, now found himself with only about 7,000 or 8,000 remaining. The rest had either perished at the hands of the Boltons or fled into the dense wolfwood. Stannis rode slowly past his men, observing their fear and unease, but not a trace of courage or trust. "Friends," Stannis's voice was steady, lacking in fervor and emotional resonance, yet it inspired trust and calm. "We are now in dire straits. We have no retreat. Grasp your longswords tightly, warriors. It is the only thing that will ensure your survival. The enemy approaches, eager to tear us apart, and we shall vanquish them with our courage." Vanquish them. The southern knights raised their long swords, roaring in response. Sir Davos tightened his grip on his dagger. It was no longer the time to persuade the king to flee. If the king chose to fight to the death, he would remain steadfastly by his side. Davos overheard soldiers whispering, speaking of death with the chilling inevitability of the Grim Reaper. Such discussions instilled fear, unsettling Davos himself. He noticed Ser Kellen Condon, who had sworn allegiance to House Baratheon, conversing quietly with his men. Davos suspected they might be contemplating trading the king's head for their own safety with the Boltons. King Stannis remained entirely oblivious. He personally led his soldiers to confront the approaching Bolton pursuers, who had become disordered in their chase, just as the fleeing men had. The king evidently aimed to exploit the enemy's instability to launch a counterattack and gain the upper hand. Soon, the two sides clashed in a chaotic melee. Davos spotted Ramsay Bolton, the bastard known as the Bastard of Bolton, grinning malevolently as he rode toward them, flanked by his vicious hounds. Stannis also observed the bastard, refusing to retreat and instead choosing to charge forward. "No, keep your distance, your grace," Davos thought, while urging his horse to follow the king. Ramsay's swordplay was haphazard and chaotic yet ferociously aggressive, resembling a reckless dance of death. He exhibited no desire for self-preservation. He was a madman, relentlessly attacking Stannis. In stark contrast, Stannis, born of House Baratheon, had undergone comprehensive swordsmanship training from the castle's master-at-arms. As he retreated, he keenly assessed Ramsay's weaknesses. The bastard's assaults, though seemingly fierce, posed no real threat to Stannis. With calm precision, Stannis deflected Ramsay's blade, waiting patiently for an opportunity. Finally, he struck without mercy, piercing Ramsay's shoulder. The bastard howled in agony, stumbling backward. Ramsay's loyal hounds surged forward. Stannis swiftly impaled one of the hounds, which collapsed, convulsing and bleeding onto the snow beneath it. Another hound clamped onto Stannis's greave, refusing to relinquish its grip despite his vigorous attempts to shake it off. Damn it! The king cursed as he plunged his sword into the dog named Vini, ending its life. To memorialize the woman he had slain and flayed, Ramsay chose to name his hound after her. Bastard, Stannis's voice was icy. Soon you shall lie trembling on the ground like your mad dog, won't you? The bastard wiped the blood from his lips, tearing open his sleeve to let the crimson flow, observing the gruesome sight with a sinister satisfaction. What was her name? Shireen. Was it? Traitor. I shall find her, just as I have with other women, and let my dog slaughter her, flaying her skin. Just wait. Traitor. I will possess a bitch named Shireen, fool. Enraged, the king charged on horseback toward the small flayer, who grinned menacingly and retreated into the ranks of House Bolton's men. If Stannis pursued too deeply, he would soon find himself ensnared. Stannis pressed on, the small flayer taunting him, luring him further into a place where his knights could offer no aid. If Stannis were to be slain, the Boltons would claim victory in the battle. The small flayer's heart swelled with joy, eager to secure yet another triumph for his father, hoping to earn his favor. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the air. Chapter 54. The Feast of the Dead, Part 4. The vibrant crimson heart banner tore through the snow, hooves pounding, splattering snow in every direction. Stannis's cavalry, arriving from an unknown direction, charged directly into Ramsay's infantry from behind. Leading the charge was Sir Richard Horp. You are doomed, bastard. Stannis coldly declared, you shall pay for your foolishness. Stannis had long recognized the absence of organized cavalry at Ramsay's side. The woods were ill-suited for mounted combat, and Lord Roose Bolton had not dispatched cavalry for the bastard to command. This oversight allowed Ramsay to remain oblivious to Stannis's cavalry maneuvers. No matter how clever a strategy might be, it ultimately requires the capacity to defeat the enemy on the battlefield. Thus, the ability to promptly discern changes in the battlefield dynamics and make reasonable arrangements to adapt is an exceptional military talent. Regrettably, the small flayer lacked this fundamental skill deemed essential for a competent commander. The bastard may have employed cunning tactics to acquire the lands of House Hood, seize Winterfell, and capture the Bay of Crag, but once on the battlefield, he recognized the vast chasm between himself and distinguished generals, akin to the distance separating him from legitimate heirs. The king's cavalry crashed into Bolton's infantry from the rear, their initial charge violently tearing apart the Bolton formation and causing significant casualties. Charge! The appearance of cavalry instantly turned the tide of battle in the west. Stannis's soldiers, who had been pursued relentlessly by the small flayer, were now seething with rage as they surged forward against their foes. Die, bastard! Sir Richard Horp, reveling in bloodshed, galloped toward Ramsay Bolton, who, upon sighting the cavalry, realized the dire predicament his forces faced. He galloped away from the battlefield, fleeing towards the horizon. Ramsay once again sensed the imminent presence of death. The last encounter had been with the soldiers of the Earl of White Harbor, who had stumbled upon him in the wilderness after he had just slain a peasant girl with the foul creature. Ramsay had managed to escape by having the scoundrel don his clothing. Would fate be kind to the bastard once more? Sir Richard Horp pursued relentlessly from the rear, quickly catching up to the bastard and piercing Ramsay with his sword. Ramsay swayed and fell into the snow. Sir Horp was about to dismount and investigate when, without warning, a resounding horn echoed across the field. One blast, two blasts, three blasts. At first, the crowd paid little heed to the sound, but by the third blast, most could not resist turning towards its source. They beheld a horde of the undead staggering towards them. After the commander fled the battlefield, the soldiers of House Bolton swiftly disintegrated. The Northern Alliance surged into the enemy ranks, gaining a significant advantage. Stannis furrowed his brow, gazing towards the approaching whites, and inquired, "What are those creatures?" The icy blue forms of the whites shimmered unnaturally under the pale sunlight. "Whites, your grace," Davos's voice trembled. He strained with all his might to rein in his horse, preventing it from bolting. "We must flee, your grace. We are no match for the undead." Davos understood the whites better than anyone present. In the arduous battle of Hardhome, he had commanded 4,000 wildlings against 100 whites, barely emerging victorious. Now, approaching them was a ragtag assembly of at least 500. Davos did not doubt his lord's tactical prowess, but without dragon glass, they stood no chance. Flee. We have achieved a resounding victory. If we can break the Bolton infantry in front of us, we can turn and deal with the skin changers in the valley, who will be trapped like fish in a barrel. And yet, my hand of the king advises retreat. Stannis drew Lightbringer, Knight Reed of House Tarly, stationed at the very edge of the battlefield, was the first to launch a counterattack, having breached the defenses of House Bolton. Their hard-won victory felt all the more exhilarating. Knight Reed was bloodied, the hot, sticky sensation of blood and the sweet metallic scent coursing through his veins. Upon seeing the whites, he could not help but frown. He had never encountered such frigid beings. The fervor of victory momentarily clouded his judgment. The Bolton forces had sounded the horn twice, revealing ambushes each time. These icy creatures were summoned by the very same horn. Knight Reed naturally assumed that the whites were part of House Bolton's ranks. Warriors, Knight Reed bellowed, laughing maniacally as he raised his battered knight's sword. Charge with me. Victory lies ahead. Knight Reed led the charge, followed by a throng of cavalry from House Tarly, House Selwyn, and even the king's own men-at-arms, all yearning for more slaughter, greater glory, and complete triumph. They collided fiercely with the ranks of the whites. This marked perhaps the swiftest turn of fate they would ever encounter, plunging from victory into defeat, from heaven into hell. Before the cavalry's charge, the whites remained utterly unresponsive. They coldly raised their ice-blue swords, their faces devoid of expression, and swung them forward. The armored knight steeds collided with the whites, sending them hurtling away. Yet, as their momentum waned, they were met with the thrust of several long swords. Whether clad in the plate armor of the southern knights or the chain mail of the northern cavalry, both crumbled before the icy blades as if they were mere parchment. The horses wailed in distress, while the cacophony of human voices filled the air. The whites, with their ice-blue bodies, swiftly became shrouded in crimson. What instilled even greater terror in the hearts of the warriors were the lifeless corpses that, in an instant, rose again. The undead bore blank expressions, following their masters like puppets. Upon sensing the presence of the living, they lunged forth like frenzied rabbits, viciously biting and tearing at their prey. No one in the Northern Alliance had ever witnessed such a hellish scene. Those in the rear cried out, fleeing in panic. The approaching knights reined in their horses, their faces rigid with horror. A few weak souls fell to their knees, clutching their heads in despair, as if that might appease the whites. Stannis had to concede that after decades of warfare, even the Battle of Blackwater, where hundreds of fleets were engulfed in wildfire, resulting in the loss of thousands of sailors and soldiers who recklessly plunged into the waters, paled in comparison to the horror of this day. They have stolen my victory. Stannis gritted his teeth and urged his steed onward. Your Majesty, flee. Sir Davos interposed himself before Stannis. As long as you live, we still have a chance. The North is vast. With the funds from the Iron Bank, we can rally another army. If you perish, all is lost. The recently united North will once again fragment into chaos. The whites will roam unchecked. Stand aside, Stannis replied coldly. Abandoning his soldiers to escape was not the choice of a king. Stannis believed that if he were to die, it should be on the path of charge. No, Davos, rare in his direct opposition to the king, implored, if you must go, then kill me first. Stannis tightened his grip on the reins, urging his restless steed forward. The periphery of the battlefield had already succumbed. Both the Northern Alliance and the Bolton infantry had become prey for the whites. Stannis attempted to maneuver around Davos on his left. Just then, a shadow struck from behind. Stannis stumbled and fell to the ground. Sir Richard Hope dismounted swiftly, hoisting Stannis back onto his horse. Do not just stand there, my lord. Sir Hope called out loudly. Come help me get his majesty mounted. We have little time. Davos, momentarily frozen in shock, returned to his senses. He could not fathom that Sir Hope would dare to lay hands on Stannis. Given Stannis' character, he would surely seek vengeance against Hope upon regaining consciousness. Yet, if he were capable, Davos himself would do the same. Chapter 55, The Feast of the Dead, Part 5. The snow lay thick upon the ground. 3 horses galloped through the snowy paths of the forest, leaving a trail of hoofprints behind. Sir Davos chose to flee northward. Following their defeat on the battlefield, the North would suffer yet another grievous blow. Robb Stark led the campaign against the Lannisters during the War of the Five Kings, resulting in the deaths of nearly 40% of the able-bodied men in the North. The noble and knightly families now face near extinction of their male heirs. After today's battle, the North will find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the nearly intact strength of House Bolton. In such dire circumstances, seeking refuge with Jon at the wall seems to be the most prudent choice. My lord, Why do you suppose the dead have appeared here? Inquired the galloping Lord Hoppert. Pardon? What do you mean? Davos glanced at Sir Richard Hoppert with confusion. I suspect a connection between House Bolton and the White Walkers. No, that is implausible. In ancient times, the Boltons would kill their enemies, skin them, and preserve the remains in a secret chamber of their dread fortress as a macabre keepsake. The Stark family forbade such practices upon conquering the North, yet they did choose the flayed man as their sigil. In any case, they are a cruel, cold-blooded, and twisted lineage, with evil and filthy blood coursing through their veins. Lord Roose Bolton has a peculiar habit of using leeches to draw his own blood, believing it soothes him, hence his moniker, the Leech Lord. Yet, even such a repugnant Bolton could not possibly ally with the White Walkers. No one knows their true intentions. But their actions are clear. They seek to extinguish all living beings. Sir Richard queried, then why do the White Walkers seem to possess foreknowledge, lying in wait in the Wolfswood? They have always been thus. Sir Davos recounted his experiences on Skagos Island to Sir Richard. In order to evade capture by the White Walkers, he had to perpetually shift his position. I find myself suddenly intrigued by your black commander, Sir Richard smirked, his smile taking on a sinister, bloodthirsty quality. You likely lack military understanding and do not grasp the feeling of battling an omniscient foe. By the gods, faced with such an enemy, I would surrender at once. An all-knowing adversary, what difference is there between them and a deity? One cannot fight a god. No, there is a way. That man even achieved victory. Sir Davos yearned to relay the triumph at the Battle of Hardhome to Sir Richard. To Davos, there was no victory more splendid or perfect than that of Hardhome. From nothing, Jon had pursued the White Walkers to the very end. No one knew the trials endured in that interim. Even Davos, who had lived through it, felt as if he had dreamt the experience. In stark contrast, they now faced the White Walkers, forced to abandon their army and flee for their lives, a truly disheartening disparity. Davos, with a wry smile, cast aside such thoughts. This was not the time for tales. However, Sir Richard's question had indeed piqued Davos's curiosity. Why had the White Walkers appeared in this locale? Why here? If they were in need of soldiers, would not the defenseless common folk be easier prey? What compelled them to engage armed soldiers at such a cost? What was so special about this place? An unsettling thought crept into Davos's mind. Stannis. The White Walkers' target was Stannis. As long as Stannis is slain, the North will descend into chaos. Without a leader, there will be none to halt the advance of the others in the North. This is far more crucial than the number of whites we may acquire. Oh, damn it. Davos let out a long sigh as the realization struck him. If his supposition were true, the situation would be dire. He and Sir Hoppert had removed Stannis from the army, not to save the king, but to endanger him. The others must have an ambush lying in wait around some corner ahead. Sir Hoppert, we must take another route. What? There's no time for explanations, Davos urged. The others are likely lying in wait before us. The two spurred their horses down an alternative path. Snow cascaded from the trees, falling upon their heads, leaving them no moment to spare. At that moment, Stannis was roused from slumber by the snow, rubbing the back of his head as he sat up. Davos glanced sideways, feeling a twinge of headache. Sir Hoppert, his grace has awakened, he reminded. Hoppert turned back, meeting Stannis' cold, stern gaze. What should we do now? Knock him out again. Richard Hoppert felt at a loss for words. Halt! Stannis commanded sharply. Richard Hoppert reined in his steed, fully aware of the consequences of defying Stannis. Davos followed suit, turning back. Your Grace, we must leave this place swiftly. The others are targeting you. Me? Stannis replied, bewildered. He rubbed his head, his mind a tumult of confusion. Suddenly, a scene of carnage flooded his thoughts. Damn it! Stannis looked up. Have we won? Or lost? Lost, Your Grace, Davos lied. They were unaware of the precise circumstances on the battlefield. Let us depart quickly. The others may pursue us at any moment. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of breaking branches echoed from the dense forest. 5 or 6 others emerged, surrounding the lone living man. They knew everything. Davos thought. The appearance of the others confirmed his suspicions. The dead had come for Stannis. Sir Hoppert dismounted, switching to another steed. They had initially brought extra horses to guard against unforeseen events. Sir Hoppert drew his twin swords, facing a race he had never battled before. He felt a twinge of anxiety. He licked his lips and said, My lord, you take his grace and go ahead. I'll handle this. Sir Hoppert charged toward the others. At this distance, he could not gain speed. His horse collided with another, which merely staggered back a few steps. Sir Hoppert thrust his sword into the other's chest, the clang echoing as if striking metal. Damn it, Sir Hoppert muttered under his breath. The other retaliated, swinging its sword at the horse. The steed neighed and collapsed to the side. Sir Hoppert rolled swiftly to the ground, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Stannis rushed from behind, intending to support Richard Hoppert. Hoppert seized Stannis's reins, moving to the rear, and thrust his sword into the horse's flank. The steed reared up and bolted through the gap just created by Hoppert. "What are you waiting for?" Hop was anxiously shouting at Davos, urging him to protect the king. "My lord, his majesty must not perish." It was only then that Davos reacted, spurring his horse through the breach. If there had been but a single White Walker, Sir Richard Hop's exceptional swordsmanship might have afforded him a slim chance of survival. However, facing 5 of these malevolent beings, he had resolved to stay behind. Knowing it would likely be his end, Davos dared not linger, hastening after the fleeing Stannis. "Stop! Stop! Why are we running?" Stannis shouted in a frenzy, struggling to control his injured steed. Gradually, the horse calmed. Davos caught up from behind. "Your Majesty, our sole opportunity lies in retreating to the wall and seeking refuge with Commander Jon." "Jon?" Stannis questioned in confusion. "Did I not send him to the Terror's hold?" Davos understood that the obstinate king, unaware of the truth, would never willingly depart. Thus, he hastily recounted the situation to Stannis. In conclusion, the hand of the king implored, "Your Majesty, you must survive. You are now the North's beacon of hope. We cannot allow Sir Richard Hop's sacrifice to be in vain, nor permit so many brave warriors to perish." Stannis's expression tightened. To abandon his army and vassals in flight was, in his eyes, a disgrace. Yet, if Davos's words held merit, and the White Walkers sought him specifically, he had to endure. "Very well," Stannis relented. "What course shall we take?" "This way." Davos led Stannis down an alternate path. The White Walkers may possess knowledge, but they too required time to arrive, as proven by the events on Skagos Island. The two raced along the narrow trail. In the distance, Davos noticed several shadows emerging from the dense forest. Blast it! They quickly turned their horses to escape in the opposite direction. Before they could reach the end of the road, another figure appeared before them. Davos reined in his steed, coming to a gradual halt. The figure, clad in black, initially resembled a member of the Night's Watch. Yet, it emanated an aura of cold far more chilling than the winter itself, as if a mere glance could freeze a man's very blood. "My lord." Davos unsheathed his dagger, urging, "Remember, you must survive." He glanced at Stannis, and upon receiving a confirming nod, Davos inhaled sharply and charged toward the nearby White Walker. The cold hand raised its icy sword. It crouched low, steadying its stance, its gaze unwaveringly fixed on Davos. As Davos approached, it suddenly sprang into action, its ice blade slicing toward the Onion Knight without obstruction. The startled steed reared, throwing the unskilled rider to the ground. Not far off, Stannis drew his sword, the Lightbringer. A king's promise is worth more than gold. He had vowed to Davos that he would live, and he must not allow a single White Walker to impede him. "Go," Stannis urged, digging his heels into the horse's flanks, galloping towards the cold hand. As he closed the distance, he grasped the mane, leaned down, and swung his sword at the cold hand. The Lightbringer, born solely for the purpose of slaying the others, with the momentum of its steed. This sword cleaves effortlessly through armored knights. The two figures crossed paths amidst a flurry of snow, in a realm where silence reigned supreme. Cold Hands cast his gaze down upon the gaping wound in his chest, his weathered visage instinctively contorting in anguish. Icy tendrils emanated from the wound, and Cold Hands knelt in the snow, grasping a handful of flakes to press against his injury. Though he felt not, the chilling sensation coursing through his body entranced him. In the rear, the king atop his steed came to an abrupt halt. He swayed momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground, blood swiftly staining the pristine snow. It was only in death that Stannis comprehended the deception in Melisandre's words. Chapter 56, Delayed Aid, Part 1, Your Majesty. Sir Davos rose, his voice a strained rasp. It was difficult for others to grasp the significance of Stannis to him, even in life's bleakest moments. The Onion Knight held fast to the belief that humanity ought to embody goodness. This noble, steadfast, and courageous king once led Davos to believe that justice could govern the world. Yet, the others had laid waste to him. Davos crawled to Stannis' side. Stannis' eyes widened as he gazed skyward, still clutching the broken Lightbringer tightly. It was neither Valyrian steel nor the fabled Sword of Salvation. Cold Hands approached Davos, his ice-blue gaze reflecting confusion. After a brief moment, Cold Hands lifted his icy blade and struck downwards. A clear, resounding clash of metal echoed. Cold Hands' arm trembled, the blade veering off course as a black arrow embedded itself 3 meters away, its fletchings still quivering. Cold Hands turned to the opposite direction. A dark-skinned youth stood not far off, gripping a golden heartwood bough, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Well done, lad." Thomond emerged, hefting his axe. The unicorn charged past the giant slayer, racing straight towards Cold Hands. Outside the wall, Cold Hands had leveraged his mount's advantages to bully Xu Luo. Now it was Xu Luo's turn to assert dominance over Cold Hands. Cold Hands was acutely aware that Xu Luo was not as easily dealt with as Stannis or Davos. As he moved towards the thicket, he coldly regarded Xu Luo. The two approached rapidly. With a swift strike, Xu Luo's claws tore through Cold Hands' chest. Had Cold Hands been a touch braver, opting to confront Xu Luo head-on rather than evade, he would have perished on the spot. Cold Hands tumbled into the snow, scrambling to rise, summoning Stannis' corpse, its eyes turning a chilling blue. The undead Stannis lunged at Davos Seaworth. Xu Luo brandished his sword before Stannis' neck. Had he been a moment slower, Davos would have joined his king in the embrace of death. Meanwhile, Cold Hands seized this opportunity to flee into the woods. Larissa's arrows pursued him from behind, striking his arm. TSK, Larissa adjusted her bowstring. Even the most meticulous can falter. Among 100 arrows, one is bound to miss. Why? Gazing at Stannis' lifeless form, Xu Luo's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. After a brief moment, he steeled himself and plunged his sword into Stannis' heart. The deceased king found eternal rest once more. Davos knelt beside Stannis' lifeless body, weeping like a child. Upon receiving Davos' letter, Xu Luo hurried to Winterfell without delay. En route, he rescued Sir Richard Hope, who provided him with a general outline of the events that had transpired. In Castle Caho, Xu Luo had long pondered the mysterious disappearance of the White Walkers. Now he had the answer, but it was too late. The White Walkers had exerted great effort to prepare for their southern advance, with Stannis as their primary target. They had succeeded. I have arrived too late, Xu Luo lamented. Sir Davos knelt beside the king's corpse, overwhelmed by sorrow. Since Hardin, Xu Luo had persistently lagged behind the White Walkers, and he could no longer deny this reality. Now, the White Walkers had decimated most of the North's army and slain the king who could have united them. Half of Westeros would become the stage for their macabre festivities. Yet this was not a time for mourning. Xu Luo had to move to thwart the dead, just as he had done at Hardin, on Skagos Island, and at Long Night Castle. Once the White Walkers transformed the deceased into whites, their numbers would be terrifying. However, the sorcery of Lady Melisandre would provide some assistance. Xu Luo believed he could salvage the situation to the greatest extent possible, and he had to have faith in that belief. Katina, you shall leave 10 men to protect Sir Davos and transport King Stannis' body to Winterfell. Yes, my king. Katina understood that Xu Luo's directive was intended to safeguard her. Yet, the Frost Snow Eagle Katina was no delicate southern maiden. She did not require such protection from Xu Luo. Displeased, she nonetheless acquiesced. Everyone else, follow me. Xu Luo urged as he spurred his unicorn towards the battlefield. Tormund, the Breaker of Shields, Solon, and Larissa closely followed, along with the emerging dragonglass warriors and stern soldiers. Melisandre rode slowly past Stannis' body on her white steed. This woman, who had devoted herself entirely to the Lord of Light, felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of one who had placed his unwavering trust in her, now lifeless. She had deceived him, and he had believed in her without reservation. Sir Davos suddenly lifted his gaze, fixated on the splash of red in the snow, his eyes aflame with fury. Stannis' death was largely her fault. With a look of hatred, Sir Davos glared at Melisandre until she vanished into the snow. Let us proceed, old man, Katina huffed. As a proponent of freedom, she could not comprehend the intimate master-servant relationship between Stannis and Davos. More precisely, she scorned Davos for kneeling to others while remaining steadfastly loyal. The battlefield outside the hills had become a hell on earth. The blood of warriors soaked the snow, and the vast expanse was devoid of white patches. Corpses lay strewn across the ground. The White Walkers, having gained the upper hand, dispatched a portion of their forces to pursue the fleeing Bolton army, while the remaining White Walkers, accompanied by whites, gradually cornered the remnants of the North's forces. The ambition of the undead is vast, seeking to devour the entirety of the Northern army in one swift motion. In doing so, they could rampage through the North unimpeded. Sir Cratonsong, despised for his penchant for inflicting punishment, particularly upon women, nonetheless receives begrudging admiration for his bravery, even from Asha, the daughter of the sea monster who detests him. After the departure of Davos and his companions, Sir Cratonsong undertook the formidable task of organizing the troops. The unimaginative Southern Knights assembled their soldiers into the customary formations to confront the onslaught of the White Walkers. While this strategy was inadequate to withstand the assault, it at least served to delay the pace of the slaughter. During the retreat, Sir Cratonsong found himself encircled by the undead and fought valiantly to the death. By the time Xu Luo arrived, the remnants of the Northern army had been thoroughly encircled. Gazing upon the sea of corpses, Xu Luo furrowed his brow, sensing intriguing information amidst the carnage. The White Walkers were incapable of resurrecting all the fallen. He gestured towards a nearby hillside. Lady Melisandre, prepare your magic there. Stolen. Take 1,000 men and flank around the Wolfwood. Upon seeing flames, encircle the Whites from behind. The rest, follow me. Xu Luo charged into the fray with the dragon crystal warriors, piercing through the encirclement of the undead like a sharp spear thrusting into the enemy's back. After being weakened by the unicorn's corrosive plague, the Whites were rendered feeble and vulnerable. The dragon crystal warriors struck with the force of a fist sinking into cotton, swiftly tearing a large gap in the undead's formation. The northern soldiers within appeared despondent and disheartened, gazing in astonished fear at the sudden appearance of the living warriors. Xu Luo's resonant and confident voice echoed across the battlefield. Now, all of you, advance towards the ignited hillside. The dragon crystal warriors formed an impenetrable wall, preventing further incursions by the White Walkers. Like grasping a lifeline while drowning, the beleaguered soldiers surged forth through the breach, racing towards the slope. Alyson Mormont of Bear Island clutched her hand axe tightly, flowing with the tide of the crowd. She is the niece of the former Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Lord Gior Mormont. Observing Xu Luo clad in black, Lady Alyson felt a sense of bewilderment. She could not comprehend why the Night's Watch was present here, nor did she dare to hope for her own salvation. Everything felt like a dream. Is it truly possible for anyone to slay these ghastly beings? How can this be? The Mother Bear murmured. Chapter 57. The Delayed Aid, Part 2. Xu Luo, riding the unicorn, fought valiantly amidst the throng of Whites. The Whites roared at him, yet none could match his prowess. This terrifying display of skill captured the attention of many northern folk in flight. As the remnants of the northern army broke free, the encirclement of the White Walkers gradually contracted, akin to a dust-covered balloon shrinking, causing the dust upon its surface to coalesce and gather. Their focus shifted to Xu Luo and the dragon crystal warriors, as these undead sought to consume him, perhaps to avenge the hardships faced at Tundra and Skagos Island. At this moment, Xu Luo felt an even deeper gratitude towards Princess Vale. Had it not been for her timely reminder, he would have been oblivious to the impending threat, allowing the White Walkers to breach the Black Gate and invade the wall. Instead, he now faced a multitude of these ghastly creatures, a horde of mindless beings. Xu Luo scoffed inwardly. He raised his hand high and commanded loudly, "Everyone, retreat to the hillside." The White Walkers were relentless in their pursuit, closing in swiftly. Upon reaching the summit, Leather ignited a pyre for Melisandre. The red-robed priestess knelt beside the flames, murmuring incantations. As her fingers danced, the fire transformed into a myriad of colors: crimson, verdant green, soft lavender, and azure, blending together into a vivid blaze that leapt into the air. The archers stationed near the pyre turned in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief at the flames returning to their normal hue. "Let us begin," Melisandre said. Her face wan with fatigue. She struggled to maintain control, refusing Leather's offer of support. The archers divided into 10 groups, each consisting of 3 individuals who approached the pyre to ignite their arrows. They then returned to their ranks, passing the flames to their comrades. At that moment, the remnants of the northern forces, having sacrificed another portion of their ranks, successfully retreated to the hillside. Xu Luo, accompanied by the dragon crystal warriors, also fought and fell back, rapidly nearing their position. Leather raised his hand. Fire. The arrows sliced through the air, soaring over the heads of the assembled, leaving behind fleeting shadows that formed a curtain of fiery red rain. The magical arrows struck the ground, meeting ice and snow, and instead of extinguishing, the flames burned even more fiercely. As the arrows landed amidst the ranks of the undead army, they instantaneously divided the foes. Fire. The arrows flew even farther. With 3 rounds of coordinated fire, enhanced by the magical flames, the battlefield was fragmented, the undead scattered into disarray. They wandered aimlessly around the pyre, unsure of their next move. Due to the varied landing points of the arrows, gaps frequently appeared between the pyres. Yet the Whites appeared profoundly fearful of these flames, daring not approach. Any White that came into contact with even a spark would ignite, as if set alight by fierce fire. If the White Walkers were capable of lament, the land would be filled with their wails. Xu Luo smirked. He understood that, at this moment, the battlefield belonged to them. The dragon crystal warriors were divided into small squads, plunging into the fragmented battlefield, utilizing their numerical superiority to slaughter the Whites. "Do you know that Night's Watchman?" asked Crowfeast Morzumber of the she-bear Alice Karstark. Last Hearth was the castle closest to the wall in the north. After Lord Jon Snow's southward campaign, Crowfeast served as the acting lord of Last Hearth. "I recognize the sword in his hand," Alice replied. though the hilt has been replaced. It is undoubtedly the ancestral Valyrian steel sword of House Mormont, Longclaw. Crowfeast Moors tilted his head, stroking his white beard. He had a vague understanding of the events transpiring on the wall, particularly concerning Jon Snow's ascension as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. You mean he is Jon Snow? That bastard? I do not know. I have only seen the boy once. He saved us, Crowfeast declared. Alysanne shuddered as she recalled the recent scene. The White Walkers charged towards them, and their attempts to thwart the onslaught felt as futile as trying to stem a flood, resulting in their swift defeat. It was nearly inconceivable that anyone could vanquish such a terrifying foe. Moors licked his lips, evidently reminiscing about the same harrowing moment. He inquired, "What do you think prompted him to leave the wall?" "I do not know," replied Mother Bear Alysanne. The White Walkers were completely under Xu Luo's control. They had indeed gained considerable advantage, as at least a quarter of the northern forces perished in their escape. Several hundred dragon crystal warriors also fell. Yet, the outcome was tragic. Once the magical rain of fire descended, the White Walkers were left with no choice but to flee. The Breaker of Shields, Solon, and his dragon crystal warriors approached from the rear, preventing most of the White Walkers from escaping. If Xu Luo had merely intended to rescue the remnants of the northern army, he certainly possessed a more effective strategy. He commanded a number of dragon crystal warriors equal to that of the White Walkers, capable of partially encircling them from behind. The White Walkers clung to the northern soldiers like turtles unwilling to let go. In this manner, Xu Luo could gradually wear them down at minimal cost. However, such tactics would alert the White Walkers, prompting them to flee. At that moment, the liberated northern soldiers would become a significant hindrance to Xu Luo, akin to livestock escaping from a cage. Xu Luo's ambition was to consume all the White Walkers, much like their ambition to devour both him and the remaining northern soldiers. The White Walkers erred not in their actions. After Xu Luo's forces became scattered, they indeed possessed the capability to strike. Alas, they seemed oblivious to the magic of Lady Melisandre. Night fell, bright flames illuminating the sky. The scent of roasting fat mingled with the acrid odor of burning garments. Various charred smells coalescing into a thick black smoke that ascended into the heavens. The northern soldiers, under the protection of the dragon crystal warriors, retreated to Winterfell in succession. In retrospect, the White Walkers achieved a significant victory. They had slain Stannis, precipitating the collapse of the already fragile Northern Alliance. They decimated the Northern Coalition, killing 70% of its ranks, with a portion of the survivors transformed into whites. Now, they lurked in the shadows, ready to deliver fatal blows to the living. Without an understanding of the current plight of the North, one cannot comprehend Xu Luo's heavy heart. To grasp the situation fully, one must trace back to over a year ago, when the Guardian of the North and Duke of Winterfell, Jon's father, Ned Stark, was summoned by King Robert Baratheon to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King. Following Cersei's treachery that resulted in Robert's demise, the succeeding Joffrey executed Duke Ned. In vengeance for his father's death, Ned's son, the young wolf Robb Stark, led the northern forces southward to confront Cersei and King Joffrey. Robb's defeat at the Red Wedding led to the disintegration of the Northern Army. With nearly 70% of its soldiers perishing in the south, the northern nobility suffered a complete loss of male heirs. Under such dire circumstances, the White Walkers once again claimed the lives of the majority of the remaining soldiers. Thus, it can be said that the North is bereft of forces. In this northern realm, the threat of the White Walkers is almost entirely unguarded. Do you truly not perceive it? Xu Luo inquired, his fingers rhythmically opening and closing. Including the death of your king? Melisandre stood alongside Xu Luo at the edge of the firelight. The bright flames illuminated her pale cheeks. Unconsciously, Melisandre's nails dug into her flesh, for she too grieved the demise of Stannis. Had she not informed Stannis that he was the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, he might have approached the White Walkers with greater caution. Within the walls of the Black Castle, after the Lord of Light's wrath, Melisandre had not glimpsed any prophecies in the fire since. Her magic continued to strengthen over time, yet her distance from her master grew ever wider. I once told you that the dead wander at the edge of the firelight, yet you did not heed my words, Melisandre remarked. I presumed you spoke of the Battle of the First Men. Xu Luo recalled that distant event. Mortals possess their own understanding, and the Lord of Light acts according to his own will. Melisandre felt compelled to maintain her omniscient facade. She shuddered at the thought of how Xu Luo would treat her if he knew she could no longer perceive the prophecies. Very well, Xu Luo conceded. Now there are thousands of corpses wandering at the edge of the firelight. The two returned to Winterfell along with the others. Chapter 58, Northern Strategies, Part 1. Winterfell is the capital of the North, the ancestral stronghold of House Stark. This castle, sprawling over several acres, is built around the sacred woods and subterranean hot springs. In winter, Winterfell is warmer than most other castles in the north. Xu Luo chose not to move into the chambers of Lord Ned and Lady Catelyn, but instead took residence in the quarters that Jon had occupied during his time in Winterfell. This modest space, smaller than that at the wall, could only accommodate a bed and a writing desk. Yet, for a bastard son, it was ample. Catelyn insisted on standing guard for Xu Luo, so he arranged for her to share a wall with the spearwomen. The following day, Xu Luo convened a meeting of the Northern Lords under the name of Davos. This was necessary, as the Northern Lords were nominally vassals sworn to King Stannis, and Xu Luo held no authority to command them. During the War of the Five Kings, Roose Bolton had ordered the Northern infantry to attack the town of Moat Cailin in Robb's name. These soldiers were defeated by Samwell's father, Lord Tarly, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of the Northern infantry, although Roose's own forces remained intact. Upon Roose Bolton's return to the north, his army restored his reputation. The Northern nobility, unaware of Bolton's clandestine dealings, nevertheless harbored disdain for him. The people of the north regarded Lord Bolton as cold and cruel. Xu Luo hoped to utilize this lordly assembly to persuade the northern nobles to align with him. He required a united north to confront both the White Walkers and the Bolton family. As Xu Luo entered the hall, Lady Alysanne Mormont was engaged in conversation with Sir Mandery of House Tarth. Noticing Xu Luo, Alysanne excused herself to Sir Mandery and rose to approach him. Lady Alysanne, Xu Luo expressed his respect. The Great Hall of Winterfell is spacious enough to accommodate 400 to 500 individuals for dining and conversation. During the Second Battle of Winterfell, the ceiling of the hall collapsed. Duke Roose Bolton and King Stannis dispatched personnel for repairs, rendering it temporarily usable. Alysanne's gaze swept over Jon Snow. Akin to admiring a statue, Jon, perplexed by the bear's intentions, could only stand by with a gentle smile. Eventually, Alysanne lowered her eyes to Longclaw. "Is this Longclaw?" she inquired. "Indeed, my lady," Jon replied, removing Longclaw from its sheath and placing it in Alysanne's hands. It was on a night several months prior when the White Walkers attacked the commander. The blade's hilt was consumed by flames. Commander Mormont reforged the wolf-head hilt and bestowed the sword upon me. "He is quite humble," Alysanne mused. Alysanne drew Longclaw, holding it aloft for careful inspection. "I have heard that my uncle has chosen you," Alysanne remarked with a smile, "but I have not yet. Are you not afraid I might reclaim this sword?" "I am," Jon admitted, "but if you desire it, I can only offer Longclaw with both hands." At the fist of the first men, Ser Jorah Mormont sent me to follow the mutilated Colin to track the wildlings. I betrayed his trust, resulting in his assassination at Castle Black. "Do not speak so," Alysanne replied. "It is not your fault." She returned Longclaw to Jon. Retrieving a gift is not in keeping with the customs of the North. Alysanne regarded Jon once more. He is gentle, humble, and adept in wartime, she considered. He might indeed become a worthy king. The meeting formally commenced only when Lord Wyman Manderly, the Lord of White Harbor, entered the hall. The attendees arranged themselves in 2 rows. Lord Manderly sat at the foremost left of Jon, rubbing his plump face as he cheerfully apologized. "Forgive me for keeping you waiting." Lord Wyman Manderly was quite corpulent, easily the size of 2 normal men. His chair was specially designed, creaking beneath his weight as he sat. It was said that he was dubbed the Merman Knight due to his inability to mount a warhorse. Jon had yet to see the Lord of White Harbor's steed, but it must be quite formidable. "Let us begin," Jon announced. "The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss our forthcoming strategy against the White Walkers." "What are your plans?" Ser Davos Seaworth inquired. The White Walkers had not ventured south of the wall for millennia, and the lords of the north were unfamiliar with them. They could only heed Jon's counsel. "My plan is as follows. Esteemed lords, I urge you to return to your territories for defense. Before you depart, I will distribute dragonglass weapons among you. Dragonglass can aid you in slaying the White Walkers. Subsequently, I shall lead the dragonglass-wielding men in a thorough sweep of the north." "How much dragonglass?" Jon's voice had scarcely faded when another voice interjected. The speaker was Ser Jorah's cousin, Ser Jorah Mormont, whose face bore a scar that traversed his cheek. Typically, such scars would impart a fearsome appearance. However, Ser Jorah exuded a slick demeanor. Jon was unclear about Ser Jorah's intentions. "Not much," he replied candidly. "Each lord will likely receive around 50 to 70 dragonglass weapons." Ser Jorah smirked, reclining against the back of his chair. 50? Are you trying to dispatch beggars, Jon? Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions. You seek to wield the dragonglass weapon to subjugate us, aspiring to become the king of the north. Is it not enough for your ambition to be the king of the wildlings? Katina, standing as a guard behind Xu Luo, also shrouded in a black veil, let out a disdainful snort. The title of King Beyond the Wall is merely a designation, devoid of any true authority. Must I reiterate this ad infinitum? Xu Luo flexed his fingers, aware that they comprehended nothing. Jaegereth remarked, and they showed no willingness to learn. Are you envious, Sir Johha? The youthful voice of Lyanna Mormont chimed in. I have heard that Lord Roderick of House Flint desires to become the king beyond the wall, yet has tragically become the most inept commander of the Night's Watch. Laughter erupted in the hall. Lyanna, the 10-year-old sister of Alysanne Mormont, could utter such words without inciting a quarrel. Who could possibly respond with ire to such an exquisitely crafted young girl? Xu Luo cleared his throat, stifling his laughter. According to our estimates, fewer than 200 whites currently roam the north. They possess no siege weaponry and will not assault castles, nor are they likely to appear in mass. Thus, esteemed lords, you may rest assured that the dragon glass weaponry I provide is entirely sufficient for your needs. As for ambition, if I harbored such desires, you would not see 2,000 dragon glass warriors, but rather a host of 20,000 wildlings. Evidently, Johha's provocation did not ruffle Xu Luo in the slightest. Xu Luo calmly responded, gaining the favor of the northern nobility. Unable to direct his ire at Lyanna, Johha resumed his attack on Xu Luo. It is the duty of the Night's Watch to guard the wall and prevent the whites from descending southward. The multitude of whites that have crossed the wall is a clear dereliction of your duty, Lord Jon. Yet you present yourself as though you have saved our lives, bestowing blessings upon us. It is hardly fitting, is it? Xu Luo detested those who spoke with veiled barbs. He replied coldly, I apologize for the whites' incursion. The failure to uncover their plot in a timely manner was indeed a lapse on the part of the Night's Watch. However, I implore you to understand that we are now fewer than 700, unable to oversee the extensive length of the wall, which stretches for 100 miles. Understanding. On the battlefield, who has ever shown me understanding? Sir Johha pointed to the scar upon his face. When the young wolf descended, I was among Lord Bolton's forces. We were ambushed by the Lannisters. I scarcely had time to don my helm before a Lannister soldier burst into the tent, swinging his sword at me. Thus, I bear this scar for eternity. Who has ever shown me understanding? Enough, Sir Davos Seaworth bellowed, interrupting Johha. Sir Davos had yet to recover from the grief of losing King Stannis. His expression remained numb and bewildered. At that moment, Sir Davos glared at Johha with anger, saying, Sir Johha, you have not fought the whites at the wall, and thus you do not comprehend the terror these creatures embody. I do not wish to belittle any of you, but had any one of you been tasked with the solemn duty of guarding the wall, what you would witness now would not be hundreds of whites, but thousands, tens of thousands. You may assert that the whites' advance is the responsibility of the Night's Watch. However, let us not forget that when the Night's Watch sent ravens to various castles, only my king, His Majesty Stannis, led the troops to the wall. The atmosphere grew tense. Sir Davos' roar struck the northern lords like a resounding slap across the face. Chapter 59, Northern Strategies, Part 2. Xu Luo's fingers slowly interlocked. He realized that Ser Jorah was in league with the Boltons. Jorah sought to undermine this assembly. He did not wish for the North to stand against the Boltons. Unfortunately for him, disappointment awaited. Xu Luo still held a trump card. At that moment, the head of House Flint, Lady Lyssa, rose to her feet. She was a frail woman, slightly hunched, with streaks of gray in her hair. It was likely that her absence from the Battle of the Bone Hills had spared her life. I apologize for Ser Jorah's remarks, my lords, Lady Lyssa said, but on the other hand, I am still curious about Lord Jon's intentions. After ridding the world of the White Walkers, where will you go? Will you retreat to the wall to continue your vigil? Or will you inherit House Stark and become the next king of the North? Upon hearing this, Lady Joller of House Seaworth immediately stood up. What do you mean by that? The slightly plump countess glared at Lady Lyssa. Are you suggesting we owe fealty to a member of the Night's Watch? My answer is a resounding no. House Seaworth shall never pledge allegiance to one who has forsaken his vows. House Mormont owes its loyalty solely to House Stark. Lady Alyssa declared calmly. Lady Erika Stark, petite among the older women, spoke with unwavering conviction. House Stark remains united. We shall only accept Jon's rule. As the saying goes, when three women gather, a farce ensues. Xu Luo witnessed this firsthand. Lady Lyssa's inquiry had subtly shifted from whether Xu Luo would become the king of the North to whether the North was willing to pledge allegiance to him. Xu Luo rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Lady Lyssa had posed him a dilemma. He could not simply declare his willingness. Once cloaked in black, there was no shedding it. I shall take no wife, bear no children, crave no wealth, nor envy honor or favor, and furthermore, I shall not claim any lands. For nearly a century, the Night's Watch had waned. They could not scour the trade cities across Westeros and the Narrow Sea to retrieve their deserters as they had with the 79. Many thieves and condemned men had attempted to slip away from their posts. In Braavos, the brother of the Night's Watch, Dalion, who was tasked with escorting Sam and Maester Aemon to Old Town, sought to abandon his vows. Coincidentally, Arya Stark, Jon's younger sister, ended Dalion's life in Braavos. Yet, no noble had ever attempted such a thing, setting aside notions of honor. It was rare for second sons and bastards sent to the wall to possess much sense of honor, even if they escaped back to their lands. They could not expect the lords to pledge their fealty. Just as Xu Luo faced with Lady Seaworth, she would refuse to swear allegiance to him. Westeros was a land where treachery was commonplace. The current king and his family had seized the throne through betrayal. On the other hand, Xu Luo found himself unable to decline. The lords present were those who had betrayed House Bolton during the Battle of Winterfell. Should Xu Luo eradicate the White Walkers and depart, the North would undoubtedly fall back into the hands of the Boltons. At that juncture, given the Boltons' notorious ruthlessness and cruelty, the lords would face a grim fate. They placed their hopes in Xu Luo, anticipating his assistance. Thus, even those lords who supported Xu Luo now fixated on him, eager to discern his response. Ser Jorah rose to his feet. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he addressed the assembly. My lords, I comprehend your concerns. Duke Bolton has commissioned me to convey a message to you all. He does not intend to hold you accountable for your betrayal, provided you swear fealty to him at the Dreadfort. All past grievances shall be forgiven. A murmur of hushed conversation rippled through the hall. Take him down, Katina, Xu Luo commanded. No sooner had he spoken than Katina leaped forth like a mother leopard. Ser Jorah attempted to draw his sword in resistance, but was swiftly subdued by several spearwomen. Xu Luo's gaze swept across the faces of those present. Most lords would not place their faith in Jorah's words. The Boltons' credibility was indeed questionable, yet some would undoubtedly waver. Xu Luo needed them to resolutely align with him. My lords, before you make any unilateral decisions, I believe you may wish to meet someone. After his words, he urged Katina to bring the individual forth. Moments later, Katina entered with a tall and striking man. Upon recognizing his face, Lady Sabina Grover let out a soft cry. She pushed past the tables and chairs, throwing herself into the man's embrace and kissing his cheek before the assembly. Tears quickly enveloped Lady Sabina's face as she gazed affectionately at the man, whispering, I knew you were alive, Robert. I have waited for your return. Wait a moment, Sabina, Robert replied, equally moved but aware that more pressing matters demanded attention. Robert was a tall and slender man, his sharp goatee framing the edges of his cheeks, while his blue eyes remained calm and resolute. He was a proud and valiant nobleman. With Xu Luo's consent, Robert addressed the assembly. My lords, I have come today to unveil the true nature of Lus Bolton. After the conquest of Harrenhal, Duke Bolton commanded my forces to join Sir Haemon Tohar in an assault on the town of Moat Cailin. Lus falsely claimed this was the order of King Robb. Yet, Lord Wyman has informed me that King Robb is exceedingly enraged by our attack on Moat Cailin. Lus Bolton has deceived us. He has conspired privately with the Lannisters, seeking to curry favor with the Lions by undermining the strength of the North. Fraudulent Bolton, traitor Bolton. Someone cried out loudly. The assembly turned their expectant gazes toward the Eel Knight, awaiting his response, akin to bloodthirsty wolves eager to confront their prey. Lord Mandler, resting his chin on his hands, nodded thoughtfully. King Robb slammed his palm upon the table, questioning why the infantry attacked Moat Cailin, as it served no purpose. He shouted at me. Regrettably, all present apart from myself perished at the Red Wedding. Bolton's hands are stained with the blood of the Northmen. I even suspect his involvement in the Red Wedding. Lord Manderley's words ignited a spark among the crowd, reminiscent of tinder catching fire. The hall resounded with roars. People pounded on tables, thumped their chests, and softly growled, voicing their anger and discontent. The Earl of White Harbor stands as one of the most formidable nobles in the North, his honor sufficient to inspire trust. If Roose Bolton had not allied himself with the Lannisters, why would Cersei Lannister appoint him as the Warden of the North? Was it truly because he protected the Northern commoners? This is a game of power, and none present are naive children. The cost, the cost, the cost. Blood for blood. Kill Roose Bolton, avenge King Robb. The voices in the hall rose in fervor. The Lannisters may be far removed, yet the Northmen yearn to tear apart the traitorous Duke of Harrenhal right now. The journey may be convoluted, but the outcome remains favorable. The North stands united against Duke Bolton. Ser Davos expresses gratitude to Lord Wyman Manderley for his assistance. In truth, when Robb questioned why the infantry attacked the village of Moat Cailin, Ser Manderley was in White Harbor. His duty during the War of the Five Kings was to construct a fleet for Robb. He could not have heard Rob's words. However, after much contemplation, the Earl of White Harbor chose to side with Ser Davos. The infantry of House Seaworth entered the boisterous hall. He approached the Countess of House Tarth and whispered a few words. The Countess nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have just received word." The Countess rose once again. "Bolton's bastards have assaulted my village. I agree to join the fight against Roose Bolton. However, I must inform you, Lord Jon, that if you wish to gain the support of House Seaworth, you must prove your capability to confront Duke Bolton. The Countess's request is not unreasonable. Ensuring the safety of vassals is the Lord's responsibility. If Ser Davos lacks the strength to oppose Roose Bolton, how can the Northern Lords trustingly follow him?" My thoughts align with those of Lady Seaworth. As Lord Morsumber stroked his white beard, once they see Ramsay's head, House Umber will support you unconditionally. Upon Stannis' arrival in the north, Lord Mors chose to side with Stannis, while his brother, Lord Houseumber, opted to support Roose Bolton. Mors demanded that Stannis defeat Roose, but spare Houseumber. Yet before this could transpire, Houseumber met its demise at Ramsay Bolton's hands. Ser Davos clasped his hands. He considered the Northern Lord's demands entirely reasonable. "Within a month, I shall provide you with my answer," Davos declared. "At that time, you shall also receive what you desire." Lord Mors. Chapter 60. The memories and confessions of Theon Greyjoy. The Northern Lords gradually departed the hall. Ser Davos sat upon a bench, lost in thought. He pondered how to fulfill his promises to the Northern Lords. Surely, there were still Bolton's men in the hall, who would relay the news back to Harrenhal. Duke Bolton must be eager to learn of Ser Davos's plans, would he not? Yet, deep within Xu Luo, no thoughts had yet formed. He too rose and departed from the hall. Snow blanketed Winterfell, and Xu Luo beheld the wildlings mourning Mance Rayder in a corner. Mance Rayder was a man of remarkable leadership, greatly adored by his followers. He molded the disordered and scattered wildlings into a cohesive group and led them southward. Alas, the machinations of Melisandre that brought him to Winterfell ultimately cost him his life. Xu Luo mused with irony that Lady Melisandre ought to bear the title of a king's killer, having already claimed the lives of 2 monarchs. In the study of the Great Hall, Xu Luo encountered Theon Greyjoy. Clad in a long black robe, Theon presented an imposing figure. His robust form draped in heavy furs that exuded an air of opulence. His light brown hair was tousled, lending him an additional air of defiance. Upon hearing footsteps, Theon turned. In his eyes, Xu Luo discerned fear and unease. Theon concealed his fingers within the ample sleeves of his garment. After Ramsay apprehended Theon, he compelled him to take the place of his deceased companion. Ramsay gradually stripped the skin from Theon's right knuckles, only granting him mercy once Theon knelt and pleaded. Ramsay then severed Theon's right fingers. "Please, have a seat," Xu Luo gestured. Theon settled down, but scarcely had he touched the chair than he sprang back up again. "Thank you for saving my life, Lord Jon," he exclaimed. He had not been like this before, Xu Luo reflected. After the defeat at the Iron Islands, Theon was sent to Winterfell, ostensibly as an adopted son, yet in truth, a hostage, his status lower than that of a bastard. However, Theon's pride had always led him to disdain Jon, believing himself superior. "You needn't take it to heart," Xu Luo reassured him. "I am aware you did not harm Bran and Rickon. The deceased was merely the miller's son," prompting a shy smile from Theon. He had once shared an intimate connection with the mother of those 2 children. "However, my lord, if you summon me to inquire about their whereabouts, I may be of little assistance." "No," Xu Luo replied. "I have another matter to discuss with you." "Another matter? You escaped from Winterfell, and it was Crowfoot Mors who rescued you and brought you to His Majesty Stannis' camp. There, you disclosed information regarding Mance Rayder and his spear wives." Theon's heart sank, and he stood abruptly, recalling Mance Rayder's corpse hanging from the castle walls. Jon was now the king beyond the wall, and Theon's heart was heavy with bitterness. Perhaps he yearned for vengeance for his predecessor. "No, my lord. This is not my concern." Theon's voice trembled. "It was Ramsay Bolton who killed them. You need not be anxious. I do not seek vengeance for Mance Rayder." Xu Luo pressed downwards with his hand, signaling Theon to relax. "I wish to know, who was present with you at that time?" Theon blinked. "Is that question of significance?" he inquired with curiosity. On that fateful day, he had leaped from the castle walls, only to be caught by Crowfoot Mors. Exhausted and weary, upon reaching Stannis' camp, they encountered Theon's sister, Asha Greyjoy. Rather than rushing to embrace him, she took a step back. "She wished for Stannis to kill me," Theon Greyjoy thought. "My sister. Was it the bastard that tormented you so?" Asha inquired. Subsequently, Theon began to recount, in fragmented sentences, the tale of his capture, the killing of the miller's son, and the foul deeds he had witnessed. He felt utterly drained, both weak and fatigued, as he divulged everything, including the singer, Vick, also known as Mance Rayder, and his paramour. Asha, Theon exclaimed. Is there more? Ser Jorah discreetly tapped the table twice. A bald knight. Ser Clayton Suggs. Not him. The nameless hill is heaped with countless white bones, and the survivors refer to it as the Hill of Skulls. Ser Clayton Suggs is among the bones, and the lords of the north and the king's soldiers say he died valorously. A man with perpetual false smiles, Ser Justin Massey. He crossed the narrow sea to recruit mercenaries for his grace Stannis. As far as Ser Jorah knows, of the 5 most renowned mercenary companies in the world, 4 are fighting for Daenerys Targaryen in the Slaver's Bay, or against her. The remaining, the most illustrious Golden Company, has appeared at Griffin's Roost in the southern Stormlands. Ser Justin Massey will likely return empty-handed. There is another, whom I do not recognize. The Giant Slayer, Ser Godric Burrell, Ser Jorah remarked. Ser Godric met his end in the Wolfswood. Ser Hop told me that Godric attempted to slay Ramsay Bolton, but was bitten to death by the bastard's hounds. Theon cast a perplexed glance at Ser Jorah, curious as to how he had acquired this knowledge. But he considered that perhaps Ser Jorah had already posed the same question to Asha. What is it you wish to know, my Lord Jon? Theon Greyjoy queried in confusion. Ser Jorah retrieved a letter from his desk and slid it across to Theon. Hesitantly, Theon picked it up and opened it. Moments later, he scoffed disdainfully. Not a single truth, my lord, Theon declared. This is not Ramsay Bolton's handwriting. Ramsay's scrawl is crooked, like a serpent. He knows of Mance Rayder and his paramour. Ser Jorah reclaimed the letter. The envelope indeed bore the sigil of House Bolton. Such seals can be forged. Why would the author of this letter do so? The missive is rife with falsehoods, utterly meaningless. He attempts to lure me south, inciting a rebellion among the Night's Watch. Theon grasped the implication. The only individuals who knew of Mance Rayder and his paramour were himself, the deceased Mance, and some of those present at the time. That person penned this letter and had colluded with House Bolton. No wonder Jon wished to know who was present then. He seeks to unearth the traitor, Theon mused. He strained to remember who else had been there, but no faces emerged in his mind. Asha, the bald knight, the man with the false smile, the unknown knight. Asha, the bald knight, the man with the false smile. Theon shivered. A shroud of darkness cloaked his memories. And the Night's Watch, Theon stated, there were several members present. The Night's Watch? Ser Jorah recalled. There were indeed a few members tasked with escorting Traitors to meet Stannis. As Tycon and Yara Greyjoy rescued Theon Greyjoy beneath Winterfell. Several black-clad brothers were also present. Ser Davos Seaworth recalled the rebellion at the Black Castle and the fateful arrow that struck down Clytus. The one capable of loosing such a shot from the Black Castle was either a man of Stannis or a member of the Night's Watch. Ser Davos had pondered this. Yet the dire situation at hand soon seized his focus. Who could it be? He was unaware of which Black brothers Jon had dispatched to escort Tycon to safety. He could not wait for Tycon to arrive in Westeros to inquire. Perhaps the astute bankers still remembered their faces, but Ser Davos could not afford to wait that long. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Enter, Ser Davos called. He opened the door to find others present and initially contemplated retreating, but upon recognizing Theon, he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. I apologize for today's events, he said, his complexion markedly improved. Had I presided over the meeting, you would have encountered far less trouble. I have been too weak, unable to move past the death of His Majesty. I hope time will ease your heart, my lord. Ser Davos replied. Thank you for your kindness, Commander Jon. He took a seat and continued, I have come to convey a message. Before His Majesty passed, he entrusted me with a pledge of loyalty to you. You shall inherit all his lands and the fealty of his knights. However, there is one condition. Please, continue. The king desires that you take King's Landing, ousting Cersei and her incestuous offspring from the Iron Throne. Ser Davos fell silent for a moment. The knights loyal to Stannis remaining south of the Wall were few, yet there were still some lords in Storm's End who had sworn fealty to him. In Ser Davos's plans, he intended to venture south to Dragonstone to mine for dragonglass. With Ser Davos's endorsement, he could rightfully occupy Dragonstone. However, he had no desire to engage the Lannisters in battle at this time. Compared to the others, the Lannisters felt as cordial as brothers vying for an inheritance. To forsake the threat of the others and pursue power southward was the sort of action that Ramsay Bolton and the Freys would undertake. Does His Majesty have any further demands? Ser Davos inquired. That is the sole request. I would not deceive you, Ser Davos, he replied. Perhaps one day I shall descend upon King's Landing to avenge my father, Lord Eddard Stark. But not now, far from it, my lord. The others are our common enemy. Only when they are vanquished shall I venture south. The king said he would wait for you. Davos lowered his head. For Stannis had anticipated this response. Just as Jon had once declined the title of Warden of the North, He would also refuse the title of Lord of Dragonstone. Yet on the other hand, Princess Shireen was growing up and required time. Besides you, he trusts no one. Not even you. Ser Davos jested. Davos shot him a speechless glance. You are well aware that my military prowess is insufficient for this task. His Majesty once confided in me that he believed you to be the only one endowed with both virtue and talent. The king was mistaken. Lord Jon, said Theon with a disdainful smirk, this old fool is deceiving you. With Shireen present, you shall never obtain the lands and titles of House Baratheon. Xu Luo rubbed his forehead. Theon spoke the truth. Xu Luo had considered this possibility. However, his interests lay solely in mining dragonglass on Dragonstone, and he held no desire for the lands or titles of House Baratheon. It was precisely this consideration that led Stannis to choose Xu Luo. Yet, with Theon's reminder, Xu Luo felt an unsettling doubt. Was not Ser Davos a more suitable choice than himself? Be silent, Theon, you deceitful wretch. Ser Davos rose, his expression one of indignation. He turned to Xu Luo, declaring, Commander, Theon Greyjoy is a traitor in the service of House Bolton. It is he who divulged our plans, allowing the king's army to be ambushed in the Wolf's Wood. The Onion Knight appeared as if he wished to leap forth and strangle Theon Greyjoy. A traitor? Xu Luo furrowed his brow, but he swiftly dismissed this notion. While Theon mocked Ramsay's handwriting as resembling that of a reptile, the loss of his finger joints rendered him incapable of writing with the same firmness and conviction as the bastard's missives. Moreover, Theon had been imprisoned by Stannis throughout, until Xu Luo's letter secured his release. Theon had no opportunity to pen such a letter. Chapter 61:061. The Hypothesis of the Cold-Handed Identity. I, Ser Davos. Have you perhaps misunderstood? Xu Luo inquired. Davos recounted Stannis' trial in the Godswood and the ambush in the Wolf's Wood to Xu Luo. Xu Luo smiled slightly and asked, Ser Davos, did you inspect the Godswood at the time? No. Why? In a place like the Godswood, though serene, the trees are dense. If someone wished to conceal themselves, they would be difficult to detect. This does not imply that Theon is a traitor. As Xu Luo spoke, he paused, struck by a thought. If, as Theon claimed, the traitor was indeed a member of the Night's Watch, then one of the Night's Watchmen accompanying Ser Davos south from Winterfell could be the culprit. The pool of suspects had narrowed significantly. A smile crept across Xu Luo's face, filled with delight. He instructed Katina to fetch the leather. The leather was meticulous and composed. He would surely know who among the Night's Watchmen accompanied Ser Davos south. Is it truly not him? Ser Davos's brow furrowed, as if he had lost something precious. Xu Luo understood this sentiment. Ser Davos believed Theon to be one of those responsible for Stannis' demise, harboring animosity towards him. The sudden realization of his error was surely difficult to accept. After a moment, Ser Davos lifted his gaze. I have one more matter to discuss with you. Concerning the North. The Onion Knight glanced at Theon Greyjoy, the implication clear. He remained unconvinced of Theon's innocence. You may take your leave, Xu Luo said to Theon. I shall take my leave, Lord Jon. Once certain of Theon's departure, Ser Davos continued, what I wish to convey to you pertains to Rickon. His Majesty once sent me to negotiate with Lord Wyman Manderley. The king hopes that Lord Wyman will pledge his fealty to him. Lord Mandalore has acquiesced. Yet the Earl has stipulated a condition. He requires me to journey to Skagos Island in search of Rickon. Is this the reason Sir Maynard encountered you on Skagos Island? Xu Luo feigned ignorance. Indeed, I regret revealing this now. Sir Davos mentioned that I had inquired of Tyrone Stain regarding this matter, and he asserted that no wildlings or children have ever been seen on the island. Perhaps Lord Mandalore has erred in this regard. The Earl of White Harbor may indeed be mistaken. Lord Mandalore's source is the surviving Ironborn, Wex Pike. Wex, a mere 12 years of age, escaped the onslaught of the Battle of Winterfell by climbing into the Godwood. He later fled to White Harbor and relayed all that transpired to the captive Lord Mandalore. However, there lies a conundrum. Wex is inherently mute. The messages he conveys through writing are likely to be ambiguous. Can a 12-year-old lad truly possess knowledge of Skagos Island, separated by vast oceans and bereft of news for centuries? Such complex vocabulary is archaic. Even Xu Luo could not spell it. Would a 12-year-old Ironborn squire be capable? Furthermore, no one knows the whereabouts of Rickon. He could be anywhere, from Greywater Watch to the Riverlands or the Vale. Xu Luo can ascertain only one certainty. They did not venture to the wall. Leather knocked before entering. You sought me, Commander? I have a query for you. Who were the black-cloaked brothers accompanying Sir Davos southward? Leather hesitated momentarily before responding. Tall Alan and his brother Alan, the Kingsguard's Ulmer, and Sir Pyp. For in total, Leather glanced at Davos, unable to discern Xu Luo's intent. Xu Luo did not recall much about these four individuals. Ulmer, originally a brigand of the Kingsguard, was sent to the wall following the dissolution of the Brotherhood. This ranger was adept in archery. Jon had instructed him to teach all the Night's Watchmen to shoot. When Jon was chosen as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Ulmer knelt before him as though he were a lord. Send someone to monitor their every move. I wish to know their actions at all times. Understood, Commander. Leather accepted the command, albeit with confusion. In the days that followed, Xu Luo remained in Winterfell, orchestrating a series of restorations for the castle. The first to undergo repairs were the main keep, the Maester's Tower, the Great Hall, as well as the guardroom and the outer bailey. Winterfell lacked neither timber nor stone, but was in dire need of manpower and sustenance. Lady Celis Florent sent a modest supply of food, which was barely sufficient. Xu Luo arranged for the wildlings to hunt in the Wolfswood, though he held little hope for success. Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor extended a hand of assistance to Xu Luo. White Harbor procured a significant quantity of food from the Vale, much of which Lord Wyman transported to Winterfell. This alleviated Xu Luo's pressing concerns, for which he was exceedingly grateful to Ser Davos. Lord Manderley also brought tidings that food prices in the Vale had begun to soar. Lord Manderley was perplexed, as the Vale had not participated in the War of the Five Kings and should have remained unscathed by the ravages of conflict. The Vale ought to be the most affluent region of Westeros, aside from House Tyrell's reach. Why are their grain prices rising as well? Xu Luo knew the reason. It was due to Littlefinger Baelish hoarding grain, having procured a substantial quantity without selling it. Indeed, Littlefinger is a genius when it comes to finances, capable of wielding his monetary prowess even in the game of power. During this time, Xu Luo received reports of 2 more attacks by Ramsay Bolton on villages. Ramsay continued his customary brutality, slaughtering villagers and violating women, then skinning them and hanging their corpses at the village entrance. Tyrion Stark pursued Ramsay with cavalry. But the enemy was far more familiar with the north, and Tyrion could only ever catch a glimpse of Ramsay's tail. Xu Luo felt quite helpless, aside from Tyrion Marjorie. He had no one capable of leading cavalry. He assured the lords of the north that he would resolve the Bolton issue swiftly, yet there had been no substantial progress. Prolonged inaction would inevitably sow seeds of doubt among the northern nobles. Hatred is one matter, survival is another. The northern lords were not without the potential to defect to the Boltons. Xu Luo patrolled from the remnants of the tower to the armory, then into the stables and the blacksmith's shop for inspection. Not far from the hall stood a shrine, originally built by Duke Ned for his beloved wife Catelyn, where the loyalists among the Knights of Stannis now prayed for their king. As Xu Luo approached the crypt, he initially had no interest in entering. However, the dark tunnel inexplicably drew him in. Bran and Rickon had once hidden from Ramsay there. Within lay the remains of the Stark ancestors. Catelyn and her spearwomen insisted on proceeding deeper to investigate. Xu Luo did not stop them, believing there to be no danger below. The further down they went, the colder and more foreboding the air became. The statues of the Starks, King Torrhen, Brandon Stark IX, the lost daughter Brandon, Spring King Edwyn, and Genos Stark, silently observed those who passed below. Occupying Jon Snow's body, Xu Luo found it difficult to quell his unease. He introduced the spearwomen, saying that if Tyrion Marjorie were present, he would certainly pause. It was this Brandon IX who conquered Skagos Island and incorporated it into the North's territories. Xu Luo felt an inexplicable pull guiding him further inward. He recalled the legends surrounding Jon Snow's lineage. It was said that Jon was the son of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen from the previous dynasty and Lyanna Stark, the sister of Duke Ned. The crypt was reserved solely for the dukes and kings of House Stark. Yet, due to his affection for his sister, Duke Ned had Lyanna interred between their father, Rickard Stark, and Brandon. Logically, a woman's statue would be easily discernible among a collection of men, yet Xu Luo overlooked Lyanna. Unbeknownst to him, as he introduced Brandon IX, he failed to notice Lyanna behind him. He intended to reach the end before turning back. Xu Luo paid closer attention to the statues on either side. The firelight soon flickered against the end. He planned to view the last few statues before returning. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a statue beside him. "Catelyn, hand me the torch," Xu Luo commanded. He took the torch and raised it before the statue. The statue bore the elongated visage of the Stark family emblem, with large, intricately carved eyes. The artistry of the stone masons from the Age of Heroes pales in comparison to contemporary craftsmanship. The entire statue resembled a rough-hewn block of stone, with only the face painstakingly detailed, evoking a sense of awe. What captured Xu Luo's attention was the statue's nose, which was collapsed. His immediate instinct was to attribute it to a mason's error. However, he quickly realized that this was the statue of a former king of the Stark lineage, and such a blunder would not be tolerated. Xu Luo then recalled a face he had recently seen, Cold Hands. If Brandon were indeed the Night King, then the Stark family had reason to do this, as Princess Varia had stated. The revelation of the Night King sacrificing to the others was uncovered only after his defeat. Xu Luo knelt down, brushing away the dust and cobwebs that obscured the name. Brandon III, the Liberator. Brandon was the Night King, and the Night King was Brandon. Varia had said, "It was the children of the forest who had created the others," Samuel Tarley whispered in Xu Luo's ear. The Night King was discovered to have sacrificed to the others, prompting the Liberator Brandon to erase his existence. Contemplating these words left Xu Luo with a tumult of emotions. What right did the King of Winter, Brandon, have to interfere with the Night's Watch? The thoughts racing through Xu Luo's mind caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Katina moved closer, grasping his arm. "My king," the wildling girl murmured softly. Xu Luo clutched Katina's hand, steadying himself. Cold Hands was both the Night King and Brandon. He had been transformed into an other by the children of the forest. Xu Luo found himself at a loss for words to describe the unease churning within him. The specter of an ancestor from a millennium ago stood before him. What was that feeling? He repeatedly told himself that such a notion was impossible. Yet, paradoxically, his conviction in this hypothesis grew stronger. Regaining clarity, Xu Luo closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the frigid air. Katina and the spear women followed him anxiously. Upon reopening his eyes, he felt a surge of mental and emotional clarity. "I think I might know where Cold Hands is," Xu Luo mused aloud. "Katina, go fetch the white mask Morona and the broken shield Solon. I shall await them in my study." Chapter 62, The Hypothesis of Cold Hands' Identity, Part 2. The winter snow fell in a gentle cascade, intertwining with the air. In the following days, all seemed as usual. Xu Luo busied himself throughout the castle, overseeing the artisans' repairs. Progress was swift in the Great Hall, the Bachelor-S Tower, and the main keep. He also dispatched leather-clad Solon, the broken shield, to hunt the others and the wildling rams, demonstrating his resolve to quell the chaos in the north. On the surface, everything appeared normal. However, Katina, who accompanied Xu Luo as a guard, could not shake her worries. Ever since he had wiped the dust from the stone in the tomb, Xu Luo seemed lost, as if he had become a different person. He rarely intervened in the artisans' work anymore. He wandered the worksite aimlessly, accomplishing little. Katina also noticed that Xu Luo consciously avoided the Onion Knight and the Giant Slayer, Torment. Unaware of what Xu Luo had encountered in the tomb, she could only fret helplessly. The night descended. Xu Luo ignited the oil lamp and immersed himself in his reading for a while. Typically, when he indulged in literature, his chamber was enveloped in profound silence. Yet, in recent days, Katina could constantly hear the rustling of pages being turned from outside. Xu Luo's hands, much like their owner, exhibited a certain impatience. The door creaked open, revealing Xu Luo behind Katina, cloaked in the black garb of a night watchman, his expression devoid of warmth. When their gazes met, Katina found herself entranced by the depth and tranquility of his gray eyes. "Return to your rest, Katina," Xu Luo stated. "There is no need for you to remain here." "No," Katina murmured softly. "Enemies lurk throughout this castle, harboring ill intentions towards you, my king. Sir Richard Hope, Sir Davos Seaworth, Crowfood Moors, and the Bear Mother Alyson. They are merely old men, the wounded, and women." "Katina," Xu Luo replied, weighing his words carefully. "They have shown me nothing but kindness." "And the Flayer," Katina interjected. "The wildling girl likely cannot even remember the name of Duke Bolton." Before Katina could fully process his words, Xu Luo grasped her hand, placing it within his palm. A chill coursed up her arm, reaching her heart. Though the keep was warmer than the outside, standing still in the corridor made one feel cold. Katina's face flushed instantly, and she attempted to withdraw her hand. But Xu Luo held it firmly. In an instant, perspiration beaded on her forehead as heat threatened to spill forth. Glancing anxiously towards the Spear Maiden sisters nearby, she sensed their awareness, even if they did not look in her direction. "Are you cold?" Xu Luo inquired. "If you wish, come into my chamber. It will be warmer." Katina gazed into Xu Luo's eyes, pure and untainted, devoid of any hint of ambiguity. Yet, the connection of their hands imbued the atmosphere with a certain allure. Katina harbored no doubt that if Xu Luo were to pull her now, she would obediently follow him into his room. However, he did not make such a move. "Since you are unwilling, return to your own chamber, shall we?" Xu Luo held Katina's hand gently, guiding her towards the adjacent room. Katina followed him dreamily, as if in a trance. Had she not been so enraptured, she might have noticed the unexpected smoothness and cleanliness of Xu Luo's hands. Jon was regarded as a master swordsman, having practiced both horsemanship and swordplay since he learned to walk. His palm should be calloused and rough. Once inside the unguarded room, Xu Luo closed the door and exhaled in relief. In recent days, the greatest peril lay in Katina's vigil outside. He constantly worried that she might discover something amiss. Leaning against the wooden door, his expression subtly transformed, revealing the visage of the pale masked Morona. She has fallen for the wrong man. That foolish girl, Morona mused. A man whose gaze is cast upon the continent cannot see the woman beside him. He may one day have a wife, but he shall never possess a lover. On a snowy night, a cavalry regiment galloped forth. Most northerners would not choose to wander about on such a night. The mere cold and snow were sufficient to claim the lives of those outside. Moreover, the north was now rife with wights and corpses. The cavalry approached the desolate burial mounds, halting amidst the trees 2 miles away. The infantry contingent followed closely behind. Even the infantry of the north cannot march through such a snowy expanse. Only the wild marauders can endure such harsh cold and treacherous paths. Xu Luo bound the fire kiss to a tree and exhaled into his hands. The vapor instantly condensed, transforming into a white mist. He gazed toward the direction of the grave mound, where the light was dim. It was the dead of night, the perfect time for slumber. Even the most loyal of soldiers would find their eyelids heavy while leaning against the fire. It appeared that the grave mound was unguarded, indicating the success of Xu Luo's stratagem. Xu Luo understood that Luspaton surely had informants in Winterfell, relaying his messages to the Duke of Terror Fort. He summoned the white masked Morona, instructing her to use her disguise abilities to transform into Xu Luo himself and remain in Winterfell. Subsequently, under the pretense of hunting the others and the wildlings, he summoned the shield breaker and the leather to his side. Even the brooding Lord Puddin would not suspect that Xu Luo would dare to launch a surprise attack on the grave mound on such a snowy night. The grave mound is a small settlement. Its walls rise no higher than 10 feet, just enough to prevent one from scaling them easily. Within the settlement lies only a modest keep, stables, and a bachelor's tower. There are no blacksmiths or separate halls. Xu Luo stood outside the settlement, gazing upon it, his breath betraying a slight tremor. He perceived it as a sealed box, with whispers suggesting it contained ghosts. Yet, Xu Luo remained unaware of what he might uncover upon opening it. Is Cold Hands truly Brandon the Night King? Xu Luo lacked an answer. Cold Hands bore Brandon's visage. Yet apart from a profound personal intuition, Xu Luo had no evidence to confirm that Cold Hands was indeed Brandon. He had once assumed Cold Hands to be Benjen Stark, as he had aided them. Now, it seemed that Cold Hands' assistants harbored ulterior motives. The shield breaker returned from the darkness, panting as he reported. No trace of the others has been found, my king. Very well. Legend has it that Brandon the Night King fell in love with a woman as spectral as the others, possessing icy blue eyes and a body as frigid as snow. Scholars believe this woman hails from the grave mound. If Cold Hands is indeed Brandon the Night King, having been absent from the north for centuries, he would yearn to visit the grave mound. Xu Luo pondered whether his reasoning about the others was appropriate. Yet, even if Cold Hands were not at the grave mound, Xu Luo still needed to conquer this fortress. Once he possessed the grave mound, he could threaten the Bay of Carlin to the south and exert pressure on Terror Fort to the north. Defeating the Dustin family would also demonstrate to the lords of the north that Xu Luo possessed the strength to contend with House Puddin. If Cold Hands were truly at the grave mound, and not outside the walls, he could only be within. Leather, search around for any secret passages leading into the settlement. Be wary of behind trees and at the base of slopes. The northerners often favor such locations for exits. It is not uncommon for lords to construct escape routes within their castles. There is a legend surrounding the grave mound. During the Age of Heroes, it was inhabited by the ancestor king of the first men, who left behind a curse that anyone attempting to compare themselves to him would be transformed into a lifeless corpse. Later, the king of the desolate tomb proclaimed his lineage to be derived from the ancestor king, cursed such that his descendants bore the visage of corpses for generations. If the Night King's bride, that woman resembling a wight, is indeed the daughter of the king of the desolate tomb, it is no surprise that the Night King is aware of the secret passageways within the tomb hall. The answer shall soon be revealed. Xu Luo felt his heart racing. By searching the tomb hall and locating the Cold Hand, the relationship between the Cold Hand and the Night King would be unveiled. When encountering the whites, heed my command. One of them must be captured alive. Yes, Solon replied in a hushed tone. Forgive the interruption, my Lord Jon. The scholar Larissa timidly interjected. May I inquire, what is it that you summoned me for on such a frigid day? Xu Luo turned, responding, I assumed you would have an interest in magic. Scholar Larissa. With a graceful motion of his fingers, Xu Luo conjured an ice crystal that rose from the ground, twisting toward the castle walls to form an ice ladder. He did not intend to launch a direct assault on the tomb hall. While the small town was indeed modest, A stealthy approach was preferable. Larissa's eyes widened in astonishment. Her mouth agape. How did you accomplish this? Proceed to that hillside, Larissa, Xu Luo instructed, gesturing to the other side. If a sentry detects anything unusual, eliminate him. Larissa blinked in surprise, nodded, and with her golden heartwood bow slung over her shoulder, hurried toward the slope. The tomb settlement was a hillside enveloped by wild grass. Though those within the castle could burn the grass, they could not flatten the slope. From her vantage point atop the hill, Larissa could observe the situation within the castle walls. The ice ladder continued to grow steadily toward the wall. I shall soon unlock this box, Xu Luo thought, his heart racing with anticipation. What might it contain? Chapter 63-063. Hypothesis on the Identity of the Cold Hand. Part 3. Larissa arrived at the summit of the slope. She crouched, removing her golden heartwood bow. The low castle walls lay shrouded in an unsettling silence. The location Xu Luo had chosen was distant from the three towers of the tomb hall. The terrain was rugged, making it ill-suited for a full-scale assault, yet perfect for a sneak attack. Larissa's gaze fell downward, observing the ice ladder gradually taking shape. Like Larissa in the shadows, the ice ladder was nearly imperceptible. Unless one stared intently, it appeared merely as a flickering illusion. So, magic truly exists in this world, Larissa mused, wishing that Dr. Malvin were here. He might be the only scholar on this continent who believed in the existence of magic. Larissa could perhaps be counted among them. Though he had not yet achieved the status of scholar, Larissa possessed a heart fueled by curiosity, which offered him a shortcut to becoming a scholar. In the academic city, the swineherd Peter had failed to forge a single chain in 3 years, a small token symbolizing scholarly status. Larissa, however, had fashioned 3. Had it not been for Xu Luo's direct summons to the Great Wall, he might have continued his studies in the arcane arts. Seeing the ice ladder, Larissa felt that this journey was worthwhile. To conjure ice from thin air and distort it into the desired form, what kind of skill was this? Larissa had witnessed his father blacksmithing. His father, tall and formidable, stood before the forge, swinging the hammer as if to shatter the very world. Under his skilled forging, the iron continually transformed into various shapes. Larissa remained fixated on the glowing iron until a sense of dizziness enveloped his mind. Perhaps one day I too may learn the arcane arts, he mused, observing Jon, who appeared to be a decent man. He might be willing to impart the knowledge of magic to me if I could prove beneficial to him. Larissa noticed a soldier emerging from the tower. What might he be up to? Perhaps relieving himself, or neglecting his patrol duties. Larissa knocked an arrow onto his bowstring. Dustin's soldier staggered towards Xu Luo and the others. The individuals below the wall had heard the approaching footsteps, their figures shifting uneasily, but they soon regained their composure. The ice ladder continued its ascent. If the soldier advanced further, he would likely catch sight of the ice ladder around the corner. Larissa licked his lips and drew back his bowstring. The darkness afforded him excellent cover. For his dark complexion, he had often been the subject of mockery. Leo Tillier had bestowed upon him the nickname Sphinx. Yet Larissa took pride in the hue his mother had given him, just as his father took pride in him. Larissa released his fingers. In Old Town, he would play the apple-shooting game with Morand. Morand, the son of a knight, had a withered leg but possessed great strength in his arms. Morand would toss the apple, and Larissa would strike it before it fell into the Mead River. The yard-long golden heart would arrow pierce the soldier's neck with pinpoint accuracy, making no sound. This precise shot seemed almost a display of skill, yet it was merely a fortunate accident. Larissa had aimed for the soldier's chest, but he suddenly quickened his pace, resulting in the arrow finding its mark in his neck. The ice ladder reached the top of the wall. Xu Luo heard the whistling sound of the arrow. Quickly, up! The breaker of shields, Solon, surged ahead. To conserve energy, the ice ladder had been constructed narrow enough for only one person to pass at a time. Below, it was manageable, but upon ascending halfway and glancing down, one felt as if treading upon the edge of an abyss, ready to plummet at any moment. The wild marauders ascended swiftly to the battlements. The moment to open the box was near. Xu Luo inhaled deeply. If it truly lay here, where would it be concealed? Xu Luo reached the battlements. The lifeless Dustin's sentinel leaned back against the wall, his expression serene, unaware of the events that had transpired until the end. The golden heartwood arrow had accurately penetrated his neck. Those who passed by were left in astonishment. The reasoning was simple. The neck was a smaller target than the chest. Yet Larissa had chosen the neck as his aim, especially in the cloak of night. This man is truly mad. Xu Luo entered the enemy tower, where the breaker of shields had subdued the Dustin soldiers within. For infantrymen, their chests adorned with black axes and crowns, stared wide-eyed at the sudden arrival of the wild marauders, their eyes filled with terror. One bearded infantryman, who attempted to resist, fell to the ground, his short sword lying just beyond his reach. Solon, take your men to seize the armory. The rest follow me. We shall assault the main keep. The wild marauders streamed downwards. The main keep's door was closed, faint flickers of firelight barely visible from within. Footsteps echoed from inside, though they were faint. No one anticipated that Xu Luo would choose to launch an assault on such a snowy night. The evening was fraught with peril, as snow and darkness could easily consume a person. The door was effortlessly pushed open, and the savage marauders surged inside. The knights and soldiers of House Dustin were either drunkenly slumped over tables in a feigned slumber or dozing off in corners while clutching their battle axes. The marauders swiftly subdued them. Before long, the mistress of the Hall of the Forgotten Graves, Baelrice Lyswell, was brought before Xu Luo. Baelrice Lyswell, the wife of William Dustin and the eldest daughter of the Lyswell family, held dominion over the lands of Streamland and the Forgotten Graves, which constituted nearly half of the southern territories of the north. The marauders clearly lacked an understanding of civility. Baelrice, scantily clad, had been captured. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, her beauty slightly faded, with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Yet her skin was unblemished and fair, and her posture remained poised, exuding an air of dignity. Standing below, she gazed haughtily at Xu Luo, who had usurped her position, her thin, frost-bitten lips pressed tightly together. "How did you come to be here?" Xu Luo inquired, his expression one of astonishment. "I believed you were in the terrible fortress." Baelrice remained silent, her demeanor cold and arrogant as she fixed her gaze on Xu Luo, a faint hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, as if mocking him. She seemed either oblivious to her predicament, Xu Luo mused, or she was confident that he would not dare to harm her. Xu Luo seated himself, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. A bare-chested man was unceremoniously thrown at his feet. "Who is he?" Xu Luo asked. Baelrice's expression flickered momentarily before returning to its icy demeanor. The timid Katie flashed a knowing smile and chuckled. "He was taken from this woman's bed, my lord." "From her bed?" Xu Luo remarked, glancing at Baelrice, whose widow's braid remained intact even in sleep. It was an amusing irony, Xu Luo noted, as Baelrice was particularly suited to such a hairstyle, which rendered her appearance even more dignified and elegant. Baelrice's father, Roderick Lyswell, had once attempted to marry her off to Ned Stark's brother, Brandon Stark. Baelrice had fallen deeply in love with Brandon and offered him her maidenhead. However, Catelyn Tully had preempted her, securing an engagement with Brandon. Subsequently, Baelrice attempted to wed Ned Stark, but after Brandon's death, Duke Ned chose to honor his brother's betrothal and married Catelyn Tully instead. Eventually, Baelrice married Sir William Dustin, becoming Lady Dustin. Sir William perished in the Battle of the Tower of Joy. Duke Ned was unable to retrieve Lord William's remains, and Baelrice harbored resentment towards the Starks ever since. This animosity was the primary reason for her alignment with House Bolton. Lady Baelrice held her head high, as if she could not see the man on the ground. Yet the man lacked her fortitude. He knelt, trembling, and pleaded, "Please, grant me a garment, my lord." "Fool." Baelrice spat in disdain. Xu Luo's expression brightened. The man's capitulation could serve as a valuable leverage against Baelrice. Xu Luo commanded that the fireplace be stoked to a greater fervor while he sent for garments for both the man and Lady Babette Lyswell. Capturing Lady Babette was an unexpected delight. The Duke of Bolton had suffered considerable losses in the Battle of the Bone Hills, losing at least half of his soldiers, and could only concentrate his forces for defense at Terror Keep. The frail defenses of the abandoned hall indicated that the Duke had never intended to safeguard this small town. Xu Luo was genuinely taken aback by Lady Babette Lyswell's presence here. The emergence of this unfamiliar man offered a rather implausible explanation. "What is your name?" Xu Luo inquired of the man who was donning his attire. The man was robust, his limbs adorned with muscles, and his rugged beard covered his entire visage. He must have reminded Babette of Brandon Stark, yet he lacked Brandon's valor and gallantry. "Budley, my lord. Budley Fry." Xu Luo's amusement grew. He was indeed a member of House Fry. Any man with a modicum of sense would refrain from revealing his identity. He sought to leverage his name to extract something from Xu Luo, perhaps a sword or a rope. Sir Budley was utterly oblivious to the blood feud between the Stark and Fry families, or perhaps he was unaware that the man before him was Jon Snow, the bastard son of House Stark. Xu Luo contemplated how he could manipulate Lady Babette Lyswell to his advantage. The cold-hearted Duke of Bolton did not regard the lives of others, but he might consider the sentiments of the knights of the Dustin and Lyswell families. At that moment, the breaker of shields, Solon, entered the hall, brushing the remnants of snow from his attire as he approached Xu Luo. "We have scoured the castle and found no trace of the White Walkers, my king." Lady Babette cast a curious glance at Solon, evidently wondering why Xu Luo had come to the abandoned keep in search of White Walkers. I see, Xu Luo murmured, whether in a sigh or a breath of relief was uncertain. It seemed his conjecture was mistaken. Perhaps Cold Hands had not come to the abandoned keep. Or perhaps Cold Hands was not truly the Night King, Brandon. This was somewhat disheartening, casting a shadow over this victory. Take Sir Budley Fry below and confine him to any chamber you see fit. Tomorrow morning, escort him to Winterfell and deliver him to Lord Hop. I trust Lord Hop will be able to extract some information for me. Winterfell? At the mention of this word, Budley's legs weakened, nearly causing him to falter. His face contorted as he gazed at Xu Luo from a distance, asking, "Are you not the son of the Earl of White Harbor, Wyman Manderley, Sir Willis?" Lady Babette Lyswell emitted an exasperated hiss. "I am Jon Snow, the bastard son of House Stark, sir." Xu Luo was at a loss as to what aspect of him led Budley to mistake him for Willis, though they had never met. Being the son of the Eel Knight, if Sir Willis were not stout, he surely was not of the same bloodline. Xu Luo stifled the urge to mock Budley, suddenly recalling a place. "Solon, have you searched the crypts?" "The crypts? In the lands beyond the wall, interments are above ground, merely digging a hole to bury the dead. There is no custom of delving deep underground to excavate vast burial mounds." Xu Luo turned to the Countess, draped in snow fox fur, and inquired, "Lady Babette, you would not mind accompanying me to a dark place at this late hour, would you?" He found this taunt rather amusing. Chapter 64. The Assumption of Cold Hand's Identity, Part 4. A group wielding torches traversed the castle's courtyard. The tomb crypt of the abandoned grave hall lay in the northwestern corner. Typically, in a small town of this size, one would expect an open cemetery. However, the Dustin family claimed that the king of the abandoned grave was their ancestor. Thus they excavated an underground crypt. The timid Katie pulled open the iron gate, and a chill emanated from the pitch-black depths below. Xu Luo gestured for her to enter first, stepping into the crypt. The space was narrow, filled with the musty scent of age. It appeared long neglected, with a thick layer of dust covering the stone steps. "I have heard that in Winterfell, you had seen guide you through the crypts?" remarked Lady Dustin with a mocking smile. Her face flickered in the firelight, but Xu Luo could envision her haughty, aloof demeanor, exuding an air of indifference. "You wish to ascertain whether Winterfell harbors secret passages akin to those in the abandoned grave hall?" Xu Luo surmised. "What discoveries have you made?" "To my knowledge, such tunnels do not exist in Winterfell." Babette hesitated. She was taken aback that Xu Luo had discerned her thoughts, yet she maintained, "I merely wish to see the remains of your father, Ned. I would not relish the sight of him resting peacefully beneath Winterfell. Should the body of Duke Stark be returned to the north, I would ensure he finds no rest." Xu Luo emitted a non-committal grunt. Babette, regrettably, noted that her provocation had failed to incite him. Upon reaching the subterranean level, Xu Luo raised his hand, signaling for silence from those behind him. He instructed that Babette be taken to the rear. If Cold Hands were indeed present, the defenseless Babette would only be a liability. The air fell into a hush. Xu Luo advanced slowly, the sound of his footsteps distinctly echoing in the narrow passage. On either side were the burial sites of the ancestors of the Dustin family. Xu Luo spotted Count William Dustin, a valiant warrior who had fought alongside Duke Ned at the Tower of Joy to rescue Lyanna Stark. Their adversary was none other than the finest swordsman of Westeros at the time, Ser Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning. The Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, believed that Ser Arthur could dispatch all the Kingsguard while relieving himself. The Sword of the Morning was indeed deserving of his reputation. The warriors of the North fought valiantly. 3 against 7, with only Duke Ned and Lord Howland Reed of Greywater Watch emerging alive. Sir William Dustin fell beneath Arthur Dayne's sword while protecting Duke Ned. However, since Duke Ned failed to recover Count Dustin's remains, all Xu Luo beheld was an empty tomb. Lyanna's burial site, however, was not merely an empty grave. A soft sigh escaped Babette from the rear. "Silence her, Solon," Xu Luo commanded. At that moment, he noticed that the torch in his hand had inexplicably shrunk. The diminishment was both profound and abrupt, a realization that enveloped all present. The stone walls on either side wept droplets of water, while within the depths, tiny beads of moisture clung frozen to the surfaces. Numerous savage marauders exhibited expressions of unease, casting furtive glances as if the decayed corpses might rise to seize them. The dread of death knows no bounds of culture or geography. Xu Luo slowly unsheathed his long claws, the shrill sound of friction echoing through the subterranean crypt. He advanced cautiously, the flickering flame diminishing further. Perhaps it was a subtle breeze from the unknown depths below that extinguished the torch, or perhaps the chilling presence of the others. Xu Luo regulated his breathing, treading with care. His gaze swept back and forth within the flickering light, vigilantly observing every minute change. Suddenly, a shadow darted past in the distance. A figure concealed in darkness unsealed a casket belonging to the House of Dustin or the King of the Graveyard, then leapt inside. Good heavens! Xu Luo cursed, hastening forward. Below the casket lay an abyss of darkness, from which a colder current wafted upward. The breaker of shields, Solon, did not hesitate and followed suit, plunging into the void. Solon's followers trailed closely behind, a group of 4 or 5 disappearing into the shadows. Barbary Riswell was brought before Xu Luo. Lady Barbary, I am not in the mood for jesting, he stated sternly. Tell me, where does this tunnel lead? Otherwise, upon your return to the surface, you shall encounter the corpse of Sir Budley Fry. Barbary's expression remained inscrutable. She was intrigued by the identity of the figure hidden in the shadows. How could that person possibly know of the tunnels within the Dustin family crypt? Who was Xu Luo truly pursuing? Then by all means, kill him, my Lord Jon. Barbary replied coldly, pressing her lips together. This tunnel branches endlessly. Only those who call themselves the King of the Graveyard know the correct path. Xu Luo sighed in resignation. He could not permit Solon to pursue blindly. Without further contemplation, he leapt into the casket. Xu Luo slid down into the darkness, the events transpiring too swiftly for reflection. Who was the shadow lurking in the dark? Were there others concealed here? Upon landing, he heard continuous sounds behind him as several more savage marauders followed him down. Xu Luo retrieved a torch from the ground and ignited it with ease. The damp earth bore the imprints leading deeper into the abyss, and Xu Luo discerned the unmistakable markings left by the breaker of shields on the walls. This way, Xu Luo urged, leading a few companions into the dark. They hastened through the shadows, Xu Luo meticulously distinguishing the footprints from Solon's guidance. Within the labyrinthine darkness, they completely lost all sense of direction and time. Uncertain of how long they had been pursuing, Xu Luo finally glimpsed flickering light ahead. As they approached, he realized it emanated from Solon and his companions. My king, Solon said, his expression taut. We have emerged from the tunnel ahead of you, and the exit is now blocked. Solon gestured towards the tunnel's exit, where a massive stone lay pressed against it. Xu Luo attempted to push the massive stone, its size far beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual, even that of a wight. The enigmatic figure must have employed some engineering principle to prepare this colossal rock in advance. His meticulous planning weighed heavily on Xu Luo's mind. It was clear that they could not budge the stone alone. Step aside, Xu Luo commanded. My king? Solon inquired, retreating with his men, curiosity evident in his voice. With his back turned to Solon and the others, Xu Luo's shadow, elongated by the flickering flames, was cast upon the obstructing boulder. Perhaps having lingered too long in the darkness, Solon began to hallucinate, and in a moment of disorientation, he perceived a monstrous silhouette emerging from Xu Luo. It bore a gargantuan head and unfurled enormous wings, as if roaring towards the stone. Was that the legendary dragon? Flames erupted upon the boulder, dancing wildly and scorching its surface. The air in the passage dwindled rapidly, making it difficult for Solon and his companions to breathe. The stone, seared by the fire, glowed a bright red, emitting a flickering orange light. Suddenly, the flames extinguished, and Solon found himself plunged into an unexpected darkness. After a brief moment, his eyes adjusted to the dim light of the torch. Xu Luo remained in his position, steadfast as before. Ice spread from beneath his feet, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. The icy surface soon reached Solon, prompting him and his companions to retreat to avoid being frozen. Crack, crack, bang, bang, crash. The massive stone began to display deep fissures across its surface. These cracks morphed into gaps, and the boulder emitted a series of popping sounds as it began to shatter. Subsequently, like an avalanche, large fragments of stone cascaded down from above, accumulating upon the ground. The breaker of shields stepped forward to steady the swaying king of the north. Chapter 65. Hypothesis on the identity of the cold hand, v. Chase. Xu Luo uttered through clenched teeth. A dozen wild marauders burst forth from the tunnel. Solon supported Xu Luo, slowly making their way outside. The sudden intake of the frigid air jolted everyone awake. Outside lay a forest blanketed in snow, adorned in a silvery shroud. As Xu Luo had predicted, the northerners preferred to position the tunnel exits in such locales. From the edge of the woodland came the sounds of fierce combat. Solon observed that it was the immovable Leather and his tribe engaged in battle with the pale, unkempt whites. A thought crossed Solon's mind, though he hesitated to voice it. Had he known that Leather had found this place, he would not have exerted himself so to open this door. Solon, Remember to remind me that Leather's white bread will be gone next month. The immovable Leather had no particular hobbies, but he enjoyed savoring white bread with fine wine and solitude. He seemed to relish the sweet simplicity of such moments. The night watchman's bread, baked to softness and deliciousness, further endeared Leather to this modest indulgence. The breaker of shields was at a loss for how to respond, leading the wild marauders down the slope. Since the Battle of Skagos Island, the absence of dragon glass has caused considerable trouble, compelling Xu Luo to carry it with him wherever he goes. Furthermore, this time he has come specifically to capture Cold Hands. Surrounded by 40 to 50 raiders armed with dragon glass, the White Walker stands little chance. It resurrects the wildlings it has slain, but before long, they revert to lifeless corpses. There is but one White Walker at the edge of the forest, identifiable by the black cloak of the Night's Watch it wears. This traitorous commander of the Night's Watch, even after centuries, continues to don the black mantle, having likely slain numerous brothers in black. Capturing a living being is invariably more challenging than simply killing it. This holds especially true for the White Walkers, as Leather has lost many brothers to this endeavor. Leather yearns to plunge his spear into Cold Hands' chest, but Xu Luo has mandated that Cold Hands must be taken alive for the sake of his own survival. The following day, the snow ceased. Cold Hands was securely bound to a cross by iron chains, displaying a serene demeanor, offering no resistance. He merely lowered his head, as if in deep contemplation or perhaps in regret. The captives of House Dustin were led away from the Hall of the Dead, transported toward Winterfell. For the first time, they beheld a White Walker at such close quarters, their eyes wide with astonishment. The slightest movement from Cold Hands sent them into a frenzy of fear. Xu Luo instructed the wildling raiders to guard the Hall of the Dead and accompany the captives back. Only in Winterfell could Xu Luo proclaim his triumph. After completing the transformation of their identities outside the city with Morona, the group entered Winterfell. Xu Luo entrusted Cold Hands to Maester Larissa, hoping to extract valuable information from him. Xu Luo had devised a bolder, more succinct method of interrogation, although he was reluctant to employ it unless absolutely necessary. Countess 7 dispatched 10 cavalrymen and 100 infantry to Xu Luo. The symbolic significance of these troops far outweighed their practical utility, signifying House 7's recognition of Xu Luo's accomplishments. However, Sir Horde of House 7, loyal to the family, conveyed the lady's respects to Xu Luo, stating, "My lady wishes to see the fate of Ramsay resolved swiftly. Our subjects can no longer endure this turmoil. Convey to Lady Joella that she shall receive what she desires." Xu Luo replied. House Mormont sent 4 baskets of fish as a token. Despite Bear Island's poverty, its fishing resources were abundant. Should the North find peace, a fishing station could be established on Bear Island. However, this required first neutralizing the threat from the Iron Islands and constructing a road leading to Bear Island. The Flint family had yet to respond, whether it be the Flint of Flint's Finger or the Flint of Widow's Watch. During this time, Xu Luo received a letter from the melancholic Eddie of the Brothers in Black. "Esteemed Commander," Eddie wrote, "I am pleased to write to you, Commander. Upon my arrival in Greywater Watch, I immediately set to this task. Yes, I have returned to my homeland, the Vale. Breathing in the air that is both foreign and familiar is profoundly satisfying. The old paths have widened, some now winding toward different destinations. The oak trees that once stood as small as I now rise majestically. To welcome the approaching cold winter, my father has planted hardy winter wheat. The Knights of the Vale cursed Duke Peter in the hall, attributing the grain shortage to his actions. However, my father seemed inclined toward a compromise with the Duke. Peter's illegitimate daughter, Elaine Stone, is betrothed to the heir, Sir Harold Hardin, and they plan to wed shortly. It is said that Miss Elaine possesses a rare beauty. Should the timing of the wedding be fortuitous, I might attend and beseech the lords of the Vale for their assistance at the banquet, where nearly all of them are expected to gather. Yet, I harbor little hope for a favorable outcome. Moreover, discussions abound regarding the queen across the narrow sea, Daenerys Stormborn. Some claim her beauty surpasses that of any woman. She is said to have noble silver hair and violet eyes, reminiscent of the vast stars. Though her form is slight, she exudes a commanding presence when mounted upon her dragon. It is whispered that 50 knights perished in their pursuit of her favor, while mercenary companies, lured by riches, turned against her. Yet, I remain skeptical of such tales. You know, my lord, there are no knights across the narrow sea, and mercenaries favor gold over women. After perusing the melancholic and lengthy letter from Eddie, I rose to adjust the oil lamp for a brighter glow. At that moment, I found myself reminiscing about Samwell Tarly, who was accustomed to speaking of his family. In comparison to Eddie's vacuous rhetoric, Sam's straightforward correspondence was far more enjoyable. Stripped of the grandiloquent phrases, I discern two key pieces of information. First, Peter's actions in the Vale are beginning to bear fruit. Sansa's successful betrothal to Ser Harold Hardin will significantly undermine the forces of the Loyalists. Littlefinger will soon command the Vale. Second, Daenerys's exploits across the Narrow Sea have spread widely throughout Westeros. It appears that upon her return from the Dothraki Sea, she has triumphantly vanquished the slave masters of Slaver's Bay. I remain uncertain about how to approach this queen from across the Narrow Sea. Should she be willing to lend me a dragon to confront the White Walkers, I might consider swearing fealty to Daenerys, emulating King Torrhen's submission. She is an exceptional queen, having proven her capabilities in the complex environment of Slaver's Bay. This is a delicate matter, and I shall ponder it further when the time comes to confront it. Yet, before contemplating Daenerys, I must attend to a closer matter. Lady Baelish of House Tully is proud, stubborn, intelligent, and cunning. The most effective approach to dealing with such a woman is to win her affection. You will discover her loyalty is as steadfast as that of a dog, obedient to your whims. Even if you occasionally wound her, she will silently swallow her tears. To become her enemy is a most unfortunate fate. Her coldness and obstinacy, power and wisdom, will obstruct your progress at every turn. I have little choice. I cannot compel a widow more than a decade my senior to fall in love with me. My ancient and noble lineage has already made me an object of Lady Baelish's disdain. I hope to glean much information from her lips. The military strength of the Bolton family, their troop deployment, forthcoming strategies, the whereabouts of Ramsay Bolton, and whether the Duke of Bolton harbors any inclination towards negotiation. All these inquiries wield tremendous influence over the current situation. Yet, Lady Barbary Bolton purses her lips, remaining utterly unyielding. It is said that those with thin lips possess a harsh disposition, and it seems this holds true. Xu Luo rises and exits the bedroom, while Katina loyally stands guard outside the door. Xu Luo dislikes this feeling, but finds himself powerless to deter Katina. He commands her to return to the bedroom and refrain from following him. Subsequently, Xu Luo vanishes into the shadows around the corner. Katina bites her lip, silently stamping her foot. Compared to the tender moments of a few days prior, Xu Luo now seems like an entirely different person. Katina would rather confront that lost and desolate Xu Luo than endure this new reality.